and by the time he dropped by Wanner off at her home, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Although he really wanted to stay with Bai Wanner, he remembered that Wuya was waiting for him at home, so he had no choice but to leave. He could only say goodbye to Bai Wanner before departing from the Green City along the Huangpu River. However, Wang Chen promised Bai Wanner that he would come to see her again in the next couple of days. Only then did Bai Wanner let him go. The next day, Wang Chen got up early, planning to buy the dance training institution where Wuya worked. This institution would naturally be under Wuya's name. After all, he needed Wuya to earn more money so he could get more funds through salary cashback. Last month, he earned nearly 5 billion through salary cashback. He wasn't sure if he could earn that much this month, but he had already invested 4 billion in Haoya Film and Television Media Company, Ltd. And his points had reached 93, just 7 points away from redeeming a binding opportunity. He also had a binding opportunity from the system reward for having Wuya's favorability over 95. Calculating this way, if he spent the remaining 800 million before the end of the month, he could bind 2 salary cashback goddesses. The funds he would obtain shouldn't be low. He already had binding targets in mind, one being the big star Louis Fei, and he hadn't thought of the other yet. He would take his time to find it, or he could wait until Elon dug up a domestic star, and then it wouldn't be too late to bind. After Wuya got ready, Wang Chen left with her. This time, Wang Chen didn't drive 2 cars, he only drove one big G, with Wuya sitting in the passenger seat while he drove. Before long, they arrived at the dance training institution where Wuya worked. This institution was called Feixiang Art Dance. Wang Chen had met the owner before, he had approached her before Wuya came home with him. The owner was a woman, probably in her 30s. When she saw Wang Chen and Wuya come together, the owner Rin Xianxue knew why they were there. Wuya had mentioned it to her yesterday, and Rin Xianxue happened to be considering transferring Feixiang Art Dance. Wuya, Wang Chen. Rin Xianxue greeted them. Sister Xianxue, hello, Wang Chen said with a smile. Wang Chen, Wuya, please sit down, I'll make you some tea. The two sat in Rin Xianxue's office, and she brought 2 cups of tea to Wang Chen and Wuya. Wuya, you want to talk about what you mentioned to me yesterday, right? Yes, Sister Xianxue. Well, why don't you tell me your thoughts? Hearing this, Wuya turned her gaze to Wang Chen beside her, unsure of what he was thinking. Seeing this, Wang Chen slowly spoke up. Sister Xianxue, I won't beat around the bush. We will offer 10 million for the dance training institution. How about you transfer it to Wuya? In fact, Wang Chen had already looked into Feixiang Art Dance. The dance studio was quite large, and its monthly income was also pretty good, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to pay Wuya 20,000 a month. Moreover, this dance training institution had quite a few training teachers, and its location was very good. Most importantly, Ren Xianxue had treated Wuya very well before, and Wang Chen wanted to repay her. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, both Wuya and Ren Xianxue were shocked. No, Wang Chen, your price is too high. Ren Xianxue never expected that Wang Chen would offer a price of 10 million, it was truly too high. She was taken aback. Wuya looked at Wang Chen with some confusion as well. Wang Chen then explained, Sister Wuya, Sister Xianxue, my offer of 10 million comes with conditions. Please listen to my conditions first. Upon hearing this, Wuya and Ren Xianxue exchanged glances and then nodded. Wang Chen immediately laid out his thoughts. Here's the thing, Sister Xianxue, in addition to transferring Feixiang Art Dance to Sister Wuya's name, you will also need to continue managing Feixiang Art Dance for her. The extra money is your compensation, Sister Xianxue. Of course, this also has a time limit, don't worry, it's 5 years. If after 5 years you no longer want to continue, you can choose to leave. However, if you want to continue after 5 years, I will give you a new salary. Upon hearing this, Wuya understood Wang Chen's intentions. She felt that Wang Chen must have known about her feelings for Feixiang Art Dance, which was why he wanted to use this method not only to relieve her of the burden but also to allow her to visit Feixiang Art Dance often. Wuya looked into Wang Chen's eyes, which were filled with affection. If it weren't for certain reasons, she would have gladly given herself entirely to Wang Chen. Ren Xianxue also understood Wang Chen's thoughts. After thinking for a while, she still felt that the money was too much. Wang Chen, this amount is too much. Even if I work for 5 years, I wouldn't need this much money. Sister Xianxue, don't think like that. Feixiang Art Dance will still need you to manage it. Sister Wuya might only come by occasionally, so this money isn't excessive. Ren Xianxue understood perfectly well that Wang Chen was essentially giving her money in a roundabout way. After a struggle with her thoughts, Ren Xianxue finally agreed. First of all, after transferring Feixiang Art Dance, she would be out of work and would definitely need to find another job. Secondly, she had feelings for Feixiang Art Dance and couldn't bear to leave it just like that. Wang Chen's proposal was indeed the best solution. Seeing Ren Xianxue agree, both Wang Chen and Wu Ya smiled. After finalizing the agreement, Ren Xianxue signed the contract with Wu Ya. However, Ren Xianxue had not yet adjusted to her new identity. Originally, Wu Ya was her employee, and now she had become her boss, which left her momentarily stunned. Wang Chen then left the subsequent matters to them to handle on their own. He focused on reviewing his data, because there was now an additional piece of information in his data. He saw that a new entry had appeared under fixed assets, Haoya Film and Television Media Company, Ltd., which meant that Haoya Film and Television Media Company, Ltd., had been established. This news excited Wang Chen greatly. As long as this company was established, his path to becoming the world's richest man had become much closer. The goddesses would all be making money for him. Not just Zhao Liang, Luifei, Yang Mi, Dilraba Dilmaret, Zhu Jingyi, Zhao Lucy, Jin Chen, Liatong. He wanted to recruit them all to his film and television media company. Let them earn money for him. The more he thought about it, the better Wang Chen felt. How could he not be excited that the once hard-to-meet female stars would now be making money for him? He was simply too thrilled. After Ren Xianxue and Wu Ya finished their work in the evening, Wang Chen suggested treating Ren Xianxue to a meal, and she agreed. After the three of them finished eating, Wang Chen and Wu Ya took Ren Xianxue back to her home, and then Wang Chen returned to Fengshan community with Wu Ya. Once home, Wu Ya tightly embraced him. "Xiao Hao, thank you." As she said this, her eyes were filled with glistening tears. Wang Chen gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was already August 20th. Several days had passed since Elon mentioned going to dig for the LVE girl group, and I had no idea how things were going now. I also wondered if there had been any progress on Zhu Jingyi's side. On the other hand, Xia Chuchu had already rented an office building for the company. Wang Chen planned to go check out the office building today, but he felt that this wasn't enough. Once the salary was returned next month, he still needed to buy a whole building to serve as the company's headquarters. Although the money in the company was enough to buy a building that was reserved for recruiting female stars, it couldn't be touched, so he could only wait for this month's salary return. Although Wu Ya no longer woke up early, she still went to Feishang art dance regularly, just later in the day and returning a bit earlier. After Wang Chen got up and freshened up, he prepared to head to Haoya Film and Television Media Company, Ltd. This time, he was making breakfast for Wu Ya. Haoya Film and Television Media Company, Ltd., was now located in the most prosperous area of the Magic City, Lujiazui. Wang Chen looked at the three tall buildings in Lujiazui and thought, one day, I will buy them all. When that time comes, one will serve as Haoya's headquarters, one for another company's headquarters, and one he still hadn't figured out. He would decide when the time came. However, buying these three buildings required more than just money. A certain status was also needed, otherwise, even with money, one couldn't buy them. After looking for a while, Wang Chen stopped and went to the floor that Xia Chuchu had sent him, the 88th floor. As the elevator opened, Wang Chen finally arrived at Haoya's headquarters. Of course, this was just a temporary headquarters. Wang Chen looked around at the environment, and there were still many workers moving things into the company. After entering, he saw Xia Chuchu, who was accompanied by 5 women with looks scoring over 80 points. These were the new hires Xia Chuchu had recruited in recent days. Since Wang Chen had previously stated that there shouldn't be any men in the company, Xia Chuchu would confirm with him after the interviews, and only after his confirmation could they start working. As long as one joined Haoya, the salary and benefits were twice that of the industry standard. When the recruitment information was released, many people came, but most did not meet the requirements, and very few were able to get hired. As a result, there were only so many people in the company now. Seeing Wang Chen arrive, Xia Chuchu walked over with the new employees. "Boss, you're here." Chuchu, you did well. In the future, if there's anything you can't handle, just call someone to do it. Don't save money, got it? Okay, boss. Boss, the company is almost set up, but we still don't have any artists. No problem, just wait for news from your sister he. By the way, Xiao, you and the others need to stand firm in your positions, especially you, Xiao. You are in HR, and you need to start scouting for personnel for various positions in the company. After candidates pass your interview, I will approve them for a second interview, understood? Got it, boss. After that, Wang Chen wandered around the company. When he saw his office, he walked in, and as soon as he entered, he saw the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Walking up to the window, he could gaze out at the Huangpu River. This place was simply amazing. Wang Chen's desire for these 3 buildings grew even stronger. No matter what, he had to secure these 3 buildings. However, Wang Chen knew it wouldn't be easy. Just the Magic City Central building was already worth 14.1 billion, and that was just the construction price. If he wanted to buy it, 30 billion would be a stretch. Moreover, without powerful connections and background, it was impossible to buy this building. But Wang Chen had already set these 3 buildings as his immediate goal. Xia Chuchu and the others followed Wang Chen, looking out the window. In her heart, she couldn't help but feel amazed. Xia Chuchu never expected that a newly established company would actually be operating in the heart of the Magic City. Moreover, the funds in the account reached a staggering 4 billion yuan. More importantly, the company's benefits were explosive. She felt that it would probably be impossible to find such a good company again in her lifetime. She had to cherish this position. The 4 people behind Xia Chuchu shared the same thought. Alright, you all go back to your own tasks. Xiao, we'll arrange your cars for you after the company stabilizes. Okay, boss. After saying that, Xia Chuchu and the others left his office. In fact, there were still many things that had not been purchased for his office. The sofa was there, but he was missing a resting bed. However, there was a lounge next to his office, and Xia Chuchu and her team should be able to arrange it well. Just as Wang Chen was admiring the river view, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was Helan. To be honest, he had spoken to Helan very little in the past few days. He knew she was busy and didn't want to disturb her too much, but he didn't expect her to call him. He wondered if there was any news. Wang Chen answered Helan's call. Hello, Helan. Hello, boss. Are you busy? Not at all. I'm in our company right now. What's up? Nothing. Just wait for me in the office. We're coming over now. After saying that, Helan hurriedly hung up the phone. Wow, she actually dared to hang up on the boss's call. Helan was really something. However, Wang Chen wasn't that petty. After all, he would need to bind with Helan in the future. Why bother with such things? After all, they were all making money for him. Thinking this way, Wang Chen felt much more balanced. However, from Helan's words, Wang Chen could extract some information. She said we instead of I, which meant Helan wasn't alone. Moreover, Helan's recent task was to recruit the LVE girl group, and thinking about this, Wang Chen knew there must be results, otherwise, she wouldn't be in such a hurry. A smile crept onto Wang Chen's lips. He didn't expect Helan to be able to recruit the recently popular LVE girl group. Her ability was truly outstanding. He just wondered how much it cost her to bring over this girl group from the stick country. Wang Chen's smile widened. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, he muttered to himself, Zhang Yuanying, huh? I want to see your true face, but no matter how good-looking you are, you can't escape the punishment you deserve. At this moment, Wang Chen felt like he was the boss controlling everything from behind the scenes. This feeling was fantastic. Once things were settled here, he thought it would be time to find his sister Ife, bind her, and see if he could lure her to his company. Lost in thought, he couldn't help but smile. Wang Chen waited for more than an hour. During that time, he also helped Xia Chuchu and the others with the company's decorations. However, rather than saying they were busy, it was more accurate to say they were directing the workers. Although Wang Chen's company didn't want men, not even male actors, some tasks still required men to do. At that time, he could only hire people to do it. After more than an hour, Helan walked in with a dozen women. As soon as they entered, the system's voice echoed continuously in his mind. Wow, these dozen people all met the system's requirements for salary rebate goddesses. He was about to get rich, and he needed to make sure they earned a lot in the future. This was the least he could do to repay Helan's efforts over the past few days. Boss, I've already bought the LVE girl group from SA Company. Ah, great, great, great. Come to my office. The entire 88th floor of the medium-sized building in the Magic City belongs to their company. Although they could talk anywhere, there were still quite a few workers in the company, so his office was safer. Helan nodded and then spoke a few words in the language of the stick country to the 12 people behind her, and they followed Wang Chen into the office. Xiao said, Chu, the boss has dug up a girl group from the stick country. I know that Zhang Yuanying, her hip-shaking moves have been super popular lately, and Douyin has been flooded with them. Xia Chuchu replied, yeah, but she has done 2 things recently that are not good for our country. I heard the boss say that bringing them over seems to be a punishment for them. Xiao exclaimed, I heard that too. I didn't expect the boss to be so patriotic. Wow, I really like him. Xia Chuchu shot Xiao a glance and then went back to her own work. On the other side, Wang Chen brought Helan and the 12 members of the LVE girl group to his office. Fortunately, the office was quite spacious, so it didn't feel crowded with more than 10 people inside. Helan walked in last, and after entering, she closed the office door. The glass used for the office was one-way glass. You could see outside from inside, but not the other way around. There was no need to worry about anyone seeing in. Helan, I didn't expect you to know the language of the stick country. Boss, I learned it before. Well, let them sit and wait for a bit. You tell me about this matter first. Okay. After that, Helan spoke to the 12 members of the LVE girl group in the language of the stick country. Once she finished, the 12 members sat down on the sofa. Helan then began to discuss the matter with Wang Chen. Boss, actually, I had already negotiated with the people from SA company 2 days ago, but since the members of the LVE girl group are not from our country, it took me 2 days to get them to stay domestically. Otherwise, I would have brought them over much earlier. Wang Chen didn't expect Helan to act so quickly. Not only had she brought the girl group over, but she had also handled the follow-up matters. This president was truly worth it. Ah, Helan, you really surprised me, well done. Boss, don't be too happy yet. Our company spent quite a bit of money to bring over the LVE girl group. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen became curious. Oh, now I'm really curious, how much did it cost this time? I initially estimated that 100 million would be enough, but C asked for 200 million. You said to spare no expense to bring them over, so I spent 200 million to get them. Wang Chen had thought it would cost 1 billion, but Helan only spent 200 million. He burst into laughter. Ha, Helan, in the future, when recruiting people, you can spend without restraint. As long as we get them, that's what matters. Do you understand? You did a great job this time. I'll give you a bonus when it's time to pay salaries. Helan rolled her eyes at her boss. She felt that her boss was not at all afraid of spending more money. While others were desperately trying to cut costs and spend less, her boss was doing everything to make her spend more. Sometimes, she was left speechless. Boss, you really? Seeing Helan's speechless expression, Wang Chen laughed. Alright, can they speak Chinese? They can speak a little, but not much. Oh, then help me translate for them. I don't have anyone to translate right now. Helan shot Wang Chen another glance. She felt like she was more of Wang Chen's secretary now. But after thinking about it, she decided to let it go. After all, Wang Chen treated her so well that even being a secretary was worth it. Whatever the boss says goes. You. Saying this, Wang Chen turned his gaze to the girl group. In fact, Wang Chen had privately learned that the LV girl group only had 6 members, in Yuzhen, the leader, Jin Xiutian, Zhang Yuanying, Jin Ziyuan, Naoki Rei, and Li Haianrui. This 12-member girl group is called IZ*1, and its members are Zhang Yuanying, Center, Gong Qiaoji, Chao Yoli, Chiruina, and Yuzhen, Yubuki Neko, Quan Yunbai, the leader, Zhang Huiyuan, Honda Hitomi, Jin Kaiyuan, Jin Minzhou, and Li Kaiyan. So they were digging into both the IZ*1 and LVE girl groups. The moment Wang Chen's gaze fell on Zhang Yuanying, he was also stunned by her beauty. He never expected her to be this pretty. To be honest, Wang Chen really wanted to check Zhang Yuanying's data right now, but there were too many people, so he decided to wait a bit. Helan, ask Zhang Yuanying about that MV in the July 7th concert, to see if it's her fault or SA company's fault. Only then will I decide what level of contract to offer them. Okay, boss. Helan responded to Wang Chen and then started asking Zhang Yuanying. At this moment, Zhang Yuanying was clearly a bit restless. Wang Chen thought that Zhang Yuanying couldn't possibly control the content of the MV, and as for the concert, it was probably arranged by a SA company. Wang Chen couldn't understand the language of the Korean people, so he could only watch Helan and Zhang Yuanying converse. The leader, and Yuzhen, also spoke a few words to Helan. After a while of questioning, Helan's expression changed quite a bit. After finishing the questioning, Helan turned to Wang Chen to explain. Boss, the members of this girl group can't decide what the MV will be about, and even the tour is set by the company, so those two matters have little to do with them. Wang Chen actually knew this. After all, the company an artist signs with is very important. Otherwise, they would definitely be exploited, just like now with SA company. As long as the price is right, Zhang Yuanying and the others could be sold. Alright, I understand. After saying that, Wang Chen walked up to Zhang Yuanying and asked, can you speak Chinese? Zhang Yuanying knew that the person in front of her was her new boss and replied in broken Chinese, I can speak. A little. That's fine, Helan, you talk to the others about the contract. Zhang Yuanying, come with me. After saying that, Wang Chen took Zhang Yuanying to the lounge, intending to give her a good talking to. After bringing Zhang Yuanying to his lounge, Wang Chen directly opened her data panel. System, open Zhang Yuanying's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Zhang Yuanying. Age, 19. Appearance, 99. Favorability, 21. Stranger, height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Occupation, singer. After Wang Chen finished looking at Zhang Yuanying's data, he was completely stunned. He never expected her appearance score to reach 99 points, which was even higher than his fairy sister. He couldn't understand. Thinking of this, his gaze kept sizing up Zhang Yuanying. She was wearing a pink jacket and black tight pants, which completely showcased her figure, and when Wang Chen's gaze moved to her face, he was astonished. One could only say that the system was truly impressive, not a bit fake. This appearance combined with this figure was indeed worthy of 99. Standing in front of him, Zhang Yuanying said in her broken Chinese, "Appa, you are looking at me. So, is there something on my face?" Wang Chen spoke slowly, "Can you understand what I'm saying?" However, Zhang Yuanying shook her head. Although she could speak a little Chinese, there was a lot she couldn't understand. Hearing this, Wang Chen felt somewhat helpless, but he still took out his phone and started communicating with Zhang Yuanying. He pulled out his phone, downloaded a translation app, and typed what he wanted to say on it, then showed it to Zhang Yuanying, and they communicated this way. After the translation app was ready, he typed, "What do you have to say about the MV and the concert on July 7th? After reading it, Zhang Yuanying took Wang Chen's phone and typed out what she wanted to say. "Boss, we are just a team. The MV was produced by the company, and we are only responsible for recording, not involved in the production. As for the concert, that was also arranged by the company." Although Wang Chen had guessed this before, hearing Zhang Yuanying say it in person still made him breathe a sigh of relief. This team led by Zhang Yuanying could make a lot of money. As long as it operated well, he would definitely make a fortune after binding with them. But if these two matters were their own wishes, then Wang Chen would sign all 12 members of her team to Class D contracts, directly squeezing them dry. However, he wouldn't just take Zhang Yuanying's word for it. Who knows if she would deceive him? This matter still needed to be investigated when the opportunity arose. After that, Wang Chen chatted with Zhang Yuanying for a while using the translation app. During this chat, he got a preliminary understanding of this woman, Zhang Yuanying. Although she was only 19, she was very hardworking, otherwise, she wouldn't have become the center of the girl group. However, through their conversation, Wang Chen also realized that Zhang Yuanying had some prejudices against his country. Since that was the case, he had to teach her a lesson. He directly took out 4 levels of contracts and placed them in front of Zhang Yuanying. Zhang Yuanying was very puzzled. Wang Chen told her to read the contracts herself and use the translation app if she didn't understand. Zhang Yuanying was somewhat confused, but when she saw the Class D contract, she was very surprised. She didn't expect the company to be so good, only taking a 50% cut. Her previous company took 60%. This contract was exactly what she wanted. After reading the Class D contract, she didn't even want to look at the next one and quickly took out her phone to type a line of text for Wang Chen to see. Upon seeing the content, Wang Chen was stunned. Wait, isn't the cut from the Korean company this high? He originally wanted to punish Zhang Yuanying by making her sign a Class D contract and then sign her to other levels after she changed her prejudice against his country. But now it seemed that even signing a Class D contract would be a reward for her. How could he punish Zhang Yuanying like this? He was somewhat at a loss. However, after thinking for a moment, he had another idea. He took out his phone and translated, "You should finish reading the remaining 3 contracts first." Seeing the translation, Zhang Yuanying curiously opened the Class C contract. When she saw that the cut was 20%, she was completely stunned, covering her mouth with her slender jade hand, looking at Wang Chen in disbelief. Although she felt uncomfortable when being sold by the company, there was nothing she could do. Her contract still had a long time to go, so she could only follow the company's arrangements. However, she didn't think that way anymore. Zhang Yuanying initially thought this was the best contract, but when she opened the Class B contract, she was completely dumbfounded. Goodness, not only were daily expenses and concert costs fully covered, but they also took not a single cent. How could this even be profitable? She couldn't understand how there could be such an unfavorable contract for the company. After reading the Class B contract, Zhang Yuanying excitedly took out her phone and typed a line of text for Wang Chen to see. Wang Chen just smiled slightly after reading it. He nodded gently. He wanted Zhang Yuanying to finish reading the contracts first, and then he would deal with her properly. Wang Chen let her look at the last contract. At this point, Zhang Yuanying's hands had already started to tremble. She excitedly opened the last contract, and it fell directly to the ground. Oh no! Seeing Zhang Yuanying's expression at that moment, Wang Chen knew she had finished reading it. Now was the time for him to teach Zhang Yuanying a lesson. Wang Chen took out his phone and typed a message. "What level of contract do you want to sign?" After sending it, he showed the phone to Zhang Yuanying. Zhang Yuanying did not respond immediately. She was deep in thought. After a while, she typed back, "What are the requirements for signing a Class A contract?" They continued to communicate using translation software. "You haven't met the requirements yet, but you can still sign a Class B contract, however." Zhang Yuanying frowned at Wang Chen's words. "However what?" Regarding the MV and the July 7th concert, although you can't control it, not punishing you would not only make me uncomfortable, but it would also make our country's people uncomfortable. So you need to accept my punishment. What punishment? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's lips curled into a smile. He knew the prey was hooked. As long as Zhang Yuanying wanted to sign the Class B contract, she would definitely agree to this punishment. Wang Chen took the phone and typed a line of text. But when Zhang Yuanying saw the text, her face instantly turned red, like a ripe apple. Wang Chen did not rush her, he quietly watched her, wanting to see what choice she would make. After a while, Zhang Yuanying seemed to come to a realization and nodded with a flushed face. Seeing her agree, Wang Chen smiled. Now it was time to punish Zhang Yuanying. Zhang Yuanying, blushing, walked up to Wang Chen. Then, following Wang Chen's instructions, she lay across his lap. Wang Chen's blood pressure instantly spiked at the sight, and he reached out to give Zhang Yuanying a slap on the butt. Smack! With the sound of the slap, something unexpected happened. When he looked at Zhang Yuanying's data panel again, he was stunned. He couldn't believe her favorability had actually increased. This was too surprising. What kind of operation was this? Did Zhang Yuanying have some special preference? To verify his guess, Wang Chen raised his hand again and slapped down. Smack! Sure enough, when he slapped her, her favorability really did increase. This was simply outrageous. 5 minutes later, Zhang Yuanying stood up, her face still red. She looked at Wang Chen with anticipation. Alright, who made me soft-hearted? You can sign the Class B contract. You haven't met the standards for the Class A contract yet. You need to work hard, understand? Wang Chen edited the contract on his phone and showed it to Zhang Yuanying. Unexpectedly, in her excitement, she jumped up and hugged Wang Chen. Thank you, Appa. He didn't expect this girl to have developed quite well. Although Wang Chen couldn't understand what she was saying, he knew it was definitely something like thanking him. However, Wang Chen still needed to remind her. After you go out, don't tell your teammates that you signed a Class B contract, just say you signed a Class C, like them. If you all perform well, I will sign all 12 of you to Class A contracts, got it? Wang Chen typed another message for her to see. Zhang Yuanying nodded to indicate she understood. Wang Chen patted her and let her go. He then opened Zhang Yuanying's data panel again. System, open Zhang Yuanying's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Zhang Yuanying. Age, 19. Appearance, 99. Favorability, 53. Ordinary friend. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Profession, singer. Wow, her favorability increased by 32 points. Zhang Yuanying really does have a special preference. After this, it would be easy to increase her favorability. Ha ha ha. After reviewing Zhang Yuanying's data, Wang Chen immediately followed her out of the lounge. To his surprise, when he came out, the people in the office looked at him differently. Wang Chen was a bit confused, until Elan came to his side and whispered in his ear, "Boss, everyone heard Zhang Yuanying scream just now." Upon hearing this, he realized they had misunderstood. However, he was too lazy to explain. "Helan, do you have a better agent to recommend for Zhang Yuanying's team? Although they are famous, they currently don't have any songs." Helan rolled her eyes at him. Annoyed, she said, "Boss, I bought the copyright for the songs too. Otherwise, do you think I would spend 2 billion? I've already contacted the agent. The only thing they lack is a place to stay. I'll arrange everything else." Not bad, Helan. I'm increasingly convinced that hiring you was the best decision I've ever made. Hearing Wang Chen say this, Helan smiled. "Boss, I plan to register a Douyin account for them and do live broadcasts during their concerts, and we can also document their daily lives. But this will require buying some popularity. You can do that without worry. Use the company account freely. Don't be afraid of losing money. Dig up talent for me, especially female stars. We should recruit as many as possible, but male stars can be left out." "Boss, do you have some special preference? Why only recruit female stars and not male ones? What's it to you?" Wang Chen replied irritably. If male stars could make him money, he would definitely recruit them, but this salary rebate system can only be linked to goddesses, not gods. How is that his fault? So frustrating. Alright, Helan, you go ahead and get busy. I'll find a way for their accommodation. Okay. Whatever you say, boss. Also, boss, I've contacted Zhu Jingyi. As you mentioned before, her contract with Siba Media has indeed expired, but she said she has no plans to sign with any company in the near future. Wang Chen understood. After being treated so poorly by her last company, she would definitely be cautious. Helan, I believe in your abilities. Helan shot him a glance and said, "How did I end up with a boss like you? I'm leaving now, boss. I'll contact you if anything comes up." Wang Chen smiled as he watched Helan leave the office. After Helan left, Wang Chen approached Zhang Yuanying and communicated with her via his phone. "You all stay in the office. I'll arrange accommodation for you. Don't wander around, understood? After reading the message, Zhang Yuanying nodded gently. Seeing this, Wang Chen walked out of the office. As soon as Wang Chen left, Zhang Yuanying and the others began to discuss. And Yozhen asked, Yuanying, what did that beast do to you? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Zhang Yuanying. But Zhang Yuanying shook her head and said, nothing, it's all SE's fault. They included inappropriate content in the edited MV, and the concert schedule they arranged for us was intentional. He just lightly hit me for a moment. It's nothing, thank you all for your concern. And Yozhen asked, really? Zhang Yuanying replied, really, I feel that the boss is a very nice person. You can tell from the contract he signed for us, he even personally arranged our accommodation. After Zhang Yuanying said this, and Yozhen and the others fell silent. Indeed, Wang Chen treated them much better than SA did. Even the contract only took 20%. It's worth noting that when they were with SA, some were even charged 80%. Compared to that, this new company is really great. The only downside is that the company requires a 20-year contract. However, they have no right to refuse. And Yuanying, do you think this boss is easy to talk to? Zhang Yuanying, he's quite nice to people. You all know the contract is divided into 4 levels, right? Upon hearing this, Yuzhen and the other 11 girl group members nodded in agreement. Zhang Yuanying, so do you know what the contents of the A-level and B-level contracts are? Yuzhen, no. Hearing Yuzhen's words, Zhang Yuanying slowly spoke, the B-level contract doesn't take a cut, instead, the company will cover the costs of concerts and your living expenses. As soon as she said this, Yuzhen and the others were instantly stunned. Their first reaction was disbelief. How could a company have such a contract? It was simply impossible. Seeing the expressions on Yuzhen's faces, Zhang Yuanying went on to explain the contents of the A-level contract. Yuzhen, oh my, Yuanying, is what you said true? Zhang Yuanying nodded. Yes, I saw this contract with my own eyes. The boss said that as long as we work hard, he will sign us all to this contract. The girl group members were all very excited upon hearing this. As long as they could sign this contract, they would never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of their lives. Even if they left the entertainment industry in the future, they could still live well. At this moment, they had already set their hearts on Haoya Film and Television Media Company, Ltd. Seeing this, Zhang Yuanying was also very happy. After all, she had signed a B-level contract. No matter what happened in the future, the money she earned would be hers, and even other expenses would be covered by the company. Zhang Yuanying felt that she had to please the boss in the future so that she could have the opportunity to sign an A-level contract. Zhang Yuanying and the other girl group members waited in the office for a long time. By the time Wang Chen returned again, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Wang Chen knew that there were quite a few people in the country who knew Zhang Yuanying, but for this girl group, most people only recognized Zhang Yuanying. However, if they went out together, it would probably cause quite a stir. Wang Chen had Xia Chuchu take the girl group members while he left with Zhang Yuanying, but before leaving, they all put on masks. Today, Wang Chen bought 4 apartments next to the central seed one building in the heart of the Magic City, each a 3-bedroom unit. This would be the place where the 12 girl group members would live in the future. The price per square meter for these apartments was 170,000. The 4 apartments cost him over 200 million. He was also very lucky, all 4 apartments were on adjacent floors, specifically the 15th, 16th, 17th, and 18th floors, and they were front row units, meaning the view of the river was absolutely unbeatable. Wang Chen wanted to live here himself. These 4 apartments were under the company's name, so he wasn't worried. Since he held all the shares, it meant these 4 apartments were still his. Afterward, Wang Chen and Xia Chuchu made several trips to bring the girl group members to their new homes. He had bought them fully furnished. They could move in with just their bags. After informing the girl group members, Wang Chen and Xia Chuchu left. These girls had just been recruited, and they currently had no resources, not even a manager, so for now, they could only wait. Wang Chen planned to find Louis Fei tomorrow, bind her to the company, and see if there were any resources on her side. Then he would see if he could persuade Louis Fei to come to his company. Wang Chen understood that right now, Haoya was recruiting people from South Korea, and domestic media companies hadn't noticed, but once they did and saw him aggressively recruiting female stars, he would definitely become a target for these media companies. So before that, he needed to ensure the company could be completely self-sufficient. Not only do we need our own director, but we also need our own songwriters. Wang Chen isn't worried about funding. After sending Zhang Yuanying and the other girl group members to their residence, Wang Chen and Xia Chuchu returned to Haoya Film and Television Media. Wang Chen planned to treat Xiao Chuchu and Helan to a meal and discuss some company matters with them. After handling everything at the company, Wang Chen asked Xiao Chuchu to call Helan, and the three of them set off for Maoquan Magic City Cuisine. He had Xiao Chuchu book a private room. Upon arriving at Maoquan Magic City Cuisine, they were led by the waiter to the reserved private room. He ordered quite a few dishes. While eating, he chatted with Helan and Xiao Chuchu. Chuchu, the headquarters has been handed over to you these days, but don't tire yourself out too much. Some things you can delegate to Xiao and the others. Once the company is settled, you can each focus on your own roles. Boss, I understand. As for Helan, Wang Chen didn't know what to say or dare to say anything. After all, he had seen her abilities and connections. No wonder she was introduced by his sister Liang. Ha ha ha. Thinking of Zhao Liang, Wang Chen suddenly wanted to see her. However, he didn't have much time, so he decided to wait until he had bound the fairy sister before looking for her. Moreover, there were only a few days left until the next salary cashback. He needed to quickly spend another 500 million in these days, so he would have 2 more binding opportunities. The salary cashback he would receive would definitely be more. Most importantly, he would start school on September 1st, and by then, he could only leave the company matters to Helan and the others. He wouldn't be able to look for Louis Fei and Zhao Liang anymore. He had to make sure to handle everything in his hands in these few days. Helan, our company has just started and cannot compare with domestic media companies yet. For now, let's focus on female stars from Korea, like Bae Juhyun, Shin Yuna, Lee Ji-eun, etc. If we can recruit them, we should. We can also try to reach out to domestic female stars. Once our company has a complete system, we can freely recruit domestic female stars. Helan looked at Wang Chen. She nodded slightly. She had thought the same before. With the experience of the first recruitment, Helan felt that it would definitely be easier next time. Boss, I understand. After saying that, Wang Chen picked up the drink on the table and said, Helan, Xiao Chuchu, we all drove here, so let's not drink alcohol. Let's toast to thank you for following me. In the future, I will definitely make you women whom everyone envies. Upon hearing this, Helan and Xiao Chuchu smiled. Aren't they already the ones everyone envies? They not only have high salaries but also profit shares. Most importantly, this profit share will always follow them. Although the company has just started and they might be a bit tired, it's all worth it. Boss, I also thank you for giving me this opportunity. Cheers! Helan raised her glass and said. Xiao Chuchu also raised her glass, and the three clinked their glasses and drank the beverage in one go. Seeing this, Wang Chen's smile grew even wider. In fact, Wang Chen understood that it was normal for a newly started company not to encounter difficulties, but that might not be the case later, so he needed to be prepared for everything. However, this was his first time running a company, and he wasn't very familiar with it, so he could only rely on Helan, but of course, he wouldn't do nothing. He had to do something very important, which was to persuade Zhao Liang and Louis Fei to join his company, as that would definitely be a huge boost for the company. As long as they joined Haoya Film and Television Media, the fame of Haoya Media would surely skyrocket. Wang Chen had also prepared their exclusive contracts for Zhao Liang and Louis Fei. He was just waiting to persuade them. After finishing the meal, Wang Chen parted ways with Helan and the others. Today he was busy all day and tired, so he went back to rest, preparing to meet the fairy sister tomorrow. The next day, Wang Chen got up early. There was no choice, there were only 9 days left until school started. Today was already the 21st, and he estimated he would be busy with many things in the next few days, so he could only compress his time to get things done. Not only that, but he also had to try to improve the favorability of Zhao Liang and Louis Fei. Only then could he earn more funds from this month's salary cashback. Wang Chen knew that the company would definitely need a lot of funds in the future, and he had to have money in his pocket for emergencies. It was certain that he wouldn't make money now because there weren't many salary cashback goddesses bound, but once he bound enough salary cashback goddesses and even helped them earn enough money, then his money would multiply. All his efforts would be worth it. After finishing breakfast, Wang Chen said a word to Wuya and then got busy. Today he was going to find the fairy sister Louis Fei. He just didn't know if she had any scenes today. However, Wang Chen knew that the fairy sister hadn't acted in a long time, and this was her first film in years, which would definitely be a hit. By then, the funds he gained should be enough for him to buy the Magic City Center building. As long as he bought the Magic City Center building, he would treat it as his headquarters. Just thinking about it was wonderful. Wang Chen arrived at the garage, drove the 918, and headed straight to the location where the fairy sister Louis Fei was. As an investor, he knew where the crew was filming. He didn't tell Louis Fei he was coming today. Wang Chen didn't go directly to find Lu Yifei but first went to the mall to buy some of Lu Yifei's favorite snacks before looking for her. In fact, Wang Chen saw Lu Yifei's interview where she said she was a slow-to-warm-up person. To improve her favorability, he could only slowly communicate with her and visit her more often. This way, her favorability would gradually increase. Zhao Liying was also this kind of person. Wang Chen could feel it. Before he got familiar with Zhao Liying, he felt she was very aloof, but after the favorability increased, he found Zhao Liying to be very lively. Even though she was already 36 years old, she still looked like a 26-year-old woman. Lu Yifei and Zhao Liying had very similar personalities, which was why the two got along so well. After understanding their personalities, Wang Chen knew how to improve their favorability. As long as he was sincere to the two goddesses, visited them more, paid attention to the details of life, and treated them well, their favorability would naturally increase. Of course, this method was also effective for other goddesses. As Wang Chen thought about this, he arrived at the location of the crew. According to the crew's schedule, they would probably go to other places for filming in September, and he needed to quickly arrange to meet Lu Yifei and Zhao Liying on September 1st, to strengthen the binding. Otherwise, if they went to other places for filming and he didn't strengthen the binding, he would regret it when the time came. The number of bindings was very precious. He had saved points for so long and still hadn't accumulated enough to exchange for a binding opportunity, so one could imagine how rare these points and binding opportunities were. Wang Chen carried the things he bought for Lu Yifei and walked straight into the crew's location. The people in the crew basically already knew Wang Chen. The director had introduced him to the crew when they signed the contract last time. He didn't encounter any problems when he entered. When he arrived at the crew, they were still filming. Wang Chen wasn't in a hurry and went to watch beside the director. Mr. Wang, what brings you here? Director Zhou, I just came to take a look. You keep busy. Don't mind me. Mr. Wang, I'll finish this shot first, and then I'll entertain you. Just wait a moment. Wang Chen nodded. Standing behind director Zhou, he watched them film. Wang Chen, standing behind the director, still attracted quite a few glances. Although the director had introduced him to the actors last time, some of them still didn't recognize him. So they began to ask, who is that person? Why is the director so polite to him? You don't know? Didn't the director say last time? This person invested $1 billion in the Saintus and made a fortune. He's a big boss. You really are too out of the loop. What? Invested $1 billion? My god, he looks like he's only in his 20s. I didn't expect him to be so rich. Ha, you don't understand. He obviously looks like a rich second generation. He probably has his eyes on some female star. Otherwise, why would he invest in this drama? Damn, he wouldn't be interested in the fairy sister Lu Yifei, would he? It's possible, after all, the female lead in the Saintus is Lu Yifei. Can't they choose someone else? That's my fairy sister. She hasn't married yet, isn't it just to wait for me? Rival in love. Hearing this, the person shot him a glance, utterly speechless. As if Lu Yifei not being married yet was to wait for you, she just hasn't met the right one. He was at a loss for words. Wang Chen waited there for a while. He knew that during lunch, the fairy sister would finish her recording for the day. Of course, she had breaks during the recording, but Wang Chen didn't want to disturb her. Once she was done, Wang Chen told the director and headed straight for Lu Yifei. Fairy sister, Wang Chen called out as he walked. Lu Yifei, who was preparing to return to her RV to rest, was taken aback and turned around. When she saw Wang Chen, she smiled. When Wang Chen ran up to her, she asked, Wang Chen, what brings you here? I came to see you, fairy sister. You don't know, when you were filming just now, you were simply stunning. I was mesmerized. Lu Yifei smiled slightly and then led Wang Chen into her RV. Wang Chen placed the things he bought on the table and started chatting with her. Sister Yifei, are your recent schedules very full? Not too bad. I finished filming today, and I don't have any scenes tomorrow. Why? I just wanted to invite you and Sister Liying to dinner. Why do you suddenly want to treat us to dinner? Hee hee, I have something to tell you both. Hearing this, Lu Yifei was momentarily stunned and asked, have you talked to Liying? Not yet, I came to find you first. But Sister Liying agreed to come last time, so she should be going. Alright then, tomorrow night works, right? Sure, it's settled then. Okay. By the way, what did you buy? Hee hee, just open it and see. Lu Yifei, somewhat puzzled, opened the bag on the table, which contained just some home-cooked dishes. I bought this just now, I don't know if it's cold. Thank you, Wang Chen. Sister Yifei, you're the one who invested in me, I should be the one thanking you. Lu Yifei didn't say anything, just slowly opened the packaging and took out the items from the bag. At that moment, Wang Chen seized the opportunity to bind her. System, bind Lu Yifei. Ding, binding in progress. With the sound of the system ringing out, Wang Chen successfully bound Lu Weifei. He couldn't wait to open Lu Weifei's data, as there were some details he couldn't see before binding. Only after binding could he see them. Ding, salary cashback goddess Lu Weifei binding successful. System, open Lu Weifei's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Lu Weifei age, 36 attractiveness, 98 affection level, 35, ordinary friends, height, 171 centimeters weight, 53 kilograms occupation, actress, singer current cashback multiplier, 35 times total funds accumulated this month, 100 million yuan time remaining until salary cashback, 7 days note, after each cashback. You must meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind you. Looking at Lu Weifei's data, Wang Chen was extremely happy. The surprise had indeed arrived. He never expected Lu Weifei's income for this month to reach 100 million, she was simply a lucky star. Wang Chen understood that an actor's salary isn't high, and only when they land endorsements can they earn such amounts, but not every actor can secure endorsements. So he felt that binding with Lu Weifei and Zhao Liying was the best choice. Of course, if he could bind with Yang Mi, he would earn even more, but he currently had no way to approach her. Yang Mi should be in Kyoto now, and he could only wait until after graduation to visit Kyoto. Noon passed in a flash. Wang Chen chatted quite a bit with Lu Weifei. However, the affection level didn't increase at all. He was initially a bit disappointed, but then thought there was no need to be disappointed. After all, such things can't be rushed. In the afternoon, Wang Chen stayed in the crew for a while longer, and when it was 3 o'clock, he said goodbye to Lu Weifei and left the set. He needed to check on the company, it was just starting up, and there were many things to handle, including matters related to the LVE girl group. He really had a lot on his plate. Wang Chen drove away from the set in his 918. Although he had left, the crew was still discussing him. You see, I told you this guy is here to chase girls, and sure enough, how despicable, he actually went into the RV with my fairy sister. If it weren't for her manager being there, it would have been a disaster. Come on, your fairy sister? Just look at yourself, as a background actor, where do you get all these ideas? Just act well, and maybe after earning some money, you can find a beautiful woman. Exactly, instead of having those unrealistic thoughts, it's better to take action. Oomph, you guys are just sour grapes. Hearing this, they all shot a glare at that background actor and stopped talking to him. On the other side, Wang Chen was weaving through the streets in his 918, feeling quite emotional as he sensed the gazes of passers-by. Just then, a red light appeared ahead. Even though Wang Chen was driving a luxury car, he had to obey traffic rules and stop for the red light. At that moment, a motorcycle pulled up beside him. The rider was eyeing his car. After a while, a male voice came from the helmet. Bro, your car is really cool. Wang Chen smiled and replied, really? I think it's pretty cool too. Your motorcycle isn't bad either. Of course, bro. Want to add each other on WeChat? We can hang out sometime. Sure. Wang Chen opened his QR code for the other person to scan. Then he put his phone back in the car. Just as he added that person, the green light turned on, and Wang Chen stepped on the gas and drove off. The motorcyclist followed closely behind and soon overtook Wang Chen. Wang Chen shook his head at this. Before long, Wang Chen arrived at the center building of Magic City. Every time he saw these 3 tall buildings, he felt an urge to take them down, but unfortunately, his funds and strength didn't allow it. Wang Chen took the elevator to the 88th floor where the company was located. As soon as he arrived, Wang Chen saw the busy workers, while Xia Chuchu and Xia were directing them on how to arrange things. Wang Chen did not disturb them, just standing behind them, watching them busy with their tasks. He felt a lot in his heart. The treatment they received now could be considered the ceiling of this industry. Once they were bound to him in the future, he would raise their salaries. He stood for a while when Xia Chuchu noticed he had arrived. She hurried over to his side. Boss, when did you get here? Just arrived. You all have worked hard. No, boss, Sister Lan is waiting for you in your office. She said she couldn't get through to you on the phone. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was puzzled and took out his phone. But no matter how he pressed the screen, it wouldn't light up. It must have run out of battery. His phone had been charging in the car, but after picking up that motorcycle guy's green bubble, it hadn't been plugged in, which led to the automatic shutdown. I understand, you all keep busy. I'll go over now. After saying that, Wang Chen walked towards his office. As he opened the office door, he saw Lan sitting on the sofa, wearing a black bodycon dress paired with a white shirt. Upon seeing him, Lan also stood up. With her long, delicate feet and voluptuous figure, Wang Chen couldn't help but want to pin her down and teach her a lesson. But he couldn't, she was the president of Haoya. Lan, is there something you need from me? Boss, why couldn't I reach you on your phone? I forgot to charge it, it shut down automatically. What's wrong? Can you pay more attention in the future? I couldn't reach you and had to come here in person. Hearing this, Wang Chen didn't know what to say. Only Yilan would dare to speak to the boss like that. Yes, I'll pay attention next time. Did you come to find me for something? Of course. Otherwise, why would I come to find you? I'm so busy. Wang Chen felt like Yilan was going to drive him crazy. He couldn't wait for a chance to bump into her. Yes, then tell me. Seeing Wang Chen's flustered expression, a slight smile finally appeared on Yilan's serious face. She had been a bit angry earlier when she couldn't reach him. Clearly, she was so busy, yet he had his phone off. If she didn't give him a hard time, he might do it again next time. So Yilan had the courage to say that. The effect was indeed surprisingly good. Boss, didn't you say yesterday to have me find the manager of the LVE girl group? I've already found them, and I just sent the information to your phone. Found them? Wang Chen looked at Yilan in surprise. It felt a bit unbelievable that she had found them so quickly. It was truly a pleasant surprise. Yilan, how did you find the manager? Upon hearing this, Yilan rolled her eyes at him. Boss, when you asked me to scout for talent, I had already been looking for managers. The company is currently in a negative income state, so we need to get it back on track as soon as possible to start making money. Therefore, I had already been preparing before scouting. Wang Chen hadn't expected Yilan to be so thoughtful. This truly shocked him. However, having such a capable president made Wang Chen feel very happy. He thought he must thank Zhao Liang. If it weren't for Zhao Liang, Yilan probably wouldn't have become the president of his company. Alright, Yilan, you did well. Let me see the basic information of the two managers. Yilan handed her phone to Wang Chen, which displayed the basic information of two managers. The first was called Pan Tingmin, 37 years old. The second was called Chen Yuzhen, 36 years old. Both were female managers, and Wang Chen didn't know if they met the system's binding requirements, but even if they didn't, he decided to use them. After all, it was still quite difficult to find a goddess who met the system's requirements for salary cashback. Well, that's it. Both of them will be used, and then you will split the LVE girl group into two batches, one group with Zhang Yuanying and An Yozhen, and the other with 6 members. Then give each group 100 million in funding to invest, letting them try out on Douyin first. After some time, we will hold a concert for them. Also, have the managers set aside time to teach them Chinese, understood? Okay, boss. Wang Chen felt that these girl groups from the Styx country must be assimilated. Every time he thought about what SA company was doing, he felt an immense anger in his heart. When the time was right, he would make them pay. But for now, Wang Chen's task was to develop Haoya into a large company, so he could have a stable salary return income, ensuring he had enough security when building his own business empire in the future. After discussing some matters regarding the LVE girl group with Yilan, she left. She had to busy herself with girl group affairs and recruit people. Very busy. After Yilan left, Wang Chen stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the office, gazing at the bustling magic city. There was a saying circulating online that the magic city of the rich is the real magic city, while the magic city of the poor is just a magic city. Now it seemed that this saying was not false. When you have money, the scenery you see is different. Wang Chen knew that to become the richest person in the world and build his own business empire, he would definitely encounter numerous difficulties. But with the system in hand, how could he be afraid of such challenges? From what he understood, the richest family in the world was a family called Rothschild, said to have a staggering total asset of $50 trillion. Converted, that's 355.99 trillion yuan. If he wanted to become the richest, he had to earn more than that. Moreover, he wanted cash flow, not fixed assets. With this system, even if he had a lot of money in his card, it wouldn't be discovered. This made him feel very relieved. Although he was still far from this goal, Wang Chen believed that one day, he would achieve this goal and reach the top of the world's richest with an individual's assets. After looking forward to the future for a while, Wang Chen decided to go home. After all, he might be late returning tomorrow night, so he needed to go back early today. Otherwise, Wu Ye would be sitting at home waiting for him. So, after saying goodbye to Xia Chuchu and the others, he left Haoya Film and Television Media. He drove home. The next day, Wu Ye went to Feixiang Art Dance at 9 o'clock, while Wang Chen's task today was to have dinner with Zhao Liang and Lui Fei in the evening, and see if he could persuade them to come to his company. However, Wang Chen knew that it might be a bit difficult with Lui Fei, but Zhao Liang had a good chance. Now that Wang Chen had nothing much to do, he opened Douyin. He planned to check on Bai Wanner and Zhang Yuanying's current situation. Yilan had already sent him the Douyin accounts for Zhang Yuanying and the others, a total of 2 accounts, with 6 people in one team. Wang Chen searched, and sure enough, one Douyin account came up. It was called Idol Girl Group. The leader was In Yojin, Captain, Jin Shotin, Zhang Yuanying, Jin Ziyuan, Naoi Rei, and Li Hyanrui. Their Douyin account had only one work, and it was just released. He didn't know if they had bought music enhancement, but it had only been less than an hour since it was posted, and the likes had already surpassed 1 million, and it was still rapidly increasing. Wang Chen also liked it. He had to admit, Zhang Yuanying was indeed beautiful. The comments were all saying she was a princess, a queen, and so on. Of course, and Yojin and the others were not bad either. Each had their own merits. Then Wang Chen looked at the other girl group's members. This girl group was called WH1. They also had only released one video, just posted an hour ago. But the likes were nearly a quarter less than the Idol Girl Group. However, this is already quite good. After all, the members of the WH1 girl group are not very famous, so achieving this result is impressive. Wang Chen gave both girl groups a thumbs up and then bought them some gifts. He then entered Bai Wanner's live streaming room. As soon as Wang Chen arrived, a banner floated across the screen. After all, he had spent $1 million in Bai Wanner's live stream, so it was no surprise. In the live stream, Bai Wanner was singing. Her voice was melodious and very pleasant to hear. The comments were filled with people calling her wife in similar terms. Wang Chen didn't hesitate and directly sent 100 carnival gifts, instantly spending 300,000. Upon receiving the gifts, Bai Wanner saw who was sending them and immediately became excited. How could she not know Wang Chen's account? "Thank you, husband," she said, standing up and making a heart gesture. The live stream exploded with excitement. What did Wanner just call that person? No way, that can't be the guy from Wanner's house last time, right? I need to check this out. With that, tens of thousands of viewers flooded into Wang Chen's account, and his follower count was rapidly increasing. Seeing this, Wang Chen quickly exited the live stream. He then took out his phone and sent Bai Wanner a message saying he would come to find her in a couple of days. They chatted for quite a while. It wasn't until the afternoon when Wuya returned that Wang Chen stopped watching videos. He had already told Wuya yesterday that he would be discussing business tonight. "Sister Wuya, you don't have to wait for me tonight, go to bed early." "Okay, I got it. Come back early, understood?" After saying that, Wang Chen left. He went downstairs, got in his car, and headed to the agreed location. Next, he was going to start persuading Lui Fei and Zhao Liying. Wang Chen drove to the bottom of the CITIC Tower in the Magic City. After parking, he headed to Maoquan Magic City Cuisine. The reason he chose this location was that he planned to take Zhao Liying and Lui Fei to the company after dinner to see if there were any areas that needed improvement. When Wang Chen arrived at Maoquan Magic City Cuisine, he sent a message to Zhao Liying and Lui Fei, but they hadn't arrived yet. So he went into the restaurant first, ordered some dishes, and waited for them to arrive before serving the food. Wang Chen sat in the private room waiting for the two goddesses to arrive. He told them the room number and then started scrolling through Douyin. He first checked if Bai Wanner was live streaming. Seeing that she wasn't, he continued to check the likes on the Idol Girl Group video. When he looked in the morning, it had 1 million likes, and now, after a day, it had reached 5 million, truly astonishing. The WH1 girl group's video likes had also reached 3 million. It could be said that both girl groups were on fire. But that was just the beginning. As long as they were well managed, each of them could become even more popular. Once they secured endorsements, he could bind himself to them. Wouldn't the salary cashback come rolling in? Wang Chen clicked on the Idol Girl Group's video again and saw Zhang Yuanying and the other 5 wearing short skirts, dancing beautifully, with exquisite faces and perfect figures. It would be strange if they didn't attract attention. After watching, he enjoyed the WH1 girl group's dance again before finally putting down his phone. Just as he set his phone down, there was a knock on the private room door, and then Zhao Liying and Lui Fei walked in. Wang Chen quickly stood up and approached the two beautiful stars. "Sister Liying, Sister Fei, you're here." Lui Fei and Zhao Liying nodded. "Yes, Wang Chen, sorry to keep you waiting." "No, I just arrived too." "You two sit first, I'll have the waiter bring the dishes." "Okay." Zhao Liying responded and then sat down with Lui Fei. Wang Chen approached the waiter and said, "Bring the dishes up, as quickly as possible." "Okay, sir." After speaking with the waiter, Wang Chen returned to the table. "Sister Liying, Sister Fei, it hasn't been long since we last met, and you both look even more beautiful." Upon hearing this, both women smiled faintly, incredibly charming. "Wang Chen, you still know how to flatter," Zhao Liying said softly. "Not at all, I'm just speaking the truth. By the way, Sister Liying, about what you mentioned last time." Zhao Liying looked at Wang Chen with her beautiful eyes, recalling what he had said in the cafe. She remembered joking about coming to Wang Chen's company, but she had only been kidding. Could it be that Wang Chen invited them today for this? Wang Chen, is your company ready? Zhao Liang didn't answer Wang Chen but instead asked back. Yes, it's basically done. The company is on the 88th floor of the central building in the Magic City. After we finish eating, I'll take you to see it. Lu Weifei and Zhao Liang exchanged glances, somewhat incredulous. Alright, then we'll go see your company later. As for what we talked about last time, let's discuss it when we get there. Sure. Since Zhao Liang had said so, Wang Chen decided not to bring up that topic during the meal. Instead, he chatted with them about some everyday matters. Sister Weifei, I remember tomorrow is your birthday, right? As soon as he said this, Zhao Liang and Lu Weifei were a bit surprised. But thinking about it, they realized it could easily be found online, so they weren't too curious anymore. Wow, Wang Chen, you remember Weifei's birthday so clearly, is it because? Zhao Liang joked. Wang Chen replied, Sister Liang, your birthday is October 16th, I know that too. At least you have a conscience. While the three were chatting, the waiter brought the dishes in, but as soon as she entered the private room, the female waiter froze. She looked at the three in shock. She didn't recognize one of them, but the other two were well-known figures in the entertainment industry. She placed the dishes on the table and, with a trembling voice, said, may I ask if you are Lu Weifei and Zhao Liang? Lu Weifei and Zhao Liang nodded. The female waiter excitedly exclaimed, oh my god, I can't believe I'm seeing you in person. Is this real? Can I take a photo with you? Wang Chen, seeing this, smiled and shook his head. But thinking about it, it was normal. If he hadn't gained the system, he would probably have been just as excited to meet Lu Weifei and Zhao Liang. Zhao Liang and Lu Weifei had no airs about them and naturally agreed to the photo. After taking a picture with the female waiter, they reminded her not to tell anyone they were dining there, and she agreed. However, they were still a bit worried. After all the dishes were served, the three enjoyed a wonderful meal. After eating, Wang Chen took them to his company, but on the way, they were fully prepared, otherwise, if they were discovered, they wouldn't be able to escape. It wasn't until they arrived at Haodia Film and Television Media Company that Zhao Liang and Lu Weifei finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, there were no other people here. They also took off the concealing clothes they had been wearing. Wang Chen led them to his office. It was already 9:30 p.m. Looking down from the floor-to-ceiling windows in the office, the Magic City was still brightly lit. Wang Chen poured them a glass of water and then started to boast. Sister Liang, how about it? My company is not bad, right? Well, not bad, Zhao Liang said as she picked up her cup. Hee, so how are you considering it? Do you want to come to my company? Don't worry, Liang Jia, as long as you come to my company, you won't have to do anything. The company will not only pay you a salary but will also cover your daily living expenses. Weifei Jia, you're just like Liang Jia. After saying this, Wang Chen didn't wait for them to respond and directly placed their exclusive contracts in front of them for them to see. Seeing this, Lu Weifei and Zhao Liang exchanged glances. They picked up the documents on the table and started reading. They were shocked by what they saw. The conditions in the contract were just too good. They couldn't believe it. Looking at the expressions on Lu Weifei and Zhao Liang's faces, Wang Chen had a rough idea of what they were thinking. Liang Jia, Weifei Jia, do you think I'm trying to trick you? Wang Chen, did you write this contract correctly? If you wrote it like this, your company will probably go bankrupt soon. Hearing Zhao Liang's words, Wang Chen smiled slightly. Liang Jia, this contract is only for you and Weifei Jia. Others don't have such treatment. Saying this, he took out contracts of 4 different levels for Zhao Liang and Lu Weifei to see. After reading, they realized that the contract they had was indeed the best. However, they didn't agree hastily. Wang Chen actually knew that Lu Weifei had not signed with any entertainment company, but regardless of whether she had money or not, her influence was there, and she lacked nothing. In fact, many big brands were looking for her to endorse. As for Zhao Liang, it was even more needless to say, she had shares in 9 companies and was currently in a film and media company she had invested in. However, if she were to switch jobs, she would still need to pay a breach of contract fee. After reading the contract in her hand, Zhao Liang asked with some confusion, Wang Chen, if you sign us like this, can your company still make a profit? However, Wang Chen smiled and said, Liang Jia, Weifei Jia, if I sign you, my company will definitely gain a better reputation. As for whether it will make money, the answer is definitely yes. Upon hearing this, Zhao Liang looked at Lu Weifei beside her. Neither of them immediately agreed. Wang Chen, let's go back and think about it first. Wang Chen wasn't in a hurry. After all, his company's main direction now was to recruit people from the stick country. Okay, Liang Jia, Weifei Jia, I'm not in a hurry. Just let me know when you've made your decision. Alright, then we'll take the contract back with us. Wang Chen escorted Lui Fei and Zhao Liang to their car, and after watching them leave, he went to his own car, driving his 918 back to Fengshan community. However, what he didn't expect was that while he was driving, he actually heard the system's voice. Ding, salary cashback goddess Zhao Liang's favorability +5. Ding, salary cashback goddess Lui Fei's favorability +10. Wang Chen felt very surprised. He didn't expect to have unexpected gains. Although he hadn't successfully persuaded the two goddesses to join his company, he had increased their favorability, and wouldn't the salary cashback multiplier go up? Moreover, with the favorability rising, there would surely come a day when they would agree to join his company. Wang Chen's mood instantly brightened. He hummed a song, drove his car, and headed home. Originally, Wang Chen planned to take Wuya to buy a house tomorrow, spending a bit, but since tomorrow was Lui Fei's birthday, he could only postpone the house buying plan with Wuya. Not only that, but Song Wanner from the Forest store also sent him a message saying that someone in the store was consigning a sports car, one of the 3 major cars. Wang Chen immediately told Song Wanner that he would go pick it up in a couple of days. After all, with money in hand, he needed to get a few more cars, otherwise, driving the 918 every day wasn't a sustainable plan. Now he had to think about how to celebrate Lui Fei's birthday tomorrow. With a current favorability rating of 45 points, if the birthday went well, it might even rise above 50 points. So he had to think it through carefully and get everything ready before tomorrow night. Lost in thought, Wang Chen drove back to the Fengshan community. Upon returning home, he was surprised to find Wuya still waiting for him. As soon as he walked in, Wuya stood up from the sofa and walked to the door to get him his slippers. "Sister Wuya, you haven't rested yet. I was waiting for you." Wang Chen took off his sneakers and changed into the slippers. Wuya put his sneakers away in the shoe cabinet, then washed her hands and returned to the sofa. Wang Chen placed the car keys on top of the shoe cabinet and joined Wuya on the sofa. He glanced at the time, it was already 10:40 p.m. Wuya was still waiting for him. After sitting down, Wuya gently leaned against him. They sat like that, neither of them speaking. After a while, Wuya softly said, "Xiaohao, you should go take a shower." "Okay, Sister Wuya, if you're tired, you should rest first." You go quickly." With that, Wang Chen headed straight for the bathroom to take a shower, which only took him about 7 or 8 minutes. When he came out, Wuya was still sitting on the sofa, engrossed in her show. Wang Chen dried his hair and sat back down on the sofa. "Sister Wuya, do you want some late-night snacks?" Wang Chen said with a grin. Hearing his words, Wuya's eyes lit up. She usually avoided late-night snacks to maintain her figure, but if it was with Wang Chen, she would indulge occasionally. "Sure, what should we eat? How about some crawfish and beer?" Sounds good." Hearing Wuya agree, Wang Chen picked up his phone and ordered takeout. He ordered 5 pounds of spicy crawfish and 2 bottles of cold beer. It cost him over 200 yuan. However, it seemed he no longer checked prices when buying things. He didn't even know when he had become like this. At 11:50 p.m., the takeout arrived. After receiving it, he and Wuya started their late-night feast. During the meal, he kept peeling shrimp for Wuya. The smile on her face never faded from that moment on. By the time they finished eating and digested for a while, it was already 1 a.m. "Sister Wuya, you should go rest. You can't keep staying up late." You too, hurry and get some rest." They cuddled for a bit longer before returning to their own rooms to rest. Once in his room, Wang Chen immediately sent a message to Lui Fei, wishing her a happy birthday. It was a must. As for how to celebrate, he already had a basic idea, just waiting for Dawn to put it into action. He believed that Lui Fei's favorability would definitely increase tomorrow. After sending the message to Lui Fei, he put his phone down and closed his eyes to sleep. However, what Wang Chen didn't expect was that after he sent the message, Lui Fei replied. Unfortunately, his phone was on silent, and he had no idea she had messaged him back. He regrettably missed the opportunity to increase his favorability. The next day, as soon as Wang Chen woke up, he picked up his phone to check, and when he saw the messages, he was completely stunned. At that moment, he thought it was already past 1 a.m., and Lui Fei must have gone to sleep, so after sending the message, he put his phone down, not expecting this. He wished he could slap himself twice. Helpless, he could only reply to Lui Fei, saying he was too tired last night. After replying to Song Ningxuang and by one, he finally got out of bed, preparing to give Lui Fei a surprise. Wang Chen felt he had miscalculated. He should have bought himself a house, and now he had no place to put the gifts he wanted to buy. After thinking for a long time, he finally made a decision. Since there was no place, he would do it in his office. The view there was good, and more importantly, Zhao Liang and Lui Fei both knew the location. Once he thought of it, he acted. Wang Chen drove to a flower shop. "Boss," he called out, and a young female owner came out. "Hello, What kind of flowers do you need? How many roses do you have in your shop? We currently have 418 roses. If you need more, I can also get some from other shops. Hearing this, Wang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If that was the case, he wouldn't have to run around. Alright, I want 999 roses, and I need you to cover a space of about 100 square meters with roses. As for the payment, I'll settle it after you finish, but I will pay you a deposit first. The female owner was excited upon hearing this. This was a big client. Asking for a bouquet of 999 roses and to decorate a room of about 100 square meters required not only a large number of roses but also other decorations. This meant a lot of work for them, but they could also make a lot of money. With this order, they probably wouldn't need to open for the rest of the month. The flower shop owner immediately agreed. Boss, where do you want us to set up, and how long will it take? At the Magic City Center building, I'll take you there. As for how long, you can take as long as you need. The flower shop owner thought for a moment and said, give us a day. Hearing this, Wang Chen shook his head. I only give you half a day, but I can pay you more if you bring in more people. The flower shop owner realized this person was definitely wealthy, otherwise, he wouldn't say such things. Since he said so, they had to do it no matter how difficult it was. Okay, then boss, the deposit. Wang Chen took out his phone. Let's add a green bubble first, I'll transfer the deposit to you. Alright, boss. After adding the flower shop owner's green bubble, Wang Chen directly transferred a deposit of 50,000. Although 50,000 seemed a bit much, it wasn't really. Just the bouquet of 999 roses Wang Chen ordered cost over 40,000. After receiving the deposit, the flower shop owner showed a happy smile. It seemed they had really landed a big order. Boss, wait for me a moment, I'll contact someone right now. Wait, follow me first, I'll take you to the Magic City Center building. You can get busy once we arrive, I have other things to attend to. Okay, boss. The female owner handed the flower shop over to someone else and then followed Wang Chen to the Magic City Center building. When she saw Wang Chen's car, she completely believed in his capabilities. After all, someone who could afford a 918 couldn't possibly be a fraud. After bringing the flower shop owner to the company, Wang Chen said a few words to Xia Chuchu and then went off to handle other matters. As for the flowers, Xia Chuchu would help him keep an eye on them. With the flower situation settled, the next thing was the cake. The cake couldn't be too small. It had to be a bit larger. Wang Chen drove his 918 to a cake shop called Jim. This cake shop was relatively large, well decorated, and very close to the Magic City Center building. Wang Chen chose this place precisely for that reason. The cake shop was right by the roadside, and Wang Chen parked his car right in front of the shop. When he came down from 918, he was also noticed by the people in Jim's cake shop. Seeing Wang Chen enter the cake shop, the staff rushed to greet him. Hello, boss, what can I do for you? I would like to order a custom cake. Sure, boss, here are our cake styles. As she spoke, the staff directed Wang Chen to look at the cake models nearby, which included single-layer and double-layer cakes, mostly around 10 to 20 inches. Wang Chen chose a two-layer cake that looked quite nice. How long will it take to make this one? Boss, you can pick it up this afternoon. Alright, make this one for me, I'll come to pick it up at 6. Okay, boss, please make your payment over here. After Wang Chen paid, he planned to see if there was a suitable gift for Louis Fei. He thought that for a big star like Louis Fei, giving something like gold would seem a bit tacky. After all, she could afford it. Moreover, with Louis Fei's status, buying anything she wanted was just a matter of minutes. He felt that the gift should be meaningful and not too cheap. After thinking for a long time, Wang Chen decided to buy a bag. After all, they say a bag can cure all ailments, so giving a bag should be a good choice. So, Wang Chen went directly to the LV store. He bought a bag worth over 100,000. However, after doing all this, Wang Chen still felt like something was missing. But he couldn't think of what it was at the moment. What am I missing? After thinking for a while, he still couldn't come up with anything. Helpless, he could only return to the company to check on the progress of the florist. When Wang Chen returned, the florist had already started, and there were quite a few people in the office arranging roses. Seeing Wang Chen, the florist greeted him and then went back to his work. Watching the people laying out the fresh flowers, Wang Chen suddenly remembered. Since he wanted to give Louis Fei a surprise, he hadn't told her in advance. It just occurred to him that if he didn't inform Louis Fei beforehand, what if she had other plans? Wang Chen slapped his forehead, feeling foolish for overlooking such a thing. There was no way around it, he could only call Zhao Liying. He stepped out of the office to a quiet area in the company and dialed Zhao Liying's number. Now he could only rely on Zhao Liying. Beep beep beep. After a while, Zhao Liying's magnetic and gentle voice came through the line. Hello, Wang Chen. Hey, Liying, are you busy? No, I finished filming my scenes this morning, and I'm resting now. What's up? Well, I need your help with something. Sure, go ahead. Wang Chen then shared his thoughts with Zhao Liying. Laughter rang out from the phone as Zhao Liying responded. Wang Chen, I didn't expect you to be so well prepared. If you had waited any longer, it probably would have been too late. Yifei just called me. Hearing this, Wang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Was his surprise for Lu Yifei going to be in vain? Just when Wang Chen thought his preparations had failed, Zhao Liying continued, Yifei just said she wants me to go to her place tonight. She mentioned that many people want to celebrate her birthday, but she isn't very keen on going. If you had waited any longer, I think she would have been taken out to celebrate. Ah, what should I do now? Don't worry, she's going to her godfather's this afternoon, and I'll take her to your place tonight. But you need to be ready, don't let me down. Hee, Liying, you can count on me. Alright, wait for my message tonight. Okay. After that, Zhao Liying hung up the phone. To be honest, Wang Chen could imagine that Lu Yifei would be very busy, but he never thought to tell her in advance. However, Wang Chen felt that even if he did mention it, Lu Yifei would probably refuse. After all, her favorability rating was only 45, still just at the level of ordinary friends. Fortunately, there was still Zhao Liying. Wang Chen felt that without Zhao Liying, even if he prepared everything perfectly, he probably wouldn't be able to invite Lu Yifei. He hoped that this time the favorability rating would increase again, making it a bit more likely to ask her out in the future. Since both Lu Yifei and Zhao Liying were coming in the evening, he needed to make some preparations. After all, it was a birthday celebration, and it wouldn't do to have no wine. Wang Chen went directly to Manhwa Magic City Cuisine and ordered a lot of dishes. He also went to buy a bottle of red wine. Once everything was ready, all Wang Chen could do was wait for time to pass and for the two to arrive. He looked at the time, it was already 3 in the afternoon. There were only a few hours left until the evening, so he went to the office to supervise personally. After all, Wang Chen still needed to take this matter seriously. 2 hours later, looking at the scene in the office, Wang Chen couldn't help but smile. This scene looked a bit like a proposal setup. Wouldn't that confuse them? However, he didn't have much time to think about it anymore. He still needed to settle the balance with the flower shop owner and then go pick up the cake from Jim's bakery. After finishing the setup, the flower shop owner came before Wang Chen. Boss, for this arrangement, we used a total of 2,000 roses and 100 meters of ribbons. The flower shop owner listed everything that was used. Wang Chen didn't hesitate. After all, they had spent so much time and effort helping him with this. Alright, you calculate it, and I'll settle the balance. Hearing Wang Chen's words, the flower shop owner took out her phone to check the bill. Then she slowly stated a number. Boss, it's a total of 150,000. Wang Chen directly transferred 200,000 to the flower shop owner. He had said at the flower shop that as long as it could be completed in half a day, he would pay a higher price. Naturally, he couldn't go back on his word. The flower shop owner bowed to Wang Chen upon receiving the money. Thank you, boss. Wang Chen quickly replied, I should be thanking you. From now on, if I need anything, I'll just tell you directly on Green Bubble, and you can deliver it to me then. Okay, boss, we'll be leaving now. Alright. After saying that, the flower shop owner took her team and left the Magic City Central building. Wang Chen then went to Jim's bakery to pick up the custom cake. By the time he was ready, it was already 6:30. Xia Chuchu and the others had also left. The office was left with just him. Lu Yifei and Zhao Liying had not yet arrived, and he didn't know when they would come. Wang Chen sent Zhao Liying a message to ask, Wang Chen, Liying, when are you coming? Zhao Liying did not reply immediately. Wang Chen could only sit and watch some videos. He opened the app and went directly to the homepage of the idol girl group, finding a new video, which he clicked on. This second video was posted this morning. It had been over 10 hours since it was released. The video had over 4 million likes, about 1 million less than the previous video. Wang Chen didn't pay much attention, probably just less promotion. The WH1 girl group's homepage also had 2 videos, and the second video had 2 million views. After liking it, he exited the app. Zhao Liying replied to him. Zhao Liying, we're on our way. Just such a simple sentence, but seeing it made Wang Chen very excited. He was looking forward to what expressions the two would have when they saw the scene. Wang Chen put down his phone and observed the flower-filled office. There was also a cake on the table. He gently touched the petals of a rose. Then he looked at the large bouquet of roses in the office, 999 of them. The scene was quite stunning. Indeed, when you have money, everything can become romantic. Just as Wang Chen was admiring the roses, 2 beautiful figures slowly appeared in his sight. Because the office's glass was one way, Wang Chen could see them, but they couldn't see him. Naturally, they couldn't see the scene in the office either. It wasn't until Louis Fei pushed open the door that she was completely stunned. As soon as Louis Fei opened the door, the room was a sea of flowers, with lights flickering beautifully. The bouquet of 999 roses in the center also successfully attracted the attention of Louis Fei and Zhao Liying. Louis Fei and Zhao Liying's eyes were filled with disbelief. Suddenly, Wang Chen jumped out from the side, holding a white LV bag. "Sister Fei, happy birthday!" Louis Fei was moved by this scene, and Wang Chen also happily heard the system's voice. Ding, salary cashback goddess Louis Fei's favorability +5. Hearing the system's voice, a smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. Louis Fei's favorability finally broke 50. Just as he was in a daze, Louis Fei's voice reached his ears. "Wang Chen, thank you." Wang Chen smiled slightly. "Sister Fei, you look even more beautiful today. And Sister Liying too. Wang Chen, you prepared so well for Fei's birthday. What are you planning for my birthday?" "Hee, Sister Liying, you'll know when the time comes. I promise to give you a surprise. But today let's celebrate Sister Fei's birthday first." After Louis Fei and Zhao Liying came in, Louis Fei said, "Liying, take a few pictures of me. Let's take a group photo later." "Okay." Zhao Liying took Louis Fei's phone, and Louis Fei leaned against the sea of flowers, looking like a flower fairy, beautiful and enchanting. As Zhao Liying pressed the camera button, Louis Fei's beauty was captured in the phone. Wang Chen had never taken a photo with two fairy-like sisters before. When it was time to take the picture, he definitely wanted to stand in the middle, one on his left and one on his right, making everyone envious. Zhao Liying took pictures of Louis Fei for a while, then said to Wang Chen, "Wang Chen, help me take a picture with Fei, and record a video too." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's heart raced. Asking him to help take a picture was like sentencing him to death. Did they not know that men's photography skills were poor? But he couldn't refuse Zhao Liying. There was no way. He hadn't even enjoyed the feeling of being embraced by both sides, and now he was about to be judged. Wang Chen could only take the phone from Zhao Liying, which had both her and Louis Fei on it. Then it was click click click. However, Wang Chen found that no matter how he took pictures of beautiful people, there were no ugly shots. Louis Fei and Zhao Liying hugged, their stunning faces pressed together, and Wang Chen seized the moment to press the camera button, instantly capturing a beautiful photo. Looking at the photo, who could tell that these were two 36-year-old women? Zhao Liying already had a mature aura, but Louis Fei still looked like a young girl. Her skin was fair and tender. There was a kind of enchanting feeling. For a moment, Wang Chen was also mesmerized. After taking pictures for the two goddess stars, Zhao Liying and Louis Fei asked him to join them for a photo. Wang Chen naturally followed his previous thought, standing in the middle of the two, enjoying the beautiful life. However, before he could stand in the middle, he saw Zhao Liying looking at him with a pair of eyes as if she wanted to eat him. At that moment, Wang Chen realized that since it was the birthday of the fairy sister, she had to stand in the middle. What did it mean for him to stand in the middle? After a while, he could still suggest that he stand in the middle for a photo, but only after the birthday star had finished taking her pictures. Wang Chen could only smile awkwardly and stand next to Louis Fei. Zhao Liying then stood on the other side, taking photos with her phone. Soon, the three families kept changing positions, with Zhao Liying standing in the middle, and Wang Chen standing in the middle. He could consider it a wish fulfilled, standing between the two goddess sisters, enjoying a fairy-like treatment. The two of them linked their arms with his and took a picture. After that, the staff from the restaurant brought the food to the 88th floor for him, and Wang Chen, Louis Fei, and Zhao Liying began their birthday dinner, even though it was just the three of them. "So, two fairy sisters, how about we have a little drink today?" Upon hearing this, Louis Fei and Zhao Liying exchanged glances and said, "If we drink, how will we get home?" "No worries, I'll have someone take us back later. Don't worry, I will safely send both fairy sisters home." Zhao Liying, whose favorability was a bit higher, had reached 59, thought for a moment and agreed. With her agreeing, Louis Fei, as the birthday star, naturally had no reason to refuse. The three of them then started eating. Wang Chen poured a glass of red wine and raised his glass. "Sister Fei, today is your birthday, happy birthday, may you become more beautiful, you will always be my fairy sister." After saying that, he downed the glass in one go. Seeing this, Louis Fei also poured herself a glass. "Thank you." After Louis Fei finished drinking, Wang Chen poured another glass. "Sister Liying, thank you for your help during this time. In my heart, you are as beautiful and kind as Sister Fei." He again downed the glass in one go. Zhao Liying saw this and also poured a glass and drank it. After finishing, Wang Chen heard the system's voice. "Ding, salary cashback goddess Louis Fei favorability +2. Ding, salary cashback goddess Zhao Liying favorability +1. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Chen was extremely happy. The three of them continued to toast, and although Wang Chen was a man, he didn't drink often, so his alcohol tolerance was on par with the two. After reaching a certain level, the three of them decided to stop. Wang Chen knew that if the favorability increased, even if they got drunk, they probably wouldn't hesitate. In fact, they still had quite a bit of guard against him. After eating, Louis Fei started cutting the cake, and this process was not only photographed but also recorded. The three of them chatted while eating. Sometimes Wang Chen couldn't join the conversation, so he sat aside playing on his phone. However, when he opened his moments, he saw a new update in Louis Fei's moments. The content in the moments was exactly the three of them. He also appeared in Louis Fei's moments. Wang Chen was completely stunned. If nothing unexpected happened, this moments post would probably trend tomorrow. This left him feeling both amused and helpless. Although it was a good thing, he wondered what Wuya and Bai Wanner would think if they found out. But thinking about this now was useless, he would deal with it when the time came. Wang Chen, what are you playing on your phone? Come over and chat with us. Zhao Liuying's face had already turned slightly red. Hearing Zhao Liuying's words, Wang Chen put down his phone and sat down next to them. Listening to their gossip, although he couldn't join in, it was still quite interesting, especially since their gossip was related to the entertainment industry, which he was quite eager to hear. Thus, he stayed with the two goddess big shots from the entertainment industry in Haoya film and television media until midnight. Then he called Xia Chuchu to come over. Today, he had already told Xia Chuchu to send them off in the evening. Well, Sister Liuying, Sister Ife, we'll take Sister Liuying's big G to send you back, and your car can stay at my company for now. I'll return it to you tomorrow. How does that sound? Sure. After hearing their agreement, Wang Chen nodded, and soon Xia Chuchu arrived downstairs at the company. Then Wang Chen asked Xia Chuchu to drive Zhao Liuying's big G over. Following the directions given by the two, after sending them home, Xia Chuchu took Wang Chen back to Fengshan community. Chuchu, you can drive the car back, no need to switch to your own car, just drive to the company tomorrow. Okay, boss. Boss, do you want me to take you upstairs? No need, you can go back. Alright. After saying that, Wang Chen turned to leave, and only then did Xia Chuchu drive away from Fengshan community in the big G. Xia Chuchu was actually quite surprised. She never expected her boss to have such a good relationship with two big names in the entertainment industry, and Louis Fei and Zhao Liuying were also her idols. It's a pity she didn't get a photo with them today. On the other side, when Wang Chen returned home, it was already past 1 in the morning. To his surprise, Wuya was still awake. Xiao Hao, did you drink today? Wang Chen nodded. Today. Wang Chen shared the story about Louis Fei, knowing that if Louis Fei's social circle trended on Weibo, Wuya would definitely find out, so it was better to tell her directly. However, Wang Chen said it was to sign Louis Fei and Zhao Liuying to his company. Wuya, upon hearing this information, was completely stunned. Xiao Hao, are you saying you know Louis Fei and Zhao Liuying? Wuya excitedly shook Wang Chen's hands. Wang Chen didn't expect Wuya to be so excited. Sister Wuya, why are you so excited? Can you let me sit on the sofa first? Wang Chen smiled and said. Hearing this, Wuya hurriedly pulled Wang Chen, who had just changed into slippers, to sit on the sofa. Then, Wuya looked at him with anticipation. Seeing this, Wang Chen had no choice but to take out his phone and open the photos he had just taken to show Wuya. When Wuya saw the photos on the phone, she not only didn't get angry but instead excitedly said, Wow, it's really Louis Fei and Zhao Liuying. Xiao Hao, you really know them? Wang Chen nodded. Xiao Hao, I loved them so much when I was young. Can you take me to meet them? After saying that, Wuya looked at him with eager eyes. Wang Chen didn't expect Wuya's reaction to be so big, so he thought of teasing her a bit. He pointed to his cheek and said, If you give me a kiss, then next time I meet them, I'll take you with me. Wang Chen originally thought Wuya wouldn't kiss him, but to his surprise, she kissed him without hesitation. This left Wang Chen completely stunned. Xiao Hao, it's a promise. You must take me next time you meet them. I really like them. Hearing this, he thought to himself. Like? Wait until you become sisters with them, and you'll see them every day, it'll be so annoying. Okay, next time I have time, I'll invite them over for dinner, and then you can see them as much as you want? Really? Hearing that she could have dinner with them, Wuya was completely thrilled. How happy would it be to have dinner with her idols? Seeing Wuya in this state, Wang Chen knew she would probably have a hard time sleeping tonight. Hee, Xiao Hao, you're so nice. Wuya put down her phone and leaned against him. Wang Chen gently stroked her hair. Looking at the woman in front of him, Wang Chen really liked her. No matter when he returned, she would always wait for him. Alright, Sister Wuya, I'm going to take a shower first. I smell like alcohol. Go ahead. After saying that, Wang Chen got up to wash up. When he came out of the bathroom, he saw Wuya holding his phone and looking at it intently. Seeing this scene, Wang Chen broke out in a cold sweat. The chat records with Song Ningxiang and Bai Wan'er were in the green bubble. If she found out, it would be a disaster. However, he didn't dare to make any moves now. If he reacted differently, he might expose himself. He acted as usual, drying his hair and sitting on the sofa. Fortunately, when Wuya saw him come out, she returned the phone to him. Luckily, Wuya had only been looking at his group photo with Zhao Liying. If she had looked at the green bubble, it would have been a catastrophe. He pretended to be calm and put the phone down. Then he said to Wuya, "Sister Wuya, don't go to Feixiang art dance tomorrow. I'll take you to buy a house that belongs to us." Upon hearing this, Wuya's first reaction was not to agree but to say, "Xiaohao, do you think this place is too small?" Wang Chen explained, "No, I just think we need a home of our own. Look, if I invite Lu Fei and Zhao Liying over for dinner next time, we could have a bigger place, right? That way, even if they get drunk, they can rest at our home. Also, after we buy the house, we will still live here. I still need to study." Listening to Wang Chen's explanation, Wuya felt it made sense. Things were different now. She nodded. "Okay." As she spoke, Wuya unconsciously leaned her body closer to Wang Chen. The two of them cuddled for a while. "Xiaohao, why do I feel like a little girl next to you, even though I'm already over 30? Ha, Sister Wuya, in my heart, no matter how you are the most beautiful." "Really?" Wuya looked up, her eyes fixed on Wang Chen without blinking. Wang Chen said seriously, "Of course. You are my little dragon girl in my heart." The next moment, Wang Chen felt his lips touch something soft. After a long time, their lips parted. Wang Chen had initially tried to see if he could push Wuya's boundaries, but after thinking it over, he gave up. After cuddling with Wuya for a while, they both returned to their rooms to rest. Back in his room, Wang Chen took out his phone and opened the group photo with Lu Fei and Zhao Liying. In the photo, he stood in the middle, with Lu Fei and Zhao Liying on either side, both intimately linking their arms with him. Wang Chen sighed, "If this photo spreads, I wonder what kind of sensation it would cause." If this photo got out, Wang Chen's family would probably be questioned repeatedly. He knew the seriousness of the situation. Such photos naturally couldn't be leaked. Otherwise, Zhao Liying and Lu Fei's fans would tear him apart, and they might even dig up everything about him. After admiring it for a while, Wang Chen turned off his phone. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next day, Wang Chen and Wuya both slept until 10 o'clock. There was no helping it. They had only rested around 2 in the morning, so sleeping until now was quite normal. Today, Wang Chen planned to take Wuya to buy a house and also to pick up that amazing car from the 4S shop. "Sister Wuya, let's tidy up and head out." "Okay." The two quickly tidied up, had breakfast, and set off. "Xiaohao, we can just drive one car, right?" Let's take the big G." "Alright, here are the keys." As Wuya spoke, she handed the key to the G-Class to Wang Chen. Suddenly, Wang Chen remembered that he needed to return Lu Fei and Zhao Liying's cars to them. Initially, he planned to go directly to the 4S dealership to pick up a car, but now it seemed that wasn't possible. He felt that since he had promised Zhao Liying and Lu Fei yesterday, he couldn't go back on his word. Sister Wuya, let's first drive Lu Fei and Zhao Liying's cars back to them, and then we can go buy a house. I promised them I'd return their cars today." Upon hearing this, Wuya not only didn't get angry but was instead very happy to agree. "Great, great. Does that mean I can see them?" Seeing Wuya so excited, Wang Chen nodded. "Yeah, then what are we waiting for? Let's go now." Under Wuya's urging, Wang Chen started the G-Class and drove straight to Haoya Film and Television Media. Once this was done, he would take Wuya shopping and buy her a house. Wang Chen and Wuya arrived at Haoya Media, driving Zhao Liying's G-Class and Lu Fei's Porsche Panamera. Then he had Xia Chuchu drive his G-Class to follow them to Zhao Liying and Lu Fei's residence. Last night, they told Wang Chen that once they finished their business here, they would be returning to Kyoto. Wang Chen felt a bit upset when he learned this. Not only because he couldn't strengthen the system's binding at any time, but more importantly, if they returned to Kyoto, it would be much harder for him to increase their favorability. However, there was good news. They wouldn't be going back to Kyoto until early September, which meant Wang Chen could still enhance the salary cashback for September, and he wouldn't have to rush to Kyoto for the binding. By October, he would probably have to go to Kyoto to find them. Before long, Wang Chen brought Wuya and Xia Chuchu to the community where Zhao Liying lived. Since Zhao Liying's place was not far from the center of Magic City, they arrived in no time. Moreover, Zhao Liying lived in a luxurious flat, Tang Sinipin. Lu Fei also lived in the same community as Zhao Liying. Suddenly, Wang Chen had an idea. Since he was going to buy a house for Wuya, why not buy one here as well, especially since he still had quite a bit of money on hand. Buying here would be great, with a good environment, right by the Huangpu River, and most importantly, very close to Zhao Liying's and Lui Fei's homes. It would also be more convenient for him to increase their favorability. Plus, Wu Ye was a fan of theirs, so buying a house here would be a win-win. With this thought, Wang Chen made a decision. He felt it would be best to buy a place in the same building as Lui Fei and Zhao Liying. The three drove to the entrance of Tangsinipin. Since they weren't owners of Tangsinipin, they couldn't enter the community, so Wang Chen called Zhao Liying and Lui Fei. With their permission, the three were finally able to enter the community. Wang Chen drove Zhao Liying's G-Class to her building. After parking in the garage, he waited for her to come down. At this moment, Wu Ye and Xia Chuchu were also very excited. Although Xia Chuchu had met Zhao Liying and Lui Fei last night, they were both drunk then, and she hadn't asked for a photo. Today, she was determined to get one. Before long, Zhao Liying appeared before the three, dressed in home clothes. Although Zhao Liying wasn't wearing makeup, she was still so beautiful and charming. Sister Liying, here are your car keys. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Wu Ye, one of your fans, and this is Xia Chuchu, our company's financial director. Wang Chen introduced Wu Ye and Xia Chuchu to Zhao Liying. Just after he finished the introduction, Wu Ye and Xia Chuchu excitedly said, Sister Liying, we are your fans. Can we take a photo with you? Zhao Liying smiled slightly and nodded. After they finished, Zhao Liying said to Wang Chen, would you like to come up and sit for a while? Sister Liying, we won't go up. We still have to drive Sister Fei's car to her. But I believe we will be visiting each other soon. Oh, are you planning to buy a house here? Zhao Liying quickly reacted. Wang Chen nodded. Meanwhile, Wu Ye, who was beside them, was stunned to hear that Wang Chen wanted to buy a house here. This was Tangsinipin, after all, with a price per square meter already reaching 270,000. Although the housing prices had recently dropped a bit, the price still required 150,000 per square meter. The large flats in Tangsinipin were generally between 400 to 1,200 square meters. This meant the price of a unit ranged from 60 million to 180 million. Just the thought of such a price was enough to make one's heart race. Only after Zhao Liying saw Wang Chen nod did she say, Wang Chen, I happen to know someone who is selling. If you want to take a look, I can take you to see it. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen instantly became happy. Now he wouldn't have to run around, and he could be a bit closer to the two beautiful goddesses. Most importantly, many celebrities lived in Tangsinipin. If he could get to know these celebrities, even the male ones, his resources would be even richer. Great, then thank you, Sister Liying. Zhao Liying smiled slightly. Wang Chen and the others followed Zhao Liying to her home. I must say, Zhao Liying's home was really warm. The decoration was excellent, and it was quite spacious. After returning home, Zhao Liying poured a glass of water for Wang Chen and the others, then went to change clothes. After that, Wang Chen sent a message to Lui Fei, who told him not to drive to her place, as she would come over. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen didn't say much. After all, he had a lot to do today, and it was best that Lui Fei came over. Hearing that Lui Fei was also coming, Xia Chuchu and Wu Ye were even more excited. When Zhao Liying finished changing, Wang Chen told her that Lui Fei was coming over, and they decided to wait at home for her. When Lui Fei arrived at Zhao Liying's place, Wang Chen introduced her to Wu Ye and Xia Chuchu, and the two took photos with Lui Fei. After they finished, Lui Fei learned that Wang Chen wanted to buy a house here and said she also knew someone who was selling. Wang Chen was thrilled. It was just what he needed to spend money to earn points, so why not buy a couple more units? After that, Zhao Liying and Lui Fei took Wang Chen and Wu Ye to see the houses. Meanwhile, Xia Chuchu drove Wang Chen's car back to the company, planning to come back later to pick up Wang Chen and Wu Ye. I must say, Zhao Liying and Lui Fei's connections were indeed powerful. They took Wang Chen to see 5 large flats in Tangsinipin, and these people were not ordinary. Seeing Zhao Liying and Lui Fei personally take him and Wu Ye there, along with his green bubbles, how could Wang Chen possibly refuse the resources that came to him? He decisively added their green bubbles and then secured these 5 large flats. To Wang Chen's surprise, one of these flats was right below Zhao Liying, and another was right below Lui Fei. This was great. He would be neighbors with both of them. Wang Chen felt that buying these 5 flats was worth it. The contracts were already signed, but some matters would have to wait until tomorrow to handle. Today, he only signed the contract and paid the money. The transfer could only be processed tomorrow. 3 of these large flats were under the name of Haoya Film and Television Media. The one below Zhao Liying was under his name, and the one below Lui Fei was under Wu Ye's name. After he bought these 5 large flats today, his points finally reached 100. He finally had the opportunity to bind with the salary cashback goddess again. He didn't care whether Zhao Liying and Lui Fei were present or not, and directly opened his data panel. System, open my data panel. Ding, generating data. Name, Wang Chen. Age, 23. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 52. 5 kilograms. Liquid assets, 141,298,241 yuan. Fixed assets, a hot pot restaurant in Baolong Plaza, Magic City, and Haya Film and Television Media Company, Ltd. Remaining binding times, 0. Total funds obtained through salary cashback, 5,146,920,000 yuan. Total funds consumed, 5,054,900,000 yuan. System points, 100. Currently bound salary cashback goddesses, Zhao Liang, to be bound this month, Wuya, bound this month, Bai Waner, bound this month, Luifei, bound this month. Remaining time until salary cashback, 5 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind. Wang Chen stared intently at the system points. There were already 100 points, which meant he could now have a binding opportunity at any time. This made Wang Chen unable to hold back and he directly exchanged. System, exchange for a salary cashback goddess binding opportunity. Ding, exchanging. Ding, exchange successful. System points -100, gain salary cashback goddess binding opportunity +1. Wang Chen watched as his binding opportunities changed from 0 to 1. He was overjoyed. But the next second, he couldn't smile anymore. He saw something that made him furious. The binding opportunity for the salary cashback goddess, which originally cost 100 points, now required 200 points. He was speechless. What was going on? Why was there a price increase? System, why has the binding opportunity price increased? Ding, obtaining binding opportunities will become increasingly difficult. If the host finds it hard to exchange, they can increase the goddess's favorability to gain binding opportunities. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Chen was dumbfounded. But thinking about it, if he could exchange a binding opportunity for just 100 points, he would accumulate binding opportunities more and more in the future. This seemed somewhat reasonable, but then he felt something was off. He had to increase the goddess's favorability to gain binding opportunities. Wasn't that also very difficult? Just look at Zhao Liang and Luifei, their favorability was still only around 60. Not to mention those two, even Bai Waner, who had a marital relationship with him, only had a favorability of over 90. Only when Wuya's favorability broke 95 did the system give him a binding opportunity. To gain a binding opportunity, he had to raise the goddess's favorability to 95, but that favorability wasn't easy to increase. People are complex creatures. Sometimes, with just a small mistake, the favorability could drop significantly. This condition greatly limited his speed in binding with the salary cashback goddesses in the future. However, as long as he worked hard, one day, all the goddesses in the world would help him make money. Just as Wang Chen was lost in thought, Zhao Liang called out to him. Wang Chen, why did you suddenly buy so many houses? Wang Chen smiled slightly and said, we'll keep 2 for ourselves, and the rest will be prepared as residences for the company's artists. Hearing this, Zhao Liang enviously said, your employee benefits are so good, I want to join your company. Ah, Liang, you're teasing me again. Wang Chen knew that if Zhao Liang and Luifei really wanted to come to his company, they would have messaged him by now. After all, the contracts had already been given to them. Rather than saying they were unwilling to come, it would be more accurate to say that their favorability was not high enough. If their favorability reached 90, Wang Chen felt that becoming their partner would not be impossible. The only problem was that their favorability was too difficult to raise. If they were gold diggers, he could throw money at them to increase their favorability, but Zhao Liang and Luifei were not that kind of women. To raise their favorability, he could only do it through the details. This would take a long time. Later, Zhao Liang invited Wang Chen and Luifei to her home for dinner, and they naturally agreed with delight. After all, he had never eaten at a celebrity's home before. Upon arriving at Zhao Liang's house, she welcomed Wang Chen and the others to sit and rest while she herself dove into the kitchen. Seeing this, Wang Chen and the others also got up and followed her into the kitchen. But as soon as they entered, Zhao Liang shooed them out, saying that guests should not enter the kitchen. However, it seemed that he was the only one being kicked out. Wuya and Luifei stayed in the kitchen to help. He simply decided not to care and returned to the sofa to scroll through his phone for a while. Just as he opened his phone, he was shocked. After seeing Luifei post on her moments last night, he knew it would definitely trend, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly, just one day later. Wang Chen opened different platforms, and sure enough, it was trending. He clicked on a post titled "Who is the man appearing in Luifei's birthday moments?" The post contained those few photos from Luifei's moments. The comments section below was exploding. What the hell, who is this man, and how did he end up in my goddess's moments? No way, is my goddess going to announce something? Please, I don't want that. Who the hell is that man? I want to stab him. Damn it, hurry up and find me this man's information. My goddess has been single for so long just waiting for me. Now that I'm here, please don't let her have anything to do with this man. I'm really speechless. Who is this guy daring to touch my wife? Damn it. Wait, did you all not notice that my wife's moments also has photos of Zhao Liying? This means that this damn man actually had dinner with both my wives. How infuriating. To the person above, please clarify, who is your wife? They are clearly my wives, okay? If you dare to shout again, I swear I'll tear your mouth apart. What are you barking for, dog? Wang Chen looked at the comments section, and his face turned sour. If someone really dug up his background, wouldn't he be exposed? That would not be good news at all. Wang Chen didn't know what to do. If his identity was exposed, it would be a catastrophic disaster for him. If he were powerful, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone. But now he was scared, not to mention Lui Fei and Zhao Liying's suitors. Among those pursuing Lui Fei and Zhao Liying, there were definitely some big shots. It was really easy for things to go wrong. Just when he was at a loss, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding, the host need not worry. When the system bound to the host, it had already shielded the host's information in bank card details. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Chen could only say that the system was impressive, amazing. As long as his information was shielded, it would basically be impossible to find anything. However, he felt that his recent closeness to Zhao Liying and Lui Fei would probably be hard to hide. He thought the system had probably just shielded his information. But this would make those who found his information think twice. With the system's protection, Wang Chen felt at ease and began to read the trending content. The top trending topic on Weibo is Lui Fei's moments. However, the next trending topic got Wang Chen a bit excited. The second trending topic is about Yang Mi. Wang Chen opened the trending content and was immediately captivated by Yang Mi's beauty. Yang Mi's looks are on par with Zhao Liying and Lui Fei. It's estimated to be around 98. I have to say, Yang Mi's figure is really top-notch. The top stars in the entertainment industry are indeed different. Unlike some celebrities who undergo plastic surgery, as they age, they can become quite frightening, with even their faces becoming immobile. So stiff. Women like Zhao Liying, Lui Fei, and Yang Mi, who are all naturally beautiful, still look like they are in their late 20s even at 36. Only such women can meet the system's requirements. Now that Wang Chen understands the value of the salary cashback binding times, he won't bind them recklessly. While Wang Chen was browsing Weibo, Zhao Liying and the others had also finished preparing dinner. He was actually very excited. This is a meal cooked by the big stars Zhao Liying and Lui Fei. Who knows how many people would want to eat a meal they made? Just this one time would be enough for him to brag for a year. By the time he becomes Zhao Liying and Lui Fei's partner, it would surely shock the whole country. Wang Chen, come eat, Zhao Liying said while taking out bowls and chopsticks. Wang Chen put down his phone and walked to the dining table. Looking at the home-cooked dishes on the table, he couldn't help but swallow. Zhao Liying is not only a foodie but also a great cook. Ha ha, Liying, your cooking skills are impressive. I can already smell the aroma. Of course, you should see who I am. When it comes to cooking, Zhao Liying is quite confident. She often cooked in the countryside when she was a child and has been honing her culinary skills since becoming famous. If your fans knew I was eating your cooking, would they come after me? Do you want to try? Seeing Zhao Liying's eager expression, Wang Chen suddenly had a bad premonition. Wang Chen quickly declined. No, Liying, let's forget it. I don't want to have to wear a bomb suit when I go out in the future. Upon hearing this, the three of them burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Then they started eating. Wang Chen sat next to Wuya, while Zhao Liying sat with Lui Fei. He poked Wuya. Sister Wuya, are you excited to eat with your idol? Wuya rolled her eyes at him. Zhao Liying and Lui Fei nearby laughed. Wang Chen, aren't we your idols? Zhao Liying asked. Yes. Then are you nervous eating with me and Fei? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen scratched his head. Hee, I was definitely nervous the first time. I thought I was dreaming. They actually finished dinner in such a relaxed and joyful atmosphere. Wang Chen wanted to ask Zhao Liying where her child was, but thought it might be impolite, so he gave up. There would be opportunities to find out later. After dinner, they sat on the sofa chatting for a while, and it wasn't until 9:30 p.m. that Wang Chen and the others left Zhao Liying's place. Since the house hadn't been transferred yet and the items inside hadn't been changed, they couldn't go there now. It would probably take a few days, and Wang Chen planned to come back in a few days. He had previously been worried about not having an excuse to meet Zhao Liying and Lui Fei before they returned to Kyoto, but now it was different. The house was right below them. It would be very easy to meet. Zhao Liying saw Wang Chen and Wuya off to the parking lot, and when she saw Xia Chuchu come to pick them up, she went back. Lui Fei also drove her car back to her own spacious flat. It wasn't far. Zhao Liying returned to her house, looking at the empty room. Suddenly, she felt a sense of loneliness. She wanted to call her child but was afraid the child had already gone to sleep, so she gave up. Just then, her phone rang. Seeing who was calling, Zhao Liying answered. Shuawei, what's up? Sister Liying, are you busy? No, go ahead. Well, you have a signing event tomorrow, from 10 in the morning to 12. Okay, I got it. Tang Shuawei was Zhao Liying's manager, and usually, she arranged everything for Zhao Liying. On the other side, Wang Chen dropped Xia Chuchu off at her home and then drove back to Fengshan community with Wu Ya. Once home, Wu Ya excitedly hugged him. Xiao Hao, you're amazing, thank you, Mua. Wang Chen was quite surprised. This was the first time Wu Ya had been so proactive in kissing him. Sister Wu Ya, why are you so excited? Seeing my idol, of course, I'm excited. Alright, go take a shower, you'll be able to see them often from now on. Wu Ya smiled as she walked towards the bathroom. Wang Chen shook his head with a smile and sat down on the sofa. Just as he sat down, Zhao Liying and Louis Fei asked if he was home, and Wang Chen replied to them, chatting casually for a bit before ending the conversation. After Wu Ya finished her shower, Wang Chen also took a shower. They didn't chat for too long today and went back to their rooms to rest by 11. After returning to his room, Wang Chen started chatting with Song Ningxuan and Bai Waner. Song Ningxuan, brother Hao, school is starting soon, when are you going? Let's go together. Wang Chen, I might go a few days later, you go first, and I'll find you when I get to school. After chatting with Song Ningxuan and Bai Waner for a while, Wang Chen opened Douyin and Weibo. The trending topics were still about Louis Fei and Yang Mi. After watching for a while, Wang Chen put down his phone. He lay on the bed, contemplating the future development of Haoya. Right now, Haoya's contract couldn't be sent out yet, at least, it had to wait until Zhao Liying and Louis Fei joined Haoya before it could be released for the best effect. Also, he wondered if Helan had found any other female stars. Lost in thought, Wang Chen closed his eyes and fell asleep. That was a really comfortable sleep. Wang Chen stretched, feeling the sunlight streaming in. He felt completely refreshed. After stretching, Wang Chen picked up his phone and sent a message to Song Waner. Wang Chen, Song Waner, I'll come by at 10 to pick up the car. Please have the paperwork ready for me. Song Waner replied almost instantly. Song Waner, okay, brother Wang. After putting down his phone, Wang Chen went out to wash up. Wu Ya was also up and was making breakfast. Sister Wu Ya, why are you up so early? Aren't we going to transfer the ownership soon? I thought I'd get up to make you breakfast, and I used to wake up at this time, so I'm used to it. Alright, I'll wash up first. After washing up, Wang Chen had breakfast with Wu Ya and then set off. He didn't go directly to Tang Xin Yiping but first went to the forest store to pick up the LaFerrari. Such a rare car was something he needed to get his hands on as soon as possible. Xiao Hao, where are we going? Wu Ya noticed they weren't heading to Tang Xin Yiping's place. We're going to pick up a car. Don't you already have 2 cars at home? You're buying another one? Sister Wu Ya, the money earned is meant to be spent, and that car is a limited edition. That's true, but okay. Wu Ya initially wanted to say that making money wasn't easy, but thinking about how fast Wang Chen made money, she kept quiet. No way. She quite likes cars too. Before long, Wang Chen and Wu Ya arrived at the 4S dealership, and Song Waner had been waiting for him at the entrance for a while. Seeing him arrive, she hurried over to him. Brother Wang. Where's the car? Take me to see it first. Okay, brother Wang, follow me. Saying this, Song Waner made a gesture inviting him in and led Wang Chen into the 4S dealership. Wu Ya linked her arm with his and followed him into the dealership. As he followed Song Waner inside, his eyes were instantly drawn to a red beast. Brother Wang, this is the LaFerrari. Wang Chen excitedly stroked the car's body. No wonder it's a LaFerrari. Wang Chen was truly in love. Not bad, not bad. I like this car. Just as we discussed before, go get the contract for me. Song Waner felt that after so many years in sales, Wang Chen was refreshingly straightforward. Of course, it was also because Wang Chen had money. But what's the problem with that? Song Waner immediately went to get the contract she had prepared earlier, and Wang Chen signed it without even looking. However, he still asked with some confusion, where did your manager go? Brother Wang, it's like this, our manager knows you like cars, so he's been out looking for them often during this time. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was stunned. He didn't expect the manager of this 4S dealership to be so resourceful, but that was fine, as long as he could find a car. What was the harm in buying it? Besides, he really liked cars. Alright, brother Wang, congratulations on becoming the proud owner of a LaFerrari. Thanks, let's skip the tedious procedures, I don't like them. You handle the rest, and drive the car to Tang Xin Yiping for me. Okay, brother Wang. then we'll be leaving. Brother Wang, sister-in-law, take care. Hearing others call her sister-in-law, Wuya couldn't help but smile. After Wang Chen left, Song Wanner seemed to transform into a proud swan. Before meeting Wang Chen, her status at the forest dealership was negligible, but now, with such a stable big client, the manager treated her like a treasure. The LaFerrari that had just been sold was already worth 30 million. In fact, there were conditions to buy a LaFerrari, but for someone like Wang Chen, what conditions couldn't be waived? Song Wanna was really lucky to encounter such a stable big client, and she didn't even need to sacrifice herself to gain this resource. I was truly envious. Who says otherwise? I would be grateful to sell 3 cars in a month. Selling 1 car for her directly equals what I sell in half a year. I'm so envious. Don't say that. When Wang Chen first came, I was supposed to entertain him, but he was dressed so ordinarily that I thought he couldn't afford a good car. Sigh. You deserved it. Song Wanner listened to her colleagues' discussions, wearing a broad smile. She didn't care what others said. In any case, she wanted to firmly hold onto Wang Chen's leg, no matter what method it took. Even if it meant sleeping with Wang Chen, being his mistress, she would be willing. But the probability of such a thing happening wasn't very high. After all, she knew there was more than one woman around Wang Chen, and they were all very beautiful. On the other side, after Wang Chen and Wuya left the forest dealership, they headed straight to Tang Sin Pin. Today, he wanted to handle all the housing matters at once. This way, he would have more time in the remaining days to improve the favorability of Zhao Liying and Louis Fei. Moreover, the new round of cashback time was approaching. If he could increase their favorability a bit more, he would receive more cashback funds. Just as Wang Chen had anticipated, just dealing with the transfer issues took him a whole day. After he and Wuya finished their tasks, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. There was no way around it. After the house transfer was completed, they went out to dinner with the original owner of the house, and of course, the original owner treated them. He also drank quite a bit. However, Wuya didn't drink, so she drove him back. Sister Wuya, how do you have 2 people? At this moment, Wang Chen was already drunk. He saw Wuya as if she could split into 2. Wuya helped Wang Chen get out of the car, feeling a bit helpless. This was the first time Wang Chen had been like this. Just now, Wuya had seen that Wang Chen originally didn't want to drink, but there was no way. Those people kept toasting him. Wuya wanted to block the drinks for him, but Wang Chen stopped her. Xiao Hao, you've had too much to drink, let's go home and rest. However, Wang Chen fell silent and was just supported by Wuya back home. By the time Wuya and Wang Chen returned home, she was already a bit out of breath, but thankfully there was an elevator, otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Wuya carefully took care of him. She gently placed him on the sofa and took off his shoes. After placing the shoes properly, Wuya went to the bathroom to fill a basin with water and wiped his face. Wang Chen was already numb and unresponsive. He just let Wuya do as she pleased. After wiping Wang Chen's face, Wuya helped him back to his room to rest. After doing all this, Wuya finally started to tidy herself up to get some rest. The next day, Wang Chen held his head, feeling an indescribable pain. He shook his head, trying to shake the pain away, but unfortunately, it had no effect. It still hurt the same. Next time I swear I won't drink again. He really didn't like this dizzy feeling. It was very uncomfortable. So after putting on some clothes, he went to take a shower. Sitting on the sofa to rest for a while, that dizzy feeling finally eased a bit. After saying a word to Wang Chen, Wuya went to Feixiang Art Dance. She hadn't been to the training center for a few days. Although someone was managing it, as the boss, she still needed to check in often. Wang Chen felt his head was swollen, not wanting to do anything, so he simply lay down on the sofa and took out his phone to scroll through Douyin. As he scrolled, he realized that the idol girl group and WH1 girl group had become incredibly popular. He didn't expect that in just a few days, the 2 girl groups had already become so famous in the country, which was also related to the money he had spent. However, it was also related to Zhang Yuanying and the others' looks. When they were in Korea, Zhang Yuanying and the others had already gained some fame in Longwa. Now that they had come to Longwei to develop, plus the money spent, it was normal for them to become popular all of a sudden. In the past few days, the idol girl group had released 3 videos in total, and just the first one had already reached 10 million likes. Moreover, as he scrolled through the videos, there were clips of the idol girl group and WH1 girl group everywhere. As Wang Chen scrolled down, he saw the titles. Zhang Yuanying, a woman who walked out of a fairy tale. Idol girl group, WH1 girl group, YYDS. Surprising, the idol girl group and WH1 girl group have actually become the girl groups of Longwa. The company of the idol girl group and WH1 girl group is actually a newly established company. The videos were basically all about these topics. Wang Chen was very happy to see the girl group's popularity. After all, this was his girl group. As long as they became popular, Zhang Yuanying and the others could start taking endorsements, and then he could earn money through the system. He still had one binding opportunity left, and Wang Chen decided to bind with Zhang Yuanying because her favorability was relatively high, and she had special preferences. Increasing favorability would also be easier. He rested all morning, had a light lunch, and then prepared to head to the company. After several days of effort, the company was basically renovated. The idol girl group was now at the company, and Wang Chen was just in time to bind Zhang Yuanying. Just as he was about to set off, his phone rang. Hello? Hey, Wang Chen, the car paperwork is all done. Where should I bring the car to you? Bring it to Fengshan Community, right across from the Financial University in Modu. Okay. Wang Chen was originally about to leave, but now he had to wait for Song Wanner to deliver the car first, then he would drive the LaFerrari. He had long coveted this car. Wang Chen went directly to the entrance of Fengshan Community to wait for Song Wanner. After a short while, a red beast slowly appeared before him. The red color caught his eye. Song Wanner parked the car gently by the roadside and got out from the driver's seat. She was dressed in professional attire, and her legs in black stockings were particularly enticing. Her figure was also quite nice. Brother Wang. Song Wanner seemed to notice Wang Chen sizing her up and called him softly. Thank you for your hard work. Let me take you back to the 4S shop. Taking the keys from Song Wanner, Wang Chen eagerly sat in the red beast. Originally, Song Wanner intended to say she would take a taxi back, but thinking about spending some time alone with Wang Chen, she figured she might have a chance to become his lover, so she didn't refuse. Moreover, Wang Chen had been eyeing her the whole time. The more she thought about it, the more possible it seemed, so Song Wanner said, "Then thank you, Brother Wang." After Wang Chen took the driver's seat, Song Wanner opened the passenger door and sat down, her ample backside entering first. Wang Chen felt a rush of excitement. It made him want to find by Wanner. Brother Wang, could you help me fasten my seatbelt? Song Wanner said in a sweet voice. Wang Chen smiled slightly. When the opportunity presented itself, he wouldn't refuse. So he turned to the side and helped Song Wanner fasten her seatbelt. It must be said that Song Wanner had some assets. Her curves were quite impressive. Wang Chen dismissed any impure thoughts and drove Song Wanner back to the 4S shop. He knew that as long as he wanted, he could have Song Wanner any time, but he didn't want to do that. When they arrived at the 4S shop, Song Wanner felt a bit disappointed, thinking she could succeed, but Wang Chen's self-control was surprisingly strong. After dropping Song Wanner off at the 4S shop, Wang Chen went directly to the company. He needed to bind Zhang Yuanying. For the next few days, he only needed to focus on Zhao Liang and Louis Fei. Before long, Wang Chen drove the Red Beast LaFerrari to the company building. The Red Beast was eye-catching wherever it went. Just as he parked the car, a woman in a super short bodycon skirt walked over. "Hey, handsome, can we get to know each other?" Wang Chen sized up the woman in front of him. She had a nice figure and was dressed very sexily. The nude-colored super short bodycon skirt, paired with high heels, would have likely captivated the old Wang Chen. However, this woman's looks were indeed not impressive. He decisively rejected her. "Sorry, I'm in a hurry." After saying that, Wang Chen walked straight towards his company. The woman seemed a bit unwilling, lingering by the Red Beast and not wanting to leave. Wang Chen took the elevator to the 88th floor. When he arrived at the company, he smiled. The company was basically ready, and they had hired quite a few employees, all of whom were women. As soon as Wang Chen arrived, the receptionist hurriedly called out, "Hello, boss." Wang Chen was a bit puzzled. He had never seen this receptionist before, so how did she know he was the boss? Looking back at the front desk, Wang Chen realized that his photo had been posted inside the company. Hello. Saying this, Wang Chen walked into the company. Without hesitation, he headed straight for the training room. At this time, Zhang Yuanying and the others should be in the training room. Outside the training room, Wang Chen stood outside the glass, looking at the scene inside, and was quite surprised. At that moment, the two girl group members were not practicing dance or singing. Instead, they were practicing Chinese. And the one teaching them Chinese was Helan. After watching for a while, Wang Chen finally remembered the purpose of his visit. System, bind Zhang Yuanying. Ding, binding in progress. Successfully bound the salary cashback goddess Zhang Yuanying. System, open Zhang Yuanying's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Zhang Yuanying. Age, 19. Appearance, 99. Favorability, 53. Ordinary friend. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Occupation, singer. Current cashback multiplier, 53 times. Total funds accumulated this month, 5 million yuan. Time remaining until salary cashback, 4 days. Note, after each cashback, A meeting with the bound person is required to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind. He looked at Zhang Yuanying's total funds accumulated this month, a total of 5 million. If he received the salary cashback this month, he should be able to gain quite a bit. After binding Zhang Yuanying, he returned to his office, as he didn't want to disturb their studies. He planned to call Zhang Yuanying over later to see if he could increase her favorability a bit more. Then he sent a message in the idol girl group chat, asking Zhang Yuanying to come over. Before long, Zhang Yuanying swayed her body and walked into the office. "Appa, did you need something from me?" Zhang Yuanying spoke in Chinese, but her Chinese was still a bit awkward. "Come here." Hearing this, Zhang Yuanying slowly walked to his side. Without saying a word, Wang Chen directly slapped her plump backside. Slap! With the sound, he indeed heard the system's voice. Ding! Favorability of salary cashback got as Zhang Yuanying +2. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Chen slapped again. He heard the system's voice once more. Ding! Favorability of salary cashback got as Zhang Yuanying +1. After adding twice, no matter how Wang Chen slapped, her favorability did not increase anymore, so he gave up. Wang Chen felt that there should be a limit to how much could be added in a day, and he would try again next time. Just then, Zhang Yuanying said in her awkward Chinese, "Appa, do you want to touch my butt?" Cough cough. He coughed, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, "No, I was just checking your body." "Alright, you can go back now, and I'll find you next time." Oh. After saying that, Zhang Yuanying swayed her hips and left. Watching Zhang Yuanying in her jeans, Wang Chen swallowed hard. This woman is truly enchanting, especially the way she bites her tongue. Which man wouldn't be mesmerized? One day, he must make her dance a seductive dance in front of him and let her bite her tongue. In the following days, Wang Chen and Wu Ye were busy with the matters of Tang Siniping, and Wang Chen basically went to find Zhao Liying every night. Wu Ye was busy with Lui Fei's house and hardly paid attention to Wang Chen. For the past few days, he had been spending every night alone with Zhao Liying. Zhao Liying's favorability also increased as he wished, by 3 points. It reached 63 points. And today was the last day for salary cashback, which Wang Chen was very much looking forward to. He had now bound 5 salary cashback goddesses. This meant he could have 5 salary cashbacks tonight. He was really looking forward to it. At the moment, he wasn't sure how much Zhao Liying and Bai Waner had earned this month, but he had a bit of an idea about Lui Fei and Zhang Yuanying. After all, he had just looked at their data in the past few days, so he naturally knew a little. Time passed quickly. Before he knew it, it was evening. Wang Chen planned to visit Zhao Liying's house again tonight. If he could increase his favorability a bit more, the salary cashback he would receive would be even greater. The key thing was that he needed to wait until after tonight to strengthen the binding for this month. However, before going to Zhao Liying's house, Wang Chen first sent a message to Wu Ye, saying he was going to Zhao Liying's house. Wu Ye knew that Wang Chen had been looking for opportunities to dig into Zhao Liying, so she naturally understood him. After informing Wu Ye, Wang Chen headed straight to Zhao Liying's house. The reason he told Wu Ye was that he was afraid she might suddenly show up. He arrived at Zhao Liying's doorstep and rang the doorbell. After a while, Zhao Liying opened the door. At that moment, Zhao Liying was wearing a nightgown, giving off a somewhat elusive feeling. Since her favorability had reached 60, Zhao Liying's guard against him had decreased significantly. "Sister Liying, I'm here, come in." Wang Chen entered as if he were at his own home and went to get a glass of water. Zhao Liying just smiled at this. He sat down on the sofa. She didn't pay much attention to Wang Chen. At that moment, the two of them felt like a couple, creating a very harmonious and beautiful atmosphere. After finishing the water, Wang Chen suddenly realized he was using Zhao Liying's cup, and he was instantly scared and started trembling. If she found out, would she slap him? He quickly put the cup back in its place, trying hard to act as if nothing had happened. However, sitting on the sofa, Zhao Liying seemed to think of something and quickly walked over to the water dispenser. When she saw her cup, she instantly understood. While sitting on the sofa, she hadn't reacted yet, but once she did, she remembered that the cup Wang Chen used was hers. Wang Chen saw this and thought, "Oh no, this is really going to be trouble." Just then, he was surprisingly startled by the system's voice. "Ding, salary cashback goddess Zhao Liying favorability +7. What the heck? What's going on? How come the favorability increased instead of decreased, and it jumped by 7 points at once?" Wang Chen was also confused, looking completely bewildered. However, this was indeed good news for him. After all, if it could increase favorability, he would accept even if she slapped him twice. He saw Zhao Liying put down her cup and walk step by step towards him. Wang Chen's heart was about to jump out. He didn't know he was in trouble. Using a woman's personal item was like kissing them, he probably wouldn't get away without a few slaps. However, he was dumbfounded. Zhao Liying walked right past him, acting as if nothing had happened. He didn't know what was going on. Zhao Liying sat back on the sofa and continued looking at her phone. Wang Chen thought, since Zhao Liying didn't say anything, he didn't need to say anything either. After all, this kind of thing was a bit awkward. He also sat down on the sofa next to Zhao Liying. So, Sister Liying, when are you going to Kyoto? Zhao Liying replied softly, in a couple of days. Why? It's nothing, I just thought that when you go back to Kyoto, I won't be able to see you, and I will miss you. Put. Zhao Liying let out a sound, and the tense atmosphere from earlier disappeared in that moment. Wang Chen stayed at Zhao Liying's house for several hours, and soon it was 12:10 a.m. He also received a message from the bank on time. Zhao Liying, sitting beside him, leaned over to take a look. When she saw it, she was stunned. Looking at the message in Wang Chen's hand, Zhao Liying was also a bit surprised. Although celebrities like them, who are quite famous, can receive numerous endorsements, they only earn about $1 billion a year. And what did she see? Wang Chen's information showed over $5 billion. How could this not shock her? Even some companies worth hundreds of billions might not have a cash flow of $1 billion. Wang Chen looked at Zhao Liying's astonished expression and smiled. It was the first time he had seen a big star look so shocked. It felt quite interesting. Wang Chen, this is my investment profit for this month. Upon hearing this, Zhao Liying was completely stunned. This was just a month's profit? After saying that, Wang Chen confidently opened one message after another. Your savings card ending in 6503 received a Union Pay deposit of 81 million yuan at 010 on September 1st, with a usable balance of 192,291,411 yuan. Longxi Bank, your savings card ending in 6503 received a Union Pay deposit of 700 million yuan at 010 on September 1st, with a usable balance of 892,291,411 yuan. Longxi Bank. The remaining three messages were 280 million, 5 billion, and 2 billion. This brought his total savings to 9,872,291,411 yuan. The funds he had earned from Cashback last month had all been invested in Hallyu film and television media, and now they were all back. In fact, there was even more than last month. Zhao Liying glanced at the balance. 8 billion. She was completely stunned. After so many years in the industry, although she had earned a lot, she had never made 8 billion in a month. Earning $1 billion a year meant it would take her 10 years to earn what Wang Chen made in a month. Wang Chen, what exactly do you do to make so? As she spoke halfway, Zhao Liying felt it was somewhat inappropriate. After all, her relationship with Wang Chen wasn't that close. Even if they were close, such matters wouldn't be easily shared. Sister Liying, you really should consider coming to my company. If you think the contract's monthly salary, which is 3 times what you earn, is too little, I can raise it to 5 times. Wang Chen, it's not about the money. I have shares in my current company. If I leave, the company's stock will definitely plummet, and the board members won't agree. Hearing Zhao Liying's words, Wang Chen was very happy. Zhao Liying finally relented. As long as she was willing to consider it, everything was possible. Sister Liying, you really don't need to worry. Just follow the contract's penalty, and I'll compensate you. Wang Chen, why do you always want to poach me? If I poach Sister Liying, then I can see you often. Just for that? Zhao Liying looked at Wang Chen in shock, finding it hard to believe. Just to see her often, he was willing to pay such a high price to bring her over? Did Wang Chen have feelings for her? This made Zhao Liying think about that aspect. Wang Chen, let me think about it. Sister Liying, you're always welcome here, no matter when you come or what happens. Thank you. Wang Chen chatted with Zhao Liying for a while before returning home. When he got back, he indeed saw Wuya sitting on the sofa waiting for him. Sister Wuya, Xiao Hao, you're back. If Wang Chen hadn't told Wuya before going to Zhao Liying's place, the scene now would probably be different. Wang Chen had to go to school tomorrow, and he wasn't really looking forward to it, as there wasn't much to do at school, and there weren't many classes. But he had no choice, he still had to go. Sister Wuya, tomorrow I'll drive the big G, you take the LaFerrari or the 918. Hey, Xiao Hao, can you get me a different car? I don't really want to drive a sports car. Alright, I'll let the people at the dealership know, and we'll buy another one. We have so many parking spaces anyway. After chatting for a while, the two went to rest. Back in his room, he received messages from Bai Wanner and the others. Bai Wanner told him how much she earned this month and asked when Wang Chen would come to see her. After replying to her, Wang Chen continued to check other unread messages. Among them were messages from Song Ningxiang, Du Xiang, Li Meng, and Zhang Mumu. They all asked when he would return to school, as they wanted to go to the beach one more time while they had the chance. Wang Chen explained that he would go back tomorrow and then continued to look at other unread messages. This time, the unread message was from his sister-in-law, Li Yunru. Li Yunru, Xiaohao, are you in the Magic City? Wang Chen, yes, what's up, sister-in-law? Do you want to come to the Magic City for a visit? Although it was already past midnight, Li Yunru replied almost instantly. Li Yunru, no, I was just asking. How could I afford to go to the Magic City? I haven't even settled my daughter's tuition yet. Sigh. Wang Chen was surprised but could roughly guess why his sister-in-law was messaging him. However, as soon as she sent the message, he remembered the incident that happened last time he was at home. He couldn't help but sigh. Wang Chen, sister-in-law, are you facing any difficulties? Li Yunru, sigh, it's hard to explain. Wang Chen, sister-in-law, if you're in any trouble, just tell me. I'll help if I can. After sending that message, Wang Chen waited for a while before Li Yunru finally replied. Li Yunru, Xiaohao, I heard from people in the village that you're quite wealthy. Could you lend me 5,000 yuan? I'm really out of options. Hearing this, Wang Chen felt a bit puzzled but didn't hesitate and directly transferred 5,000 yuan to Li Yunru. After chatting with her for a bit, Wang Chen put down his phone. What he didn't know was that on the other side, Li Yunru, after receiving the money, actually covered her head with a blanket and started crying. She had asked many people for help to borrow money for her child's tuition, but no one was willing to lend her anything, because everyone knew her husband owed a lot of money to others. With no other choice, Li Yunru, hearing from the villagers that Wang Chen was wealthy, mustered the courage to send him a message. Remembering the unexpected incident with Wang Chen, Li Yunru gradually calmed down. Now that her husband had run away to escape his debts, it was just her and her daughter at home, with no money for food and no tuition for the child, and they were being chased for debts every day. This completely shattered Li Yunru's heart. However, at that moment, the man who had once had an unexpected encounter with her extended a helping hand. Suddenly, Li Yunru's phone rang again. She wiped her tears and picked up the phone to look, and she was stunned. Li Yunru looked at the message on the green bubble and rubbed her eyes. Just now, Wang Chen had lent her 5,000 yuan. She didn't expect that he would transfer her another 15,000 yuan now. Moreover, Wang Chen even said that if she needed anything, she could come to the Magic City to find him, and he had already sent her the location. The moment she saw the message, Li Yunru's tears flowed again. The next morning, Wang Chen got up early. He had to go to school today, so he needed to wake up early. Hey, Sister Wuya, why are you up so early? Aren't you going to school today? I got up to make you breakfast. Wang Chen came up behind Wuya and gently hugged her. Hee, thank you, Sister Wuya. Alright, go wash up quickly, you'll be late if you don't hurry. Wang Chen didn't plan to drive to school today. After all, it was just a short distance away, and there was no need to show off by driving. After finishing the breakfast made by Wuya, he set off for school. Wang Chen walked alone towards the school. When he arrived at the school gate, there were already quite a few people pulling their suitcases through the main entrance. Only Wang Chen had nothing with him, just himself. Looking at his classmates with their suitcases, Wang Chen couldn't help but reminisce. Wasn't he just like that back then, carrying the tuition fees given by his parents and pulling his suitcase to register for school, starting his university life? In the blink of an eye, it wouldn't be long before he graduated. After watching for a while, Wang Chen walked directly into the school. Soon, he arrived at their classroom. Once inside, he saw many familiar faces. Things were different now. In the past, they only thought of Wang Chen as a complete sycophant, but the events on the forum made them realize that Wang Chen was not the same as before. Driving luxury cars and chasing after the beauties from other departments, he was truly in high spirits. Wang Chen, you're here. I never expected you to be so good at hiding. Turns out you're a rich second generation. We've been classmates for 3 years, and you didn't reveal a single bit of information. Impressive. Not just you, even we, as his roommates, didn't know he was a rich second generation. Chen Zhe walked up to Wang Chen, one hand slapping his shoulder, as if they were very close. If it weren't for the last time Wang Chen overheard their conversation at the dormitory door, he might have almost believed it. Wang Chen really disliked people who put on a facade while being different behind the scenes. As Chen Zhe's hand slapped his shoulder, he took a step back, creating some distance between them. This scene stunned everyone in the class, and Chen Zhe instantly felt awkward standing there. Li Jiejie was sitting in the front row, staring intently at Wang Chen. Wang Chen ignored them and found an empty spot to sit down. Although he used to be a sycophant in class, he was still nice to Chen Zhe and the others, but he never expected to be stabbed in the back by them. Now that Wang Chen had become successful, they pretended to be on good terms. Only a fool would make such a decision. Seeing Wang Chen's aloofness, the classmates who wanted to greet him gave up. After all, if even his dorm mates were like this, wouldn't approaching him be self-humiliation? Wang Chen sat in his seat and took out his phone to look at it. Suddenly, a message popped up on the green bubble. It was from Helan, and he immediately clicked it open. Upon seeing the content of Helan's message, he was instantly excited. Helan, boss, I've found a female celebrity for you. When do you have time to discuss the contract with her? Helan didn't tell him who the female celebrity was. Wang Chen didn't ask, he wanted to keep a surprise for himself. He would find out when he met her. As for the contract, Wang Chen could only make a decision after meeting the person. He quickly replied to Helan. Wang Chen, I'm still at school, how about tonight? Helan, surprised, boss, you're still in school? Seeing Helan's message, a slight smile appeared on Wang Chen's lips. Wang Chen, guess. Just as he was chatting with Helan, Lin Shui slowly walked in from the classroom door. Today, Lin Shui was wearing a white knee-length skirt, which was very eye-catching. Everyone in the class was stunned. Although Wang Chen found it somewhat striking, he didn't react like the others. After all, he was surrounded by goddesses like Wu Ye, Bai Waner, Zhou Liying, and Lu Fei. His standards had naturally risen. Lin Shui stood on the podium and scanned the room. Then, as per usual, she started the class meeting. The class meeting lasted about an hour, and everyone was sitting below whispering to each other, some even playing games. Wang Chen felt a bit bored sitting there too. Suddenly, just as the meeting was wrapping up, Lin Shui said, Wang Chen, Li Jejia, come to my office. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was stunned. How did he end up being called with that woman Li Jejia again? He was speechless. However, there was no way out. He could only follow Lin Shui to her office, with Li Jejia trailing beside her. As they left, the class immediately began to buzz with discussion. What's going on? How would I know? But don't you think Wang Chen is really pretending? He doesn't even greet us. It's just a bit of money. If my family had money too, I definitely wouldn't act like him. Come on, Wang Chen didn't have money before, and I didn't see you say that. Now that he has money, you all are trying to get close to him. It's a wonder he even gives you a good face. Exactly. Just from what's posted on the forum, Wang Chen's assets have already exceeded 10 million. He not only has a big G but also a Porsche 918, those two cars together are worth several million. I can't even imagine how rich he really is. Sigh, the one who's worst off is still Li Jejia. She used to belittle Wang Chen everywhere to find a rich second generation, and now look, she picked up a sesame seed and lost a watermelon. Exactly. Wang Chen naturally had no idea about his classmates' discussions. Even if he did, he wouldn't say anything, as it didn't affect him. He followed Lin Shui to her office, where there were no teachers present, probably busy with other matters. As soon as they entered the office, Lin Shui got straight to the point, saying, Wang Chen, Li Jejia, your matter has gotten a bit out of hand. The school wants you two to come up with a way to resolve it. After saying this, Lin Shui looked at Wang Chen. Wang Chen was stunned. What was this all about? If it weren't for Li Jejia spreading rumors about him first, would he have acted this way? Besides, everything he posted was the truth. But now, it was useless to say anything. The most important thing was to find a way to resolve the issue. Sister Shui, I believe you know the specific reason for this matter. As long as Li Jejia apologizes to me, we can let it go. Wang Chen thought that since he wouldn't have any relationship with Li Jejia in the future, all he needed was her apology. He didn't need to do anything else. He didn't want to have any contact with Li Jejia anymore. Lin Shui looked at Wang Chen and then at Li Jejia. She certainly knew that this matter was Li Jejia's fault. It was Li Jejia who threatened Wang Chen with the pregnancy issue, so naturally, it was Li Jejia who was wrong. If Li Jejia was willing to apologize, then this matter could be considered resolved. She would also have an explanation for the school leaders. What Lin Shui didn't know is that the reason Wang Chen was willing to let Li Jejia off so easily was entirely because of her. If it weren't for the fear of making things difficult for Lin Shui, how could Wang Chen let Li Jejia off so easily? This woman had hurt him quite a bit. But there was no choice. If the matter escalated further, Lin Shui might be scolded by the school leaders, and Lin Shui had treated him well over the years, so Wang Chen didn't want to make things hard for her. That was why he made this concession. Just after Wang Chen finished speaking, Li Jejia thought Wang Chen still had feelings for her and hurriedly said, Wang Chen, I'm sorry, I was wrong before, let's make up. Hearing Li Jejia's words, Lin Shui's face darkened. Wang Chen asked for an apology, not for you to say this. Li Jejia, it's impossible for us. You just need to apologize to me, and also, I don't want to hear or see you post anything related to our relationship in the future. After speaking, Wang Chen looked at Lin Shui beside him and said, Sister Shui, since she has already apologized, let's just let this matter go. Don't worry, I will have someone remove the information from the forum. But I want to make it clear, if she spreads rumors about me again, I won't let her off so easily next time. Lin Shui nodded. Okay, you can rest assured. If you have things to do, go ahead and handle them. I'll take care of the rest. Alright, then I'll leave first, Sister Shui. When you have time, I'll treat you to a meal. Sure. With that, Wang Chen left the office without looking back. There was no way around it. Wang Chen really didn't want to see that woman, Li Jejia, anymore. She was too narcissistic. If it weren't for not wanting to make things difficult for Lin Shui, how could Wang Chen so easily forgive her? No, it couldn't be called forgiveness. It was just that he wouldn't hold her rumors against him. Li Jejia, this matter ends here. I hope you won't do such things again in the future. If Wang Chen were to hold a grudge, you might end up eating free meals. Teacher, that won't happen. He has already forgiven me. He won't make me eat free meals. He loves me so much. He used to bring me breakfast every day. And he's so rich, if I just marry him, I can live the life of a wealthy wife. I won't give up. Li Jejia didn't listen to Lin Shui at all. She only felt that Wang Chen forgiving her meant he still had feelings for her. Seeing Li Jejia like this, Lin Shui felt helpless. There was nothing Lin Shui could do but let Li Jejia leave after making her promise not to spread rumors again. She understood that for someone like Li Jejia, no matter what was said, she wouldn't listen. After Li Jejia left, Lin Shui recalled the incident during the summer when Wang Chen stood her up. No way, this kid caused such a big mess for me, and he's quite wealthy. What's wrong with treating me to a meal? Lin Shui picked up her phone and sent Wang Chen a message. On the other side, after Wang Chen left Lin Shui's office, he received a message from her. He glanced at it, smiled, and was just about to turn off his phone to find Song Ningxuang and the others. Unexpectedly, his green bubble popped up with another message. This time, it was from Lui Fei and Zhao Liying. Zhao Liying, Wang Chen, we're going back to Kyoto. Lui Fei, Wang Chen, Liying and I are going back to Kyoto. Seeing the messages from the two, Wang Chen was stunned. Weren't they supposed to go back in a couple of days? Why were they leaving now? Although he had strengthened his bond with Zhao Liying in September, he hadn't done so with Lui Fei yet. If they went to Kyoto now, he would have to go there to strengthen his bond with her, and he might not even get to see them. Thinking of this, Wang Chen decided to temporarily give up looking for Song Ningxuang and instead go meet Lui Fei and Zhao Liying to resolve Lui Fei's bond strengthening from September. So he immediately sent a message to Zhao Liying and Lui Fei, telling them to wait at home. He would be there soon. They had just said their flight was at 3:30 p.m., and it was only 10:30 a.m. now, so there were still 5 hours left. There was still time. Then Wang Chen told Song Ningxuang that he would come to find her tomorrow and return to Fengshan Community, driving his red LaFerrari towards Tangsinipin. Half an hour later, Wang Chen finally arrived at Tangsinipin. He drove his LaFerrari to the garage and then took the elevator directly to Zhao Liying's home. As Wang Chen pressed the doorbell, the door opened quickly. He saw Zhao Liying wearing a white tank top and shorts, looking quite alluring. Perhaps because of the rising affection, Zhao Liying had lowered her guard against Wang Chen a lot. When Zhao Liying opened the door, she was still on a video call. After she opened the door for Wang Chen, she walked in without paying him any mind. Wang Chen changed into a pair of slippers and followed Zhao Liying inside. It was only when he sat next to Zhao Liying that he realized she was on a video call. He didn't disturb her and just sat beside her. Half an hour later, Zhao Liying finally ended the video call. Wang Chen, there really was no need for you to come and see us off. How is it unnecessary? By the way, Liying Jia, was that your mother and your child just now? Yeah, I'm going back to Kyoto, so I called them. Oh, I wonder when we'll get to see each other again after you go to Kyoto. Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Zhao Liying's face. You can come to Kyoto to find me. I can show you around when you do. Really? Hee, that I'll call you when the time comes. Okay. Wang Chen chatted with Zhao Liying for a long time, and it wasn't until 1:30 that he drove Zhao Liying's big G, taking her manager, Lui Fei, and her manager to the airport. They were mostly wearing masks. Otherwise, it would be a hassle if they caused a commotion. Zhao Liying and Lui Fei's managers both knew Wang Chen, so there was no surprise. Wang Chen also took the opportunity to bind Lui Fei's September enhancement while in the car. By the time he dropped them off at the airport, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Watching Zhao Liying and Lui Fei leave, Wang Chen felt a deep sense of reluctance. Zhao Liying also turned back to glance at him and waved. After their figures disappeared, Wang Chen turned to leave. After sending off Zhao Liying and Lui Fei, Wang Chen planned to check on the company. After all, both girl groups were still over there. He wanted to see how the members of the girl group were doing with their studies. Once they reached a certain level by noon, Wang Chen felt it would be time for them to go on tour. After all, the more money Zhang Yuanying made, the more commission he would earn. Saying this, Wang Chen drove to the company. By the time he arrived, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. He sent Ilan a message saying he would be waiting for her at the company tonight and asked her to bring the female star who was about to sign the contract. He was increasingly looking forward to who the first signed star of Haoya would be. He would definitely offer better treatment to the first signed star, so that when Haoya's contract spread, the effect would be even better. After arriving at the company, he didn't go to the practice room right away but returned to his office. Sitting at his desk, looking at the pink G key in his hand, a smile couldn't help but rise at the corners of his mouth. This was Zhao Liying's car. She had given it to Wang Chen and even told him the password to her house. To be honest, Wang Chen was quite surprised. He didn't expect Zhao Liying to trust him so much now. He thought that if his favorability could increase a bit more, maybe he could become the man of the big star Zhao Liying. However, the higher the favorability, the harder it was to increase, and it would probably take a long time. He put the car key in his pocket and stood by the window, overlooking the Huangpu River, and Wang Chen's mindset was gradually changing. He now not only wanted to earn more money for himself but also needed to help the goddess he was bound to earn more money, so that his earnings would increase as well. Since he needed to help them make money, he would start with Wuya. After all, her favorability was the highest at the moment. In that case, he needed to establish another company and make Wuya the head of that company. Wang Chen felt that he still had too few capable people under him. Haoya film and television media couldn't do without Ilan and Xiaochuchu right now. Perhaps I can ask Ilan if she knows anyone. If she does, we can bring them in. Right now, I really need talent. After thinking for a while, Wang Chen left his office and headed towards the practice room. When he arrived outside the practice room, he was treated to a feast for the eyes. He saw Zhang Yuanying and the others practicing their dance inside, their perfect figures on full display at that moment. More importantly, it wasn't just Zhang Yuanying, both girl groups were there. They were wearing tight-fitting training outfits. Wang Chen stood outside, watching the girl group train hard, feeling quite pleased and gratified. After a while, it seemed that Zhang Yuanying and the others noticed Wang Chen. However, they didn't stop their training. Instead, they continued. Wang Chen didn't want to disturb them and decided to wait until they finished before going in. At 5:30, Zhang Yuanying and the others wrapped up their training for the day. Wang Chen didn't linger outside any longer and pushed the door open to enter. Upon seeing Wang Chen, both the girl group members and their female coach stood straight. Wang Chen looked at them, all sweaty, and smiled, saying, "No need to be so tense, I'm just here to see how you all are doing. Luo Xuanning, tell me about the recent training progress of the two girl groups." The female coach quickly replied, "Boss, recently Zhang Yuanying and the others have been working very hard. Both their dance and Chinese have improved significantly." Good. Teach them well, I won't treat you unfairly. Come to my office later." "Okay, boss." After that, Wang Chen turned to look at the idol girl group and WH1 girl group members, slowly saying, "Can you understand what I'm saying?" After he finished speaking, some members of the girl groups nodded while others shook their heads. Seeing some nod, Wang Chen continued, "As long as some of you can understand, that's enough. Later, you can inform each other that in September, I will arrange a tour for you through the company. The money earned will be distributed according to the contract we signed earlier. Of course, if you want a better contract, that's also possible, just perform well." He quietly observed the group of beautiful women, wanting to see their reactions, but to his surprise, they remained unusually calm. Wang Chen wondered if his conditions weren't attractive enough. After thinking for a moment, he felt that most of them probably didn't understand, because a few members of the girl group showed signs of excitement on their faces. Seeing that some understood, Wang Chen left the practice room. After all, they were still in their training outfits, all sweaty, and it wouldn't be comfortable for him to stay while they changed. After Wang Chen left, the two girl groups began to discuss. Meanwhile, Luo Xuanning followed Wang Chen out. There was only one man in the company, so Luo Xuanning wasn't afraid of others seeing her like this. Of course, many people in the company noticed Luo Xuanning following Wang Chen to the office. Some had expressions of envy, while others looked worried. After all, the boss was a hot-blooded young man, who knows what might happen in the office. Wang Chen's office. Luo Xuanning stood in front of Wang Chen in her training outfit, making Wang Chen's blood rush. It was really hard to bear. Especially in this training outfit, he could see almost everything. Wang Chen forced himself to suppress his rising blood, calmly saying, "Luo Xuanning, teach them well. They will give 20% of the funds from the tour to the company, and I will give you 5% as your bonus." Upon hearing this, Luo Xuanning was completely stunned. When she entered with Wang Chen just now, she thought the boss must have wanted to use an excuse to take advantage of her. And wearing this training outfit was indeed very tempting. She never expected that Wang Chen really just wanted to give her a raise, not to bully her. This made Luo Xuanning feel that she might be overthinking things a bit, and she felt somewhat guilty towards Wang Chen. "Boss, is what you said true?" Luo Xuanning said excitedly. I am the boss, how could I possibly lie? Just don't tell anyone about this, got it?" Thank you, boss." "Alright, you can go now. If you need anything, just call me." "Ah, boss, you." Luo Xuanning still couldn't believe it. If Wang Chen wanted her right now, she would definitely not resist. "What ah? If you stay a bit longer, the people in the company will probably think I have ideas about you. Hurry up and go, change your clothes. Wearing this is really too hard to bear." Upon hearing this, Luo Xuanning left the office with a smile. The people in the company were also stunned to see Luo Xuanning come out so soon, and as a result, a rumor began to circulate. They said Wang Chen was not capable. Of course, Wang Chen knew nothing of this. He sat in the office waiting for Yilan to bring the first female star artist from Haoya Film and Television Media Company. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the company's employees had all gotten off work, leaving Wang Chen standing alone in front of the floor-to-ceiling window waiting for Yilan. Just when he thought Yilan would take a while longer to arrive, the office door was knocked on. Wang Chen turned around to look. Through the glass, Wang Chen saw Yilan, and the person she had been looking forward to. Wang Chen smiled. Yilan was really impressive. "Come in." After he said this, Yilan walked in with two people. When they saw Wang Chen, the two behind Yilan were also very shocked. They never expected the boss of Haoya Film and Television Media to be so young. While they were surprised, Wang Chen slowly walked towards them. Wang Chen extended his hand. "Sister Jingyi, hello, my name is Wang Chen, and I am your fan." Zhu Jingyi was somewhat taken aback and quickly extended her fair, delicate hand to shake hands with Wang Chen. "Hello." Wang Chen carefully examined Zhu Jingyi. She was indeed beautiful, just a bit petite. System, open Zhu Jingyi's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Zhu Jingyi. Age, 30. Appearance, 95. Favorability, 31. Stranger, height, 159 centimeters. Weight, 38 kilograms. Occupation, actress, singer. Wang Chen was directly stunned. He didn't expect Zhu Jingyi to only weigh 76 kg, that was too thin. "Sister Jingyi, please sit." After saying this, Zhu Jingyi and her manager sat down on the sofa. Yilan then sat next to Wang Chen. "So, Wang Chen, can we take a look at the contract you mentioned?" Zhu Jingyi's manager said. "Sure, Sister Jingyi, our company has 4 levels of contracts. Since it's Sister Jingyi, let's not look at the D-level contract, let's start with the C-level contract." After saying this, Wang Chen got up and took out 3 contracts from his drawer. He handed the C-level contract to Zhu Jingyi's manager. Zhu Jingyi's manager was now a woman. She had previously been a man but was changed later. After all, the company had regulations against having male managers, which Yilan had already considered. Now Zhu Jingyi's manager was named Zhang Yu, a seasoned manager. After looking at the contract, Zhang Yu was completely stunned. She didn't expect the contract to be this good, taking only 20%. Her face was filled with shock. Zhang Yu handed the contract in her hand to Zhu Jingyi, who also looked it over carefully and was very shocked. She looked at Wang Chen in disbelief. It should be known that this was just the C-level contract, and there were A-level and B-level contracts. How good would those treatments be? Zhu Jingyi couldn't believe it. "Wang Chen, are you sure this is the C-level contract?" Wang Chen nodded. "That's right, Jingyi Jia. As long as you sign with our company, I guarantee you'll have endless filming opportunities, countless endorsements, and an endless supply of high fashion. Also, if you sign with our company, you can directly sign a B-level contract." After saying this, Wang Chen placed the B-level contract in front of Zhu Jingyi. Zhu Jingyi was still processing Wang Chen's words when she saw him put a contract in front of her. It's worth noting that during her time at Siba Media, the treatment she received was quite poor. She never expected to encounter a boss who was actually her fan and wanted to sign her. This made Zhu Jingyi think twice. However, she still gently picked up the contract in front of her to take a look. It was shocking. "Ah!" Zhu Jingyi covered her mouth, unable to believe what she was seeing in the contract. Zhang Yu, standing nearby, looked at Zhu Jingyi in confusion and took the contract from her to read it. "Ah!" Zhang Yu exclaimed as well. Wang Chen and Yilan exchanged knowing smiles. They knew this would be the outcome. But it wasn't their fault, the terms of the contract were just too good. Zhu Jingyi looked at Wang Chen in disbelief. According to this contract, the company would be at a loss. This further confirmed her thoughts. Zhu Jingyi could guarantee that she had no impression of the person in front of her. This meant that this person was indeed likely her fan, and of course, a fan with intentions. Wang Chen was unaware of Zhu Jingyi's thoughts. He was only thinking about getting a popular female star signed to his company and then promoting her, making it easier for Helan to scout talent. However, this would mean that Haoya would face hostility from other media companies. The money he currently had couldn't ensure that Haoya could operate normally under such circumstances, so he needed to accumulate more funds for emergencies. Wang Chen, what are the conditions for signing this B-level contract? Zhu Jingyi asked. Jingyi Jia, this B-level contract requires you to stay with the company for 5 years, and then you can renew the contract. Of course, there's another situation where it can be signed with my special approval. Otherwise, you can only sign a C-level or D-level contract. I see. Yes, Jingyi Jia, think it over carefully. After saying this, Wang Chen didn't disturb Zhu Jingyi and Zhang Yu, leaving the office with Helan and giving them space. Helan followed closely behind Wang Chen. It wasn't until they were far from the office that Wang Chen said to Helan, "Helan, do you know anyone as outstanding as you?" Hearing this, Helan looked at Wang Chen in surprise. "Boss, what do you want? You're not planning to replace me, are you?" Helan joked. Wang Chen replied irritably, "What are you talking about? How could I replace you? I just need people to help with the new company." Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Helan was stunned. Haoya had just been established for a short time, and now he was starting a new company. This boss was really too wealthy. Just to note, Haoya's current funds were nearly 3.8 billion in cash. Helan couldn't help but ask, "Boss, how much money do you have left?" As soon as she said it, she realized she had misspoken, thinking Wang Chen would be angry, but to her surprise, he smiled and said, "Oh, you want to know?" Hearing this, Helan immediately shook her head. "I don't want to." Helan breathed a sigh of relief, glad that Wang Chen wasn't angry. "Seriously, do you know anyone? If you do, introduce them to me. I want women, not men." "But boss, you're so picky. Where are you going to find that many strong women? Do you think they grow on trees? If there were such people, they would have been snatched up by other companies long ago." I'm not doubting you, it doesn't matter if you believe me," Helan said irritably. However, even though she said that, she was already calculating who to find. Yes, who told you to be the boss? Let me think, but you'll have to wait a while. I haven't had time recently, and I've basically handed over the company's matters to Xia Chuchu. I'm still in the process of recruiting. This isn't urgent. I'll give you a surprise when the time comes. A surprise? As long as it's not a scare, that's fine, Helan said with a look of disdain. While they were discussing, Zhu Jingyi was also talking with Zhang Yu. "Sister Yu, do you think Wang Chen has feelings for me?" Zhang Yu listened to Zhu Jingyi's words thoughtfully. In fact, she also felt that Wang Chen had feelings for Zhu Jingyi, otherwise, how could he let Zhu Jingyi sign such a good contract? "Jingyi, I want to know what you think." "Sister Yu, I don't lack money right now. If he really has feelings for me, then I won't sign." In fact, Zhang Yu still wanted Zhu Jingyi to sign with this company. After all, the benefits were really exceptional. Just think about it, which company would cover your living expenses, not take a cut from your earnings, and even provide you with resources? That's simply impossible. Jingyi, let me be honest with you. If you miss this great contract, you might really not encounter something like it again in the future. You have to know, a B-level contract is this good. What do you think an A-level contract would be like? And he might not necessarily have feelings for you. In other words, even if he does have feelings for you, if you two really get together, it would also be a good thing for you. Sister Yu. Zhu Jingyi didn't expect Zhang Yu to think this way. She thought for a moment. Although Wang Chen wasn't very handsome, he was very clean. It was hard for her to accept him so quickly, but she could accept getting to know him slowly. If he was a good person, being with him wouldn't be out of the question. Jingyi, your sister has been through this. She knows the importance of money and power, but how you choose is your own business. I will support you. Sister Yu. Zhu Jingyi thought for a moment. There really wasn't a company more suitable for her than Haoya. After thinking for a long time, she finally said softly, "Sister Yu, I'll sign." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu smiled. In fact, she had a sharp eye and knew when she met Wang Chen that he was definitely not an ordinary person. The reason she wanted Zhu Jingyi to sign with Haoya was also for her own selfish reasons. She just didn't say it out loud. After the two finished discussing, Wang Chen and Helan pushed open the office door and walked in. Wang Chen, smiling, sat down opposite Zhu Jingyi. Helan sat down next to him as before. "Sister Jingyi, how have you considered it?" Zhu Jingyi looked at Wang Chen. She felt it was not unacceptable. "Okay, I'll sign." Ha ha ha. Wang Chen was so happy that he laughed out loud. In Zhu Jingyi's eyes, Wang Chen was happy because he was about to get her. This made her feel that Wang Chen was a lecher. Her impression of Wang Chen dropped significantly. "Sister Jingyi, don't worry. From today on, you will have endless resources. let's sign the contract. Zhu Jingyi nodded and picked up the B-level contract on the table to sign. After signing this contract, Zhu Jingyi became an artist of Haoya, and Haoya finally had its first female star. Wang Chen was also very excited. Sister Yu, why don't you sign with our company too? As for your contract, we can also sign you as a B-level contract for agents. How about that? Zhang Yu nodded. Okay, then thank you, boss. After speaking, Wang Chen handed a B-level contract for agents to Zhang Yu. The contract for agents is different from that of artists. However, the agent's contract is also very enticing. After Zhang Yu signed the contract with Zhu Jingyi, Wang Chen directly said, Sister Yu, you still need to work on Zhu Jingyi's resources, but whatever it costs, just report it directly to the company. Okay, thank you, boss. By the way, do you have housing in Magic City? Yes. Both Zhang Yu and Zhu Jingyi have their own houses in Magic City, so Wang Chen's worries were unnecessary. Oh, I was thinking that if you didn't have any, the company would provide housing for you, just over at Tangsini Pin, a flat, a total of 1,000 square meters. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jingyi and Zhang Yu were both stunned. Zhang Yu now regretted saying she had a house. Wang Chen, can we change our answer? Zhang Yu said with a smile. Sure, then you can move to Tangsini Pin. As long as you are still with the company, you can live in that house forever. Great, thank you, boss. Wang Chen looked at Zhu Jingyi, then at Zhang Yu, and couldn't understand why Zhu Jingyi seemed less interested. But he didn't want to think too much about it. After all, he was going back now. Wang Chen asked Helan to take Zhu Jingyi and the others to Tangsini Pin while he returned home. On the way back, Wang Chen thought about what Helan had just told him. Helan said she was recently looking into whether she could recruit Chen Dueling, Bai Lu, and Zhang Ruanan. If she could recruit them, she would bring them over. However, she mentioned that it should be possible to recruit people from South Korea soon. In a little while, the company's artists should increase. Wang Chen thought it might not be good for a president to recruit people, but there was no other way. It seemed that only Helan had a stronger ability to recruit. If he wanted Helan to take it easy, he would need to find someone to replace her work. But the problem was that there was currently no one who could replace Helan's work. At 4:30 in the evening, Wang Chen returned to Fengshan Community. When he opened the door, Wuya was already at the entrance, waiting like a wife for her husband to come home. She took the slippers from the shoe cabinet for Wang Chen. Then she put his shoes inside. Xiaohao, why are you back so late today? I went to send off Sister Li Ying and Sister Ifei today. They have already returned to Kyoto, and then I went to the company to handle some matters, so I came back late. Oh, Sister Li Ying and Sister Ifei have already gone to Kyoto. Yeah, you haven't eaten yet, right? I've already prepared dinner. Go wash your hands and let's eat. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen cupped Wuya's face and kissed her. Muah! Sister Wuya, you are truly my good wife. I'm really hungry. Wuya's face turned red. She never expected Wang Chen would kiss her directly, but this feeling was really nice. Wuya followed Wang Chen to wash his hands, then sat at the table, ready to have dinner. Wang Chen looked at the dishes on the table. Braised pork, king crab, Australian lobster. All his favorites. It seemed Wuya had really put in a lot of effort to prepare. Xiaohao, I want to eat crab legs. Okay, I'll peel it for you. Wang Chen picked up scissors, cut open the crab legs, took out the crab meat inside, dipped it in sauce, and brought it to Wuya's mouth. Wuya took a bite of the crab meat Wang Chen offered. Instantly, a wave of happiness enveloped her. At that moment, Wuya felt that as long as Wang Chen was by her side, she could accept anything that happened. Xiaohao, you eat too. Saying this, Wuya handed the crab meat in her hand to Wang Chen. Wang Chen took a bite as well. After finishing, he licked his lips. Sister Wuya, you smell so good. You. What are you talking about? Wang Chen stretched lazily. He drowsily walked to the window and pulled back the curtains, only to be surprised by the torrential rain outside. Wang Chen was a bit taken aback. It hadn't rained much for a long time, and he didn't expect it to start pouring just after Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei left. However, he didn't think too much about it. He put on his clothes and went out, saying a quick goodbye to Wuya before driving to school. Of course, the car he was driving was Zhao Liying's. Wang Chen attended classes all morning, and the rain continued to pour without any sign of stopping. He had promised to meet Song Ningxuang yesterday, and he naturally wouldn't go back on his word. To manage his time well, he planned to have lunch with Song Ningxuang and then visit Bai Waner in the afternoon. It had been a while since he last went to see Bai Waner, and it was about time. Bai Waner lived in Green City by the Huangpu River, not far from Haoya Film and Media. It was perfect to visit Bai Waner in the afternoon and then check in at the company. Wang Chen walked towards Song Ningxuang's dormitory with an umbrella, knowing that they didn't have classes this morning, so they were resting in their dorms. He thought this kind of weather was best for lying in bed and relaxing. Lying in bed watching videos of beautiful girls was so enjoyable, but unfortunately, he had classes this morning and couldn't do that. The raindrops pattered on Wang Chen's umbrella, feeling quite relieving. Before long, he arrived at the bottom of Song Ningxuan's dormitory. He initially thought she wouldn't be down yet, but to his surprise, Song Ningxuan was already waiting for him. She was wearing a tank top, shorts, and a pair of slippers, looking very much like a college student. Wang Chen walked up to her. Ningxuan, how good you're here. Yeah, let's go. As she spoke, Song Ningxuan closed her umbrella and stepped under Wang Chen's umbrella. Wang Chen was speechless. She had her own umbrella but chose to share his. Wasn't that a bit cramped? Although he thought this, he couldn't escape the allure of the moment. He held the umbrella with one hand and wrapped his other arm around Song Ningxuan's shoulder. It felt really nice. Seeing Wang Chen's arm around her, Song Ningxuan couldn't help but smile. Who in Magic City's financial university didn't know that Wang Chen was a super rich second generation? Everyone was trying to get close to him, and some girls were even considering how to kidnap him and have his child to turn their fortunes around. Song Ningxuan definitely had to assert her claim. Wang Chen holding her was the best way to do that. Wang Chen didn't care about Song Ningxuan's thoughts. After all, he wouldn't be limited to just one woman. Before long, Wang Chen and Song Ningxuan arrived at the cafeteria, where they found a relatively quiet spot to sit down. After placing their umbrellas, they went to order food. They both ordered a wooden bucket rice. While eating, Wang Chen asked, Ningxuan, don't your roommates all have cars? Song Ningxuan nodded. Yeah, how good, their families are doing well, so they all have cars, but I heard them say that their family business has been facing some difficulties recently. Hearing this, Wang Chen was a bit surprised. But that's how business goes, it's normal to have ups and downs. Since he knew them and had a good relationship, even having slept together in a tent on the beach, he would definitely help if they needed it. Well, in a couple of days, I'll take you to buy a car, otherwise, it'll be inconvenient for you to go anywhere. I'll transfer 50,000 yuan to you now. You can use it as pocket money to treat your roommates to a meal or something. Upon hearing this, Song Ningxuan's eyes lit up. Wow, really? Yeah, thank you, hubby. Wang Chen was taken aback. He didn't expect this girl to call him hubby, but if she wanted to call him that, so be it, he wasn't losing anything. Also, if Li Meng and the others are facing any difficulties, let them come to me, understood? Got it. This meal made Song Ningxuan very happy. Not only because Wang Chen was going to buy her a car, but more importantly, she had received what she wanted. Wang Chen had acknowledged her identity. After Wang Chen dropped Song Ningxuan back at the dormitory, he left. Once back in her dorm, Song Ningxuan said to Li Meng and the others, Meng, didn't you say your family's business was struggling? Wang Chen said if you really can't manage, just talk to him. Upon hearing Song Ningxuan's words, the expressions of Li Meng and the others instantly changed. They had been worried sick lately, their family business was getting worse by the day, and they didn't know what to do. Now that Wang Chen said this, it meant their family business had hope. Ningxuan, is what you said true? Li Meng asked excitedly. Song Ningxuan nodded gently. That's great, that's great. Du Xiang and Zhang Mumu were also very excited. They all took out their phones to message Wang Chen. At that moment, Wang Chen was on his way to Bai Wanner's place, and he didn't have time to check his phone when it rang. He could only check it when he arrived at Bai Wanner's. 20 minutes later, Wang Chen drove to the Green City on the Huangpu River where Bai Wanner lived. It was still pouring rain in the sky. After parking the car, he picked up his phone to check the messages. Only then did he realize it was from Li Meng and the others. He read carefully and replied to the three of them, saying he would go to the school to find them in the evening and discuss it in detail then. After replying to them, Wang Chen opened his umbrella and walked towards the building where Bai Wanner lived. In no time, he arrived at Bai Wanner's doorstep. He hadn't informed Bai Wanner in advance, so after entering the password, he went straight in. However, what Wang Chen didn't expect was that there was not just Bai Wanner at home, but another woman as well, Bai Wanner's best friend. Upon seeing Wang Chen, Yang Xiuli called out to him. How good, you're here. Where's Wanner? She's in her room live streaming. It seemed that upon hearing Wang Chen's voice, Bai Wanner opened the door to the live streaming room, and the moment she saw Wang Chen, she clung to him just like before. Wang Chen supported her perky bottom with both hands and said, Alright, can't you see Xiuli is still here? Aren't you embarrassed? Hearing this, Bai Wanner blushed and got down from him. How goo! Bai Wanner seemed to want to say she missed him, but didn't say it out loud because of Yang Xiuli's presence. Wang Chen pulled her to sit on the sofa. Wanner, don't be busy yet. I'll give you your living expenses for this month first, or I'll forget again. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiuli's eyes widened. She also wanted to see how much Wang Chen gave Bai Waner for living expenses each month. How good, I don't want the money anymore. The money I earn is enough for me. When Bai Waner said this, both Wang Chen and Yang Xiaoli were stunned. Previously, Bai Waner wanted him to support her, and now she didn't want money anymore. Wang Chen looked at the high favorability rating of 92 and instantly understood. However, Wang Chen had promised her before, and since he had promised, he had to follow through. Waner, this is what I promised you, you can keep the extra, understood? Bai Waner saw that Wang Chen was serious and nodded. Saying this, Wang Chen transferred the money to Bai Waner, but the moment the money arrived, not only was Yang Xiaoli stunned, but even Bai Waner was shocked. This time, Wang Chen directly transferred 9 million to Bai Waner. After all, he had already earned a lot through Bai Waner's salary cashback, and her favorability rating was already so high. Giving a little more didn't matter. Bai Waner stared at the payment notification on her phone, completely frozen in place. Yang Xiaoli also took a long time to come back to her senses. She never expected that Wang Chen would suddenly give Bai Waner 9 million. After all, ordinary people work themselves to the bone for only 4,000 to 5,000 a month. Even if Yang Xiaoli herself livestreamed, with a fixed audience of 10,000 per session, it would take a long time to earn that 9 million. But Wang Chen just took it out so casually. How rich is he, really? At that moment, Yang Xiaoli had some thoughts. She stared at Wang Chen without blinking. Bai Waner, after realizing what was happening, tightly hugged him. How good, you give me so much money, aren't you afraid I'll run away? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen smiled. With such a high level of affection, it would be strange if she did run. Alright, how much is this? When I have time, I'll buy you a company and make you the boss lady. As soon as he said this, the two, who had just come back to their senses, fell into deep shock again. They knew that people like Wang Chen, who were wealthy, generally wouldn't go back on their word. If he said it, he would do it. Since Wang Chen said so, it proved he really wanted to buy Bai Waner a company. A company would cost at least several hundred million. At that moment, both Bai Waner and Yang Xiaoli felt that their guesses about Wang Chen were still too conservative. However, Bai Waner said, how good, I don't want a company. Oh, really don't want it? If I get a company, won't you stop coming to see me? Bai Waner knew her current position was just that of a lover. If she really got a company, Wang Chen might not come to see her anymore. If it were when she first met Wang Chen, she would definitely agree. After all, there were no feelings between them back then. But now it was different. She didn't want to be without Wang Chen. During the time she hadn't seen him, she had been sleepless every night. She didn't want that. Waner, what are you thinking? Buying you a company is to make you feel secure, you know? Only when you have your own company will you not feel like a canary in a cage, and I also don't want you to continue in the live streaming industry. It was only after Wang Chen explained that Bai Waner understood why he suddenly wanted to buy her a company. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaoli was truly envious. She envied Bai Waner for meeting such a good man like Wang Chen. Not only was he young, but he was also so wealthy. Unlike some rich people, who were either pot-bellied or old, someone like Wang Chen was simply a national treasure. This made Yang Xiaoli's thoughts expand infinitely, and her gaze towards Wang Chen became unabashed. Yet, neither Wang Chen nor Bai Waner was aware of this. Wang Chen was still reasoning with Bai Waner. In fact, the reason Wang Chen wanted to establish a company for Bai Waner was that the company would be under her name, and the money earned would count as Bai Waner's salary. This way, he could get more salary cash back. Of course, what he said before about hoping she could forget her identity as a canary was also true. This was a change brought about by affection. After all, affection is mutual. It not only increased Bai Waner's affection for him but also enhanced his affection for her. Naturally, he didn't want Bai Waner to feel inferior. He knew that the reason Bai Waner clung to him was to cover up her feelings of inferiority. As her man, how could he not know? Establishing a new company for Bai Waner would perfectly solve all problems. It would not only keep her busy but also allow him to earn more salary cash back. As for wearing a green hat, that was basically impossible. If it were possible, then his affection would definitely decrease, and he would know in advance. So he wasn't worried. How good, thank you. Bai Waner hugged Wang Chen with tears in her eyes, unwilling to let go. Yang Xiaoli, sitting nearby, had clearly understood their conversation. She didn't hold back and just sat beside them. Yang Xiaoli knew that to find an opportunity, one couldn't be shy. Half an hour later, Bai Waner left Wang Chen's embrace, her face flushed as she glanced at Yang Xiaoli beside her. Seeing the two had separated, Yang Xiaoli slowly spoke up. Oh my, you two are really going to make me sick with jealousy, seriously. This remark made Bai Waner blush even more. Xiaoli, why don't you go find a boyfriend too? It's not that easy. It's not hard at all. With your looks and figure, Xiaoli, finding a boyfriend should be a piece of cake. Wang Chen said. But what Yang Xiaoli said next left Wang Chen and Bai Waner stunned. "Sai, I want to find a man like Hao Gu. How about you support me, Hao Gu?" When Yang Xiaoli said this, Wang Chen and Bai Waner were frozen in place, not expecting her to say such a thing. Xiaoli, don't joke around. I'm not a bad man." After saying this, he pinched Bai Waner beside him. This made Bai Waner feel delighted. Ding, Bai Waner, the goddess of salary cashback, affection +1, hearing the system's voice, Wang Chen was instantly excited. The affection that hadn't changed for a long time finally increased. This was really good news for Wang Chen. He should really thank Yang Xiaoli. After that, the three of them didn't mention the word support again. Wang Chen didn't say anything more, because he felt that Yang Xiaoli wasn't just joking, she seemed to be serious. However, Wang Chen didn't have the energy for that now, whether it was Bai Waner, Wu Ye, or Luifei and Zhao Liying. They were already enough to keep him busy. Moreover, he not only had to increase their affection but also help them make money. If he really supported Yang Xiaoli, it would have to wait until he had extra salary cashback binding opportunities. Afterward, Wang Chen had a meal at home with Bai Waner and Yang Xiaoli. This meal was cooked by Bai Waner. It tasted pretty good. However, with Yang Xiaoli around, he didn't do anything adult-like with Bai Waner. After dinner, it was already 6:30 in the evening. It was time for him to go to school to find Song Ningxuang and the others. After all, he had promised to meet them when he came over today. He couldn't go back on his word. "Waner, I have something to take care of. I'll come find you in a couple of days." Bai Waner looked at Wang Chen reluctantly, but she also knew that Wang Chen couldn't rest here. She could only nod. She stepped forward to help Wang Chen tidy up his clothes and said, "How good, I'll wait for you at home." If you get bored, go out shopping with Xiaoli, and if you don't have enough money, just tell me." Mua. Bai Waner kissed him on the cheek, and Wang Chen smiled, opened the door, and left. Watching Wang Chen's departing figure, Bai Waner's face was filled with reluctance. It wasn't until the door closed that Bai Waner turned to Yang Xiaoli. "Xiaoli, did you just say you wanted Hao Gu to support you?" Wang Chen naturally didn't know what had happened between Bai Waner and Yang Xiaoli. At this moment, he was already driving towards the school. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, Wang Chen arrived at the Magic City University of Finance, and it was still pouring rain in the sky, showing no signs of stopping. He could only open an umbrella and walk towards Song Ningxuang's dormitory. When he reached the bottom of Song Ningxuang's dormitory building, Wang Chen sent her a message saying he was downstairs and asked them to come out. Less than 2 minutes after sending the message, Wang Chen saw Song Ningxuang and the others coming out in tank tops and shorts. Then they led Wang Chen into their dormitory using the same method as last time. Once inside, Wang Chen saw the underwear and other items hanging on the balcony. He slapped his forehead. They really didn't treat him as an outsider. Especially wearing so little, didn't they fear him being a pervert? It was really helpless. However, Wang Chen didn't have such thoughts. After all, this kind of thing was inappropriate. After Wang Chen entered, they pulled him down to sit. He was surrounded by them, feeling a bit shy. "No, you all should wear a bit more, I can't handle it," Wang Chen joked. However, they didn't pay any attention. After all, last time at the beach, they wore even more revealing outfits, and Wang Chen had no particular thoughts. If Wang Chen knew their thoughts, he would definitely have to teach them a lesson. This was simply an insult to him. How could a big man like him not have any reaction? He was just holding back. Wang Chen, Ning Shuang said you would help us, right?" Li Meng asked somewhat nervously. "If I can help, I will definitely do so. What kind of relationship do we have? Why act so distant?" Upon hearing this, Li Meng and the others breathed a sigh of relief. After hearing Wang Chen say this, they knew the matter was settled. "First, tell me what happened." Li Meng and the others nodded, and then Li Meng spoke first. "Actually, it's like this, Hao Gu, during the summer vacation, our family business was doing well, but then suddenly, it was as if someone was targeting my family's business. Everything went wrong. After that, several of our supermarkets have been losing money, and now we've lost nearly 3 million. If this continues, my family will go bankrupt in less than a month. We're in deep debt." Wang Chen was puzzled upon hearing this, feeling that Li Meng hadn't finished her words, but he couldn't pinpoint what was off. "So, according to you, your family's business problems started during the summer vacation?" Li Meng nodded. "Du Xiang, you say something." Hearing Wang Chen call her, Du Xiang slowly spoke. "Hao Gu, my family's situation is the same as Meng Meng's, but my family doesn't run a supermarket, we run a chain of cake shops, and now we're also facing financial difficulties. The business troubles also started around the summer vacation." Wang Chen felt that something was off, but he couldn't articulate what it was. This was getting interesting. Could it be that Li Meng and the others were lying to him? That shouldn't be the case, judging by their expressions, this matter should be true. but it just felt very wrong. There was no way around it. Wang Chen could only ask Zhang Mumu to share her family's situation as well. Zhang Mumu, tell me about your family's situation. Zhang Mumu nodded and said, how good, my family runs a hot pot restaurant, and our situation is basically the same as Meng Meng's. The more Wang Chen listened, the more he felt something was wrong. Why would the businesses of Li Meng and the others suddenly be targeted? And all three had different types of businesses. This was clearly not right. Wang Chen really felt something was off, but he couldn't figure out why. So, Wang Chen looked at Li Meng and the others. When Li Meng and the others saw Wang Chen looking at them, they all lowered their heads. Are you hiding something from me? Upon hearing this, Li Meng and the others visibly stiffened. Seeing this, Wang Chen understood that they indeed had something to hide from him. However, he wouldn't force them to speak, that would easily hurt their feelings. What are you all thinking? Tell me about it. Seeing that they weren't speaking, Wang Chen took the initiative to speak. He had a good impression of Li Meng and the others. After all, when he encountered Li Jejia and Han Xian last time, they helped him teach Li Jejia and Han Xian a lesson. They even used their own accounts to help him prove his innocence on the school's forum. Moreover, last time at the beach, they also gave Wang Chen plenty of benefits. Every time he thought of that scene, he wanted to experience it again. If he had another chance, he would definitely not remain indifferent. Li Meng and the others exchanged glances. No one spoke, and even Song Ning Shuang felt anxious for them. She quickly said, Meng Meng, just say what you have, Hao Ge will definitely help you. Hearing this, Wang Chen nodded. Just say what you have, I won't eat anyone. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Li Meng glanced at Du Xiang and Zhang Mumu. After the three nodded, Li Meng slowly spoke, Hao Ge, we want to borrow some money from you, as for the person who targeted our family's business. But before Li Meng could finish, the door to their dormitory was knocked on. Open the door, room check. The dorm supervisor's voice came from outside, and Wang Chen was instantly stunned. What was going on? If this dorm supervisor found out, it would be over. Randomly entering the girls' dormitory had serious consequences. Wang Chen turned to look at Song Ning Shuang and the others. Song Ning Shuang was the first to react, pulling Wang Chen into the bathroom and staying with him there. Seeing this, Li Meng and the others quickly reacted. They hurriedly opened the dormitory door. Before opening the door, they adjusted their breathing. When the door opened, a woman in her 50s walked in. Why did you open the door so slowly? Is there something you don't want me to see? Hearing this, Zhang Mumu quickly explained, Auntie, what could we have? We were all busy just now. Is that so? The dorm supervisor clearly didn't believe it and started looking around as she walked in. She didn't miss a single spot, checking both the beds and the balcony. Li Meng and Zhang Mumu followed behind the dorm supervisor, their hearts racing. If the dorm supervisor found out, it would be over. The dorm supervisor looked at the balcony in the dormitory, and seemingly unsatisfied with the view, she walked back outside. As she left, the hearts of Li Meng and the others raced even more. Wang Chen was still in the bathroom, which was on the balcony. If the dorm supervisor went to the balcony, there was a 70 to 80% chance she would open the bathroom door. If that happened, wouldn't Wang Chen be discovered? But they had no way to stop it, only able to watch helplessly as the dorm supervisor walked to the bathroom door, reaching out to pull it open. The dorm supervisor's hand was on the doorknob. Who's in there? Seeing that the bathroom door wouldn't open, the dorm supervisor shouted into the bathroom. Meanwhile, Wang Chen, hiding in the bathroom, didn't know what to do. Song Ning Shuang tugged at him, gave him a look, then softly spoke to the outside. Auntie, I'm in the bathroom. Hearing Song Ning Shuang's voice, the dorm supervisor finally gave up on the idea of opening the door. Seeing this, Li Meng and the others behind her breathed a sigh of relief, and then the dorm supervisor looked around the balcony, checking every spot until she found nothing. Only then did the dorm supervisor say to Li Meng and the others, someone reported that there were boys coming to your dormitory. Although I didn't see anything, you should be more self-aware, understand? Upon hearing this, Li Meng and the others finally understood why the dorm supervisor came to check their dormitory. It turned out they had been reported. This was really frustrating. Li Meng quickly explained, Auntie, we didn't. Maybe they saw it wrong. It was actually them bringing boys in and then making false claims. It better be that way. Auntie, I think you should check their dormitory instead, otherwise, that boy might get away. Zhang Mumu added, unwilling to be reported like this. Since others wanted to make things difficult for them, they had to fight back. The dorm supervisor, upon hearing this, also felt it made sense. She preferred to check more thoroughly than to let that pervert who sneaked into the girls' dormitory get away. Don't worry, I will definitely check, you just wait. Saying this, the dorm supervisor left the dormitory. Once the dorm supervisor left, Du Xiang quickly closed the door and then came to the bathroom door, gently knocking on it. She whispered, Ning Xuang, are you done? I need to use the bathroom. Du Xiang didn't dare to call out to Wang Chen loudly. She was afraid that the dorm supervisor was still at the door and hadn't left. That would be the end. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Wang Chen and Song Ningxiang also opened the bathroom door. Song Ningxiang peeked her head out from behind the door and whispered, Shangxiang, has the dorm supervisor left? She should have left. I closed the door as soon as she went out. Good, then let's come out now. Just as Song Ningxiang and Wang Chen were about to step out, there was another knock on the dormitory door. Bang bang bang. This sudden noise instantly made Du Xiang and the others' hearts race to the extreme. Song Ningxiang quickly closed the bathroom door. Du Xiang also hurried back to her spot. Their movements were particularly swift, making it clear that they often found themselves in such situations. Once Du Xiang returned to her position, Zheng Mumu went to open the door. Auntie, why are you here again? I have something to tell you. The school will come to check the dormitory tomorrow. If there are any prohibited items, hand them in early. However, while saying this, the dorm supervisor's gaze kept wandering into the dormitory. It was obvious that this wasn't her main purpose. They understood that the dorm supervisor was making a surprise return. Unbelievable. After confirming that there were no boys in the dormitory, the supervisor finally left. This time, they had learned their lesson. Instead of immediately calling Wang Chen and Song Ningxiang, they waited for a while until there was no movement outside before daring to call for them. After a while, Du Xiang approached the bathroom door and knocked. Ningxiang, come out. Hearing this, Song Ningxiang and Wang Chen, who were hiding in the bathroom, finally stepped out. Once outside, they were still shaken. After all, this was the first time they had encountered such a situation, and it was hard not to panic. If they were discovered, it would affect their reputations. Wang Chen could even be treated as a pervert. At that point, it would be impossible to explain, even if he was innocent. Fortunately, they had managed to get through this incident. How good, you really scared me to death just now. Song Ningxiang kept patting her proud chest as she spoke. Wang Chen hadn't expected the dorm supervisor to come check the rooms. It was unbelievable. I was startled too, but how am I supposed to get out later? At this, everyone fell silent because the dorm supervisor had just been there, so she would definitely be in the dormitory tonight. If Wang Chen went out, he would surely be caught red-handed. That would be disastrous. Well, Hao Gu, why don't you just sleep in the dormitory tonight? You probably won't be able to go out. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was stunned. He had never tried sleeping in the girls' dormitory and had no idea what it would feel like. No, what was he thinking? Sleeping in the girls' dormitory? How could that be? It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was just too torturous, like meat that could only be looked at but not eaten. Li Meng, is there really no other way? Hao Gu, there isn't. If you go out, the dorm supervisor will definitely find out. It will be even worse then. With no other choice, Wang Chen had to accept this. However, he needed to inform Wu Ye first, otherwise, she would definitely continue waiting for him at home. She might even wait all night. Alright then, I'll make a call. After saying that, Wang Chen went directly to the balcony to call Wu Ye. Hello, Sister Wu Ye, I won't be coming back tonight, so don't wait for me. Ha? Not coming back? Yeah, I have some things to take care of outside. Okay, then be safe and don't stay up too late, alright? I know, Sister Wu Ye, you should also rest early. Good night. Good night. After hanging up, Wang Chen returned to the dormitory. At this moment, Song Ningxiang and the others were chatting in the dormitory. Since Wang Chen wasn't going back tonight, they were no longer anxious. Take your time to talk about it. And it's not the right time to discuss it now. Who knows if the dorm supervisor will come back with another surprise attack. So they need to wait a little longer. Wang Chen just stayed with them in the dormitory. During this time, he also played a few games with Song Ningxiang and the others, forming a 5-player team, but the outcomes were always tragic, after all. At 10:30 in the evening, Song Ningxiang and the others felt that the dorm supervisor probably wouldn't come back. Only then did they put down their phones. Wang Chen also set his phone aside. Go ahead, who is targeting your family? Upon hearing this, Li Meng and the others chose not to hide anything this time. After all, Wang Chen had said it so clearly, if they still concealed it, that would really be disrespectful to him. However, who would speak to Wang Chen was another matter. The group exchanged glances, and in the end, they decided that Li Meng would be the one to speak. Li Meng looked at Wang Chen and slowly said, How go, actually, that person you know too. Really? I know him? At this point, Wang Chen couldn't think of who it could be. However, Li Meng's next words made it clear. How go, that person is Han Xian. Wang Chen was stunned. Han Xian? Does he have the guts? Han Xian? Yes, it seems Han Xian has found a new backer. Ever since then, our family's business has suffered a lot. We have no choice, the three of us can only run our businesses at a loss. Wang Chen couldn't understand. Why was it that the last time Han Xian saw him, especially after seeing the car he drove, he acted like a subordinate? Who would have thought someone like him would do this? If he found a backer, he would look for an opportunity to strike. This time, Wang Chen wouldn't give him any chance. He must let him know what bankruptcy feels like, let him experience being trampled underfoot. What do you plan to do? Upon hearing this, Li Meng expressed her thoughts. How go? Actually, we are currently competing with Han Xian to see which family can hold out longer. The one who persists until the end will win, but Han Xian has someone backing him with financial support. Our family has no such background, which is why we thought of borrowing money from you. Wang Chen understood. It meant that now the three families were competing against Han Xian's family in terms of resources. However, since Han Xian had help, without Wang Chen's financial support, it was very likely that Li Meng's family would be the loser this time. Then their family would go bankrupt. But Wang Chen knew this matter was not that simple. Last time, he saw the way Han Xian looked at them, filled with lewdness. This operation was probably also to get to them. But that was just his speculation. Regardless, he couldn't turn a blind eye to this matter. After all, it was related to him. Li Meng, this matter is somewhat related to me as well. Since Han Xian wants to seek his own demise, then you all go ahead and deal with him. I will fully support you. However, I want to ask, do you know who is supporting Han Xian? Upon hearing this, they nodded. Li Meng continued, actually, the person behind Han Xian also runs a supermarket, but their business is larger than ours. Our family's assets are only about 10 million, while the assets of the person behind Han Xian are estimated to be around 200 to 300 million. Wang Chen understood, he didn't have many connections now, but he did have some money. Oh, I see. How much funding do you need? 10 million. Wang Chen was surprised, only 10 million? Is that enough? After all, the person behind Han Xian has assets of 200 to 300 million. 10 million is definitely not enough. 10 million? Wang Chen said, and Li Meng and the others thought he found it too much, quickly saying, how good? Actually, 5 million would be enough. Wang Chen was dumbfounded. How did it keep getting less? No, you must have misunderstood me. What I mean is 10 million enough? There are 200 or 300 million people on the other side. You want to take 10 million to compete with them. This is clearly unrealistic. Upon hearing this, Li Meng and the others realized that they had misunderstood Wang Chen. Previously, they thought Wang Chen felt they were asking for too much. They didn't expect he thought they were asking for too little. How go? Actually 10 million is a bit too little. Wang Chen was speechless. Why did he have to tell them how much money to give? Really? Can't they be a bit more proactive? But thinking about it, it makes sense. Who would openly ask someone for money like that? Alright, I'll give each of your three families 1 billion. My only requirement is that when Han Xian's family goes bankrupt, you must let me vent my anger. What? Li Meng, Du Xiang, and Zhang Mumu, as well as Song Ning Xuan, were all stunned. They never expected Wang Chen would start with billions. Could it be that Wang Chen is really that rich? This is too hard to believe. What does 1 billion even mean? How many of their family's assets could that buy? Ah! Instantly, the three screamed. Song Ning Xuan was a bit better. She knew Wang Chen was wealthy, but she just didn't know how wealthy. Now she finally understood. After Li Meng and the others came to their senses, they quickly covered their mouths. They couldn't call the dormitory auntie over again. That would really be the end. How go? How much did you just say? Zhang Mumu asked, somewhat incredulously. 1 billion. Did I say something wrong? Upon hearing this, Zhang Mumu understood that Wang Chen was indeed rich, and not just a little bit. 1 billion was mentioned so casually. No, it wasn't 1 billion, it was 3 billion. Wang Chen had just said 1 billion for each family. At this moment, the few of them looked at Wang Chen in disbelief. How go, you? Song Ning Xuan clung to his arm, a bit excited. Li Meng and the others were no better. They all surrounded him, protecting him like a national treasure. Wang Chen was also dumbfounded. Seriously, who can withstand such a test from you all? Their unintentional touches made Wang Chen feel a bit flustered. Don't get too excited, sit down properly. If you keep this up, I can't guarantee I won't do something beastly. After all, I'm also a young man full of vigor. Upon hearing this, Li Meng and the others moved a little further away from him. Sorry, how go, we just got a bit too excited. Wang Chen waved his hand. He really was struggling to hold back earlier. If he had to endure a bit longer, he might just leave this tormenting place overnight. Alright, let's clarify things first. Otherwise, what if you end up at a disadvantage? After saying that, Wang Chen sat down. He spoke, first, I want to ask you, I can provide you with financial support, But you know, generally, people who can reach 2 or 3 billion in funds won't have too poor connections. If I provide you with funds, can you handle it? Du Xiang replied, how good, you don't need to worry about this. Our 3 families have decent connections, basically comparable to Han Xian and the people behind him. The only thing we lack is funds. Alright then, I'll provide you with the funds first. If you lack connections, just tell me, I know some people and can also provide you with some help. Upon hearing this, they looked at Wang Chen gratefully. How good, thank you. Zhang Mumu said softly. It's nothing, this matter is also related to me, and we are. Upon hearing this, the girls couldn't help but roll their eyes at him. After discussing a solution, Wang Chen didn't want them to be so tense, so he said, let's continue playing some games. Sure. Among them, Zhang Mumu was the most lively. She had become silent due to family issues, but now that there was a solution, her cheerful personality had returned. How go, hurry up and log in, you come and be the Wild King. Wang Chen smiled slightly and opened a fair competition game. He started playing with Song Ningxuan and the others. The next day, under the cover of Li Meng and a few others, Wang Chen quietly left the girls' dormitory. He swore he would never come to the girls' dormitory again. It was really exhausting. Last night, he played games with Song Ningxuan and the others all night and didn't win a single match. He was even mocked by them. It was simply too much. Moreover, he vowed that he would never play this game again. He was always being bullied by the opponents, really. Most importantly, no matter where he was, they were always calling him to help. This was not being a wild king at all. It was clearly being a babysitter. Anyway, Wang Chen really didn't want to play this game right now. At least not at this moment. After having breakfast with Li Meng and the others, Wang Chen planned to go back. After all, someone at home was waiting for him. He hadn't returned home last night, and if he didn't go back today, it would be hard to explain. However, before that, Wang Chen took Li Meng and the others to the bank to transfer money to them. But transferring so much money still took some time. After the transfer was completed, Wang Chen parted ways with them. However, during the transfer, the bank president kept observing Wang Chen. When he left, he even helped Wang Chen and the others upgrade their bank card levels. After transferring the money to Li Meng and the others, Wang Chen separated from them. They returned to school, while Wang Chen went back to Fengshan community, as he had no classes today. So there was no need to stay at school. When Wang Chen returned home, he didn't see Wuya. She should have gone to Feishang art dance. With Wuya not at home, Wang Chen didn't know what to do. As for going to Bai Wanner's place, he decided against it. After all, he didn't have the energy for that, having stayed up too late last night. However, he couldn't sleep now. He simply lay in bed and scrolled through Douyin. He first went to wash up, then returned to his room and climbed onto the bed. Just then, Wang Chen caught a familiar scent. He picked up the blanket and sniffed it. He became more and more certain of his thoughts. Wuya must have slept here last night. Wang Chen didn't think too much about it and lay down to play on his phone. He first checked if Bai Wanner was live streaming, but when he opened her homepage, he didn't find her live. Seeing that Bai Wanner wasn't streaming, he continued to open the homepage of the Idol Girl group. The Idol Girl group's homepage already had 5 Douyin videos, each with over 3 million likes. It could be said that the Idol Girl group was on fire. However, this data was built up with money. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many likes. He believed that it wouldn't be long before the Idol Girl group wouldn't need to rely on buying music to increase their exposure. The WH1 girl group's performance was slightly worse than the Idol Girl groups, but each video also had over 1.5 million likes. Wang Chen was quite pleased to see their hard work, and he decided to give them a little reward. He would tell them when he went to the company in a couple of days. Immediately after, Wang Chen opened the recommendation page. The first recommended video left Wang Chen stunned. In the video, Zhu Jingyi talked about her change of company. The likes on this video had reached a terrifying 5 million, and the comment section was flooded with congratulations for Zhu Jingyi, saying she had finally left that cannibalistic company. Netizens also urged Zhu Jingyi to release her contract so they could give her some advice. Fortunately, Zhu Jingyi did not release the contract, otherwise, it would have really disrupted his plans. Seeing this, Wang Chen's mind raced, and he started commenting on Zhu Jingyi's video. After commenting, he continued scrolling through videos. The next moment, a live stream appeared on his recommendation page. The title of the live stream was, Rebirth, I Sing While Walking in Your Province. When Wang Chen saw the person inside, his eyes lit up. He had been following this person for a long time, but she had faded from his view for a while due to illness and not streaming. Seeing her live again now made Wang Chen feel nostalgic. He had really liked this streamer. She was very beautiful and was known as Little Timo. Her live stream had over 100,000 viewers. When Wang Chen saw her streaming, he clicked in. Once inside, he saw where Little Timo was located. and it was unmistakably in his home province. At that moment, little Timo was wearing a beautiful blue Pure Desire spaghetti strap dress. System, can I check her data? Ding, data generating. Name, Feng Yanin. Age, 32. Appearance, 97. Favorability, 0. Stranger. Height, 156 centimeters. Weight, 38 kilograms. Occupation, professional female streamer. Singer Wang Chen didn't expect Feng Yanin's appearance to be so high. He originally thought she would only be around 85, considering the beauty filter in the livestream, but unexpectedly, even without it, she was still very beautiful. The only regret was her height. She was truly the adorable Feng Timo. If he were in the province right now, he would definitely go see her live. But unfortunately, he wasn't. Suddenly, he slapped his head. He wasn't short on money now, so what was there to be afraid of? Wouldn't it be great to directly send gifts in green bubbles? Thinking of this, Wang Chen didn't hesitate and charged up money. However, the maximum amount for a single recharge was 100,000 yuan, and to recharge 10 million, he had to click 100 times to get the money in. After recharging, Wang Chen started watching little Timo's livestream. At that moment, she was singing outdoors. The number of people in the livestream had already exceeded 100,000. Wang Chen couldn't see the exact number. However, he felt there should be around 300,000 to 400,000 people. Moreover, she was streaming outdoors, and the area was already filled with people, all taking photos of her with their phones. Wang Chen didn't rush to send gifts. Instead, he decided to watch her stream first since he had nothing else to do. The more he watched, the more he liked her. He felt little Timo was really too cute, the kind that could be both charming and sweet. He couldn't imagine what it would be like if little Timo stood in front of him in sexy pajamas calling him husband. Just then, little Timo took out an Apple phone. She said she would draw one person from the live stream, and the winner would take the phone. She encouraged them to grab the lucky bag. Wang Chen didn't hesitate and directly clicked to grab the lucky bag. However, he didn't expect to win. After all, he had liked grabbing lucky bags before but had never won once. After sending out the lucky bag, little Timo started dancing and singing again. Wang Chen listened carefully to the song and watched the livestream. Really, the more he watched, the more he liked it. How could little Timo be so cute and beautiful? He couldn't hold back anymore and started sending carnival gifts. 1, 2, 3. Instantly, the entire live stream room erupted. My God, what is happening? Why are there so many carnivals? From just now until now, there have already been 20. Heavens, doesn't that mean 60,000 yuan? Not only that, but the big brother is still sending gifts. Look, 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. The audience in the livestream had become numb. 100 carnivals meant 300,000 yuan. Who is so rich? Oh my, Timo, look quickly, a big brother has come to the livestream. Seriously, it's already 100 carnivals, and you're still going, big brother? No way, I have to follow big brother too. Me too, I want to follow. Wait for me, I want to follow too. However, Wang Chen wasn't paying attention to that and continued to send carnivals. 100, 200, 1,000. At that moment, the entire live stream erupted. Even little Timo was stunned, originally wanting to thank the big brother after finishing the song. Who would have thought this big brother was so generous, throwing out 1,000 carnivals all at once? Little Timo couldn't care about singing anymore. She kept thanking this big brother. Thank you, brother Hao, for the 1,000 carnivals. After saying that, little Timo tapped on her phone on her arm. Wang Chen, while sending gifts, didn't notice and thought, since he had already charged the money, he had to send them all. So he continued sending gifts. 1,000, 1,500, 2,000. Wow, what kind of rich person is this? 2,000 carnivals, that's 6 million, little Timo is going to get rich now. Big brother, can you grant me a carnival next? Big brother, I followed you, can you grant me a carnival? Under Wang Chen's frenzy, little Timo's livestream went crazy with people. From the initial 3 to 400,000, it skyrocketed. 500,000, 600,000, 700,000, 800,000. Wang Chen's gifts kept coming, and the number of people in the livestream kept increasing. At this moment, Timo had already realized the huge traffic. Thank you, brother Hao, for sending 2,000 carnivals. Brother Hao, what song do you want to hear? You can request a song. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen, who was sending gifts, was momentarily stunned, then stopped. He then sent the name of a song in the livestream. Buddhist Girl. Seeing this song, Timo smiled. This was her song, and she was really good at it. She immediately started singing. Wang Chen didn't stop and continued sending gifts. By the time Timo finished singing the song, Wang Chen had also finished sending gifts, a total of 3,666 carnivals. At this moment, Timo was already numb. Even the management staff didn't react in time, and when they did, the operator quickly gave Timo a look. Timo understood immediately. While thanking Wang Chen, she was tapping something on the screen. Wang Chen looked at his private messages. There were a lot more messages. He clicked on the private messages to check, and sure enough, he saw Timo's follow. In the past, he was the one following Timo, and now it had directly turned into mutual following. Not only that, but his fans were also rapidly increasing. From the initial 10,000 fans, it had directly turned into over 100,000, and there was no sign of stopping. It was still skyrocketing. However, Wang Chen didn't care about that. Instead, he looked at the private message sent by Timo. "Brother Hao, this is my green bubble." Just a simple sentence. Wang Chen saw that his goal had been achieved, so he exited the live stream. Just after Wang Chen exited the live stream, it exploded. Wait, Big Brother just exited the live stream like that? Yeah, how many have been sent? 3,666 carnivals. That must be around 10 million, right? What do you mean around 10 million? It's clearly 10 million, just do the math. My god, this is really a rich person. I forgot to follow just now. Can you tell me what Big Brother's online name is? I want to search for it. Big Brother seems to be called Brother Hao. No way, I have to follow him. He's really too rich, just throwing out millions. You know my monthly salary is only a little over 3,000. If Big Brother could share some with me, I would be rich instantly. And after Timo took a glance at the live stream, she chose to end the broadcast. Today, after deducting the platform's commission, the earnings are quite substantial. Moreover, the most important thing right now is not to continue the live stream. After finishing the live broadcast, she originally intended to return to the hotel, but unfortunately, the fans wanted a photo, so she could only leave after taking pictures with them. After Wang Chen exited Timo's live room, he continued to scroll through videos. However, he didn't come across anything interesting anymore. So he closed Douyin. He opened Green Bubble and added Timo as she had sent, but she didn't agree right away. Wang Chen knew she must be busy, so he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he started chatting with Zhao Liying and Louis Fei. Wang Chen, Sister Liying, what are you busy with? Wang Chen originally thought Zhao Liying wouldn't reply so quickly, but to his surprise, she responded immediately. Zhao Liying, I'm playing with the kids, what's up? Wang Chen, I miss you a bit. Zhao Liying, you're such a tease. Wang Chen didn't know when it started, but he could joke like this with Zhao Liying. However, this also proved that their relationship was getting better and better. Wang Chen believed that becoming the man behind the big star Zhao Liying would soon become a reality. After that, he chatted with Louis Fei for a while, but Louis Fei wasn't as enthusiastic towards him as Zhao Liying was, though her attitude was still okay. Wang Chen knew this was due to the level of affection. Once the affection level increased, it should change. About an hour later, Wang Chen finally saw the message that his friend request had been accepted. Timo, hello, how gu? Wang Chen, hello, I've been following you for a long time, really, I'm your loyal fan. Timo, thank you for your support, how good, I made you spend today. Wang Chen, speaking of which, I should be calling you sister, I'm only 23 this year. Upon hearing this, Timo, who had just returned to the hotel, was shocked. Being so wealthy at 23, this person is definitely not ordinary. Timo, oh? If you call me sister, then I'd made a profit. Wang Chen, how about it? Are you going to take this advantage? Timo, of course. How can I not take advantage when there's a deal? Wang Chen and Timo chatted quite a bit, and when she learned that Wang Chen was in Magic City, she mentioned she would come to Magic City in a couple of days and would treat Wang Chen to dinner. Wang Chen naturally agreed happily. Through this conversation, Wang Chen felt that Timo, this adorable woman, was quite easy to get along with. He looked forward to meeting Timo. Although she had already signed a contract with a certain platform, Wang Chen still wanted to recruit her, not only because he liked her, but mainly because Timo was very career-driven. If he could bind with her in the future, investing in her company would be much easier. After chatting with Timo for a while, Wang Chen started to feel sleepy. He put down his phone and fell asleep. Wang Chen slept straight until 5 in the afternoon, and it wasn't until Wuya called him that he woke up from his dream. Sister Wuya, you're back. Wuya looked at Wang Chen, who was covered in sweat, and quickly asked, Xiaohao, what's wrong? Are you sick? She sat on the edge of the bed and gently placed her hand on his forehead. After a while, she lowered her hand. Sister Wuya, I'm fine, just had a nightmare. A nightmare? Yeah. You, hurry up and get up. I'll go make you something to eat. Okay. After saying that, Wuya turned and walked towards the door. Wang Chen watched Wuya's figure, lost in thought. He always felt that Wuya had discovered something, but she just hadn't said it. However, the dream he had today really scared him. In the dream, Wuya and Zhao Liying both knew about his situation and insisted on forcing him to make a choice, to choose one person to marry, but they were all his goddesses. How could she possibly choose just one? In the end, he had no choice but to select one, but what he didn't expect was what happened right after he made his choice. The others all chose to end their lives, and some even took 2 lives at once. This terrified him. Just then, Wuya woke him up. He began to reflect. Was what he did really right? Did it mean he had to choose just one person? However, he quickly dismissed this thought. After all, he was someone with a system, someone destined to become the richest person in the world, someone who would own the most industries, and even more, he wanted to be the man behind the goddesses. Moreover, he could see the goddesses' favorability ratings. If he could raise their favorability to 98, 99, or even 100 before letting them know about each other, then the events that happened in his dreams wouldn't occur. After he finished contemplating, he got dressed and left the room. He had dinner with Wuya, and the two sat on the sofa as usual, with Wuya leaning against him watching TV. Then she did some yoga for a while, and they only went to rest at midnight. Wang Chen had slept too long during the day and found it hard to fall asleep in bed. So he picked up his phone to check the green bubbles, replied to a few messages, and then opened Douyin. He first checked to see if any familiar faces were live streaming. Baiwaner wasn't live. Timo wasn't live. Seeing this, he had no choice but to scroll through videos. Suddenly, a blogger named Yi Daoshingo caught his eye. Wang Chen thought this woman was quite attractive. In the video, she had a small mole on her lips, which was very sexy, and her figure was also incredibly hot. He just didn't know how much beauty she would have without the filter. Just then, she was live streaming, so Wang Chen clicked into her live room. However, as soon as Wang Chen entered, a striking special effect appeared on the screen. That's right, because he had spent so much money, he had now become a distinguished account, and every time he entered a live room, there would be an explosive entrance effect. Wow, Hao Gu is here. What? Hao Gu? Who is Hao Gu? Why are you all so excited? You don't know who Hao Gu is? That's right, Hao Gu has spent a full 10 million in Timo's live room. Wow, is that true? Upstairs, haven't you seen the trending searches? Exactly. Yi Daoshingo, who was watching the bullet comments, was also shocked. She naturally knew that today Hao Gu had given Timo 3,666 Hua coins. She never expected Hao Gu would come to her live room. Yi Daoshingo was directly stunned. She quickly said to the live room, "Welcome Hao Gu to the live room." Wang Chen didn't send a message but immediately opened Yi Daoshingo's data. System, open Yi Daoshingo's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Zhang Shuyu. Age, 29. Appearance, 87. Favorability, 0. Stranger. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 42 kilograms. Occupation, professional female streamer. Wang Chen glanced at the data and was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that even without the beauty filter, Yi Daoshingo still met the system's requirements. However, Wang Chen had no impulse to send her gifts right now. Although her lips were very sexy, but there were too many people around him, he had to ensure they had their own careers and could earn a lot of money each month, then raise their favorability and cashback multiplier. Only then would he have the idea or more time to look for more cashback goddesses. However, he didn't remain completely inactive. After sending Yi Daoshingo 10 Hua coins, he directly exited the live room. Then he opened his private messages and, sure enough, saw a message from Yi Daoshingo. After adding the green bubble, Wang Chen put down his phone, closed his eyes, and went to sleep. The next day, after waking up, Wang Chen first sent a message to Zhao Liying and the others, then had breakfast with Wuya. After Wuya went to the company, he sent a message to Song Ningxiang, asking her to come find him. He was ready to pick up the car with Song Ningxiang. Moreover, the car he had asked Song Wanner to prepare was also ready. It was time to pick it up. Wang Chen drove to the school gate to wait for Song Ningxiang. Today, he didn't drive Zhao Liying's Big G, but instead drove the Red Beast LaFerrari. As soon as the LaFerrari stopped at the school gate, it instantly attracted the attention of many people. My God, this car is so cool. How could it not be cool? This is a Ferrari LaFerrari, one of the 3 great cars, on par with the Porsche 918 and McLaren P1. Wow, are there really that many rich people in our school? No, take a good look at who's sitting in the driver's seat. Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to the driver's seat. When they saw Wang Chen, they were instantly stunned. This is Senior Wang Chen. Wow. My heavens, how is he so rich? Not only does he have a Big G, but also a Porsche 918, and even a Ferrari LaFerrari. Can he spare some money for me? I'm almost out of money for meals. What are you dreaming about? However, something that shocked everyone happened next. Song Ningxiang, wearing a pair of denim shorts and a very cool yellow tank top, opened the car door. She got into the red beast. I really can't believe it. Why does he have everything while I'm still lying in the dorm playing games and reading novels every day? This is so unfair. Exactly, look at how curvy Song Ningxiang is, her figure is amazing. Just thinking about Wang Chen getting close to her makes me feel unbalanced. Right, a woman like her should be mine. You guys really should just keep daydreaming. Without money, how can you pursue a woman like Song Ningxiang, with such a perfect figure? Keep dreaming. Wang Chen and Song Ningxiang completely ignored the discussions outside. After all, they could only talk. Brother Hao, let's go. After Song Ningxiang got in, Wang Chen stepped on the gas and left the financial capital of Magic City. After driving for a while, Song Ningxiang slowly leaned her fair thigh against Wang Chen's side. Seeing this, Wang Chen's lips curled up. The next second, Wang Chen placed a hand on her thigh. Song Ningxiang also smiled. Brother Hao, I also bought black stockings. Hearing this, Wang Chen's eyes lit up. This is great, he likes it. Speaking of which, Wang Chen wanted to see how each of them looked in black stockings. He had to find an opportunity to see them one by one. Then why didn't you wear them today? Hee, of course, I want to wear them just for Brother Hao to see. If I wear them out, others will see them too. Ah, okay, after we buy the car, I'll take you to buy a house, so you'll have a place to go during your holidays. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Song Ningxiang's smile grew even brighter. Really, Brother Hao? As long as you behave, I'll buy you whatever you want, but I have to say this up front, what I can give you, I can also take back, understand? Song Ningxiang naturally understood Wang Chen's meaning, but someone like Wang Chen, how could she be foolish enough to do something like that? Brother Hao, I will be yours for a lifetime. Hearing this, Wang Chen also smiled. As long as Song Ningxiang didn't do anything to betray him or cross the line, what was wrong with him supporting her for a lifetime? He then had the system open Song Ningxiang's data. System, open Song Ningxiang's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Song Ningxiang. Age, 21. Appearance, 89. Favorability, 92. Infatuated, height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Occupation, none. He hadn't bound Song Ningxiang, so the favorability increase system wouldn't report it, and thus he had no idea what her favorability really was. At a glance, he was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect it to be 92 already. From now on, as long as he casually set up a company for Song Ningxiang and bound her, wouldn't he be able to gain a lot of salary cash back? Before long, Wang Chen took Song Ningxiang to the 4S shop. Song Wanner had been waiting for them at the entrance. Wang Chen spotted Song Wanner at first glance. There was no helping it, Song Wanner had a great figure, especially in black stockings and a professional outfit, which was even more eye-catching. After parking the car, he led Song Ningxiang towards Song Wanner. Brother Wang. Yeah, Wanner, is the car I asked you to prepare ready? Yes, it's all set, a G63 and a Mercedes S450L are both in the shop. Good, that's great. Is the contract ready? Already prepared. Then let's sign the contract directly. Okay. After that, Song Wanner took Wang Chen and Song Ningxiang to sign the contract. The G was his car, and the S450L was for Song Ningxiang. After signing the contract, Wang Chen had Song Wanner drive the newly bought G to Tang Sinipin, as she had been there before and knew the way. He drove Zhao Liying's G with Song Ningxiang to buy a house. This time, he planned for Song Ningxiang to buy in Green City along the Huangpu River, making it more convenient for future visits to Bai Wanner while also seeing Song Ningxiang. After a whole day of busy work, Wang Chen finally took Song Ningxiang to buy a car and a house. This was also why he felt so pleased. He liked it and bought it directly, otherwise, it would have taken more time. In total, he spent over 30 million. His G and Song Ningxiang's S450L cost nearly 10 million, and the remaining 20 million was for buying a house for Song Ningxiang. Holding the steering wheel, Song Ningxiang still couldn't wrap her head around it. In just one day, she had everything: house and car. All of this was brought to her by the man she chose. Not only that, but Wang Chen even gave her 50,000 yuan as pocket money every month. Song Ningxiang felt like she was really starting to fall in love with Wang Chen, not just for his generosity but also for who he was. She even felt a surge of impulse. During the new year, she wanted Wang Chen to go back with her to meet her parents, and she also wanted to meet his parents. She thought she would tell Wang Chen when the time was right. By the time Wang Chen and Song Ningxiang arrived at school, it was already 7:30 p.m. The two temporarily parked the car by the roadside and got out. Song Ningxiang walked up to him. Just as Wang Chen was about to say something, Song Ningxiang tightly hugged him. All of this was noticed by the students at school. After all, how could two luxury cars parked at the school gate not attract attention? So everyone took out their phones to take pictures. Wow, how did they end up with 2 cars? That's ridiculous. Come on, what do you know? Senior Wang Chen is a rich second generation, very wealthy. It seems Song Ningxuang must be a sugar baby, she already has a car. Song Ningxuang has a great figure and is beautiful, I really envy Senior Wang Chen. Fortunately, the campus beauty Lu Ruyan hasn't been targeted by Senior Wang Chen. Is there a possibility that Senior Wang Chen didn't target Lu Ruyan, but rather Lu Ruyan is interested in Senior Wang Chen? No way, that's impossible. Lu Ruyan is the campus beauty, stunningly beautiful, and has many admirers. How could she possibly pursue someone? Nothing is impossible, bro. If you had money, maybe even the campus flower would chase you. For now, just pray that you haven't caught the eye of that campus bully, Fatty Lu Meng. Wang Chen and Song Ningxuang did not pay attention to the discussions of those around them. After all, ever since they became famous, such things would happen whenever they appeared at school. At this moment, Wang Chen finally understood what it felt like to be famous. Schwanger, you should go back. If you miss me, just video call me. Mua, how go, love you. Song Ningxuang kissed Wang Chen on the cheek, reluctantly got into her car, drove it to the parking lot outside the school, and then returned to school. After all, her car was new, and she needed to go through some procedures to drive it into the school. So for now, the car couldn't go in. After Song Ningxuang left, Wang Chen also drove away from the school gate in Zhao Liying's car, returning to the Fengshan community. However, right after Wang Chen left, the school forum exploded again. Everyone was discussing Wang Chen buying a car for Song Ningxuang. Naturally, Li Jiejia also learned about this, which made her even more determined to win Wang Chen back. Wang Chen drove back to the Fengshan community. After parking the car, he returned home. Wuya had been waiting at home for a while. When Wang Chen came back, he did as usual and handed her shoes. However, just when the two were about to snuggle on the sofa and watch some TV, Wang Chen's phone rang. When he saw who was calling, he was stunned. The caller was his sister-in-law, Li Yunru, and Wuya was watching Wang Chen's phone from the side. Xiao Hao, who is it? Wang Chen didn't hide it from her and said, Sister Wuya, it's my sister-in-law. Oh, then why don't you answer it? Hearing this, Wang Chen picked up his sister-in-law's call. Hello, sister-in-law. On the other end, Li Yunru seemed to be struggling with something and didn't speak for a while. After a moment, she slowly said, Xiao Hao, I've come to Modu, and I have nowhere to go. Hearing his sister-in-law's words, both Wang Chen and Wuya were stunned. They exchanged glances. Goodness, Timo hasn't even come to Modu yet, and his sister-in-law arrived first. He quickly said, Sister-in-law, where are you now? We'll come pick you up. I'm at Modu South Station. Okay, wait for me a moment, I'll be right there. After hanging up, Wang Chen looked at Wuya. Xiao Hao, why did your sister-in-law come to Modu? Wuya was a bit confused. Sister Wuya, let's go first. I'll explain to you later. With that, Wang Chen pulled Wuya to the parking lot, got into his big G, and headed straight for Modu South Station. Wuya sat in the passenger seat. As Wang Chen drove, he explained to Wuya, Sister Wuya, actually, I'm not very clear about this either. A couple of days ago, my sister-in-law borrowed some money from me, saying that the child was starting school and they had no money. At that time, I didn't think much of it, I just thought she was in trouble, so I sent her some extra money and told her to come find me in Modu if she encountered any difficulties. I didn't expect she would call me just now. Hearing this, Wuya understood a bit. Something must have happened to her sister-in-law, otherwise, she wouldn't have come. Xiao Hao, let's go over first and pick up your sister-in-law. We can talk about the rest later. I was thinking the same. With that, Wang Chen stepped on the gas and sped towards Modu South Station. After more than an hour, Wang Chen and Wuya finally arrived at Modu South Station. Wang Chen parked the car and then took out his phone to call his sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law, where are you? Xiao Hao, I'm at the exit, have you arrived? Wait for me a moment, I'm coming to pick you up. After saying that, Wang Chen hung up the phone and pulled Wuya towards the exit. In no time, the two arrived at the exit. However, the next scene made Wang Chen extremely angry. In front of sister-in-law Li Yunru stood a man who was constantly teasing her. However, at that moment, Li Yunru was protecting her daughter behind her. As Wang Chen approached, he also heard what the man was saying, Beautiful lady, it's so late. If you have nowhere to go, I can take care of you and your daughter. Come with me. Get away. My brother is coming soon. If you get any closer, be careful or my brother will beat you up. The man looked around but saw no one approaching the woman, just a man and a woman, clearly not the brother she mentioned. Beautiful lady, I'm not a bad guy. This is your first time in the Magic City, right? You probably don't know how much it costs to stay here for a night. That's none of your business. Hurry up and leave, or I'll call someone. Lee Yunru rarely went out, but that didn't mean she was foolish. This man clearly wanted to bully her. If it came to that, she would rather turn to Wang Chen for help. No matter what, she wouldn't follow this man. Beautiful lady, if you want to stay in the Magic City for a night, it will probably cost you several hundred yuan. You can stay with me for free, no charge. Get away. Seeing that Lee Yunru refused to go, the man thought about pretending to leave, hoping that the woman would panic and follow him home, where he could have a deeper conversation with such a beautiful woman. He didn't want to miss out on such a gem. However, just as he was about to execute his plan, a strong voice reached his ears. What's your name? How dare you bully my sister-in-law? If you don't give me an explanation today, you won't be able to leave. The man in front of him was not as strong as Wang Chen, and he was not afraid at all. When Lee Yunru saw Wang Chen arrive, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Ye came to Lee Yunru's side and comforted her. Sister-in-law, are you okay? Seeing Wu Ye, Lee Yunru quickly replied, Wu Ye, we're fine. Okay, let Wang Chen handle it from here. We can just wait for him. The two then stood behind Wang Chen, watching him deal with the situation. After more than 10 minutes of confrontation, the man chose to pay 2,000 yuan because sister-in-law was fine. After consulting her opinion, the matter was resolved. Wang Chen and Wu Ye then took sister-in-law and her daughter to the parking lot. They got into the Big G. Coincidentally, the man from earlier saw this scene and was relieved that he hadn't forcibly taken the woman away, otherwise, he would have been in real trouble. He couldn't afford to mess with someone who could drive a Big G. On the other side, Wang Chen drove away from the south station of the Magic City, needing to settle sister-in-law first. Other matters could wait until she was settled. After getting in the car, Wu Ye didn't sit in the passenger seat but took the back seat to conveniently ask Lee Yunru some questions. Wang Chen drove Lee Yunru and Wu Ye to Tang Sini Pin, which was the house below Zhao Liying's home. Along the way, Lee Yunru looked at the bustling city and then at Wang Chen and Wu Ye. She didn't know what she was thinking, but tears began to flow. Fortunately, Wu Ye was sitting in the back seat, comforting her the whole time. By the time Wang Chen and the others returned to Tang Sini Pin, it was already past 10, almost 11 o'clock. After Wang Chen parked the car, Wu Ye and Lee Yunru got out. Lee Yunru looked at the luxurious house, shocked, pulling her daughter and continuously observing the surroundings. Until Wu Ye said, Sister-in-law, let's go home first. Hearing this, Lee Yunru softly responded with an following Wu Ye and Wang Chen to the front door. Looking at the luxurious entrance, Lee Yunru was now so astonished that she couldn't speak. During this time in the county town, she heard people from the village saying that Wang Chen was being kept by a rich woman, but to her, it didn't seem that way. As the door opened, Wang Chen and the others returned home. But when Lee Yunru entered, she realized the difference between the wealthy and the lower class. The house was decorated extravagantly. Sister-in-law, you and Meng Meng sit for a while, I'll go make you something to eat, Wu Ye said. Immediately, Wu Ye walked into the kitchen, while Wang Chen poured a glass of water for Lee Yunru and Meng Meng. He hadn't paid much attention to his sister-in-law before. Now back home, Wang Chen noticed that his sister-in-law was truly captivating. She wore a pair of tight jeans that perfectly outlined her great figure, especially that voluptuous backside, making it hard not to let one's imagination run wild. After a moment of hesitation, it seemed that Lee Yunru sensed Wang Chen's gaze, and she looked up, their eyes meeting, as if recalling a previous incident. Lee Yunru didn't shy away from Wang Chen, just looking at him, until her daughter beside her said, Mom, I'm hungry. Lee Yunru then withdrew her gaze from Wang Chen. She turned to hug her daughter, saying, Meng Meng, be good, wait a little longer until your sister is done cooking, okay? And Meng Meng was very obedient. I understand. Seeing this, Wang Chen also brought 2 candies and 2 small breads for Meng Meng and Lee Yunru. Meng Meng, sister-in-law, you two eat something to fill your stomach, it will be ready soon. After saying that, he handed the candies and bread to Lee Yunru, and during the process of handing over the candy, their hands touched, and as Lee Yunru looked up, they locked eyes again. This time, Wang Chen saw something different in Lee Yunru's eyes. Sister-in-law, you all eat first, I'll go help Wu Ye. After saying that, Wang Chen hurriedly left. He couldn't resist Lee Yunru like this, and with Wu Ye around, he couldn't do anything. Rather than that, it was better to help Wu Ye cook. Seeing Wang Chen run off, a faint smile appeared on Lee Yunru's face. She tore open the small bread Wang Chen had brought. Meng Meng, eat something first, the meal will be ready soon. Wang Meng Meng started eating the small bread, and Lee Yunru also tore off a piece to eat. This time coming to the Magic City, she had already made up her mind. No matter what, she would not go back. If her man had left with them after his business failed, even if it meant suffering together, Lee Yunru would have no complaints. But her man abandoned them after his business failed and ran away. A bunch of creditors came to their home to demand debts. If it weren't for Wang Chen, Li Yunru wouldn't know what to do. Since her man had been so ruthless, she had nothing left to consider. After finishing the small bread, Li Yunru said to Meng Meng, can you sit here and watch TV? Mommy will go help your uncle with the cooking. I understand, Mommy. Meng was still young and had no idea what was happening. However, Li Yunru had educated her well, and Meng was very obedient. Watching her daughter sitting quietly on the sofa watching TV, Li Yunru walked into the kitchen. Li Yunru couldn't help but marvel at how big the kitchen was. It was decorated particularly luxuriously. Sister-in-law, why did you come in? Wu Ye, who was stir-frying, asked. I had nothing to do sitting there, just came to see if you needed any help. Upon hearing this, Wu Ye continued, Sister-in-law, you should rest for a while, Wang Chen and I can handle it here, and it will be ready soon. Li Yunru didn't go out but instead came to Wang Chen's side to help him with the ingredients. Seeing this, Wu Ye and Wang Chen didn't say anything more. While cooking, Wang Chen started chatting with Li Yunru. Wang Chen and Li Yunru were preparing the ingredients together, and it was during this time that Wang Chen asked the question that had been on his mind. Sister-in-law, why did you suddenly come to the magic city? Upon hearing Wang Chen's question, tears suddenly welled up in Li Yunru's eyes. Wang Chen instantly realized that something must have happened. Xiaohao, here's the thing. Li Yunru recounted the events that had transpired. When Wang Chen and Wu Ye heard the reason behind it, they understood. Especially Wu Ye, who felt that what sister-in-law was going through was similar to her own experience. She could empathize with the feelings that came with such situations. After learning the cause of the matter, Wang Chen had initially thought about lending money to his sister-in-law, but he didn't bring it up right away. He wanted to see what his sister-in-law was thinking first. Before long, the meal was ready. Since it was late at night, Wang Chen and Wu Ye didn't prepare too much, just 3 dishes and a soup. Very simple home-cooked food. They planned to take sister-in-law out to eat tomorrow. Li Yunru took Meng to wash her hands and then sat down at the dining table to eat. He could tell that sister-in-law and Meng were really hungry. After dinner, Wu Ye went to tidy up the room for sister-in-law and Meng, while Wang Chen stayed in the living room with sister-in-law to talk about the situation. Meng had fallen asleep on the sofa. Sister-in-law, what are your plans now? Upon hearing this, Li Yunru fell silent for a moment and softly said, I plan to divorce Wang Meng. If he can abandon us, it means he never cared about us. Wang Chen didn't know what to say. After all, in such matters, people usually advise reconciliation rather than separation. However, he felt it was inappropriate to persuade her otherwise, given that it was Wang Meng's actions that led to this situation. It was understandable for sister-in-law to want a divorce. Sister-in-law, I'm not going to tell you not to get a divorce. After all, anyone in your situation would feel terrible. You and Meng can stay here, I'll find a way for Meng's schooling. Upon hearing this, the tears that Li Yunru had been holding back flowed again. Wang Chen quickly pulled out a tissue and handed it to Li Yunru. But Li Yunru didn't take the tissue. Wang Chen gritted his teeth and reached out to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. This action made Li Yunru, who had been sobbing, pause for a moment. Then Li Yunru looked up at him quietly. Just as Wang Chen lowered his hand, Wu Ye walked out of the room. Wang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. If Wu Ye saw him wiping sister-in-law's tears, she would definitely get jealous. Xiaohao, sister-in-law, the room is ready. You can carry Meng to the room now. Sister-in-law, Wu Ye has tidied up the room. Let's take Meng in. Okay. Li Yunru got up and gently picked Meng up from the sofa, then followed Wang Chen and Wu Ye into the room. After placing Meng on the bed, the three returned to the living room. This time, Wu Ye sat closely next to Wang Chen. Wang Chen looked at his tired sister-in-law and said, Sister-in-law, you and Meng will live here from now on. This house is mine, so you don't have to worry, just treat it like your own home. You came all the way from your province and took such a long train ride, you must be tired. Wu Ye and I will head back now, so you should rest early. I'll come back to see you tomorrow morning. Ha? You're not staying here? Li Yunru was surprised. After all, this place was so nice, and Wang Chen and the others weren't staying here. Well, I still have to study, so I'm staying across from the school. Oh, okay. After saying this, Wang Chen and Wu Ye left Tangshan Pin and returned to Fengshan Community. During the journey, the two chatted about many things regarding sister-in-law. After returning home, the two took a shower and went to rest. The next day, Wu Ye had things to attend to at Feishang Art Dance, so she couldn't go with Wang Chen to Tangshan Pin to see his sister-in-law, leaving Wang Chen to go alone. Wu Ye drove the Big G to Feishang Art Dance. He drove Zhao Liying's Big G back to Tangshan Pin. The Big G he bought yesterday was now parked in the lot by Song Wanner. He also got the keys. Wang Chen arrived at the door, entered his fingerprint, and the door opened directly. As soon as he came in, he saw Meng Meng bouncing around the house, lively and adorable. Upon seeing Wang Chen, she ran over and hugged his thigh. Nuan Nuan said, Uncle, can you play with Meng Meng? Wang Chen squatted down and picked Meng Meng up, saying, sure. Li Yunru, seeing this scene, couldn't help but smile. Soon after, Wang Chen played with Meng Meng for a while. His sister-in-law then said, Meng Meng, can you play by yourself for a bit? Mommy has something to discuss with Uncle. Okay. Although Wang Chen didn't know what his sister-in-law wanted to say, he felt as if something good was about to happen. Xiao Hao, come with me. With that, Li Yunru walked ahead of Wang Chen. Wang Chen, following behind, couldn't help but swallow as he looked at his sister-in-law's curvy figure. Wang Chen followed his sister-in-law to the room where they had rested last night. After he entered, his sister-in-law walked to the door and closed it. This left Wang Chen stunned. Sister-in-law, what are you? However, before he could finish his sentence, Li Yunru stepped in front of him, reached out her delicate hand to grab his, and placed it where he had always wanted it to be. This move completely stunned Wang Chen. But it wasn't over, he suddenly felt a warm sensation on his lips. After a long while, Li Yunru softly said, Xiao Hao, I know you've been looking at my figure. Don't worry, I won't ruin your relationship with Wu Ya. Saying this, Li Yunru placed her hand on her pants. Seeing this, Wang Chen quickly grabbed Li Yunru. Sister-in-law, no matter what happens with your marriage, you will always be my sister-in-law, there's no need for this. Woo. Li Yunru didn't speak, just held him tightly. Wang Chen didn't dare to push her away and could only gently embrace her. After a long time, Li Yunru finally released him. Xiao Hao, do you dislike me? How could Wang Chen not have feelings for Li Yunru? Every time he saw her during the new year when he had no money, he would have inappropriate thoughts. But, sister-in-law, I actually had feelings for you since you came to the village, but our relationship means we can't do anything. Xiao Hao, I've decided to get a divorce, does that mean? Sister-in-law, before you get divorced, nothing can happen between us. It wasn't that Wang Chen didn't want to, but he couldn't cross that line. Before, he only thought about it in his heart, but now that it was really about to happen, he still couldn't get over that mental hurdle. Unless he waited for her to get divorced. At this point, Li Yunru understood. She softly said, Xiao Hao, can you support me and Meng Meng in the future? Don't worry, I absolutely won't disturb you and Wu Ya. You just need to treat me as a lover. Wang Chen didn't expect his sister-in-law to say this, but he truly knew that she had no other options. Moreover, if he refused, she might take Meng Meng and leave, and if something happened then, it would be bad. He planned to agree for now and then think of a way to resolve the situation. Being a lover was definitely not an option. Who can make their sister-in-law their lover? However, taking care of her and her daughter is not a problem. Okay, sister-in-law, I promise you. Upon hearing this, Li Yunru also breathed a sigh of relief. Only if Wang Chen agreed to her could she feel at ease living here with Meng Meng, and she wouldn't have the thought of wanting to move away. After all, she was Wang Chen's lover. A kiss. For a long time, their lips parted. Wang Chen and Li Yunru walked out of the room. Looking at Li Yunru's swaying figure, Wang Chen couldn't understand why Wang Meng would abandon the two of them, but that didn't matter anymore. After all, Li Yunru was going to divorce Wang Meng. Li Yunru seemed to notice Wang Chen's gaze on her curvy hips and smiled slightly. Sister-in-law, I'll take you and Meng Meng to buy some daily necessities. After saying that, Wang Chen took his sister-in-law and Meng Meng out the door. He took them to a large shopping mall, bought them a lot of clothes, and some daily necessities. Not only that, but Wang Chen also transferred 100,000 yuan to his sister-in-law. At first, Li Yunru didn't want it, but when Wang Chen said it was her monthly living expenses for being supported, Li Yunru accepted it. By the time he finished his errands, the day had already passed. In the evening, Wu Ya bought a lot of groceries and came to Tang Sini Pin, where they all cooked a sumptuous dinner together. Mom, this is so delicious, Meng Meng wants to eat it every day. Seeing this, Wang Chen broke off a crab leg, took the crab meat out, and placed it in Meng Meng's bowl, saying, Meng Meng, if you want to eat something in the future, just tell uncle, sister, and mom, and we'll buy it for you, okay? Meng Meng opened her big eyes, picked up the crab meat from her bowl, and said, thank you, uncle. Meng Meng understands. Li Yunru and Wu Ya, seeing this, smiled faintly. After dinner, Wang Chen and Wu Ya originally planned to go back, but thinking that there was nothing to do tomorrow and that it would be boring for his sister-in-law to be alone here, they decided to stay. After all, there were plenty of rooms here. Later, Wang Chen played with Meng Meng for a while Li Yunru and Wu Ya sat together and chatted a lot. Among the topics was what Wu Ya had encountered before. When Li Yunru learned about Wu Ya's experiences, she felt that Wu Ya was very much like her now. But Li Yunru also realized that Wang Chen was not being supported by Wu Ya. All of Wang Chen's money was earned by himself. She was stunned. She never expected Wang Chen to earn so much money, and he was still in college. By the way, sister-in-law, Wang Chen also bought a house and a car over in Yun province. If you want to travel, you can go there. Ha? You guys bought a house over there? Yeah, Xiaohao and I went there to play, and I didn't want to stay in a hotel, so I bought a place there. Li Yunru and Wu Ya chatted until late, while Wang Chen, after carrying Meng Meng to her room when she fell asleep, returned to his own room to rest. Back in his room, Wang Chen took out his phone. He started replying to messages. Suddenly, he saw messages from a few people, so he quickly clicked to open them. The first one was naturally from Zhao Liang. Wang Chen chatted with her about some everyday matters and learned what Zhao Liang had been busy with lately. Recently, Zhao Liang was not only busy filming but also had to find time to accompany her child, so she was very busy. Wang Chen expressed his concern for her, and they chatted on video for a while until she went to rest before hanging up. Now Wang Chen felt that Zhao Liang had already moved closer to him, actively sending him messages, which was a good sign. This might indicate that his relationship with Zhao Liang had improved. How could Wang Chen not be excited? After finishing the chat with Zhao Liang, Wang Chen continued to look at the green bubbles. The next person was also someone Wang Chen had been thinking about. It was Timo. Wang Chen clicked on Timo's green bubble. Feng Yanan, Xiaohao, I'm going back to Magic City tomorrow. Do you have time? Let's have dinner together tomorrow night. Goodness, just as he settled his sister-in-law, Timo showed up. But this is just right, he has an idea. Timo has just been signed by a certain platform for 50 million, and Wang Chen wants to poach her. Haya specializes in the celebrity artist route, and he plans to set up a live streaming company for Baiwaner, making it the best choice to bring Timo over. Wang Chen, Sister Yanan, no problem, I'll arrange it for tomorrow night. However, it seems that it was too late, and Feng Yanan didn't reply to him. After putting down his phone, he went to rest. He is really looking forward to seeing Timo's true appearance. After all, she is a big internet celebrity with over 30 million fans. Ding-dling. In the morning, Wang Chen was woken up by his phone ringing. He groggily picked up the phone, and upon seeing it, he instantly perked up. He quickly answered the video call. Sister Liang, why are you calling me so early in the morning? On the other end, Zhao Liang was having breakfast. You haven't gotten up yet. I was just about to get up, but I didn't expect you to call. Alright, get up early. I heard you signed Xiaoyi, Zhu Jingyi? Who else? Yeah, Zhu Jingyi is now an artist in our company. How did you know, Sister Liang? How would I know? I bet you don't even know where your company's artists are right now. Speaking of which, Wang Chen really didn't know, as the company's matters were mostly handled by Helan and Xiachuchu. He could only scratch his head awkwardly. Hee, Sister Liang, you know I usually don't ask. You really need to pay more attention, you know. I will. Alright, after a while, I'll give you a surprise. I plan to go to Magic City around the festival in October. You're coming back. I miss you. You talk too much. Really? Okay, I have to get busy now. Remember to eat, got it? Sister Liang, you too, don't tire yourself out. If it gets too bad, I'll support you. Oh, really? More real than pearls. Okay, I got it. Hanging up now. Bye. Bye. Just after the video call ended, Wang Chen heard the system's voice. Ding, salary cashback goddess Zhao Liang's favorability +5, damn. Wang Chen jumped up from the bed. What is this operation? Zhao Liang's favorability actually increased. Is this what they call loaning? Ha ha ha, awesome. Wang Chen directly kissed his phone. At that moment, his phone started receiving messages one after another. Song Ningxian, how good morning. Basically, all the goddesses he had a good relationship with sent him messages. After replying to each one, Wang Chen went to wash up. When he came out of his room, Wu Ya and his sister-in-law had already prepared breakfast. The three of them had breakfast together. Wang Chen had classes that morning, so he needed to go to school, while Wu Ya had to go to Feixiang art dance, so she also needed to head out. Wang Chen handed his newly bought G-Class key to his sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, if you're bored at home, you can take the car out for a drive. I'll be back by noon. Xiaohao, I don't need the car. I'm not going anywhere, just waiting for you to come back. Hearing this, Wang Chen could only nod. Okay, sister-in-law. Muah. Just as he finished speaking, he felt his cheek being kissed. Xiaohao, can you call me by my name? Wang Chen was quite relieved that Wu Ya had gone to get busy first. If she found out, it would be a disaster. I like calling you sister-in-law, Wang Chen said softly. After that, he turned and left. Hearing his words, Li Yunru's lips curled up. Wang Chen drove to school and attended classes all morning. As soon as class was over, he hurried back to Tangsinipin, only to find that Li Yunru had already prepared lunch for him. He could enjoy a steaming hot meal as soon as he returned. This was indeed a kind of happiness. After finishing the meal, Wang Chen held Meng Meng and coaxed her to sleep. Once Meng Meng was asleep, Wang Chen softly asked, "Sister-in-law, when do you plan to get a divorce?" Upon hearing this, Li Yunru replied, "I want to get divorced soon. Sister-in-law, I can't go with you on this matter, otherwise, it will definitely become your fault. So you can only go together, but don't worry, I will find someone to accompany you." Li Yunru had already considered herself Wang Chen's person, so she naturally listened to whatever he said. As she spoke, Li Yunru moved closer to Wang Chen. Their eyes met. A kiss. However, just as they were lost in the moment, a childish voice reached their ears. "Mommy, uncle, what are you doing?" Meng Meng rubbed her eyes, looking at the two. This unexpected interruption left Li Yunru at a loss. She quickly separated from Wang Chen and went to her daughter, picking her up. "Baby, mommy is playing a game with your uncle. Meng Meng wants to play too." Upon hearing this, Li Yunru and Wang Chen exchanged a glance and laughed. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, it was 6 in the evening. Wuya also returned from the company, and it was time for Wang Chen to keep his appointment. "Sister Wuya, sister-in-law, I have something to do today, so I won't be having dinner at home." "Xiaohao, what's wrong?" Wuya asked, puzzled. "It's nothing, just that the company wants to poach someone, and I've arranged to have dinner with them tonight to discuss it. I'll be back soon." Wuya walked up to Wang Chen and gently helped him straighten his clothes. "Xiaohao, come back early, we'll be waiting for you at home." Wang Chen hugged Wuya. Then he left the house. In fact, the restaurant Wang Chen booked was not far from Tangsinipin, one could even say it was very close. However, he still chose to drive there. After all, having a car was a matter of face. How could he not drive? Originally, he wanted to take his red beast or silver beast, but since those two cars weren't here, he could only take his big G. Wang Chen drove the big G to the restaurant he had reserved for today. This restaurant was the one he often visited with Zhao Liang and Lu Yifei, called Maoquan Moto Cuisine. "Mr. Wang, your private room is ready, please follow me." Because he came here often, he was now a VIP at this restaurant. He then followed the waiter to the private room. "The dishes will be served later." "Okay." After that, Wang Chen waited in the private room for a while. Once everything was set, he sent the location and room number to Timo. Now he just had to wait for her to arrive. Wang Chen was very curious to see Timo's true appearance and height. They said Timo was 1.50 m, he wondered if it was true. After a while, the door to the private room opened. Immediately, a graceful figure appeared before his eyes. Wang Chen saw Timo's true form for the first time. He had to say, Timo looked quite similar to her videos, though the videos had some smoothing effects. In real life, she was also very beautiful. That face! Wang Chen looked at Timo's height. Although she was taller than 1.50 m, it wasn't by much. But in Wang Chen's eyes, Timo's proportions were just right. Timo was completely both charming and sweet. He was truly moved. Such a beautiful woman, he had to sign her up and make her his own, no matter the cost. Wang Chen stood up and walked to Timo. He extended his hand. "Sister Yanin, it's a pleasure to meet you." "Xiaohao, I didn't expect you to be so young. You really are young and promising." Hey, Sister Yanin, you're even more beautiful than in the videos. Are you moved?" Wang Chen was taken aback. He smiled and said, "I believe not many can resist Sister Yanin's charm. Naturally, I can't either." "Ha, you really know how to flatter, little brother." "Sister Yanin, please sit down. Let's eat and chat." "Okay." After Wang Chen and Feng Yanin sat down, he called the waiter to bring the dishes. Then he started chatting with Feng Yanin. "Sister Yanin, did you come here alone?" "Yeah. Aren't you afraid of me?" "Ah, we're not drinking. What is there to be afraid of?" Wang Chen originally wanted to have a drink with her, but he didn't expect this. No wonder Timo dared to come alone. However, Wang Chen didn't plan to get her drunk. "Ha, I was hoping to have a couple of drinks with you, Sister Yanin, but it seems that's not going to happen." "Oh, little brother Wang Chen, I didn't expect you to have such thoughts. There's no helping it. Who told you, sister, to be so beautiful?" The two exchanged some commercial flattery, and then Wang Chen smoothly led the conversation to his purpose. After all, his goal was to recruit talent for Haoya. But that was his previous thought. Now that he needed to establish a live-streaming sales company for Baiwaner, he definitely needed a host, and he needed to scout for one in advance. Timo was the first person. Timo currently had a large number of fans, a significant following. If he could recruit Timo, it would greatly help his plan. Sister Yanin, I heard that a certain platform signed you for 50 million a year. Feng Yanin didn't hide it upon hearing his words. After all, this matter was no longer a secret, and there was no need to conceal it. Yeah, that's true. Then I wonder, how much would the breach of contract fee be if I wanted to recruit Sister Yanin? Upon hearing this, Feng Yanin looked at Wang Chen in surprise. She had come to dinner with Wang Chen just to get to know him. After all, a man who could spend 10 million at once was quite rare. She didn't expect Wang Chen to want to recruit her from that platform. However, the cost of recruiting her could be said to be enormous. Little brother Wang Chen, I don't know what your company's name is. I currently have a Haoya Film and Television Media Company, Ltd. And we have artists like Zhu Jingyi, and perhaps soon there will be more. Although Haoya's fame wasn't very big right now, Zhu Jingyi was a genuine star with considerable fame, and moreover, after joining Haoya, Zhu Jingyi's resources increased. Her popularity was gradually rising. So Haoya is your company. I was a bit surprised when I heard Zhu Jingyi signed with a new company. Haha, so what do you think, Sister Yanin? Would you consider my company? Our contracts are quite good. Oh, can I take a look? That's no problem, but Sister Yanin, you have to promise that the contract's contents won't be leaked, as it's very important for my plan. Upon hearing this, Timo pondered for a moment and slowly nodded. She was now very curious about what kind of contract could attract Zhu Jingyi to sign with Haoya. Wang Chen smiled and said, Sister Yanin, please take a look. With that, Wang Chen opened the contract on his phone and handed it to Feng Yanin. Feng Yanin took the phone and started looking. However, when she saw the contents of the contract, she didn't find anything particularly special. Why would such a contract attract a big star like Zhu Jingyi? Wang Chen noticed the confusion on Timo's face and guessed what she was thinking. So he said, Sister Yanin, you can swipe right, there's another level of contract inside, and you'll understand. Feng Yanin curiously swiped right. When she saw the Class C contract, she was a little surprised. If the previous contract was the normal commission for every film and media company, then this Class C contract was exceptionally generous. She was indeed taken aback. But such a contract clearly wouldn't entice an artist like Zhu Jingyi to sign with Haoya. However, when Timo saw the Class B contract, she was dumbfounded. What kind of divine contract was this? Not only did it not take a cut from the artist's earnings, but it also covered the artist's living expenses and the costs needed for performances. As if that wasn't enough, the funds required for concerts and movies were also fully provided by the company. This was outrageous. When had Feng Yanin ever seen such a contract? After reading the contract, she weakly asked, Brother Wang Chen, aren't you afraid of losing money by running a company like this? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen smiled. Lose money? How could he possibly lose money? After all, those who could sign Class B and Class A contracts were the salary rebate goddesses he wanted to bind. He hoped they could earn more. This way, the funds he received through salary rebates each month would also increase. Moreover, he needed a lot of money to buy the central tower in Magic City, so he had to help the salary rebate goddesses raise their salaries as soon as possible. If it weren't for the system not allowing him to give away money, he would have loved to send tens of billions or even hundreds of billions to the salary rebate goddesses with Class B and Class A contracts every month. Losing money? How could that be possible? Sister Yanin, there might be a bit of a loss, but it's not easy to sign a Class B contract. The first requirement is that you have to be as beautiful as you, Sister Yanin, and you also have to be a good person, just like you. Hearing Wang Chen praise her like this, Feng Yanin couldn't help but show a faint smile. She didn't expect Wang Chen to be so sweet-tongued. She initially thought she could manage on a certain platform, but now it seemed she had a better option. She just didn't know if Wang Chen was interested in her, wanting so much to bring her over. Naturally, she wouldn't believe that someone would be nice to her for no reason. After all, she had encountered many such situations, and they were all just after her body. Brother Wang Chen, besides having Class B, C, and D contracts, do you also have Class A contracts? Yes, Sister Yanin, if you keep scrolling down, you'll see. Upon hearing this, Feng Yanin scrolled a little. However, the content of this contract shocked her. What the hell was this? This Class A contract not only included all the contents of the Class B contract but also added many generous benefits, such as if you earn $1 billion in a month, the company would reward you with an additional $1 billion. And there was no upper limit on this reward. Didn't that mean if she signed a Class A contract with Wang Chen, her monthly earnings could even exceed what she earned in a year on a certain platform? Feng Yanin looked at Wang Chen in disbelief. She didn't know what to say. Wang Chen, is this contract real? Timo was so excited that she didn't even add brother after Wang Chen's name. She looked at Wang Chen with anticipation. If this contract was real, then she really had to consider how to come over to Haoya. However, just as Wang Chen was about to answer her, the waiter knocked on the door and brought the dishes in. Sister Yanin, let's eat first, and I'll explain the contract to you later. Okay. After that, the two of them started having dinner. After dinner, Sister Yanin, why don't you come to my place for a bit? I can explain the contract to you, don't worry, my sister-in-law is at home too. Wang Chen, worried that Timo would refuse, brought up his sister-in-law. Where do you live? Not far, just a few minutes walk from here at Tongsanipin. Feng Yanan thought for a moment. She was indeed curious about the contract, and she also hoped to chat with Wang Chen. After all, if there was money to be made, she wanted to earn a bit more. This way, her company could stabilize a little. Moreover, according to what Wang Chen said, Haoya would definitely have many female celebrities in the future. If she joined Haoya now, she might even transform from an internet celebrity into an artist. Thinking of this, Timo agreed. Okay. Seeing Timo agree, Wang Chen's smile was as hard to suppress as an AK. The reason he hadn't explained to Timo earlier was that he wanted to see if he could recruit her today. Then Wang Chen left Makwan Modu Cuisine with Timo. He drove Timo back to Tangsanipin. Sister Yanin, where do you live? Guess. Timo said with a grin. It wouldn't be here too, would it? Yep, you guessed it. Wang Chen never expected Timo's house would also be here. This would make future meetings much easier. However, he thought about it and didn't find it strange. Generally, wealthy internet celebrities choose to live here. After all, this place is home to stars and big names, and there are plenty of resources. Then we can see each other often. You wish. Before long, Wang Chen and Timo returned home. When he opened the door, he saw his sister-in-law and Wuya chatting on the sofa. After Wang Chen brought Timo in, Wuya and his sister-in-law were a bit surprised. Little Hao, you're back. Wuya walked over to Wang Chen and naturally linked her arm with his, as if declaring her territory. Now Wuya had a sense of crisis. After all, the women around Wang Chen were all very beautiful. However, Wang Chen seemed oblivious to Wuya's worries. Instead, he calmly introduced, Sister Wuya, sister-in-law, this is Feng Yanin, she's a big internet celebrity, you should know her. At this, Wuya, still holding on to Wang Chen, said, yeah, I know, I'm actually her fan. Timo smiled slightly at the side. Hello? Wang Chen introduced her, then took Timo to sit on the sofa, and went to pour her a glass of water and wash some fruit. Sister Yanin, have you thought it over? If you sign with Haoya, I can directly offer you a B-level contract, and when the time comes, you can sign an A-level contract. Wang Chen, I want to ask, if I sign a contract with you, who will pay the penalty fee to that certain platform? Wang Chen just smiled and didn't answer immediately. Wuya and his sister-in-law were also listening carefully. After a little while, he slowly spoke. Sister Yanin, don't worry about this, if you're willing to sign with Haoya, the penalty fee to that certain platform will naturally be covered by the company. Aren't you going to ask how much the penalty fee is? No matter how much the penalty fee is, our company will cover it. Even if it's 500 million, you'll pay? Wang Chen said without hesitation, yes. As soon as this was said, the living room fell silent. Wuya was fine, she knew Wang Chen had a lot of money, but his sister-in-law and Timo didn't know. His sister-in-law originally thought that even if Wang Chen was rich, he should only have a few tens of millions, but she didn't expect him to not even blink at a few 100 million. Now she was curious about just how wealthy Wang Chen really was. After a moment of silence, Timo softly said, I'll think about it. Then Wang Chen chatted with Timo for quite a while, and it wasn't until 11:30 at night that he sent Timo back to her home, conveniently getting to know the place for future visits. After Wang Chen returned home, his sister-in-law and Wuya surrounded him, bombarding him with questions. He didn't hide it from them and told them the answer. Sister-in-law, I'll arrange for Meng Meng to study after you finish what you're dealing with. Okay. Tomorrow I'll find someone to go with you, so you can get things done. That way, you can feel more at ease. Alright. To be honest, if it weren't for Wuya being here, Li Yunru would have already hugged Wang Chen, but with Wuya around, she couldn't do that. Wang Chen chatted with Wuya and his sister-in-law for a while before going to rest. The next morning, the comrade that Wang Chen asked and ran to find arrived, also a retired female soldier, very capable, more than enough to protect his sister-in-law. So, his sister-in-law and the newly arrived female bodyguard took Meng Meng to find Wang Meng. Meanwhile, Wang Chen went to school for class in the afternoon. There was no way around it, he hadn't graduated yet, so he naturally had to attend classes. These days he had been lingering among women, and today he wanted to enjoy some peace. Back at school, he wanted to enjoy the joy of playing games. This time, Wang Chen didn't want to be too high profile, so he drove the big G to the company and swapped cars with Xia Chuchu. He drove Xia Chuchu's Mercedes S to school. However, he still underestimated the attention of his classmates. This Mercedes S was also a luxury car. As soon as he drove it to school, people noticed. Wait, isn't Senior Wang Chen changing cars quite frequently? It's even more frequent than changing girlfriends. Exactly. What are you all jealous about? Senior Wang Chen has money, he can change as he pleases. That's right. If you had money, I bet you'd change even more often than Senior Wang Chen. Wang Chen naturally heard their discussions, but he didn't mind. After getting out of the car, he walked straight to the classroom. However, after just a couple of steps, a girl in a super short skirt with a high ponytail stood in front of him. Senior, can I add you to my green bubble? Saying that, the girl opened the scanning function on her phone. Wang Chen looked at the girl in front of him. Then he let the system check the girl's data. He found that she didn't meet the system's binding requirements. But there were quite a few people around, and if he directly refused, it might have a bad impact on the girl, so he let her scan his green bubble's QR code. However, he quickly regretted it. After the girl successfully added Wang Chen's green bubble, girls around her flocked over, all wanting to add his green bubble. Seeing this, Wang Chen could only flee in embarrassment. He found a gap and slipped out. Then he quickly ran to the classroom. He thought that would keep him safe, but he was too naive. When Wang Chen arrived at the classroom, he was stunned. Originally, there should only be people from their class in the classroom, but now there were not only people from their class but also many girls dressed lightly. He had no idea what was happening. However, as soon as he walked into the classroom, a dozen girls dressed lightly surrounded him. Senior Wang Chen, can I add you to my green bubble? Senior Wang Chen, I want to add too. Me too. Wang Chen was overwhelmed. They had surrounded him, and even if he wanted to run, he couldn't escape. Suddenly, Wang Chen felt someone touch his butt. Damn, don't mess around, one at a time. The male classmates in the class were also very jealous when they saw this scene. They had just gone to ask these girls for their green bubbles, but they ignored them. Now, as soon as Wang Chen arrived, they all surrounded him, fighting to add Wang Chen's green bubble. It was really infuriating. Wang Chen had no choice but to add their green bubbles. This scene also gave Wang Chen a new idea. He had to create another green bubble, one specifically for adding these girls, and the other as a normal green bubble, keeping only the people who mattered to him. However, before he could finish adding the green bubbles, Lin Shui walked in from outside. What are you all doing gathered here? Upon hearing the teacher arrive, everyone quickly took their seats. Wang Chen had originally planned to find an empty spot to sit down and play some games to relax, but after glancing around the classroom, he was stunned. It was completely full. He was speechless. When did he become so popular? It turned out that the feeling of fame wasn't that great after all. It was too troublesome. Lin Shui looked at Wang Chen, then at the classroom, shaking her head helplessly. Wang Chen, come sit in the front. Lin Shui pointed to a spot between two girls dressed lightly in the first row, where there was still an empty seat. With no choice, Wang Chen had to follow Lin Shui's instructions and sat between the two girls. Since Lin Shui was there, the classmates didn't dare to speak, but Wang Chen could feel their gazes on him. Lin Shui didn't care and started her lesson. Wang Chen had intended to play games, but the arrival of these girls made Lin Shui's attention constantly shift towards him. He could only listen attentively to Lin Shui's lecture. This lasted for over an hour. As class was nearing its end, Wang Chen knew that if he waited until the next time to leave, he definitely wouldn't be able to, so he had to find an excuse to leave first. The best excuse was to go to the bathroom. Without hesitation, Wang Chen raised his hand. Seeing this, Lin Shui asked, Wang Chen, what's the matter? Teacher, my stomach hurts, I want to go to the bathroom. As he said this, Wang Chen even winked at Lin Shui. Lin Shui seemed to understand Wang Chen's intention and said, you can go. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen pretended to hold his stomach and left the classroom. However, this action raised suspicions among the girls waiting for him in the classroom, and some of the more anxious girls slipped away from the back. After all, they weren't students of this class, and the teacher couldn't manage them. Once Wang Chen left, those girls followed suit. After this series of actions, the classroom was left with nearly half the number of people. Lin Shui was dumbfounded. She felt she needed to have a word with Wang Chen. After all, he still owed her a meal from last time, so she could just let him treat her to a meal and discuss this issue. On the other side, once Wang Chen stepped out, he felt everything was going smoothly. But the next second, he was stunned. He saw quite a few girls dressed lightly chasing after him from behind. Wang Chen turned around, and several girls were looking at him. Senior Wang Chen, I haven't added your green bubble yet. There was no choice. Wang Chen knew that if he didn't add them, he might not be able to leave. He could only add their green bubbles first. After adding them, Wang Chen sent a green bubble message to Lin Shui and left directly. Back in the car, Wang Chen never expected that one day he would be pursued by so many girls, especially pure college girls. He thought he wasn't that handsome. Although he had a cheerful appearance, belonging to the type that was easy on the eyes. Shouldn't girls prefer looks? It seemed that for wealthy people, even if they weren't handsome, they still appeared attractive in the eyes of some girls. Wang Chen decided not to think too much about it. He took out his phone, ready to call Zhou Liying and Lui Fei to see what they were up to. As soon as he took out his phone, a barrage of messages bombarded him. There was no choice. Wang Chen could only temporarily give up on video calling Zhou Liying and Lui Fei. He first re-registered a green bubble account, then transferred the newly added girls to another green bubble, and after finishing all this, he finally started calling Zhou Liying. Beep beep beep. He dialed Zhou Liying's video call. After a while, Zhou Liying still didn't answer, so Wang Chen had to hang up, thinking she must be busy. Since Zhou Liying didn't pick up, Wang Chen called Lui Fei for a video chat. Beep beep beep. Wang Chen initially thought Lui Fei would also be busy, but to his surprise, the video call connected almost immediately. As soon as the video was on, Wang Chen was stunned. Lui Fei in the video was wearing a wine-red haute couture dress, and Wang Chen was captivated at first glance. Wang Chen, what's up? Sister Fei, are you busy? Yeah, I'm attending the new product launch for Bayajali. Oh, okay, you go ahead. I'll call you again when you're done. Sure. After saying that, Wang Chen hung up the video call. What Wang Chen didn't know was that when he made the call, everyone around Lui Fei, who was sitting at the same table, was shocked to see her talking to a man on video. They were all very curious about who could make Lui Fei speak so gently in such a setting. However, Lui Fei's influence was too great for them to dare to ask. After all, this was Lui Fei's business. After hanging up, Wang Chen called Wuya for a video chat. To his surprise, Wuya was also busy. He then called his sister-in-law. Of course, he didn't forget the others, including Song Ningxiang. The last person was Bai Wanner. Beep beep beep. The video rang and was immediately connected. Wang Chen smiled and said, "Wanner, do you miss me?" However, the next second, he felt something was off. In the video, Bai Wanner had red eyes, clearly having just cried. At first, Wang Chen thought it was because he had neglected her lately that she was like this. But upon further questioning, he learned that Bai Wanner had recently become quite popular, and her company had approached her. They said they wanted to promote her. Naturally, Bai Wanner didn't believe in such windfall opportunities and decisively refused. But those people actually threatened her. Wang Chen comforted Bai Wanner for a bit, then hung up and rushed to her house. When encountering such a situation, he naturally wanted to be by Bai Wanner's side. Just right, he had the idea of starting a live streaming company, and now this situation was like a catalyst, pushing Wang Chen to quickly get the live streaming company up and running. In fact, a live streaming company is quite similar to a film and television company, just with different focuses. A film and television company primarily focuses on film and television, which means training artists. A live streaming company mainly cultivates internet celebrities. Of course, the management of the two companies would also differ. A film and television company wouldn't recruit male artists, but a live streaming company would recruit male internet celebrities. After all, artists and internet celebrities are different. The value of an artist is higher than that of an internet celebrity, and for a company, having more is naturally better. Before long, Wang Chen drove Xia Chuchu's car to the Green City Huangpu River. He didn't hesitate and headed straight to Bai Wanner's place. When he arrived at her home, Bai Wanner and Yang Xiaoli were sitting on the sofa, with Yang Xiaoli constantly comforting Bai Wanner. When Wang Chen arrived, Yang Xiaoli finally stopped. Wang Chen sat next to Bai Wanner, softly saying, "Wanner, it's okay, I'm here." Hearing Wang Chen's voice, Bai Wanner lifted her head and buried it in his embrace. "How goo!" Wang Chen gently held her, patting her back, comforting her. "It's alright, it's just a company, I have ways to help you get back at them." Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoli watched the two with wide eyes, feeling very envious. Why hadn't she met a man like Wang Chen, who would stand in front of her and protect her when something happened? After a while, Bai Wanner finally calmed down. "Alright, tell me what happened." "Brother Hao, I just received a call. The person on the other end said they wanted to invest 100 million to make me popular. I didn't agree, and they threatened me." "Do you know who it was?" "They said it was from Tianma Live Streaming Company. They said they wanted to invest 100 million to make you popular?" "Yeah, I know. Their intention is to make me a money-making tool for the company after they promote me, and they might even have their eyes on me, so I refused. But they said they have ways to force me to quit the internet." Wang Chen didn't expect such a thing to happen. It seemed these companies had some pretty underhanded tactics. They poach anyone who shows a bit of potential, and if the person is unwilling, they threaten them. If Bai Wanner hadn't followed him, she would have had only two choices: join their company or quit the internet. The outcome was predictable. Quitting would be fine, she would just disappear from the audience's view. But if she chose to join the company, not only would she become a money-making tool, but she might also lose her innocence. In serious cases, if the company got into trouble, she would have to take the blame. Warner, do you know anything about Manhwa Company? Tell me. Well, Manhwa Live Streaming Company is a live streaming sales company that earns commissions by having its streamers promote products. It is said that the company has about 1 to 2,000 streamers. They have 2 accounts with tens of millions of followers, over a dozen with millions, and dozens with hundreds of thousands. The rest are accounts with a few thousand to tens of thousands of followers. After listening to Bai Warner's introduction, Wang Chen had a rough understanding of Manhwa Live Streaming Company. This company is publicly listed, and its market value is around 1 billion. If it were the old Wang Chen, hearing about a company worth 1 billion would have shocked him to the core, but now it was different. He had dozens of small targets in his bank account. Warner, the other company is only worth 1 billion. How could they possibly invest 100 million to promote you? This is clearly just a pipe dream. But since they dared to threaten you, we definitely have to deal with them. Just as Wang Chen finished speaking, Yang Xiaoli chimed in. Brother Hao, they said that if Warner wasn't willing, they would have their streamers smear her reputation and force her to quit. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was genuinely angry. He had initially planned to sign Timo first and then set up a live streaming company for Bai Warner, but now it seemed he had to act. However, the only internet celebrities he knew were Timo, who had over 30 million fans, and Yedao Shingo, who had 5 million fans. Wang Chen was eager to sign both of them. He had already approached Timo, and she was still considering it. So once the live streaming company was established, he would need to meet with Yedao Shingo. Warner, Xiaoli, since the other side is a live streaming company, I have an idea. Listen to me. Upon hearing this, the two looked at him intently. He didn't keep them in suspense and directly shared his thoughts. Here's the thing. I previously mentioned setting up a company for Warner, so let's take this opportunity to establish a live streaming company. It just so happens that both of you, Warner and Xiaoli, are involved in this field and are quite knowledgeable about it. Secondly, since someone is bullying Warner, we can't let them off so easily. Moreover, once we deal with Manhwa Live Streaming Company, our own company's reputation will also rise. This way, we achieve 3 goals in one move. What do you think? Upon hearing Wang Chen's analysis, Bai Warner and Yang Xiaoli's eyes lit up. This sounds great. If they were to manage another company, they might worry, but with a live streaming company, they felt more confident. Just as Wang Chen said, starting a live streaming company was clearly the best choice. How go, Warner listens to you. Wang Chen looked at Bai Warner and said gently, don't worry, I won't let anyone bully you. Oh, you two are really mushy, clearly discussing serious matters, and suddenly you start feeding me dog food, really? Yang Xiaoli said with annoyance. Yang Xiaoli's comment successfully made both of them laugh. Ha ha ha. After they finished laughing, Wang Chen continued, well, since that's the case, I'll arrange the tasks first. The two responded in unison. Wang Chen then explained the tasks he needed to handle next. If we're going to establish a company, then you two shouldn't do live broadcasts for a while. Warner, Xiaoli, you two should go register the company in the next couple of days. As for the name, let's call it Hawan Live Broadcasting Company, Ltd. Warner will hold 80% of the shares, Xiaoli 20%, and the registered capital will be 1 billion, which I will provide. Also, I'll find someone to help you manage it. When Wang Chen laid out the specifics, both of them were stunned. Especially Yang Xiaoli, she never expected that Wang Chen would give her shares. How good, you're going to give me shares too? Yang Xiaoli said excitedly. Just now, Wang Chen mentioned that he would invest 1 billion as the company's capital and give her 20% of the shares, which means she would get 200 million without doing anything. That's 200 million. Even if Yang Xiaoli live-streamed her whole life, she could never earn that much money. Wang Chen smiled at Yang Xiaoli's excited expression. You're Warner's best friend, how could I treat you unfairly? Besides, I doubt Warner can manage it all by herself, having you around will be better. But won't this 20% be too much? It's fine, in my eyes, no matter how much it is, it can't compare to Warner. Upon hearing this, Bai Warner hugged him tightly. After that, Wang Chen told them some precautions, and he didn't leave the Green City Huangpu River until 10 o'clock at night. Wuya had already moved to Tangsini Pin, which is not far from Bai Warner, just a 10-minute walk. Wang Chen drove back to Tangsini Pin in less than 10 minutes, and that was only because of traffic. Before long, Wang Chen was back home. At that moment, Wuya was wearing yoga clothes, practicing yoga in the living room. And this was a treat for Wang Chen, the pervert. In short, he saw everything he shouldn't have seen. After a while, Wuya finished her workout. At that time, Wang Chen's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was Zhao Liang. Wuya also came over to look at his phone. Seeing it was Zhao Liang, she snatched the phone from his hand. Hello, Liang Jia. Oh, it's Wu Ya. Isn't this Wang Chen's phone? Yes, he's sitting on the sofa watching TV. Oh, you're doing yoga, right? Yeah, I just finished. You're doing yoga right under Wang Chen's nose. That probably makes it easy for him. As soon as they started the video call, the two chatted non-stop until Wu Ya had to go wash up, and she returned the phone to Wang Chen. Only then could Wang Chen talk to Zhao Liang. Liang Jia. When you called me today, I was busy. I just finished filming. So busy, huh? Remember to take care of yourself. As I said before, no matter what, I will always stand behind you. As soon as Wang Chen finished speaking, Zhao Liang in the video couldn't help but smile. After chatting for a while, Wang Chen knew Zhao Liang was tired from filming all day and didn't want to disturb her, so he simply hung up the video call. In Wang Chen's view, it was only a matter of time before Zhao Liang came to his company. After all, his relationship with Zhao Liang was getting better and better. It wouldn't be long before they could even argue. After hanging up the phone, Wang Chen sent a green bubble to Nightblade God Go. They arranged to meet in Magic City the day after tomorrow. Then he put down his phone. Leaning back on the sofa, he reflected on the matters he needed to handle and his current goals. He realized there were indeed quite a few things. First, there was the conflict between Han Xin and the businesses of Li Meng, Du Xiang, and Zhang Mumu. He needed to find a time to ask them about it. Secondly, there were matters concerning Haoya film and television media. And then there was the issue with Haoan Live streaming company. Not to mention the current situation with his sister-in-law. He needed to resolve each of these matters. Of course, he hadn't forgotten the most important thing, which was to buy the Magic City Central Building, the Magic City Global Financial Center, and the Magic City Jin Mao Tower. However, purchasing these three buildings required extremely substantial funds, and he currently didn't even have enough for the down payment, let alone the increasing expenses he would face after moving to Kyoto. Also, Zhao Liang's birthday was coming up soon. He wanted to surprise her in Kyoto, hoping that it might increase their rapport. In the following 2 days, Wang Chen went to class as usual, had meals with Song Ningxuan, and even treated supervisor Lin Shui to dinner last night. Lin Shui also mentioned some things to him. She advised him to be more low-key at school, and after Wang Chen promised her, she didn't pursue the matter further. Today was the day he had arranged to meet Nightblade God Go, and Wang Chen was already prepared to see her. He was determined to sign Nightblade God Go. Otherwise, the live streaming company wouldn't have a single well-known host. That wouldn't do. Wang Chen looked at today's date and couldn't help but sigh at how quickly time passed. It was already mid-September, and there were only a few days left until next month's salary rebate. He didn't know how much funding he would get from the salary rebate next month. However, he was sure that the amount would definitely be more than last month. In the evening, Wang Chen arrived at the meeting place with Nightblade God Go. This time, he didn't go to Maoquan Magic City Cuisine but chose a Western restaurant instead. After eating Chinese food for a long time, it was nice to change things up occasionally. Wang Chen specifically chose a table by the window, where he could enjoy the neon-lit streets outside. After waiting for a while, around 7 o'clock in the evening, he saw a woman with an impressive figure, wearing a gray short-sleeve top and a brown-black plaid JK short skirt, with a pair of black stockings on her long, fair legs. She was holding a brown handbag and walked right up to him. Wang Chen, who had been looking out the window, withdrew his gaze and looked at the woman standing in front of him. Wow! Is this Nightblade God Go? That beauty mark on her lip is so sexy. He really wanted to take a bite and see what it was like. However, Wang Chen didn't show it. He was now a wealthy man, and even if he had thoughts about Nightblade God Go, he couldn't express them immediately. Hello, brother Wang. Wang Chen stood up, smiled, and extended his hand, saying, "You can't call me brother Wang. I'm only 23 years old." Hello, Nightblade God Go. That's just a username, you know my real name. Should I call you Shuyu or Sister Shuyu? No way, you're the big boss, how can I call you sister? Shuyu, you're even more beautiful in person than in the videos. Thank you. Have a seat, let's eat and chat. Okay. The two sat across from each other, and Wang Chen called the waiter to bring out the dishes they had prepared earlier. He didn't know if it was because he had seen more celebrities, but Wang Chen now felt that even facing internet celebrities didn't put any pressure on him. Instead, he felt quite calm. Hey, is everything you said to me on the green bubble true? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen revealed a faint smile. Of course. Not only what I mentioned on the green bubble, but I will even prepare other things for you. Of course, the premise is that you sign a 10-year contract with us. Nightblade God Go wasn't particularly concerned about signing a 10-year contract. What she cared about were the conditions Wang Chen had mentioned on the green bubble. They were simply too generous, so generous that she could hardly believe it. What else is there besides those? A house in Magic City. Wang Chen's casual remark made Nightblade God Go lose her composure. She stood up excitedly. You mean, as long as I sign the contract, you'll give me a house in Magic City? Looking at the excited Zhang Shuyu, Wang Chen's lips curled slightly. He knew that no one could refuse a house in Magic City and one in Kyoto. That's right. Once she calmed down, Zhang Shuyu remembered to ask for specific details. You're not planning to use this as a gimmick, are you? Like buying a house in a very remote area, one that costs more than a few bucks. Wang Chen chuckled. How could he be that kind of person? Giving away houses as part of a contract was only for a select few. Male streamers didn't get such treatment. Moreover, with his capabilities, how could he give away a house in a remote neighborhood? At the very least, it would be in Green City, Huangpu River. If it were for a celebrity, it would be Tang Sinipin. He had already arranged everything. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. I can clearly tell you, it's right across at Green City, Huangpu River, and it's over 200 square meters. You should know the property prices there. It's over 100,000 per square meter. A 200 square meter house would cost tens of millions. Of course, besides the house, I will also buy you a car, priced no less than 5 million. Upon hearing this, Nightblade God Go was so shocked she couldn't speak. The items on the contract were just appetizers. The real big deal was right here. Just these two things would cost tens of millions. Nightblade God Go felt as if Wang Chen was going to keep her, giving away houses and cars. Really? Really? I never lie to women, especially beautiful women. Hearing Wang Chen say this, Nightblade God Go's face instantly turned red. Then whose name will the house and car you give me be under? Yours. Of course the house will be in your name. What? Nightblade God Go was shocked again. She thought that even if he was giving away a house and a car, it couldn't possibly be in her name. This made her ponder whether there was some kind of trap. But after thinking it over, Nightblade God Go couldn't come up with any traps. The only possibility was that Wang Chen wanted to keep her, just not saying it outright. After all, how could tens of millions worth of houses and millions worth of cars just be given away? And they were meeting for the first time. She looked at Wang Chen and thought carefully for a long time. After all, in her view, if she accepted Wang Chen's house and car, it would be equivalent to accepting his support. She had to think it through. Meanwhile, Wang Chen noticed her prolonged silence but wasn't anxious. Instead, he calmly started eating. Wang Chen believed that no one could resist the temptation of a house in Magic City and luxury cars. What Wang Chen didn't know was that Nightblade God Go had misunderstood. She thought Wang Chen wanted to keep her. If Wang Chen knew she thought that way, he would definitely shout that it was unfair. If he really wanted to keep Nightblade God Go, he wouldn't only give her these things. After all, how could he treat his woman poorly? Moreover, he didn't have the energy for that right now. What he wanted was to make money, earn more money, earn money that would never run out. He wanted a fortune that could surpass even foreign conglomerates. Moreover, even if he wanted to support Nightblade God Go, it wasn't the right time. After all, the most important thing now was to help the bound salary Cashback goddess earn more money. For example, helping Wuya transform Feishang Art Dance into her own brand and then continuously open chain stores. This way, she could earn more money. Additionally, he needed to improve Zhou Liying and Lui Fei's favorability, which would also increase the monthly salary Cashback. He had thoughts about Nightblade God Go, but not now. After pondering for a long time, she slowly spoke, Wang Chen, I agree. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen smiled. This result was finally good. Wasn't the first anchor of Hawan Live Company coming? Alright, we'll sign the contract after you buy the house and car. Okay, but can you give me some time? Let me think it over. Wang Chen was confused, not knowing what she meant, thinking she just wanted to delay starting work for a few days. So he replied, sure, I'm not in a hurry either. Let's take it slow. Okay, thank you. Where are you staying recently? In a hotel. How about this, tomorrow I'll take you to buy a house and a car, so you won't have to stay in a hotel anymore. Alright. Wang Chen had no idea that they were completely on different wavelengths. Wang Chen was giving her so many things to boost Hawan's fame, so more anchors would know about her, while Nightblade God Go thought Wang Chen wanted to support her. But even though their topics weren't aligned, their frequencies were surprisingly consistent. After finishing dinner, Wang Chen took Nightblade God Go to the hotel she had booked. Seeing that the hotel wasn't very good, he switched her to another one, letting her stay in a presidential suite worth tens of thousands for a night. After doing all this, Wang Chen went home. The next morning, Wang Chen arrived at the hotel early. He planned to resolve the car and house matters today and then quickly sign Nightblade God Go, after which he would need to spend time looking for other anchors. After all, a live streaming company couldn't have just one anchor. To bring down Tianma Live Company, the scale had to be large. Moreover, anchors from various fields had to be recruited. More importantly, Zhao Liying's birthday was approaching, and he had to rush to Kyoto to give her a surprise. She was the superstar with the best favorability towards him and his favorite star. Wang Chen took Nightblade God Go to find Song Wanner to buy a car, a Ferrari 458. The price reached over 6 million. Wang Chen had contacted Song Wanner about the car the night before. After buying the car, Wang Chen took Nightblade God Go to Lucheng Huangpu River and bought a 260 square meter flat, spending a total of 33.8 million. In total, Wang Chen spent nearly 40 million on Zhang Shuyu today. Nightblade God Go, who suddenly had a house and a car in Magic City, was still in disbelief. Now she finally understood why some people wanted to be supported by wealthy individuals. These things came too easily. Even if she lived her whole life as a streamer, she might not be able to afford such a flat in Magic City. Not to mention a sports car like the Ferrari 458. Wang Chen and Nightblade God Go stood in the newly bought house. He took out the prepared contract and handed it to Nightblade God Go Zhang Shuyu. This time, she didn't hesitate and directly picked up the contract to sign. Seeing this, Wang Chen smiled. He finally signed Nightblade God Go. After Zhang Shuyu signed, she returned the contract to Wang Chen, but he was lost in thought, staring at her sexy and alluring beauty mark on her lips. This scene was also captured by Nightblade God Go Zhang Shuyu. The next second, she made a bold decision. Zhang Shuyu slowly closed her eyes. As Wang Chen looked at her, he had no idea what was going on. Why did she suddenly close her eyes? Did she want me to kiss her? Wang Chen thought to himself. He wasn't sure if that was the case. Looking at her sexy lip mole, he really wanted to know what it tasted like. However, he knew that if he went in for a kiss, it would be fine if Zhang Shuyu was willing, then everyone would be happy. But if Zhang Shuyu wasn't willing, then he would really be in trouble. A slap would be the least of his worries. If this led to Zhang Shuyu not wanting to join the Hawan live streaming company, he would truly be a sinner. Thinking of this, Wang Chen hesitated. Meanwhile, Zhang Shuyu, who had her eyes closed, was also very confused. She had made her intentions so clear. Why wasn't Wang Chen making a move? Did she have to take the initiative? But she had never done that before. Although she had dated a boyfriend, it was always the guy who took the lead. With this thought, Zhang Shuyu couldn't help but open her eyes to look at Wang Chen. But when she saw Wang Chen looking at her with a puzzled expression, she couldn't hold back any longer. Wang Chen, can't you be a little more proactive? Ha! Wang Chen, already confused, was even more bewildered now. Be proactive? He didn't remember saying anything about that. What was going on? Oh. Seeing Wang Chen's indifference, Zhang Shuyu could no longer contain herself. Wang Chen, you treat me so well, do you want to pursue me? Or do you want to support me? Hearing Zhang Shuyu's words, Wang Chen finally understood why she was acting a bit out of character. It was for this reason. No wonder. However, Wang Chen didn't refute her. After all, he did have feelings for her, but it just wasn't the right time. Sister Shuyu, since we've signed the contract, I'll head back now. If there are any issues, you can call me. As for when to start working, I'll let you know on Green Bubble. After saying that, Wang Chen left. When he reached the door, he turned back and said, Sister Shuyu, your lip mole is really sexy. With that, he left, leaving behind a bewildered Zhang Shuyu standing in the living room. She really couldn't understand what Wang Chen meant. She had made herself so clear. Signing the contract meant she was willing, whether to be his woman or to be supported by him. She was already prepared for it. But why didn't Wang Chen seize the opportunity? Did she misunderstand? Her heart was in turmoil. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't make sense of it. On the other side, after leaving Zhang Shuyu, Wang Chen returned to his car. Thinking about Zhang Shuyu's earlier demeanor, how could Wang Chen not understand? He had a rough idea. But why didn't he go in for the kiss? That was naturally due to his considerations. Although kissing her would let him taste those sexy red lips with the mole, the consequence might be a decrease in affection, and he estimated that they would be bound in the future, so he didn't want to lower the affection. There would be plenty of opportunities to taste those sexy red lips with the mole later. A small sacrifice could lead to a greater plan. With this thought, Wang Chen couldn't help but check Zhang Shuyu's affection level. System, open Zhang Shuyu's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Zhang Shuyu. Age, 29. Appearance, 87. Affection level, 63. Stranger, height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 42 kilograms. Occupation, professional live streamer. Wang Chen was delighted. The affection level had jumped to 63. If he had kissed her just now, the affection level would have likely dropped significantly. However, he hadn't bound himself to Zhang Shuyu, so the system wouldn't report the increases or decreases in affection. He could only check for himself. After checking Zhang Shuyu's information, Wang Chen originally planned to return to Tangsan Ipin, but thinking that he was already here, it seemed unreasonable not to visit Bai Waner, so he decided to go to Bai Waner first. Before long, Wang Chen arrived at Bai Waner's place. Yang Xiaoli was also there. She was discussing company matters with Bai Waner. When they saw Wang Chen arrive, the two stopped their discussion and sat around him. How go? The people from Tianma Life Company called me again. They said they would give me 3 days to think about it. Bai Waner said, linking her arm with his. 3 days? Yes. No problem. Is the company registered yet? Not yet, but it will be soon. We found someone to help us. It should be ready by tomorrow. Alright, during this time, you shouldn't go live. I estimate that the people from Tianma Live Company will have their internet celebrities spread rumors about you, but you don't need to pay attention to it. Once our new company has enough internet celebrities, we will strike a fatal blow to Tianma Live Company. By then, I will give you a surprise. Wang Chen knew that Tianma would definitely have its streamers spread rumors, and they might even create scandalous rumors about Bai Waner, but right now, the new company Hawan was just starting out and couldn't possibly compete with Tianma. What needed to be done now was to keep a low profile and use their superpowers to attract some streamers. When the time was right, it would be the moment to deal a fatal blow to Tianma, and he had already thought of the guarantees, ensuring everything would go smoothly. Waner, Xiaoli, once the company is registered, you should contact the streamers you know, preferably those with a lot of fans, and try to recruit them to Hawan, so we can proceed to the next step. Okay, we understand. After that, Wang Chen chatted with Bai Waner and Yang Xiaoli for a long time, leaving Bai Waner's place only at 10 o'clock in the evening. Watching Wang Chen's departing figure, Yang Xiaoli said, Waner, does Wang Chen have other women? Hearing Yang Xiaoli say this, Bai Waner trembled. Although she knew she was Wang Chen's lover, just thinking about him having other women made her feel inexplicably uncomfortable. She realized that she had truly fallen for Wang Chen. Xiaoli, I had already agreed with how good that he would support me. Even if he has other women, what can I say? Waner, I know that. But don't you want him to be able to spend more time with you? Xiaoli, what are you trying to say? Waner, a person's power is always limited, but what if it's 2 people? What? After leaving Bai Waner, Wang Chen went straight back to Tangshanipin. When he returned, Wuya was still doing yoga. Wang Chen once again feasted his eyes. He sat on the sofa watching Wuya's graceful movements, swallowing hard. Wuya noticed his expression and smiled proudly. Xiao Hao, can you come help me with my legs? Wang Chen was instantly delighted to hear this, such a good thing. Wang Chen went to Wuya's side and pressed down on her jade-like feet. The feeling was naturally indescribable. If it weren't for Wang Chen's strong self-control, he might have really acted out against Wuya. After assisting Wuya with her yoga practice, Wang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He originally thought this was an enviable job, but unexpectedly, it was quite torturous. But thankfully, Wang Chen raised his hand and sniffed in front of Wuya. Playfully he said, Sister Wuya, you smell really good. Wuya, who was packing up the yoga mat, shot him a glance and said irritably, You, really? This time, Wang Chen didn't care about anything else. He had already wanted to try it when he was at Zhang Shuyu's place. He approached Wuya, cupping her delicate face with both hands. Kissed down. After a long while, lips parted. Xiao Hao, how did you learn to be bad? He. After that, the two washed up and, as usual, sat on the sofa to watch TV. Xiao Hao, how's it going with sister-in-law? Have you asked? I asked a few days ago, nothing much. They should still be processing it, but they should be back soon. Wuya, if you're worried, we can just call sister-in-law. Let's make a call. Okay. With that, Wang Chen took out his phone. He found sister-in-law Li Yunru's number and dialed. Beep beep beep. The phone rang for a while before sister-in-law picked up. Hello, Xiao Hao, what's up? Sister-in-law, how's everything going? Wuya and I are a bit worried. It's fine, with Shui here, I can't get into any trouble. Things are almost done, just need to handle a few more matters, that's why I didn't tell you. Oh, if there's anything you can't handle, just call me. Okay. Wuya wants to talk to you. After saying that, Wang Chen handed the phone to Wuya. He then turned back to the TV. After Wuya got the phone, she started chatting with Li Yunru. They only ended the call at midnight. Wang Chen and Wuya also planned to rest. The two returned to their respective rooms. Wang Chen lay on the bed, sighing, when can I hold my woman to sleep? He always felt insecure without someone to hold. Should I sleep holding Wuya or Liying, or maybe Yifei? It would be great if I could have one on each side. Wang Chen muttered to himself. After thinking for a while, he decided to stop. Although he had this thought, it was still too early. Anyway, he couldn't sleep now, so he simply opened Douyin, planning to see if there were any suitable people from the Hawan live streaming company. This time, Wang Chen didn't scroll through live streams but watched videos instead. However, while scrolling through videos, Douyin recommended him a bunch of guys. After scrolling for a while, Wang Chen suddenly found someone very suitable. But this woman wasn't live streaming. However, Wang Chen often came across her videos back in school. This person was the cosplay goddess, Walking Yao. Walking Yao could be said to be the top star in the cosplay world. Not only did she have long, fair legs, but she was also beautiful. Otherwise, she wouldn't have looked so much like the character when she cosplayed. Last time, Wang Chen saw her cosplay as Xiao Wu. It couldn't be said to be similar, it was simply identical. If he could recruit her and spend some money to promote her, she would definitely become popular quickly. Wang Chen had his eyes on the cosplay goddess Walking Yao. Thinking of Walking Yao, Wang Chen wanted to see her cosplay as Xiao Wu in person. Who knows what might happen. But since Walking Yao wasn't live streaming, Wang Chen couldn't send her gifts. This meant he couldn't add her green bubble. Wang Chen could only set Walking Yao as a special follow, so when she went live, he would know right away. After that, Wang Chen scrolled through videos for a little while longer. To his surprise, Zhu Jingyi was gradually starting to become popular. It seemed that after getting resources, she began to explode. Of course, this was not only because of the resources but also due to her own hard work and that stunning beauty and alluring figure. Wang Chen didn't dare to say he could resist her temptation. To be honest, he hadn't been to Haoya's place for a long time. Tomorrow, he just happened to plan to go there and see if Zhang Yuanying and the others were around. Wang Chen wanted to see if he could increase Zhang Yuanying's favorability. After all, Zhang Yuanying had some special quirks. Maybe just a few touches could boost the favorability, and he could also check how their Chinese and dance practice was going. At that time, let them perform a segment just for him. He would enjoy it. He also wondered how things were going on Helan's side, whether she had found anyone. Ever since Wang Chen told her that she could make all the decisions herself, he hadn't inquired about the Haoya film and television media matters at all. Wang Chen continued to scroll through videos. In this scroll, he actually found several people he wanted to recruit. Among them was a male streamer. This was the first time Wang Chen wanted to recruit a male streamer. However, he didn't plan to do it right away. He still had a lot of things to take care of. Such matters should wait for a while, or until he found new people to recruit. He couldn't possibly recruit people every day. He still needed to improve the favorability of the goddess he had bound for salary cashback. There wasn't that much time. After scrolling through videos for a while, Wang Chen closed Douyin. He opened Weibo and checked the trending topics. Several trending topics on Weibo were about people around him, such as the idol girl group that Zhang Yuanying was part of, the WH1 girl group, and the video call he had with Zhu Jingyi and Lu Yifei at the new product launch of Bulgari. Most importantly, Zhao Liying was also trending. However, Zhao Liying's trending topic wasn't about him, it was all about her and Lin Gengxin. Seeing this trending topic, Wang Chen didn't know what to say. After all, he really didn't know what to say. If Zhao Liying's favorability reached 90, then with such trending topics, she would definitely explain it to Wang Chen, but their favorability was only around 70. This made Wang Chen increasingly anxious about improving Zhao Liying's favorability. Improving Zhao Liying's favorability was not just to become her man, more importantly, it was to gain more cashback funds from his monthly salary. Thinking of this, Wang Chen felt he needed to consider Zhao Liying's birthday gift as soon as possible. After thinking for a while, Wang Chen decided to take a break. He was already feeling a bit drowsy. He still had to go to Haoya tomorrow. He couldn't stay up too late. However, before resting, Wang Chen sent messages to some people. Only then did he put down his phone and close his eyes to sleep. The next day, after Wang Chen dropped Sister Wu Ya off at Feixiang Art Dance, he drove towards the Magic City Center building where Haoya was located. To be honest, he was quite curious about how Helan had managed the company. He had entrusted the company entirely to Helan some time ago. He didn't know if she had found any new artists. Wang Chen was very much looking forward to it. After a while of driving, Wang Chen finally arrived at the company. He parked Zhao Liying's Big G in the parking lot and then walked towards the floor where the company was located. Along the way, he saw many people. Some were there to visit the Magic City building, some worked in the companies located there. Others ran companies that rented space in the Magic City building, just like Wang Chen. However, it could basically be confirmed that they were all upper-class members of society. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here. While Wang Chen sighed, he also got on the elevator. In no time, he arrived at the 88th floor. The entire 88th floor had been rented by them. When Wang Chen arrived on the 88th floor, the receptionist also stood up. "Hello, boss. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard. Are you adapting well to working here?" "Yes, everyone is great. I really like it." Wang Chen walked over to her, patted her shoulder, and said, "Work hard, the company will get better and better, and your benefits will improve too." Wang Chen couldn't help but marvel, even the receptionist was so beautiful, he really liked it. After saying that, Wang Chen went straight to Helan's office. When he arrived at Helan's office, there were a few people inside, and among them, he was particularly familiar with two. Upon seeing them, Wang Chen was stunned. Goodness, it was Zhang Ruanan and Bai Lu. After he entered, everyone's gaze turned to him, and Helan was speechless. Although she and Wang Chen didn't need to say much to each other, there were two big stars present. "Boss, could you please let me know next time before you come over? You startled me, it's so unsteady." Wang Chen awkwardly smiled. "I just suddenly had some time and came over." "Really?" Meanwhile, Zhang Ruanan and Bai Lu were completely taken aback, not expecting that such a fresh-looking, unconventional man was actually the boss of Haya. Helan also introduced Wang Chen to Zhang Ruanan and Bai Lu. "Ruanan, Bai Lu, this is the boss of Haya. You need to discuss your contracts with him, and as for the reason, I've already told you, it's the boss's rule." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruanan and Bai Lu stood up. Wang Chen never expected that one day, beautiful stars would take the initiative to meet him. Zhang Ruanan extended her delicate hand towards Wang Chen and said, "Hello. Hello, Sister Ruanan, I'm your loyal fan." Their hands clasped together. Wang Chen felt an irresistible urge to hold on to her hand. It was soft, just like a baby's. At that moment, Wang Chen also took the opportunity to check Zhang Ruanan's data. System, open Zhang Ruanan's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Zhang Ruanan. Age, 28. Appearance, 100. Favorability, 53. Stranger, height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Occupation, actress. She was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. A woman like this, Wang Chen had to seize. Haya needed stars like her. He didn't know how much Elan had paid to recruit them, but he wouldn't ask now. At least he would wait until they left to inquire. "Boss Wang is joking. Calling me Boss Wang feels a bit distant. If you don't mind, you can call me Wang Chen, or even Wang Chen little brother." "Then, I'll call you Wang Chen." After Zhang Ruanan introduced herself, Bai Lu beside her also extended her fair little hand. Wang Chen shook Bai Lu's hand again. He had to say, a star's hand was indeed tender. "Sister Bai Lu, I'm also your fan. I listened to your recent album, it was really beautiful. If you don't mind, you can call me Wang Chen or Wang Chen little brother." A faint smile appeared on Bai Lu's face. "Alright, I'll call you Wang Chen from now on." At this moment, Wang Chen quietly checked Bai Lu's data. System, check Bai Lu's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Bai Mengyan. Age, 30. Appearance, 98. Favorability, 61. Stranger, height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Occupation, actress, model, singer. He didn't expect Bai Lu's data to be so good. But thinking about it, they were both very popular stars. They certainly wouldn't be lacking. After introducing each other, Wang Chen added their green bubbles. Then he carefully observed them. Zhang Ruanan was wearing a leopard print top paired with jeans, simply stunning. Bai Lu looked good too, in jeans and a white short-sleeve shirt. Pure and beautiful. Wang Chen liked them very much. Just then, Helan said, "Boss, Ruanan and Bai Lu need to handle some matters with their company in the next few days. As for the breach of contract fees, you need to find time to discuss it with them, as well as the contracts." "Alright, let's do it tomorrow. I'll be in the office all day." "Okay." Afterward, Wang Chen chatted quite a bit with Helan, Zhang Runan, and Bai Lu until Zhang Runan and Bai Lu's group left. Only then did Wang Chen excitedly embrace Helan. "Lan, you are really amazing. It's only been a short while, and you've already dug up two beautiful starlets." Helan felt Wang Chen's embrace and was momentarily at a loss. However, she didn't push Wang Chen away. In fact, she even took the initiative to wrap her arms around him. After a while, Wang Chen felt it was inappropriate and finally let go of Helan, but after this incident, their relationship became more intimate. "Lan, thank you. What are you thanking me for? The company is also partly mine, so of course, I have to take it seriously." He. Wang Chen sat down in Helan's spot, pulling her onto his lap. His action caught Helan off guard, and by the time she reacted, it was already too late. Wang Chen thought, since it's already done, there's no need to overthink it, being straightforward is better. After all, he would have to bind himself to Helan in the future. Wang Chen, what are you going to do?" The company has a share of you, but you are also mine." Who said that?" I didn't agree." At this moment, Helan was clearly a bit nervous. Her voice had changed. The next second, her eyes widened. Helan's eyes widened. Looking at Wang Chen, who was so close, but then she quickly closed her eyes. After a long time, their lips parted. Helan looked at Wang Chen, her whole body leaning against him. Xiao Hao, you already have so many women around you, why do you still want to provoke me? Helan naturally knew a bit about Wang Chen's affairs, like Bai Wan'er and Wu Ya, she was aware of them, and she even knew Wang Chen's feelings for Zhao Liying. But during this time, Helan had gradually been attracted to Wang Chen. She didn't know why. Wang Chen held Helan gently and said, Sister Lan, you're so beautiful, I can't bear to give you to someone else. Humph, you just know how to talk. Aren't there still so many women around you? Even today, Runan and Bai Lu probably won't escape your grasp. Helan said with annoyance. Hee, Sister Lan, who doesn't love a beauty? Don't worry, from now on, no matter what, I will treat you well. Sigh, I really owe you from my past life. Not at all, it should be that I saved the galaxy in my past life. Otherwise, how could I meet such a wonderful woman like you? You have a sharp tongue. Wang Chen looked at Helan's expression and couldn't help but let the system open her data. System, open Helan's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Helan age, 33 appearance, 91 favorability, 91, infatuated, height, 172 centimeters weight, 48. 5 kilograms occupation, CEO no wonder, Helan's favorability had already reached 91. But this is good. In the future, he could hand over the matters of Haoya to Helan. Xiao Hao, what do you think our relationship is now? Helan, dressed in professional attire, sat on his lap and asked, Sister Lan, what else can our relationship be? You are my woman, now and forever, you will always be my woman. Xiao Hao. Helan looked at him with affectionate eyes. Kiss. Xiao Hao, tell me the truth, are the people you plan to sign for Haoya the ones you have your eyes on? Wang Chen awkwardly scratched his head and said, not at all. Humph. Don't think I don't know. Alright, no matter what, we will always be together in the future. You said it. If you dare to abandon me in the future, I will make you go bankrupt and then commit suicide. Hearing this, Wang Chen's body trembled slightly. He realized that Helan was a fierce woman. If there ever came a day when he no longer wanted her, she might really do something drastic. However, Wang Chen would never abandon her. Don't worry, I swear I will never leave you for the rest of my life. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, a faint smile appeared on Helan's face. In truth, Helan knew that Wang Chen had more than one woman, but she just couldn't help herself. Since Wang Chen had already made a promise to her, she felt a bit more at ease. Xiao Hao. Helan was just about to discuss serious matters with Wang Chen when he interrupted her. Sister Lan, now that we've established our relationship, you should move to Tangsini Pin. I'll be living there too, so it'll be more convenient for me to visit you. Helan certainly knew that the company had 2 large apartments at Tangsini Pin, but those 2 apartments had already been promised to Zhang Ruanan and Bai Lu. Xiao Hao, I've already promised those 2 apartments to Ruanan and Bai Lu. The place I'm living in now is quite good, and it won't take long for you to drive over if you want to visit. Oh, come on, I'll take you shopping the day after tomorrow. Don't refuse, I'm your man. Hearing this, Helan, who was about to refuse, could only nod. She really liked Wang Chen like this. Alright, little man, you have the final say. Upon hearing Helan's words, Wang Chen whispered in her ear, Hee, you dare to call me little man? Wait until tonight, and I'll show you whether I'm a little man or not. Oh, we're still at the company. You really are something. Helan said this, but deep down, she was also looking forward to it. Hee, this is my company, so what's there to be afraid of? Besides, I'm the only man here. Oh, so you don't mind men fighting over you like this? You caught me. Looking at Wang Chen's childlike demeanor, Helan shook her head. Then she became serious and said, Alright, let's talk business. The penalty fees for Ruanan and Bai Lu are a bit high, you know how things are in the country. At this point, Wang Chen became somewhat curious. He had no idea how much the penalty fees for Zhang Ruanan and Bai Lu would be. He thought it would be at least 200 or 300 million. But Wang Chen was far from accurate. Sister Lan, it can't be 300 million, right? Helan just shook her head. If it were that low, she would have already poached a lot of people, now she had only selected a few. Even so, she was still noticed by other film and media companies. Ever since signing Zhu Jingyi, she had already attracted attention. However, since Zhu Jingyi's contract had expired, those film companies couldn't say much, but if she were to sign Zhang Ruanan and Bai Lu, Huaya would officially enter the entertainment industry's spotlight. Ruanan's penalty fee is 1 billion, and Bai Lu's penalty fee is 800 million. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Chen was directly stunned. 1 billion, what kind of concept is that? He never expected their penalty fees to be so high. Wang Chen didn't hesitate. After all, it wasn't easy for Helan to poach people, and 1 billion was something he could afford. Sister Lan, no matter how much it is, we'll pay it. If the company's funds aren't enough, just tell me, and I'll make up the difference. Xiao Hao, the company hasn't made any money since it opened. At this rate, it will go bankrupt sooner or later. Oh, Sister Lon, just relax. I'll transfer another 4 billion to the company's account shortly. You just go ahead and do your thing, poach people according to my requirements. As for making money, leave that to me. Helan didn't know what Wang Chen was thinking, but she could only listen to him. Alright, from now on, you can take charge of the company's affairs. You go do what you need to do. I have to get busy. Don't forget to come to the company tomorrow. Okay. After saying this, Wang Chen left Helan's office. Looking at Wang Chen's departing figure, Helan sighed. She always felt like she had boarded a pirate ship. It wasn't until Wang Chen's silhouette disappeared that she picked up the documents on the table to handle them. However, Wang Chen did not go to his office. Instead, he came to the practice room where Zhang Yuanying and the others were. Wang Chen initially wanted to look from the outside, but the glass was one way, allowing only those inside to see outside, while those outside could not see in. Standing outside and unable to see, he simply pushed the door open and walked in. But as soon as he entered, he saw something extraordinary. Wang Chen and the girl group members exchanged glances. As soon as Wang Chen entered, the scene before him made his mouth water. He saw Zhang Yuanying and the others dressed very lightly, performing a graceful dance. Luo Xuanning was also wearing the same outfit as the girl group members, standing in front of them watching their training. Boss, what brings you here? I came to see how you all are doing. Have they made any progress recently? Yes, they have made great progress. Everyone is working very hard, and their Chinese has improved significantly. They can basically communicate simply now. That's good. Also, have their views on Longwa changed? I know that people from Bangzi country have a deep aversion to Longwa. They have been doing well in the country during this time and have basically changed those preconceived notions. You've worked hard. It's not hard, just serving the boss. Oh, how should I be served? Wang Chen joked, and his words immediately made Luo Xuanning's face turn red. Boss okay, just teasing you. After saying that, he walked up to the girl group that was training. His eyes swept over each of them. As expected of a girl group, their figures were amazing. This was also a special benefit for Wang Chen. Others could only watch them dance and keep imagining, while he could see them directly. This was simply a winner in life. His gaze turned to Zhang Yuanying, who did not shy away. After all, in her heart, Wang Chen had already treated her that way, and their relationship was definitely more than just superior and subordinate. After exchanging a glance with Zhang Yuanying, he looked at Yozhen, the leader of the idol girl group. Wang Chen felt he needed to talk to her alone, as well as the others, to prevent any misunderstandings. It had to be said that Yozhen was indeed impressive. She belonged to the slightly plump type, the kind whose butt would shake while dancing. He liked it. Yozhen arranged for each person to come to the lounge to see me individually. After saying that, Wang Chen walked into their lounge, which was also where they changed clothes. However, when he entered the lounge, their expressions changed, a mix of joy and worry, quite complex. Captain, we didn't put away our underwear. What should we do? If the boss sees it, will he say something to us? Yozhen listened to her teammates and felt a bit worried. After all, her underwear was also not put away and was folded on the bed in the lounge. It's okay, our underwear is all neatly folded. The boss shouldn't say anything. I'll go see what the boss wants to say first. You all prepare, come in one by one. Okay. After saying that, Yozhen swayed her hips and walked towards the lounge. When Wang Chen arrived in the lounge, he was also a bit shocked. He saw that their beds were all stacked with their underwear, in various colors and styles, very attractive. Before he could take a closer look, Yozhen followed him in. Which bed is yours? Yozhen pointed to his spot. Wang Chen sat down and then patted her bed, saying, Come sit, I want to tell you some things. At this moment, Yozhen was constantly thinking that the boss was definitely going to make a move on her. Should she comply or not? After struggling with her thoughts, Yozhen slowly walked up to him. Boss, Wang Chen was unaware that Yozhen was thinking inappropriately. He thought she was facing some kind of problem. Yozhen, if there's something on your mind, you can tell me. I will help you solve it. Yozhen hesitated and didn't speak. She felt that if she didn't comply with Wang Chen today, she might not be able to stay in the girl group, and then she would have nothing. She didn't want that. Moreover, if she returned to South Korea, the conglomerates there might be even more ruthless, and she could end up being forced to serve many people. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt that being Wang Chen's woman wasn't such a bad idea. Boss, can we wait until tonight? The sisters are all outside, and I'm afraid they might hear. Wang Chen was confused. What does waiting until tonight mean? Why is she afraid Zhang Yuanying and the others might hear? What kind of operation is this? No, she can't possibly think that he wants to take advantage of her. Wang Chen's feelings were complicated. To say he didn't want to take advantage of a beauty in front of him would be a lie, but the occasion wasn't right. And Yojin, come sit over here. I have something to discuss with you, not to take advantage of you. Ah, boss. Alright, I just want to ask you a few things. Okay. And Yojin carefully sat down beside him, and Wang Chen took this opportunity to start asking questions. You all have been at the company for a while now. How do you feel about it? Boss, the company treats us very well. Not only do they provide us with many benefits, but they also spend a lot of money promoting us, and the resources are abundant. I saw your Douyin videos, the views and likes are quite good. Keep it up, and after a while, I will prepare a house for each of you. Upon hearing this, and Yojin looked at him in shock. Boss, you said you would give each of us a house? Yes, but don't tell them yet. Just consider it a surprise from me. The reason I called you here is to ask if there's anything you want to tell me. Wang Chen and Yojin talked in the lounge for more than 10 minutes before calling in the next person. The next one was naturally Zhang Yuanying. After Zhang Yuanying entered, Wang Chen didn't treat her the same way he treated Yojin. He playfully hit her a few times, not too hard. Ding, salary cashback goddess Zhang Yuanying's favorability plus 3 ding, salary cashback goddess Zhang Yuanying's favorability plus 2 ding, salary cashback goddess Zhang Yuanying's favorability plus 1. After a while, the favorability didn't increase anymore, so he stopped. Then he opened Zhang Yuanying's data. System, open Zhang Yuanying's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Zhang Yuanying. Age, 19. Appearance, 99. Favorability, 62. Ordinary friend, height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Occupation, singer. Current cashback multiplier, 62x. Total funds accumulated this month, 50 million yuan. Time remaining until salary cashback, 14 days. Note, after each cashback, a meeting with the bound person is required to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind. Wow, I didn't expect Zhang Yuanying to have earned 50 million this month. That's incredible. But thinking about it, he provided so many resources, if she didn't earn that much, it would be a bit unfair to him. Boss, why do you like hitting my butt? Hee, I not only like hitting your butt, but I also enjoy doing some excessive things to you. Zhang Yuanying looked at Wang Chen, her feelings were complicated. She didn't know why, but she particularly wanted Wang Chen to hit her butt. Moreover, when Wang Chen mentioned that he had special feelings for her, she not only didn't worry but could even be said to be quite excited. Appa, you really? Zhang Yuanying stammered for a long time but still couldn't express what was in her heart. Ding, goddess Zhang Yuanying's favorability plus 10, wow, this favorability jumped by 10 points all at once, which is quite surprising. This means that Zhang Yuanying's current favorability has reached 72 and the cashback multiplier has also reached 72 times, great. Wang Chen thought that he should come to the company more often in the future, not for anything else, but to tease Zhang Yuanying's bouncy personality. Who knows, it might not take long for the favorability to reach 90. However, Zhang Yuanying doesn't stay at the company every day, they still have to go out on tour, alas. In the end, it can't be both ways. But he wasn't in a hurry, they couldn't run away. Alright, if you have anything, just message me, and go call the others in. After saying that, Zhang Yuanying turned and left. But before she could go far, Wang Chen called out to her. Yuanying, your spinning is really popular lately, and the way you bite your tongue is so cute. Show me when you have the chance. Zhang Yuanying was first taken aback, then gently nodded. Okay, Appa, go on. After that, he chatted with each member of the girl group, and it wasn't until evening that he left the company and returned to Tang Sini Pin. When Wang Chen pushed the door open, he saw someone. His sister-in-law. Wang Chen didn't expect his sister-in-law to be back. He was a bit surprised. He had talked to her on the phone before, and she said it would take a little more time. He didn't expect her to return so soon. Sister-in-law, why didn't you message me when you got back? I could have picked you up. Li Yunru said softly, I was afraid you were busy. Wuya said she had time, so I didn't tell you. Alright, now that you're back, let's get ready for dinner. Wuya and I made your favorite abalone. Hee, it's still Wuya and my sister-in-law who treat me well. Uncle, Meng wants to eat too. Wang Chen squatted down and picked Meng up. Okay, let's eat together. After saying that, they all sat down at the dining table. During dinner, Wang Chen also asked about Li Yunru. Sister-in-law, have you sorted things out? Not yet, the Civil Affairs Bureau said there's a 30-day cooling-off period. I'll have to go back in 30 days. Since that's the case, you can just have fun here for now. I'm already preparing for Meng to go to kindergarten. I think she shouldn't go this semester. You can take her out to play, and send her next semester. What do you think? I'll listen to you. Li Yunru didn't hesitate. She was now following Wang Chen, so naturally, she would listen to him. She also wanted to take Meng Meng out to have some fun. Meng Meng had always stayed in the county town since she was little and hadn't really gone out to play, not even to amusement parks. Li Yunru wanted to take Meng Meng to try. Wuya had no objections either. So, they happily finished dinner. Since his sister-in-law had just returned today, she was a bit tired, so she took Meng Meng to rest, while Wang Chen sat on the sofa with Wuya, chatting about some things. Xiaohao, how's it going with Haya? Basically, it's already on the right track. We don't need to worry, Helan will handle it well. That's good. By the way, Sister Wuya, the Feishang art dance is a franchise now. I have an idea, let me know what you think. Go ahead. I think opening a franchise store won't earn much. I want us to set up our own dance training institution. Now that we have quite a few artists in our film and television company, if we establish our own training company, we can definitely make a name for ourselves quickly. What do you think? Xiaohao, actually I had the same thought and was just about to tell you. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen and Wuya exchanged glances. Neither of them expected the other to voice their thoughts. It was truly unbelievable. Hee, Sister Wuya, maybe this is what people call a meeting of minds. You talk too much. After that, Wang Chen and Wuya discussed some specific details, including where to start. After all, starting a company is not something that can be done overnight. This matter must be approached gradually. After some discussion, Wang Chen and Wuya decided to register the company first. The company would be named Haya Arts and Dance, just like Haya Film and Media. Wang Chen also planned to keep the name like that. Then it's settled. Sister Wuya, tomorrow you go find an agency to help register the company. I have to go sign with Ruanan and Bai Lu tomorrow, so I might not have time to go with you. Okay, Xiaohao, don't worry, I'm not a child. Hee. The two chatted for a long time, and it was not until midnight that they returned to their rooms to rest. Just as Wang Chen was about to lie down on his bed, he noticed someone was in it. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Wang Chen whispered. He didn't dare to speak loudly. After all, Wuya was in the room not far away. If she heard any noise, it would be over. Xiaohao, I have something to tell you. Wang Chen was a bit surprised but still sat down beside her. What's wrong? Did you run into trouble during the divorce? No, it's just... Wang Chen was also a bit confused about what was happening. Sister-in-law, if there's something, just tell me, I'll find a way. But Li Yunru didn't say anything. She suddenly kissed Wang Chen on the cheek and then ran out of the room. Wang Chen was left dumbfounded. However, he didn't think too much about it. After Li Yunru left, he closed the door and planned to rest. After all, he had things to do tomorrow and couldn't stay up too late, or he would be afraid he wouldn't get up. But before sleeping, he did as usual and opened Douyin, planning to see if the streamer he wanted to recruit was live. He opened his following list. Many people were live, but the ones he wanted to recruit were not streaming, so he simply closed Douyin. Ready to rest. Just then, his phone rang. Wang Chen opened the green bubble. A smile appeared on his face. It turned out that Song Wanner had sent him a message, saying that the forest shop had found one of the 3 divine cars, the McLaren P1. Wang Chen immediately replied to Song Wanner, telling her to hold the car for him. He would go to the forest shop the day after tomorrow. After putting down his phone, Wang Chen was directly excited. As long as he got this car, he would have collected all 3 divine cars. It was simply amazing. Moreover, tomorrow he would sign the stunningly beautiful Zhang Ruanan and the highly attractive Bai Lu. It was truly a double happiness. Lost in thought, he fell asleep. The next day, the sunlight fell on him, just like his mood at that moment. He stretched lazily, and just thinking about signing Zhang Ruanan and Bai Lu made him very excited. They were 2 big stars. If he signed them, then Haya would have 3 star artists, and Haya's fame would definitely rise. In the future, if Zhao Liying and Louis Fei also joined Haya, then Haya would absolutely be the first choice for all star artists. However, the more star artists he signed, the more money he would need to spend. After all, nurturing them requires resources, and to have resources, funding is necessary. So the urgent task was to increase Zhao Liying and Louis Fei's favorability to obtain more salary cashback funds. Right now, the only way was for them to earn more money each month. Moreover, when the movie starring Zhao Liying and Louis Fei is released, he will also receive a substantial salary rebate. But that will have to wait for a few months. After Wang Chen freshened up, he headed straight to the company. He didn't plan to call Zhang Runan and Bai Lu over together. Zhang Runan in the morning, Bai Lu in the afternoon. If both came at the same time, some things would be hard to say. After all, their treatment might be a bit different, but it wouldn't be too far off. Wang Chen drove Zhao Liying's big G to the company building. Looking at the luxurious Magic City Center, he felt an irresistible urge to buy it, but at this stage, he simply didn't have the ability to do so. However, he believed he would be able to afford it soon. He glanced at the Magic City Center and went straight upstairs. Upon arriving at the company entrance, he saw the receptionist again. "Hello, boss." "Hello, little beauty." Upon hearing this, the receptionist smiled widely. Wang Chen didn't tease her any further. After all, he had things to do. He needed to check if Zhang Yuanying and the others were around, and if they were, he might be able to improve his rapport with Zhang Yuanying. He went to the practice room, but there was no one inside. With no other choice, he headed to Yilan's office to ask. To his surprise, Yilan wasn't in the office either. This left him quite helpless. "I might as well ask Xia Chuchu." Saying this, he went to Xia Chuchu's office. Fortunately, Xia Chuchu was in the office, otherwise, he would have to look for someone else. "Boss, what brings you here?" Xia Chuchu seemed a bit surprised. "I have something to ask you." "Huh? Where are the members of the Idol Girl Group and WH1 Girl Group?" "Boss, don't you know? They have a performance these days and have already set off." Hearing this, Wang Chen felt a bit awkward. After all, he was the boss of Haoya and didn't even know that his girl group had a performance. He had to admit he was somewhat derelict in his duties. But it was fine, he only needed to handle some major matters, and he couldn't manage everything alone. "I see. Where did President He go?" "President He went to meet with people from Korea today. I heard they are trying to recruit Lee Ji-eun and Bae Ju-hyun." Wang Chen was shocked to hear Xia Chuchu's words. He had just recruited Zhang Runin and Bai Lu, and now they were going after two female stars from Korea. It seemed Haoya would shine brightly under Helan's leadership. Alright, Chuchu, how much funding do we have left in the company's account?" "Boss, the company has spent quite a bit during this time, but the income is limited. We've already consumed nearly 200 to 300 million, and that doesn't even include the penalty fees for signing Zhang Runin and Bai Lu." "Okay, I understand. I'll transfer another 4 billion to the company's account shortly. If the money runs out, let me know." "Wait, boss, did the money just fall from the sky?" Wang Chen smiled slightly. It didn't seem wrong to say that. "Hee, Chuchu, you want to know, huh?" Xia Chuchu looked at Wang Chen's mischievous expression, feeling a surge of anger. But after Wang Chen said this, he left. Zhang Runin was coming, he needed to talk to her. Wang Chen sat in his office, waiting for the main person to arrive. He checked the time, it was now 9:30 in the morning, and their agreed time was 10 o'clock. There was still a little time, so he opened the green bubble chat to talk with them for a while. It wasn't until it was almost time that he put down his phone. Just a moment after he set his phone down, there was a knock on the office door. Wang Chen looked outside through the one-way glass. An enchanting figure appeared before his eyes. "Come in." As his voice fell, Zhang Runin slowly pushed open the office door and walked in. Looking at the beautiful Zhang Runin, Wang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Stars indeed have their capital. There probably aren't many women in the world as beautiful as Zhang Runin. "Wang Chen, Sister Runin, please sit." Zhang Runin sat down on the sofa. Wang Chen poured her a glass of water first. "Sister Runin, have some water." "Thank you." "Sister Runin, before you came, Helan should have talked to you, right?" "Yes, President He mentioned it to me, but she told me to come find you for the specifics." "Alright, let me go over the contracts we have here with you, take a look." After saying that, Wang Chen directly handed 4 contracts to Zhang Runin. In fact, Zhang Runin already knew about the contracts. After all, if there wasn't something to attract her, how could she possibly come over? "Wang Chen, I know about the contracts, but I need to make it clear first, if I come over, the penalty for breach of contract and such." "Sister Runin, you don't need to worry about that. As long as you come, the company will handle the rest for you." "Then that's fine. Let's talk about the contracts then. Since you know the level of the contracts, I won't beat around the bush. Actually, I didn't plan to have you sign any of those contracts." Upon hearing this, Zhang Runin's brows slightly furrowed. She had other options besides Wang Chen's company. If it came to it, she could just not switch jobs. After all, it was Helan who poached her. If Wang Chen couldn't deliver on what he promised, there was no need for her to join Haoya. "Wang Chen, what do you mean?" Seeing that Zhang Runin misunderstood, he quickly took out the exclusive contract he had prepared for each star artist. Each person's contract was different. He handed the contract to Zhang Runin, and upon seeing the contents, a look of disbelief appeared on her face. "Wang Chen, you this. Sister Runin, I'm already very happy that you can come to Haoya. With you and Sister Bailu joining, Haoya will definitely become a well-known enterprise in Longhua and even the world." Upon hearing this, Zhang Runin no longer hesitated and directly signed the contract. A smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. Next up was Bailu. As long as the signing went smoothly, Haoya would have 3 female star artists. Wang Chen, thank you. Sister Ronan, what are you thanking me for? By the way, your house might take a few days to be ready. I won't have time to buy it until tomorrow. It's okay, I have a place to stay. Then Wang Chen, I'll go prepare. Alright, don't worry, the company will take care of everything for you, and the resources will be prepared. Okay. After saying that, Zhang Runan left the office. Looking at Zhang Runan's alluring face and figure, Wang Chen felt like confronting her. But the timing wasn't right. At noon, Wang Chen had the restaurant deliver lunch to the company. After having lunch with Xia Chuchu and the others, he went to his lounge to rest, waiting for Bailu's arrival in the afternoon. He lay on the bed in the lounge and opened Green Bubble. Before he could do anything, his phone rang for a video call. He picked it up and was surprised to see Zhao Liang. Wang Chen quickly answered the video call. Sister Liang, what's up? Wang Chen, did you poach Runan? Wang Chen was stunned. He had just signed the contract with Zhang Runan in the morning. How did Zhao Liang know by the afternoon? What was going on? Wang Chen hurriedly asked, Sister Liang, how did you find out? Zhao Liang replied irritably, how do you think I found out? Do you know that Guangxian media is in an uproar right now? They've already sent people to investigate your company. Wang Chen understood, it was likely that Zhang Runan had gone to Guangxian media to terminate her contract. However, he was not worried at all now. He had money and people at his disposal. This Guangxian media should be able to withstand it. Sister Liang, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Well, just handle it as you see fit. I'll let you know if there's any news. Thank you, Sister Liang. Just don't make any big moves recently. I'll go to Modu in a while and we can talk then. Wang Chen was taken aback. If he told Zhao Liang that he was signing with Bailu in the afternoon, would he get scolded? After thinking it over, he decided to tell Zhao Liang anyway. After all, even if he didn't say anything, Zhao Liang would probably find out by tonight, and if not tonight, she would definitely know by tomorrow. It was better to tell her now than to wait until she found out on her own. Sister Liang, there's something I want to tell you. Go ahead. This afternoon, Bailu is coming to the company to sign the contract. What? Zhao Liang was no longer calm. She thought Wang Chen had only poached Zhang Runan, but she didn't expect him to poach Bailu as well. Now he had made enemies with 2 established media companies. This move was not very wise, but there was no turning back now. Zhao Liang was clearly a bit worried, but she didn't scold Wang Chen. After all, being able to poach talent was also Wang Chen's ability. Sister Liang, it's fine, I can handle it. Hey, just don't make any moves recently. I'll be back in Modu on October 1st. Okay. Wang Chen could clearly see that Zhao Liang was somewhat worried. After all, this was not child's play. If Wang Chen couldn't withstand the backlash from the 2 media companies, the only path left for him would be bankruptcy. What Zhao Liang didn't know was that no matter what, Wang Chen would never go bankrupt. After finishing the call with Zhao Liang, he lay down and began to think. Previously, he didn't let Helan poach domestic artists because he was afraid of this, but as long as he got through this time, it would be much easier for Helan to poach talent in the future. Wang Chen thought a lot. He never regretted it. After all, poaching talent was a necessary path for Haoya's rise. The process of poaching now and in the future would be the same. Once he figured it out, Wang Chen stopped being conflicted. After all, he would have as much money as he wanted in the future. Right now, he was just providing a high salary and good benefits for the goddess. He wouldn't rely on this company to make money in the future. In the afternoon, Wang Chen, like in the morning, sat in the office waiting for Bailu to arrive. Before long, Bailu and a woman entered his office. Wang Chen knew who this woman was. She should be He Handan, not only Bailu's close friend but also her assistant. She probably came this time to make sure Bailu wasn't being taken advantage of. Sister Bailu, have some water. Wang Chen poured a glass of water for Bailu and He Handan, then sat down across from them. Wang Chen, this is my assistant, He Handan. Haha, as a fan of Sister Bailu, how could I not know? You two are best friends, right? Since that's the case, I won't say much more. You can take a look at the contract. With that, Wang Chen directly handed them the contract. This time, he didn't take out any other level of contract but directly presented Bailu's exclusive contract. After Bailu and He Handan looked at the contract, they were both very shocked. Their expressions were the same as Zhang Runan's when she saw the contract this morning. Wang Chen, this contract? This contract is yours. If you're satisfied, let's sign it. But how much will I earn every month? The company will really pay me 5 times my salary? What else? I wouldn't lie to you. He Handan carefully examined the contract and couldn't find a single unfavorable clause for Bailu. It could be said that no other company in the country could offer such a contract. He Handan tugged at Bai Lu and said, Mangyan, this contract is nothing but beneficial for you, with no downsides at all. You can even choose how many hours you work each month. The resources we provide are beyond imagination. Seeing the two whispering, Wang Chen didn't interrupt. After a while, Bai Lu finally asked, Wang Chen, if I earn 2 billion in a month, can you pay me 10 billion in salary? Of course, isn't it clearly stated in the contract? Also, you don't have to worry about any breach of contract penalties, the company will handle that for you. And once you join our company, your best friend can continue to be your assistant, with her salary paid by the company, which will be 5 times what she earns now. Hearing this, Bai Lu was indeed tempted. She had previously considered what would happen to her best friend if she signed with Haoya, but now that Wang Chen had said it, she had nothing more to think about. Bai Lu glanced at her best friend and nodded. After a brief exchange, she said, okay. With that, Bai Lu signed the contract, and Wang Chen prepared a new contract for her best friend He Handan, who also signed it. After signing, Bai Lu and He Handan left. Wang Chen placed the contracts for Zhang Runan and Bai Lu on the table, his smile almost as hard to suppress as AK's. Now that Bai Lu had signed, Haoya had added 2 more star artists. This was the first step for Haoya to step into the public eye. The next day, Wang Chen and Helan went to Tangsan Ipin to buy 10 large flats. One was placed under Helan's name. Of the remaining 9, 2 were given to Zhang Runan and Bai Lu. The other 7 were kept in the company, intended for future artists who would sign with Haoya. After this series of operations, his funds were getting tight. Sitting on the sofa with Helan, he opened his data panel, as he hadn't checked it in a long time. System, open my data. Ding, generating data. Name, Wang Chen. Age, 23. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 52. 5 kilograms. Liquid assets, 2,138,291,411 yuan. Fixed assets, a hot pot restaurant in Baolon Plaza, Magic City, Haoya Film and Television Media Company, Ltd. A 1,200 square meter flat in Tangsan, Magic City. 1 remaining binding times, 0 total funds obtained through salary cashback, 15,146,920,000 yuan total funds consumed, 12,770,490,000 yuan system points, 178 bound salary cashback goddesses, Zhao Liang, to be bound this month, Wuya, bound this month, Bai Waner, bound this month, Luifei, bound this month, Zhang Yuanying, bound this month. Time remaining until salary cashback, 12 days. Note, after each cashback, a meeting with the bound person is required to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind. Wang Chen was stunned. If it weren't for the increased points required to exchange binding times, he could have exchanged for another binding time now, allowing him to bind another salary cashback goddess. At that time, he would be able to obtain even more funds through salary cashback. It was just a pity that the binding times had increased in price. However, it wouldn't be long before he could obtain it again. Now, Bai Waner's favorability had already reached 92. With just 3 more points, he could gain another binding time. He needed to bind Zhu Jingyi, Zhang Runan, and Bai Lu. He believed that once they joined Haoya, their monthly salaries would definitely increase exponentially. Moreover, they had already signed exclusive contracts, so binding them as salary cashback goddesses would ensure he wouldn't lose out. Xiao Hao, what are you thinking about? Helan looked at him and asked when she noticed he was lost in thought. Blue sister, Liang said we shouldn't make any big moves recently. Let's hold off on digging into domestic female stars and focus on finding female artists from Korea. Yeah, I know. Liang has already told me, so don't worry. I want to know, who is your next target? You want to know? Yeah, not telling you. Helan pretended to be mysterious. Alright, watch me use my tickling technique. Saying that, he pounced on Helan, continuously tickling her. Ha ha, stop tickling me, I'll tell you. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen finally stopped. Who is it? Well, our company has already signed 3 actors, and my next target is the recently rising female singer, Shanichuan. Shanichuan is quite impressive. She was already able to perform at the Spring Festival Gala while still in college. Yeah, but since Li Ying said so, I plan to put this matter on hold for now. Recently, I've been looking into Lee Ji-eun, Bae Ju-hyun, and Lim Yuna from Korea. Alright, thank you for your hard work. Wang Chen gently hugged Helan. Helan's abilities were truly remarkable, and her connections were powerful. If it weren't for Helan, his Haoya would probably still be in its early stages. How could it develop so quickly? Once he binds Helan to him in the future, he would give her a raise. Xiao Hao, I feel like Li Ying is really concerned about you. Are you? Blue sister, what are you talking about? Li Ying is a big star, and I'm just a small fry. How could that be? Helan rolled her eyes at him, calling himself a small fry was just bragging. What small fry has so much money? Moreover, with Zhao Liying's attitude towards Wang Chen, Helan could guess Zhao Liying's feelings for him. You have to know, she had known Zhao Liying for a long time. Even Lin Gengxin, who had a good relationship with Zhao Liying, didn't receive such concern from her. Yet, as soon as Wang Chen's company appeared in Kyoto, she called right away. What does this indicate? The meaning is self-evident. However, Helan didn't think much of it, as she knew there was more than one woman around Wang Chen. By the way, pay more attention to Zhu Jingyi's side. What's up? Nothing, just keep an eye on it. Okay. After that, Wang Chen stayed with Helan until the evening before returning home. Now that everyone lived in Tangsinipin, it was very convenient for him to go anywhere. Coming back a little late every night was no problem. In the following 2 days, Haoya film and television media became famous. Whether on Douyin or Weibo, Haoya was trending. On the night of the 21st, Wang Chen, Wu Ya, and his sister-in-law were sitting on the sofa scrolling through Douyin. He came across a video about Haoya. The video introduced Haoya film and television media. This video was posted by Haoya's account, and the likes even exceeded 10 million. Wang Chen was stunned. When he opened the comments section, he understood why there were so many comments. Because fans of Zhu Jingyi, Zhang Runan, and Bai Lu had all come. Oh my god, Xiaozhu finally changed companies, that's amazing. Runan changed too. And Bai Lu. Oh my god, how did they all sign with Haoya? What kind of company is this to have signed 3 goddess-like stars? Exactly, at Zhu Jingyi, can you show us your contract? We want to help you see if you got scammed. At Zhang Runan, can you also show us your contract? At Bai Lu, Air, show us your contract too. At Zhang Runan. The comments section was filled with fans of Zhu Jingyi, Zhang Runan, and Bai Lu. Of course, there were also some haters. What? They look just okay, and they're still big stars, what a shame. Just as this hater commented, they were instantly bombarded by true fans, leaving them utterly devastated. Hater, get lost. You're just jealous that my little Zhu is beautiful. Exactly, my Ruanan is as beautiful as a fairy, unlike you, looking like a pig, not even as good as a pig. My Bai Lu is more beautiful than a fairy. If you dare say another word, I guarantee I'll expose you. Wang Chen finally witnessed the power of these fans. As long as someone dares to criticize their idol, they will stand up for them. He also knew that after this fermentation, Haoya film and television media was truly starting to gain popularity. However, it still needed some time to ferment. After a while, he would release the contracts one by one, which would definitely shock everyone. The next day, after washing up and having breakfast prepared by his sister-in-law, Wang Chen set off directly to Bai Wanner's place. Last night, Bai Wanner called him, saying something had come up and asked him to come over. Today, he was ready to check it out. Before long, Wang Chen arrived at Bai Wanner's residence. How goo! Seeing Wang Chen arrive, Bai Wanner and Yang Shaoli stood up excitedly. This operation completely baffled Wang Chen. I'm here, why are you so excited? As soon as he finished speaking and before he could close the door, Bai Wanner quickly ran to his side, shut the door, and pulled him to sit on the sofa. Wang Chen looked at the tension on their faces and felt a bit helpless. But this was normal, after all. They didn't know Wang Chen had a system, and it was only natural to be flustered in such situations. How go, look. Bai Wanner took out her phone, opened Douyin, and played a video. In the video, an internet celebrity claimed that Bai Wanner was being kept by someone, acting as a rich man's mistress, and was beaten black and blue after being discovered by the original partner. After that, Bai Wanner showed Wang Chen her account's follower count and private messages. Originally, Bai Wanner had over 6 million followers, but after this wave of rumors from Tianma Live Broadcasting Company, her followers had been steadily decreasing, and now she was down to nearly 6 million. Moreover, it was still declining. It wouldn't be long before her follower count dropped below 6 million. The private messages were filled with filthy language. Some even said they would pay for Bai Wanner to sleep with them. Wang Chen knew that these were probably all hired trolls from Tianma. Wanner, don't worry, right now we just need to focus on what we have to do. Once we finish our tasks, the lies from Tianma will collapse on their own. Then we can strike back, using their own methods against them. After saying this, Wang Chen tightly embraced Bai Wanner. He knew that during this time, Bai Wanner must be under a lot of pressure, but there was nothing they could do about it for now. Bai Wanner wrapped her arms around Wang Chen. These days, she hadn't dared to open her private messages. Although she was Wang Chen's lover, no one knew about it, and Wang Chen's kindness towards her didn't feel like that of a lover. How good tears welled up in the corners of Bai Wanner's eyes. Wang Chen gently wiped her tears away. It's okay, I'm here. If it comes to it, I'll just support you instead of being an internet celebrity. First, tell me about Ruo Wan's recent situation. Okay. During this time, he hadn't paid much attention to Ruo Wan. After signing the contract with Yidaoshingo, he had been busy with Haoye. Haoge, our company has been successfully registered. We've also found an office for Ruo Wan, and the president you found for us is very responsible. She's been handling everything for Ruo Wan. The company has also signed quite a few streamers, and it should be able to operate normally in a while. Alright, during this time, Wanner and Xiaoli, you just focus on Hao Wan. As for Wang Chen's news, you don't need to pay attention to it. Let them be proud for a while. Once we are ready, we will deliver a fatal blow. Wang Chen was not the type to suffer losses. If someone wanted to bully him, he would make them pay a painful price. After that, Wang Chen discussed some matters regarding Hao Wan with Bai Wanner and Yang Xiaoli. Hao Wan's rented office was also in the center of the Magic City. However, it was on a lower floor, the 69th floor. This way, it would be more convenient for Wang Chen to visit in the future. Currently, Hao Wan's live streaming room was still under renovation. During this time, what Hao Wan needed to do was continuously sign new streamers. Then, using her superpower, she would boost the follower count of Hao Wan Live Media's account. Wanner, although we don't need to do anything during this time, let's clarify things. Record a video to respond. Okay, then Haoge, Xiaoli, can you help me record it? Wang Chen originally thought of being in the video with Bai Wanner, but in this situation, if he suddenly appeared in her video, things could become more complicated. After all, he couldn't afford to be investigated. Although the system had helped him hide his information, some basic details could still be found, such as his relationship with Wu Ye and Zhao Liying. If it were discovered that he was not only related to Bai Wanner but also to the big star Zhao Liying, it would be a serious issue. After Bai Wanner recorded a clarification video, Wang Chen explained to her, Wanner, the reason I can't appear in your video, if someone digs it up, it could be more serious. Haoge, I understand. Wang Chen gently ruffled her smooth hair. At that moment, he truly felt he was in the wrong. However, since the situation had already occurred, he could only treat Bai Wanner better in the future. There was no way to change these things now. Wang Chen also didn't understand why the people from Tianma were so determined to target Bai Wanner. He had looked into Tianma's people. The founder, Ma Tian, was also a grassroots figure who had managed to rise to this level, which was indeed impressive. Wanner, do you know the founder of Tianma Live Company? Bai Wanner nodded. Haoge, I know him. Tell me about it. Well, back when Ma Tian wasn't so famous, he was also a streamer. One time, I randomly connected with him during a live stream, and from that moment on, he kept wanting my contact information. At that time, he wasn't very well known, and I didn't think much of him, so I refused. Later, he kept sending me private messages for a while, but I ignored him, and then he disappeared. Just like that, until before I got together with Haoge, he hadn't sent me any private messages, but after I started following you for a while, he began messaging me again, even saying he could use money to make me famous, and if I didn't agree, he would blacklist me, making it so I could never stream again. Wang Chen understood roughly. It seemed this was premeditated. Speaking of which, Ma Tian was quite impressive, a grassroots figure who had made it this far, which was admirable, but he was wrong to threaten Bai Wanner. With Ma Tian's background, he wouldn't have any significant connections. Wang Chen now had quite a remarkable network, like Zhao Liying, Louis Fei, and Zhang Ruanan, Zhu Jingyi, and Bai Lu. They were all Wang Chen's people. Not only them, but He Lan's connections were even more impressive. What was there for Wang Chen to fear? I estimate that Ma Tian wants to use this method to make you submit. It's fine, you just handle Hao Wan's matters, and leave the rest to me. Also, I'll transfer some money to you. If anything happens, you need to deal with it. After finishing speaking, Wang Chen directly called the bank. Bai Wanner quickly received a message. When she saw the message, her eyes widened. Haoge, why did you transfer me so much money? She didn't expect Wang Chen to transfer her such a large sum all at once. She could hardly believe it. Yang Xiaoli, who was nearby, was also very curious, so she leaned over to take a look. It was a shock. This was not just a small amount of money. This was clearly a huge sum. Before looking, Yang Xiaoli thought it might be 1 or 2 million, but good heavens, this was directly 100 million. Yang Xiaoli and Bai Wanner stared at him. He smiled and said, you should keep this money on you, in case something happens and you can't tell me in time. Although the company's account has 1 billion, whether it's for hiring or for the company's development, money is needed. Moreover, the company's account hasn't been established yet, so expenses are necessary. Haoge, but this is too much. It's fine, I don't lack this money, you just keep it. In fact, Wang Chen wasn't lacking this little money. He wanted to spend it all so he could earn points, then he could buy more salary cashback goddesses, and finally, he could make more money. Ding, salary cashback goddess Bai Wanner affection level +1. hearing the system's voice, he could hardly contain his smile. He quickly opened by Warner's data. System, open by Warner's data. Ding, data generating. Name, by Warner. Age, 23. Appearance, 90. Affection level, 92. Secretly in love. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Occupation, online streamer. Current cashback multiplier, 200 times. Total funds accumulated this month, 120,000 yuan. Time remaining until salary. Cashback, 8 days. Seeing the total funds by Warner had accumulated this month, Wang Chen was a bit taken aback, but he could understand. By Warner had hardly streamed this month, so naturally, she hadn't made much money. Moreover, she had been busy with the affairs of the Hawan live streaming company during this time. Once the Hawan live streaming company got on track, Bai Warner would be able to earn more money in a month, and he could also gain more funds through salary cashback. It was simply a win-win situation. Wow, how good, you're so nice. Bai Warner hugged Wang Chen and kissed him on the cheek, her eyes filled with infatuation. Although Wang Chen wasn't very handsome, he was sunny and clean, and Bai Warner found such a man really attractive. Yang Xiuli nearby was also very envious of Bai Warner, being able to meet a man like Wang Chen who was both wealthy and caring towards women, and most importantly, he wasn't very old. This made Yang Xiuli even more determined to become Wang Chen's lover. Alright, I should be going now. I might be busy for a while, so if you have any issues you can't handle, just message me. As for Tianma Live Streaming Company, let them enjoy their success for a while. Ha, how good, are you leaving already? Yeah, I'll come find you whenever I have time, don't worry. Okay. Bai Warner's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. She really wanted to do some couple things with Wang Chen, but with Yang Xiuli around, they couldn't ignore her. After that, Wang Chen left Bai Warner's house. He thought since he was already in Green City by the Huangpu River, he might as well go see Nightblade God Go. Every time he thought of her, he would remember that sexy beauty mark on her lips. Before long, Wang Chen arrived at the building where Nightblade God Go, Zheng Shuyu, lived. He took the elevator directly to her door, and since he didn't have the door code, he could only ring the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. Soon, the door opened. Nightblade Godguo was wearing a white tank top paired with denim shorts. Those fair, long legs, that sexy navel, that alluring beauty mark, all tested Wang Chen's composure. In fact, Nightblade Godguo knew who had come, only Wang Chen and her family knew she lived here. Her family was all in the mountain province, so it was impossible for them to come here, which left only Wang Chen. What are you doing here? Why, can't I come? Wang Chen didn't hesitate and directly had the system open Nightblade Godguo's data. He wanted to see how high her favorability had reached. System, open Zhang Shuyu's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Zhang Shuyu. Age, 29. Appearance, 87. Favorability, 73. Ordinary friend. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 42 kilograms. Occupation, professional female streamer. Wow, it had only been a few days since they last met, and her favorability had increased by 10 points. Not bad. Nothing. How is it living here? Not bad, just a bit boring. When can I go to work? Probably have to wait a few more days. The company is still renovating. If you're bored, you can stream, you can take ads yourself. The company won't interfere or take a cut. Of course, you can also shoot videos, just make sure to come back before the end of the month. Okay. Although Wang Chen was talking, his gaze kept sweeping over Nightblade Godguo Zhang Shuyu. There was no other reason. She was too tempting in this state, especially since he had just received a lot of pent-up frustration from Bai Warner, making it even harder for Wang Chen to suppress himself. But Wang Chen also knew he couldn't act recklessly now. Zhang Shuyu noticed Wang Chen's gaze. She actually knew that Wang Chen had feelings for her, but since Wang Chen didn't take the initiative, she wouldn't either. After staying with her for a while, Wang Chen left. He had no choice. If he didn't leave, he couldn't guarantee what he might do. Seeing Wang Chen leave, Zhang Shuyu breathed a sigh of relief but felt a bit lost, not knowing why. After leaving Zhang Shuyu's place, Wang Chen returned to Tang Sin Pin, and as soon as he got back, his phone rang. Hello, Sister Yanan, why are you calling me? Wang Chen, I've thought it over, I want to join Hawan. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was first taken aback, and after reacting, he excitedly said, Great, wait for me, I'm coming over now, stay at home and wait for me. After hanging up, Wang Chen went home first, grabbed Timo's contract, and then headed straight to Timo's house. By the time he arrived at Timo's house, he was already sweating profusely. Wang Chen, don't rush. Seeing Wang Chen panting, Timo smiled faintly. She invited Wang Chen in. Sister Yanan, do I need to change my shoes? No need, just come in. Okay. Once inside, Timo poured him a glass of water. Wang Chen didn't even have time to drink the water before he took out the contract. As long as he signed Timo, Hawan would have a streamer with over 10 million fans. Seeing Wang Chen take out the contract, Timo carefully looked it over and then signed her name. At that moment, Wang Chen finally signed Timo. "Welcome to Hawan, Sister Yanan." Wang Chen extended his hand to shake Timo's. He was actually quite curious why Timo chose him instead of staying at a certain station. After all, that station was a big company, and staying there might be much better than being with Wang Chen. However, Wang Chen didn't plan to ask. Since Timo chose him, he would definitely give her the best treatment. He had no shortage of money. After all, he earned a lot every month. Moreover, as time went on, he could even earn trillions in just a month. And that was in US dollars. By then, he could surpass an entire family on his own. Especially those families from the Eagle country. He would definitely surpass them one by one, not just in terms of funds, but also in industry. This goal was something Wang Chen was determined to achieve. Most importantly, he wanted to accomplish one objective: to make all the goddesses in the world earn money for him. Thinking of this, he felt extremely excited. "Sister Yana, don't worry, the company will help you resolve your contract with a certain station." "Okay." After that, Wang Chen chatted quite a bit with Timo, and it wasn't until evening that he left Timo's house. He returned to his own home. At this time, Wu Ye and his sister-in-law were already waiting at home. "Xiao Hao, you're back." When Wu Ye saw him return, a faint smile finally appeared on her face. Wang Chen glanced at the dishes on the table and was slightly taken aback. Hadn't they eaten yet? That couldn't be possible, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. "Sister Wu Ye, sister-in-law, you haven't eaten yet?" "Not yet, we were just waiting for you to come back." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen felt a bit angry. "Why are you waiting for me? If I were to be busy until 11 or 12 at night, would you wait until then to eat? From now on, if I'm not back by 7, you should eat first. If I don't come back for dinner, I will let you know." As he spoke halfway, Wang Chen realized he had a point, so he quickly changed his tone. Hearing his words, Wu Ye and Li Yunru were initially a bit stunned, but then they understood why Wang Chen was angry. "Xiao Hao, we ate a little something to fill our stomachs, let's have dinner." Wang Chen knew that some things needed to be said properly. That was the most effective way to communicate. So his tone softened considerably. He said to his sister-in-law, "Sister-in-law, I will message you if I'm going to be late in the future. Meng Meng is still young, we can't let her go hungry." "I understand. Sister Wu Ye, you too." As Wang Chen's tone became gentler, the atmosphere grew warmer. "Uncle, Meng Meng just had a small cake and is already full." Wang Chen rubbed Meng Meng's nose and said indulgently, "From now on, Meng Meng shouldn't eat small cakes before meals, or else uncle won't buy them for you anymore." By the way, sister-in-law, how is the property divided after your divorce?" Wang Chen had forgotten to ask before and just remembered now. "What property is there?" "There's only the house in the countryside and the one in the county town, and both have been used to pay off debts. We still owe quite a bit of money." "I didn't take anything, just the custody of Meng Meng. But Wang Meng said the money he borrowed was for living expenses and wanted me to bear part of the debt. Later, after investigation, it turned out he didn't use that money for living at all. So the debt has nothing to do with me." That's fine. In the future, you and Meng Meng can live in Modu. As for the house, if you want to live with me in Wu Ye, we can live together. If you feel uncomfortable, then we can buy you and Meng Meng another house." After Wang Chen finished speaking, Li Yunru quickly refused. "No need, if we buy another house, it will definitely cost a lot of money. I'm just afraid living with you will disturb you." However, before Wang Chen could say anything, Wu Ye spoke up first. "Sister-in-law, there are so many rooms here, we can't use them all. Plus, with you and Meng Meng here, I feel the house is much livelier, how could it disturb us?" "Yes, sister-in-law, I also really like little Meng Meng. You two should just live here." Upon hearing this, Li Yunru nodded. "Okay." After dinner, Wang Chen played with Meng Meng for a while until she said she wanted to sleep, and only then did Wang Chen take her to the room to rest. It was a little past 11. Wang Chen and Wu Ye returned to their own rooms, preparing to rest. However, after returning to his room, Wang Chen did not rest. Instead, he took out his phone and sent a message to Li Meng. After Li Meng replied to his message, he called her. He didn't do a video call, as it was already so late, and it wouldn't be good to see her privacy. "Hello, brother Hao, what's up?" "Nothing, just wanted to ask how things are going over there." Previously, after Wang Chen transferred 10 billion to each of Li Meng, Du Xiang, and Zhang Mumu, he hadn't inquired about their situation with Han Xian. Now that he had some time, he decided to ask. "Brother Hao, our family's situation has improved a lot recently. Han Xian and his backers are engaged in a price war with us, and it seems there won't be any results in the short term." "I see. If anything happens, remember to tell me. By the way, brother Hao, my parents said they want you to come over for dinner." Would that be convenient for you? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was taken aback. Going to their house for dinner was equivalent to. However, it wouldn't be good for Wang Chen to refuse, especially since he had indeed slept with Li Meng on the beach. After thinking for a moment, he agreed, as it was just a meal. What if they simply wanted to invite him for dinner? Okay, I'll come over the day after tomorrow. Alright. What Wang Chen didn't know was that generally, inviting someone for dinner meant going out to eat. Being invited to eat at home had a different significance. After finishing his chat with Li Meng, he chatted with Du Xiang and Zhang Mumu for a while. Then he put down his phone. Later, Wang Chen kept his word and went to Li Meng's house for dinner, where her parents looked at him as if he were their son-in-law, making him a bit nervous. After having dinner at Li Meng's house, Wang Chen basically just went to school for classes. He also ran between Haya Film and Television Media and Haoan Live Streaming Company. Until September 30th, Wang Chen, Wu Ya, and his sister-in-law Li Yunru were sitting on the sofa. Wu Ya knew that today was definitely the day Wang Chen would receive his investment funds. Li Yunru didn't know, she had no idea what was going on, but soon she would be shocked enough to fit an apple in her mouth. At 10 minutes past midnight on October 1st, Wang Chen received the news on time. The salary rebate for September had finally arrived. Your savings card ending in 6503 has been credited with 24 million yuan at 010 on October 1st, with a usable balance of 2,06,197,007,429 yuan. Longxi Bank. Wu Ya knew this must be a bank notification, so she leaned closer to Wang Chen, looking at his phone. Li Yunru, confused, also leaned over. The two mature women, dressed in sexy pajamas, leaned against him. This made Wang Chen instinctively want to wrap his arms around their slim waists. Realizing that he couldn't show his relationship with his sister-in-law, he quickly dismissed the thought. Wu Ya looked at the information on the phone, counted the numbers. She wasn't too surprised because she knew there would definitely be more to come, while Li Yunru was completely stunned. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, million, 10 million. Wang Chen actually received over 20 million while sitting at home. Her mouth was agape. To know that the villagers worked themselves to the bone for a month and could only earn 2 to 3,000, and at most over 10,000 in a month, Wang Chen just sat there and received over 20 million. However, what shocked her even more wasn't this. Wang Chen immediately opened another message. Your savings card ending in 6503 received a Union Pay deposit of 3.5 billion renminbi at 010 on October 1st, with an available balance of 56,197,429 billion renminbi. Longxi Bank. Wu Ya and Li Yunru counted again. This time both of them were stunned. Goodness, 3.5 billion. How much is that? Li Yunru didn't even know what to say. With so much money, even if she worked her whole life, she could never earn that much. Her gaze was fixed on Wang Chen. Although Wu Ya was somewhat prepared, she was still shocked by the enormous amount. She didn't even know how to describe it. Others earning 100 million in a month was already impressive, while Wang Chen seemed to perform magic, earning tens of billions every month. She was shocked, but it wasn't that exaggerated. Then, Wang Chen opened another message. This message could fit an apple in the mouths of Wu Ya and Li Yunru. They counted one by one. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, 10 millions, billions, tens of billions. Your savings card ending in 6503 received a Union Pay deposit of 4.14 billion renminbi at 010 on October 1st, with an available balance of 9.66,597,429 billion renminbi. Longxi Bank. Although it was also tens of billions, it was 1 billion more than the previous message. That's 1 billion. Just like that. Adding it up, Wang Chen had earned 6 billion tonight. Oh my god. 6 billion. How long would it take them to earn that? Several lifetimes? Liang Hao, why? How can you have so much money? Li Yunru was stuttering. Wu Ya knew that all this was money Wang Chen earned from investments, but she was really curious. Sister-in-law, this is all money I earned from investments, but it will be invested out soon. Over 70 billion, my goodness, Liang Hao, I must be dreaming. Wang Chen smiled and said nothing. He really wanted to pinch his sister-in-law's plump backside, but with Wu Ya there, he didn't dare. Sister-in-law, how could that be? Wu Ya curiously asked. Liang Hao, with so much money, do you have to invest it all? Not necessarily, it depends on whether there are good investment projects. I see. By the way, Sister Wu Ya, the dance training institution can be put on the agenda now. Hurry up and register the company, I'll provide the funds. Okay. Wang Chen now wanted each of the cashback goddesses bound to him to have their own company so they could earn a lot of money. Of course, he still had 2 cashback messages on his phone, but he didn't open them. Those were the cashback messages for Zhao Liying and Lu Yifei, which would definitely be a lot. He didn't want to shock them again, and he couldn't reveal everything. Otherwise, it would scare them. Sometimes, it was enough to show just part of his strength. After that, Wang Chen chatted with the 2 of them for a long time. It wasn't until after 1 o'clock that they went to rest. Back in his room, Wang Chen couldn't wait to open the remaining 2 cashback messages. Your savings card ending in 6503 received a UnionPay deposit of 17.68 billion renminbi at 010 on October 1st, with an available balance of 27.34,597,429 billion renminbi. Longxi Bank, your savings card ending in 6503 received a UnionPay deposit of 24 billion renminbi at 010 on October 1st, with an available balance of 51.34,597,429 billion renminbi. Longxi Bank. Wang Chen was really excited when he saw the messages. This was simply too surprising. Lu Yifei and Zhao Liying each gave him a cashback of 17.68 billion and 24 billion respectively. It was simply too surprising. Originally, he only had 2 billion on hand, and he was worried that something might happen suddenly, leaving him unable to react in time, which would be disastrous. After all, he had just signed with Zhang Runan and Bailu. If their previous media company made a move, it would be troublesome. More importantly, he had poached Timo from a certain platform. This could potentially escalate. Once the funding chain was lost, the company would be on the brink of collapse. Now, with so much capital at his disposal, he felt more confident and no longer worried about other matters. This capital was genuine cash flow. After this round of salary cashback, Wang Chen's points increased by 493. If the binding times could be exchanged like before for 100 points, he could exchange it 6 more times. Unfortunately, he was still 400 points short of being able to exchange for another binding time. Now, Wang Chen's total points reached 672. This meant he only needed to spend 32.8 billion to gain another binding time. This was good news for Wang Chen. After all, he had enough money on hand. This meant he only needed to transfer 32.8 billion to Haoya or Hawan's finance department, or transfer half to each, and he would gain 328 points. But he wouldn't do that. After all, over 100 billion was not a small amount. If he transferred to Haoya or Hawan, both companies would definitely be under special scrutiny. The 2 previous transfers of 4 billion to Haoya had already attracted attention. He needed to be more cautious with future transfers. After thinking for a while, Wang Chen decided to stop worrying. After all, Zhao Liying was coming back today, and he needed to rest early to meet her tomorrow. The next day, Wang Chen got up early. Today was a holiday, a festival in Manhwa. Whether it was Haoya or Hawan, Wang Chen had given them all a day off. However, before giving them a holiday, Wang Chen had one more thing to do. After washing up, he told his sister-in-law and Wu Ya, then drove towards the center building of Modu. How could there be a festival without gifts? Wang Chen was going to distribute gifts to them. Everyone in the company would receive one. He didn't need to worry about Hawan. Bai Wanner and Yang Shaoli would handle that. As for Haoya, he was the boss of the company, so he had to distribute them personally, especially since all the girls in Haoya were goddesses. He also wanted to take this opportunity to strengthen the binding of the salary cashback goddesses this month. Wang Chen took the elevator to the 88th floor. When he arrived at the company, he didn't see anyone, only the previous receptionist was waiting for him. "Boss, you're here." "Yeah, where is everyone else?" "They're all waiting for you in the practice room." "Is General He in the practice room too?" "No, General He is in her office. She said you should go see her first when you arrive." "Okay. You go wait for me in the practice room, close the company door for now." "Okay, boss." After that, the receptionist closed the company door and headed towards the practice room, while Wang Chen went to Helan's office. When he entered, Helan was still busy looking at documents and didn't notice him coming in. He quietly walked up behind her and hugged her from behind. "Sister Lan, still busy?" Hearing Wang Chen's voice, Helan replied irritably, "Yeah, unlike some people who throw all the work on me and run off to have fun. My abilities are limited, you know that, Sister Lan. I can't trust the company to anyone else." Upon hearing this, Helan rolled her eyes at him and then closed the document. "Alright, let's go. After distributing the holiday gifts, let them have a break. I could use a couple of days off too." "Okay, let's go." After speaking, the 2 of them walked towards the direction of the practice room. When Wang Chen arrived at the practice room, he was also quite surprised. He didn't expect that Haoya already had so many people. Besides the artists, there were about 50 or 60 people from various departments of the company. And all these people were stunningly beautiful women, with looks and figures that were beyond compare. Wang Chen walked to the front under the gaze of a crowd of goddesses. They were all barefoot, sitting on the floor. When he reached the front, Wang Chen looked at them. At the very front were the three-star artists Zhu Jingyi, Zhang Runan, and Bai Lu. Behind them were Zhang Yuanying and Yuzhen, and 12 other girl group members. Further back were the other people from the company. Of course, the company leaders did not sit with them. Today was supposed to be a day off, but the reason I called you all here is to give you some benefits. Wang Chen looked at the pairs of fair and straight legs in the audience, his eyes widened. He really didn't expect that one day he would have such a company of his own. It was truly perfect. In fact, when Wang Chen mentioned the benefits, they didn't have much of a reaction because the benefits offered by most companies weren't that great, usually just a few $100 worth of items. They simply underestimated the benefits Wang Chen was about to offer. Wang Chen was not that stingy of a person. Don't you want to know what the benefits are? Wang Chen asked them. Yes. They all replied in unison, but Wang Chen could tell that their interest wasn't very high. However, thinking about it, he had seen on videos that the gifts given by most companies weren't very good, so they probably thought the same. Wang Chen just smiled. He looked at Helan beside him, who was also looking at him. In fact, Helan didn't know what gifts Wang Chen was going to give them. He just told her to call everyone to the company, and she did. However, when Zhu Jingyi and the others heard what Wang Chen was about to say next, their eyes widened. You might think the gifts are just small things, but I want to tell you that I, Wang Chen, am not that stingy. This holiday, you have a week off, and during this week, you can go out and have fun. No matter how much you spend, the company will reimburse you all. Of course, if you buy a house, the company won't reimburse that, but if you stay in a 5-star hotel, the company will cover it all. Also, everyone in the company will receive an extra month's salary today. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. They covered their mouths in disbelief. They originally thought the gifts would only be small items, but they didn't expect it to be an extra month's salary. To know, even the front desk staff earned $50,000 a month. With 50 or 60 people in the company, that would amount to several million or even tens of millions. The boss is so nice. Boss, I love you. I want to have your babies. I want it too. I want it too. Watching their excited expressions, Wang Chen couldn't help but smile, and even Helan beside him was shocked. After that, Wang Chen had the company staff line up one by one, and he transferred money to each of them on the spot. When they received the money, they were all extremely excited. At that moment, their hearts were completely tied to Haoya. After everyone in the company had received their money, only Zhu Jingyi, Zhang Runan, Bai Lu, 2 members of the girl group, Helan, and Xia Chuchu were left in the practice room. Zhu Jingyi, come here. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jingyi, who had been sitting, slowly stood up and walked to him. Boss, how much did you earn this month? I earned about 23 million from some advertising endorsements this month. Not bad. Keep up the good work. The company will always provide you with resources. Your reward is also an extra month's salary, 23 million. What? Zhu Jingyi was stunned, and even Zhang Runan and Bai Lu were incredibly shocked. They couldn't even imagine that Wang Chen would be so generous. Alright, why are you so surprised? What I want to tell you is that as long as you work hard, your resources will be endless, and the money will keep coming. I won't put any of you on the shelf. Each of your rewards is a month's salary. After that, Wang Chen handed out the rewards to each of them one by one, and then spoke briefly with Helan. He had to leave, there was no time left. Zhao Liying was about to land, and he needed to hurry to pick her up, or it would be a disaster. After all, he had volunteered to pick up Zhao Liying. However, Wang Chen said that Xia Chuchu should go to Helan's place tonight, and he would give them their rewards later. He had no time. After leaving the company, Wang Chen drove straight to the airport. Just as he arrived, Zhao Liying came out. Although she was wearing a mask, Wang Chen recognized her at a glance. At that moment, he heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding, salary cashback goddess Zhao Liying's favorability plus. Ding, salary cashback goddess Zhao Liying's favorability plus 15. At that moment, Wang Chen was dumbfounded. How did he suddenly gain 15 points of favorability? He was completely confused. To confirm, he even opened Zhao Liying's data to check. System, open Zhao Liying's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Zhao Liying. Age, 36. Appearance, 97. Favorability, 90. Infatuated, height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 44. 5 kilograms. Occupation, actress, singer. Current cashback multiplier, 90 times. Total funds accumulated this month, 50,000 yuan time remaining until salary cashback, 30 days note, each cashback requires a meeting with the bound person to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind. Wow, it really did increase by 15 points of favorability. What could be the reason behind this sudden surge? But after thinking about it, he decided not to dwell on it. Because Zhao Liying was already in front of him, he was just about to reach for her suitcase when, unexpectedly, Zhao Liying let go of the suitcase and hugged him directly. Wang Chen was even more bewildered at that moment, but he also instinctively hugged Zhao Liying. Zhao Liying's body was very soft, and when Wang Chen's hand reached to her back, he remembered that Zhao Liying had been injured before. Just like that, the two held each other tightly. Sister Liying, let's go home first. It wouldn't be good if someone took pictures of us. After saying that, Wang Chen grabbed Zhao Liying's suitcase with one hand and held her hand with the other, walking towards the parking lot. This time, Wang Chen was driving Zhao Liying's Big G. Although he already had the 3 major cars, he still preferred to drive Zhao Liying's. Xiao Hao, are you always driving my car? They hadn't seen each other for nearly a month, and even though there were many things to say, they didn't know where to start. Soon, Wang Chen and Zhao Liying arrived at Tang Sinipin. He didn't go back to his own home but came to her house with Zhao Liying. The moment they got home, Wang Chen closed the door. He placed the suitcase aside, hugged Zhao Liying, and kissed her red lips. For a long time. Pulling away. Sister Liying, your lips are really sweet. Zhao Liying shot him a glance. Then she pulled him to sit on the sofa. Sitting down, Wang Chen began to reminisce about the feeling of kissing Zhao Liying passionately. What does it feel like to kiss a big star? It really can't be described. Xiao Hao, tell me honestly, have you been thinking about me for a long time? Hey, you still found out, Sister Liying. But, Sister Liying, you're so beautiful and a big star, I guess no man can resist wanting to pursue you. Despite all the precautions, I still got my home stolen by you, kid. Wang Chen didn't give Zhao Liying a chance to speak again. Kiss. For a long time. Lips part. Tension. Wang Chen and Zhao Liying looked at each other, their eyes filled with affection. Xiao Hao, there are some things I need to clarify with you. I have a child. Sister Liying, I know, I don't mind. I only care about you. As long as it's you, I can handle anything. Upon hearing this, Zhao Liying took the initiative to hug him. Wang Chen originally wanted to take her right then, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. Getting their relationship to this point with Zhao Liying was already great. If he took her now, it might even lower her feelings for him. Xiao Hao, you don't want that? Sister Liying, I do want it, but I think it's better to give you some time to accept our relationship. When you're ready, we can do that too. I will always be by your side. Ding, salary cashback goddess Zhao Liying's affection +1, the two just held each other. Xiao Hao, thank you. Sister Liying, I should be the one thanking you. You helped me so much and chose me, who has no merits. The luckiest thing in my life is becoming your man. Little rascal. Zhao Liying wore sexy jeans and a white short-sleeve top. Pure, sweet, and lovely. And it seemed that having found someone she could trust for life, Zhao Liying was no longer as guarded as before. She returned to her room, changed into a new outfit, a pair of super short shorts, and a little tank top. Pure and alluring. Wang Chen couldn't take his eyes off her. Little rascal, do I look good? Wang Chen didn't speak, walked up to her, and hugged her. Sister Liying looks good no matter what she wears. I really like it. You have such sweet words. He. The two were as sweet as first love, and no matter how much they indulged in each other, it never felt enough, until it was 7 o'clock in the evening. After finishing dinner, Wang Chen said to Zhao Liying, Sister Liying, I have some things to take care of, so I'll head back first. You've worked hard during this time, get some rest, and I'll come by tomorrow morning. Aren't you going to sleep here? They had just confirmed their relationship, and Wang Chen didn't want to leave a bad impression on Zhao Liying, so he refused. After all, there were many days ahead. No, Sister Liying is so beautiful, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself at night. Upon hearing this, Zhao Liying gave him a meaningful glance. She didn't try to keep him any longer and saw him off. Watching Wang Chen's departing figure, Zhao Liying felt quite reluctant. After all, they had just confirmed their relationship today, and she naturally wanted to spend more time with him, but there was nothing she could do. Wang Chen had things to attend to. After Wang Chen left, Zhao Liying returned to the sofa, sat down, and picked up her phone to call her parents. Mom, daughter, what's wrong? Nothing, what's Pao Pao doing? He's playing. Saying this, Zhao Liying's mother pointed the camera at Pao Pao. Looking at her son playing with trains, Zhao Liying's face broke into a gentle smile. She had been worried that her son would be teased at kindergarten for not having a father, but now she didn't have to worry. By the way, Mom, I have something to tell you. What is it? Well, I found a boyfriend. Oh, really? Where is he from? What does he look like? How old is he? Where is he now? Listening to her mother's questions, Zhao Liying couldn't help but smile. She answered her mother one by one. On the other side, after leaving Zhao Liying, Wang Chen's mind was filled with all the things he had done with Zhao Liying today. Especially those soft red lips, he really couldn't forget them. Lost in thought, he arrived at Helan's place. Now he felt like a scumbag, not only having Bai Wanner, Wuya, and Helan, but even the big star Zhao Liying had become one of his women. However, he was sincere with all of them. There was no issue of him being a scumbag. He knocked on the door, and it opened shortly after. A mature and elegant figure appeared before him. Helan was wearing a pure white nightgown. Especially the lace design, it was so enticing. More importantly, Wang Chen had just come from Zhao Liying's side, still filled with passion, and upon seeing Helan like this, he couldn't help but want to pounce. But Helan wasn't alone at home. Xia Chuchu was there too. Wang Chen had to hold back. He sighed, there were too many temptations in this world. If it weren't for his strong will, he probably would have been done for by now. Wang Chen followed Helan into the house. Xia Chuchu was sitting on the sofa at that moment. Since it was already a holiday, Xia Chuchu wasn't in her work uniform but was wearing a JK short skirt and a pair of black over-the-knee socks. It was quite alluring. Ah, indeed, there were too many temptations in the world. Wang Chen planned to distribute their rewards and then quickly leave this tempting home. But before he could say anything, Xia Chuchu, in her JK short skirt, excitedly ran to Wang Chen's side, hugged his arm, and asked, "How go? What is our reward? Also, when are you buying a house for Sister E? I want one too." Looking at Xia Chuchu's cute demeanor, Wang Chen felt helpless. This little girl was too good at this. The softness in front of him was too tempting. He couldn't resist. "Chuchu, if you keep this up, be careful, I might just take you." However, Xia Chuchu stuck out her tongue at him and said, "Hee, I don't believe you, you wouldn't dare. If you did, sister, he would kill you. Do you think I dare?" With that, Wang Chen pretended to reach out his wicked hand towards her chest. This action scared Xia Chuchu into fleeing in panic. Helan, seeing this, also revealed a faint smile. The three of them then sat down on the sofa. Wang Chen spoke first, "Sister Lan, Chuchu, your reward is double your salary, which is 1 time more than the others. You've worked hard for the company during this time. I can see your contributions. Chuchu, didn't you say you wanted a house? There are still 7 available at the company, just pick one to live in. This way, it will be more convenient for me to find you in the future." Ah, Xia Chuchu had only intended to joke, but she didn't expect to actually get it. She quickly refused. "How good, I was just joking, I don't want it." "Alright, just take it, work hard in the future, and you'll have face when you go home for the new year." This. Xia Chuchu looked at Helan and saw her smiling at her. Only then did she agree. "Okay, thank you, Hao Gu." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen ruffled Xia Chuchu's hair. One hand rested on Helan's fair and delicate thigh. A mischievous smile appeared on his face. "By the way, Xiaoao, I went to recruit artists from the stick country before, and now there's progress. For artists can be confirmed, they are Li Jiun, Lim Yuna, Bei Suzy, and Kim Jisoo. Are you going to set their contracts or should I? Sister Lan, what conditions did you offer them?" Helan didn't hide anything, directly explaining why they were willing to sign and her promises to those artists from the stick country. "Xiaohao, you know that in the land of the stick, it's very difficult for these artists. Some female artists even become playthings of those chaebol. The reason they are willing to breach contracts to come to our company is partly because our treatment is good, and partly because this way they can escape the control of those chaebol. They won't have to endure that unbearable humiliation." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was also shocked. He never expected the land of the stick to be so dark. If that's the case, female artists in the land of the stick can't protect themselves at all. No wonder it's so easy to poach female artists from there. So that's how it is. Sister Lan, since that's the case, you can decide their contracts. Okay. It wasn't that Wang Chen didn't want to meet those female artists from the land of the stick, it was just that his most important task now was to increase his favorability to gain more funds and more binding opportunities. Otherwise, no matter how many female artists he poached, it would just mean spending more money without earning more. Rather than that, it was better to leave things to Helan while he focused on other matters. With that thought, Wang Chen made his decision. For the rest of the time, Wang Chen chatted with Helan and Xia Chuchu for a long time, and he didn't return home until 10 o'clock. He had already told his sister-in-law and Wuya that he wouldn't be home for dinner today. When he got home, Wuya and his sister-in-law were still doing yoga. This only made Wang Chen even angrier. The next day, October 2nd, Wang Chen had promised Zhao Liying yesterday that he would go find her early today. He naturally couldn't go back on his word, and Zhao Liying's favorability had already reached 91. With just 4 more points, he could gain another binding opportunity. Bai Waner was the same. Currently, his focus was on them. However, Wang Chen had promised Wu Ye and his sister-in-law that he would accompany them shopping the day after tomorrow. So on October 2nd and 3rd, he would accompany Zhao Liying, and on October 4th and 5th, he would accompany Wu Ye and his sister-in-law, and on October 6th and 7th, he would go find Bai Waner. It could be said that he had truly become a master of time management. In fact, there were many others who wanted to meet him, like Song Ningxuan, Li Meng, Du Xiang, Zhang Mumu, Zhang Yuanying, Helan, and so on. Many people. But he had declined them all, saying he was busy with work and had no time. Wang Chen's home was right below Zhao Liying's. It only took a few steps up the stairs to reach her place. He didn't tell Zhao Liying, he simply entered the door code and walked right in. However, when he entered, he didn't see Zhao Liying at home. "Sister Liying, where are you?" Hearing Wang Chen's voice, Zhao Liying's voice came from inside the room. "Xiao Hao, I'm in the room, the door isn't locked." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's heart leaped with joy. The door being unlocked was like telling him, "The door's open, come in." He certainly wouldn't hesitate and walked straight to the room. As soon as he entered, he saw Zhao Liying lying on the bed, playing with her phone. "Sister Liying, what time is it? You still haven't gotten up. Why get up so early? It's not often I have a day off, so I want to lie down a bit longer." Then I'll join you." "Oh, you should go change your shoes first. Also, I don't have your pajamas in my wardrobe." "It's fine, I like to sleep without clothes." Upon hearing this, Zhao Liying rolled her eyes at him. After Wang Chen changed into a pair of slippers at the door, he returned to Zhao Liying's room, took off his jacket, and directly dove into the blanket. "Sister Liying, I'm here. Little rascal, don't move around. Watch my dragon claw hand." Zhao Liying put down her phone and started to play around with him. Half an hour later, the two were tightly embraced. "Little rascal, my mom said I should take you to Kyoto to meet them and also to see Pao Pao." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to speak, Zhao Liying's phone rang. "Liying, your phone is ringing." Zhao Liying picked up the phone from the bedside table and took a glance. Then she said to Wang Chen, "Xiao, it's a call from Lin Gengxin." Liying, does he like you?" If I hadn't met you, maybe there would have been a chance between us, but now I have you." After saying this, Zhao Liying leaned closer to him. A faint smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. "Liying, you should answer the call." "Okay." With that, Zhao Liying answered the video call from Lin Gengxin. As soon as the call connected, a cheerful male voice came through. "Liying, you're still not up?" "Not yet, what's up?" Hearing this, Lin Gengxin was a bit puzzled. He felt that Zhao Liying's attitude was different today, but he couldn't pinpoint what exactly was different. "I just wanted to ask if you have any plans for this holiday." "Not really, I'm going to spend it with my partner." As soon as she said this, Lin Gengxin on the other end was taken aback. How did he not know that Zhao Liying had a partner? What was going on? You have a partner now?" When did this happen?" "Just recently." Can you bring me to meet him sometime?" "Let's talk about it later." "Okay." Zhao Liying didn't say much more to Lin Gengxin and hung up the phone. After hanging up, Zhao Liying turned to look at Wang Chen. Seeing Wang Chen staring at her with a faint smile, she completely lost the queenly demeanor from earlier. Wang Chen was also a bit surprised. As expected of a movie queen, her expression management was on point. "Liying, your expression management is really impressive." "Of course, I've practiced for a long time." No matter how long you practice, it still benefits me, the lecture." Saying this, he performed the dragon claw hand. "Watch me." Ding, Zhao Liying's favorability +1. Hearing the sound of Zhao Liying's favorability increasing, Wang Chen was very happy. Now, every time Zhao Liying's favorability increased, the cashback multiplier for his monthly salary would increase by 100 times. Don't underestimate that 100 times, that's over 10 billion. With Zhao Liying's current earning speed, not to mention much, just her endorsement fees alone are in the tens of millions every month. When calculated, it's quite terrifying. If he could reach a 10,000 times salary cashback, then if Zhao Liying earned 1 billion, he would get 1 trillion in salary cashback. What kind of concept is that? But even now, he still didn't know how to achieve a 10,000 times salary cashback. However, he believed he would find out soon. "Xiaohao, let's go shopping today." Wang Chen looked at Zhao Liying. Actually, this is also why he particularly liked Zhao Liying. Not only was she beautiful and hardworking, but most importantly, her personality was straightforward. She did what she thought without any roundabout ways. She liked what she liked. She had always been this way. Otherwise, she wouldn't have called her parents right after confirming her relationship with Wang Chen. "Okay, So, Lying, what are you planning to wear when we go out? Wang Chen asked after agreeing. You'll know in a bit, wait for me while I take a shower, and we'll set off after that. Okay. After saying this, Zhao Lying walked into the bathroom, leaving Wang Chen lying alone on the bed. He pulled up the blanket and took a sniff. It was filled with Zhao Lying's scent, intoxicating. After a while, Zhao Lying wrapped in a towel walked out of the bathroom. The moment she stepped out, Wang Chen's eyes could no longer accommodate anything else. Zhao Lying looked like a water lily emerging from the water, stunningly beautiful. As Zhao Lying emerged from the bathroom and saw Wang Chen in a daze, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Xiao Hao, go wait for me outside. Ha? I want to stay here, is that okay? No, hurry up and go out, or I won't change. Hearing this, Wang Chen had no choice but to compromise. He left the room wearing slippers. Once Wang Chen was out, Zhao Lying began rummaging through the wardrobe. She was about to make a bold decision today. On the other side, after Wang Chen left the room, he sat down on the sofa. He was looking forward to Zhao Lying's outfit today. To be honest, having a big star as a wife was really nice, if only he could have a few more. Thinking of this, Wang Chen found his thoughts quite terrifying. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone rang. He picked up the phone and answered the call. Mom, what made you think of calling me? You little rascal, what are you talking about? If it weren't for the busy supermarket business, would I even call you? Aren't you on holiday recently? Are you and Wuya coming back? Your cousin has been coming to see us lately, saying she wants to meet you and Wuya. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's heart skipped a beat. His cousin was actually visiting his parents. What was going on? Mom, why would my cousin go to see you guys so often? You child, what are you saying? Some things have happened at home that I can't tell you about. Let's wait until you come back to talk. What can't be said over the phone? It's hard to say. Alright, Mom has to get busy now. When you have time, bring Wuya back for a visit. Bye. With that, his mother ended the video call. In fact, after hearing his mother mention that something had happened at home, he felt a bad premonition, but she didn't tell him what it was. It seemed he would have to take Wuya home when he had the chance. However, just after the call ended, his phone rang again. He looked at the caller ID, and to his surprise, it was his cousin, who he hadn't contacted in hundreds of years. Wang Chen didn't plan to answer, as he had no good impression of this cousin. His mother had told him that when they were kids, this cousin had pushed him down the stairs. He had no good feelings towards her. Moreover, she usually didn't contact him, and after she started working, she hardly ever reached out. Now she suddenly called, and Wang Chen knew it couldn't be anything good. Thinking this, he didn't want to answer the call. The phone rang for a while before the other party hung up. Just as this cousin hung up, his phone rang again. Wang Chen looked at the caller ID, and it was unbelievable. His cousin had called again after he didn't answer. He immediately put his phone on silent and tossed it onto the sofa. At that moment, Zhao Lying also walked out of the room. Wang Chen's gaze followed her. It was hard not to look, and once he did, he couldn't take his eyes off her. Zhao Lying was wearing a black JK short skirt, paired with a white shirt, black stockings, and white casual shoes. At that moment, she looked just like the heroine in a youth idol drama. She didn't look like a 36-year-old married woman at all. She was clearly an 18-year-old pure girl. At that moment, Wang Chen could no longer hold back. He jumped up from the sofa, quickly walked up to her and cupped Zhao Lying's delicate and beautiful face. Looking at her lips painted with lipstick, he kissed her. After a long time, Wang Chen gazed affectionately at Zhao Lying. Sister Lying, I don't want to go shopping anymore. Hearing this, Zhao Lying smiled slightly. Okay. Wang Chen directly picked her up in a princess carry. He carried her into the room. Ding, the salary cashback goddess Zhao Lying's favorability +3. Ding, congratulations host. The salary cashback goddess Zhao Lying's favorability has surpassed 95. You have gained one binding opportunity. Ding, congratulations host. The salary cashback goddess Zhao Lying's favorability has surpassed 95. You have gained master level acting skills. 2 hours later, Wang Chen held Zhao Lying in his arms. Sister Lying, you are so beautiful. You little rascal, you have to take responsibility for me. Don't worry, I will cherish you and love you for a lifetime. At this moment, Wang Chen finally noticed the system's prompt. He was stunned. Goodness, not only did he gain a person and a heart, but even the system gave him so many things, and there was something different added. Master level acting skills, this. Could it be related to Zhao Lying? The more Wang Chen thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. He seemed to have thought of something. He was very excited inside. Seeing him so excited, Zhao Lying, lying in his arms, smiled even brighter. Xiao Hao, what are you thinking about, so happy? Hee hee, of course, I'm thinking about my superstar wife. Zhao Liying rolled her eyes at him and hugged him tightly. In the next 2 days, Wang Chen basically spent all his time with Zhao Liying. The two were like newlyweds, feeling like it was never enough. Until Zhao Liying had to return to Kyoto, he sent her to the airport. Xiao Hao, aren't you coming to Kyoto with me? Sister Liying, I still have to be busy with my company in Magic City. I'll come to Kyoto to find you after a while. Okay, then come early. By the way, I've already handled the matter with Guangxian Media for you, but they want you to pay compensation, otherwise, they won't let this matter end so easily. I understand. Thank you for your hard work, wife. Ding, the salary cashback goddess Zhao Liying's favorability +1. Hearing Wang Chen call her that, Zhao Liying's face revealed a happy smile. But she was wearing a mask, so no one saw it. As boarding time approached, he hugged Zhao Liying tightly. Xiao Hao, you have to take care of yourself here, okay? You too, don't tire yourself out too much. I have money, if it comes to it, I can support you. Okay. Wife, I love you. I love you too. After saying that, Zhao Liying pulled her suitcase and left. This time Zhao Liying came alone, without an assistant. So she had to return to Kyoto early. Watching Zhao Liying's departing figure, Wang Chen felt very reluctant. This was his superstar wife, and he didn't want to part with her. But there was no way around it. Suddenly, Wang Chen slapped his forehead. He hadn't given Zhao Liying the compensation from Guangxian Media yet. He was dumbfounded. He could only wait until Zhao Liying got off the plane to call her. After sending Zhao Liying off, Wang Chen went directly to find Wu Ye and his sister-in-law. There was no choice, time was tight, and he had to seize every moment. Now, both Wu Ye and Zhao Liying's favorability had exceeded 95, and among the remaining bound people, the one with the highest favorability was Bai Wanner. He needed to raise her favorability to 95 before the holiday ended. This way, he could gain another binding opportunity. This month, if he could spend over 2 billion again, he would gain another binding opportunity. Then he would have 3 binding opportunities in hand. As long as he had 3 binding opportunities, he could bind the 3 big stars, Zhu Jingyi, Zhang Runan, and Bai Lu. Next month's salary cashback would bring in more funds. This was the result Wang Chen wanted. In the following days of the holiday, Wang Chen, as if predetermined, accompanied Wu Ye and his sister-in-law for 2 days of shopping, and then spent another 2 days with Bai Wanner. The only thing that disappointed him a bit was that Bai Wanner's favorability had not yet broken 95, so he couldn't gain a new binding opportunity. However, this matter couldn't be rushed. It wasn't just his affair, it was a matter for 2 people. When the time comes, Bai Wanner's favorability would naturally increase. With the holiday over, Wang Chen had to return to school for classes. There was no way around it. With the holiday ending, his classes were piling up. At least for this week, he had quite a few classes. However, before October 16th, Wang Chen still had to rush to Kyoto. After all, Zhao Liying's birthday was on October 16th. He couldn't miss it. October 8th. Wang Chen got up early. When he got up, he thought Wu Ye and his sister-in-law were still asleep, but to his surprise, they had already prepared breakfast. By the time Wang Chen came out, they were already tidying up. Xiao Hao, you're up. Have breakfast first before going to school. Wu Ye, why did you all get up so early? Is it still early? We just didn't want you to go to school on an empty stomach. Hurry up and wash up. Breakfast is ready. Okay. After saying that, Wang Chen went straight to the bathroom to wash up, then headed directly to eat the breakfast prepared by his sister-in-law and Wu Ye. After finishing breakfast, he bid farewell to his sister-in-law and Wu Ye, then drove Zhao Liying's big G towards the school. To be honest, he felt a bit guilty for not accompanying Song Ningxuang during the holiday, so he planned to spend some quality time with her at school these few days. Before long, Wang Chen arrived at the school. As soon as he got there, someone recognized him. Isn't that Wang Chen's car? He's back at school. Yeah, it really is Wang Chen. Oh my god, I'm in love. I want to ride in the big G too. Don't even think about it. Do you really think Wang Chen would notice you? Just look at yourself. What do you mean by that? Those who understand, understand. Wang Chen parked the car in the parking lot. Just as he parked, he saw Song Ningxuang and Li Meng waiting for him. Wang Chen got out of the car with a smile. Upon seeing Wang Chen, Song Ningxuang linked her arm with his, and Li Meng and the others smiled at him too. Soon, the 5 of them headed towards the classroom. That's right, Song Ningxuang was coming to accompany Wang Chen to class. Oh my god, those girls have amazing figures. Not just their figures, did you see their faces and their aura? It's incredible. Why does Wang Chen get surrounded by so many beauties while I don't have even one? Bro, if you were as rich as Wang Chen, you'd definitely have plenty of women around you. Exactly, work hard to make money. A group of people kept discussing. Wang Chen and Song Ningxuang had already arrived in the classroom. With several stunning beauties by his side, they naturally attracted everyone's attention wherever they went. Even the people in the classroom were the same. Wang Chen's former roommates regretted it immensely. If they hadn't said those things about Wang Chen, they could have been driving luxury cars and showing off, even taking Wang Chen's car to pick up girls. But now, it was too late. Wang Chen and Song Ningxuang found a quiet spot to sit down. As the bell rang, the teacher walked in. Meanwhile, Song Ningxuang kept looking at Wang Chen. She knew that during the holiday, Wang Chen must have been with someone else, but there was nothing she could do. "Brother Hao, have you been very busy lately?" Song Ningxuang whispered in his ear. "Yeah, there have been things to handle at the company, so I've been a bit busy. Can I come to your company to have a look?" "Sure, but you'll have to wait a while, it's too busy there right now." "Okay." The morning passed quickly. After class, Wang Chen went to the cafeteria with Song Ningxuang and the others to have a meal, and then he prepared to leave. He had no classes in the afternoon, while Song Ningxuang and the others did, so he couldn't take them out. Moreover, he needed to go see Haoan in the afternoon. After all, Bai Wan'er was currently in a precarious situation. As for the matters concerning Li Meng and Han Xian, he didn't have the energy to deal with them for now. Anyway, he had already given them the money, so let them handle it themselves for the time being. If it really didn't work out, he could step in later. Wang Chen drove Zhao Liang's Big G, looking at the bustling city outside the car window, and couldn't help but sigh. A few months ago, he was just like the anxious crowd on the roadside, busy with life and for a woman he considered a goddess. But now he was busy for himself and for the people around him. Before long, Wang Chen arrived at Haoan. When he reached the floor where Haoan was located, he was shocked by the decor. There were many live streaming rooms inside Haoan, each door had the name of a streamer. He counted carefully, and there were nearly 50 live streaming rooms in total. Only a dozen or so had names on the doors, while the others were still unoccupied. The first live streaming room was named after Timo, and the second was for Yi Daoshenguo Zhangshuyu. As for the other dozen or so live streaming rooms, Wang Chen wasn't very familiar with them. These were all signed by Bai Wan'er and her team. After checking out the company's environment, Wang Chen went straight to Bai Wan'er's office. He knocked on the door. "Come in." A gentle female voice came from inside the office, and Wang Chen pushed the door open and walked in. At that moment, Bai Wan'er was seriously looking at the documents in her hands. She didn't even notice that it was Wang Chen who had come in. When she lifted her head, her previously serious expression instantly turned into a faint smile. Bai Wan'er excitedly ran to him, just like when she was at home, clinging to him like an octopus. Wang Chen supported her with both hands. "All right, this is the company. If others see you like this, where's your authority as a boss?" "Not at all. Hao Gu is the real boss of the company." Wang Chen smiled helplessly and then took her to sit down on the sofa. He had come mainly to inquire about the Tianma situation. Some time had passed, and the online public opinion about Bai Wan'er was growing louder. It was time to fight back. "Wan'er, how's the matter I asked you to handle?" "Hao Gu, I've already donated 5 million to the impoverished areas." Then next, find someone to release the news about the donation." "Okay. Has anyone from Tianma contacted you?" Wang Chen pinched Bai Wan'er's fair and delicate face. "Yes, Ma Tian called me this morning, saying that if I agreed to be his mistress, he would have his company retract their statements about me." "Did you record the call?" "Yes. Today, let someone release both the donation news and the call recording." "Okay." Just as the two were discussing matters, the office door was suddenly pushed open. The moment Yang Xioli opened the door, she was stunned. Seeing Bai Wan'er sitting on Wang Chen's lap, she silently closed the office door. This made things quite awkward for them. "See, now you've been discovered, hurry up and get down." Bai Wan'er stuck out her tongue. "Xiaoli knows our relationship." "Oh, you want me to devour you here, huh? Come on, who's afraid of who?" Wang Chen looked at Bai Wan'er's playful demeanor, wishing he could devour her completely. But the location was not appropriate. After that, the two chatted for a long time, discussing how to deal with Tianma. Meanwhile, 2 pieces of news were posted online. The negative public opinion about Bai Wan'er underwent a dramatic turnaround at that moment. The two sat in the office, scrolling through videos. They watched the one about Bai Wan'er donating to impoverished mountainous areas and her call records with Ma Tian, and the comments section exploded. "Damn, I said how could Wan'er be that kind of person? It turns out there's more to the story." "Exactly, I used to watch Bai Wan'er's live streams often, she's really beautiful, and I didn't expect her to be so kind-hearted, directly donating 5 million to the children in the mountains." "Come on, haters, speak up." "Right, I said how could Wan'er be that kind of person? Now the truth is out, it's the boss of Tianma Live who wants to force Wan'er to be his mistress. What a scumbag, and he's the boss of the company. No way, brothers, I'm going to Tianma's live room to roast him." Wait for me, I'm going with you. How dare he slander my goddess Wanner, just watch me tear him apart. Me too. In an instant, the comments section was filled with voices condemning Tianma Live. Wang Chen looked at Bai Wanner beside him. He patted her thigh. Wanner, record a video now to clarify again. Okay. Saying this, Wang Chen started recording a video for Bai Wanner at Tianma Live Company. Ma Tian sat in his office, listening to his secretary's report. His face darkened. Boss, this is that video, take a look. The female secretary handed her phone to the boss, and the video of Bai Wanner releasing evidence was playing. After watching the video, Ma Tian grabbed the phone on the table. With a bang, the entire phone shattered into pieces. Damn, this bitch, it's her honor that I can look at her. I didn't expect her to be so ungrateful. Then don't blame me for being rude. Ma Tian opened the comment section. Netizens commented, I didn't expect Bai Wanner to be such a woman, a beautiful angel. Then Ma Tian glanced at the female secretary in professional attire. He waved his hand to call her over. The female secretary had no choice but to comply. You know what I want to do, start. Hearing this, the female secretary could only obediently follow orders. You now go tell all the streamers in the company, remember, all of them, to say exactly what I give you. Just say Bai Wanner was once kept, and the other party is a man over 50. Find someone to edit the photos, got it? After venting, Ma Tian seemed to regain some rationality. But he still had no intention of letting Bai Wanner off. I understand, boss. After saying this, the secretary left the office. Once the secretary left, he muttered to himself, Bai Wanner, since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for being rude. There will come a time when you beg me for mercy, and then it won't be up to you. He. On the other side, after spending the afternoon with Bai Wanner, Wang Chen started wandering around Hawan by himself, while Bai Wanner continued to handle company matters. Wang Chen first arrived at Timo's live room. He pushed open the door to Timo's live room, which was equipped with a complete set of live streaming equipment, but Timo was not there. Wang Chen understood that Timo was familiar with outdoor live streaming, so it was normal for her not to be there. Seeing that Timo was not live, Wang Chen left her live room. Then he went to the live room of Yi Dao Xingguo Zhang Shuyu. After entering, he saw Zhang Shuyu live streaming, but she wasn't selling anything, she was just chatting and doing live PKs. When she noticed Wang Chen had come in, she was about to turn off the stream, but Wang Chen shook his head. Then he opened his phone and directly entered her live room, where she was currently in a PK battle with a male streamer. The punishment for losing the PK was that Nightblade god Gu Zhang Shuyu had to dance a hot dance. Goodness! Wang Chen had never even seen Zhang Shuyu dance before, and this male streamer wanted to give the audience a treat. The key was that this tactic was quite effective. Once the punishment was announced, no one sent gifts to Nightblade god Gu Zhang Shuyu, while the male streamer on the opposite side had a thick health bar. Seeing this, Wang Chen couldn't hold back, so he directly clicked the recharge button. He recharged 1,000,000. Immediately, Nightblade god Gu Zhang Shuyu's live room was filled with carnival rain. 1, 2, 3. Zhang Shuyu, who thought she was bound to lose, stood up in a flash upon seeing this, her eyes fixed on Wang Chen. Wang Chen winked at her. At that moment, Nightblade god Gu Zhang Shuyu's live room erupted. What the hell, didn't we agree not to send gifts? What's going on with you guys? Exactly, I've wanted to see her dance for a long time. What's wrong with you? Stop sending gifts, the other side can barely see the health bar. Stop it. Wait, isn't that how Gu? Why is he sending gifts to Nightblade god Gu? Big Shot, can you please stop sending gifts? Big Shot, I beg you to stop. The comments section was filled with pleas for Wang Chen to stop. But how could Wang Chen stop? He only stopped after sending out the entire 1,000,000 he had just recharged, and the male streamer's health bar had completely disappeared. In the end, this PK concluded with Nightblade god Gu Zhang Shuyu winning. After Zhang Shuyu won the PK, the comments section of her live room was filled with wails. Everyone was disappointed that they couldn't see her dance. After winning the PK, Zhang Shuyu ended the stream. Wang Chen, thank you. Zhang Shuyu came to him and said softly. Seeing this, Wang Chen felt like joking. What, I spent 1,000,000, and all I get is a thank you. As he said this, his gaze unconsciously drifted to her alluring beauty mark on her lips. Upon noticing this, Zhang Shuyu looked around, saw no one, and actually leaned in to kiss him. Wang Chen was stunned. He had only wanted to make a joke, but he didn't expect this to happen. After a long while, their lips parted. Very sweet. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuyu's face instantly turned red. You, what nonsense are you talking about? Wang Chen's gaze swept over her. Wearing super short denim shorts, she was too sexy. However, he couldn't go too far, otherwise, if Bai Wanner found out, it would be trouble. Did you finish your live streaming task for today? These past few days were just trial streams, no requirements. Aren't you supposed to shoot a video? Where's your assistant? Because it was just a trial stream these days, I didn't have her come over. Alright, if you need anything, just call me. Okay. After saying this, Wang Chen turned to leave, but Zhang Shuyu called out to him. Wang Chen, are you leaving just like that? I have things to do. Then do you have time tonight? I'll cook for you. Wang Chen looked at Zhang Shuyu, recalling her earlier actions, and he roughly understood that she probably had something to say, so he agreed. Okay, I'll go to your place tonight. The house password is Wang Chen nodded and then left her live room. There was no way around it. If he stayed inside for too long, he would likely be suspected. Next, Wang Chen went to the live streams of other people. Among these streamers were both men and women, some of whom Wang Chen knew and some he didn't, but one thing was certain, they all had over 1 million followers. After watching, Wang Chen returned to Bai Wanner's office. Wanner, it's getting late, we should go home. Upon hearing this, Bai Wanner looked at Wang Chen with surprise. If he said that, it meant he wanted to go home with her. She quickly set aside her work and walked over to him, linking her arm with his. Brother Hao, let's go. Is Shaoli going back too? She still has some things to handle and will return later. Let's go first. Wang Chen naturally understood Bai Wanner's little thoughts and didn't expose her. Just like that, Bai Wanner linked her arm with his and walked out of the office. As they were leaving, they unexpectedly bumped into Zhang Shuyu, who was also about to leave. This made Wang Chen feel a bit awkward. Shuyu, you're going home too? Bai Wanner said to Zhang Shuyu with a smile. Zhang Shuyu, however, stared blankly at Wang Chen and Bai Wanner. She never expected that Wang Chen and Bai Wanner would have this kind of relationship. Yes, boss, who is this? Oh, he's my husband. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuyu's mind went blank. Wang Chen was her boss's husband? In fact, she had been speculating about the relationship between Wang Chen and Bai Wanner earlier, but since they had never been intimate in public, she hadn't thought much of it. Now that they were so close, she felt a sour sensation in her heart. Did Wang Chen treat her so well not to pursue her? But if Wang Chen didn't like her, then why was he so good to her, even giving her a house in the Magic City? Moreover, the treatment she received was absurdly good. Was Wang Chen trying to make her a mistress or a lover? What was the reason behind this? Zhang Shuyu recalled the intimate actions with Wang Chen in the live stream room. Her eyes felt as if they were filled with sand. Wang Chen was also observing Zhang Shuyu. He sensed that something was off with her, but he had never experienced such a situation and didn't know what to do. There was nothing he could do but wait until he went to Zhang Shuyu's place later that night to see. Sister Shuyu, what's wrong? Zhang Shuyu was signed by Wang Chen, so they were naturally more familiar with each other. Nothing. Zhang Shuyu quickly hid her emotions. Wang Chen, boss, I'll head back first. After saying this, Zhang Shuyu hurriedly left, while Bai Wanner looked on in confusion at the rapidly departing Zhang Shuyu. Brother Hao, what's wrong with her? I don't know, maybe she encountered something. Let's go home too. Okay. With that, the two of them returned to Bai Wanner's home. As soon as they entered, Wang Chen picked Bai Wanner up in a princess carry and took her to the room, closing the door behind them. After a long while, the two of them cooked together. After finishing the meal, he left Bai Wanner's house and headed straight for Zhang Shuyu's place. He couldn't help it, he felt that Zhang Shuyu's state was a bit off today. Zhang Shuyu's home was also in the Green City along the Huangpu River, so he quickly arrived at her place. With the password entered, the door opened. Wang Chen pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as he entered, he saw Zhang Shuyu sitting on the sofa, her eyes red, as if she had just been crying. He was a bit stunned, so he directly asked the system to open Zhang Shuyu's data. System, open Zhang Shuyu's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Zhang Shuyu. Age, 29. Attractiveness, 87. Affection level, 91. Infatuated, height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 42 kilograms. Occupation, professional female streamer. The moment Wang Chen saw the data, he was stunned. When did her affection level reach 91? Is it really that easy to increase affection? It shouldn't be. Wang Chen simply couldn't understand. In fact, on the surface, Nightblade God Zhang Shuyu appeared very aloof, but she had a lot of inner drama. This was also why her affection level increased so quickly. After closing the door, Wang Chen sat down beside her. He didn't say anything, just looked at her. After all, he didn't know what to say. Originally, Zhang Shuyu had invited him over for dinner, but in this situation, there was no dinner at all. The house was cold and empty, not even a fire was lit. Wang Chen shook his head helplessly and went to the kitchen to cook. He made a stir-fried pork with green peppers and a seaweed egg soup. After all, he had already eaten. Making too much would just go to waste. He glanced at Zhang Shuyu, who was dazed on the sofa, shook his head, served a bowl of rice, and brought the dishes to the table in front of her. Sister Shuyu, let's eat. Zhang Shuyu didn't respond, just sat there in a daze. Wang Chen, feeling helpless, could only feed her. After finishing a bowl of rice, she shook her head, and Wang Chen tidied up, washing the bowls and pots. Then he sat back down beside her. As soon as he sat down, Zhang Shuyu softly asked, Wang Chen, what is your relationship with Bai Waner? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen didn't know how to answer. If he said Bai Waner was his lover, it would clearly be irresponsible to her. If he said she was his girlfriend, that wouldn't be wrong either. But the only ones he had a confirmed relationship with were Wu Ye and Zhao Liying. After all, he had previously agreed with Bai Waner that he would support her. But now it seemed like it wasn't that simple. Sister Shuyu, is this really important? Very important. Then Sister Shuyu, today in the live streaming room, that was because I saw you staring at my mouth, and I thought you, Wang Chen understood. It turned out Zhang Shuyu thought he wanted her to kiss him, which was why she acted that way, but the situation had already happened. He just happened to have that thought, so he wouldn't back down. Sister Shuyu, Bai Waner is indeed my girlfriend. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, it felt as if the sky had collapsed for her. Her head buzzed. Logically speaking, she hadn't known Wang Chen for long, so she shouldn't care this much. In fact, she shouldn't even like him. But the strange thing was that her inner drama was too much, leading her to believe Wang Chen liked her, and she thought she had fallen for him too. This was also why her affection level increased so quickly. Of course, Wang Chen was completely unaware of all this. You should go. Zhang Shuyu weakly uttered this sentence, leaving Wang Chen a bit stunned. However, he knew he couldn't leave now. If he did, there would truly be no follow-up. Sister Shuyu, let me explain. You already have a girlfriend. What else is there to say? Just go. I will terminate the contract with Hao Wan. Previously, Wang Chen hadn't even considered terminating the contract, so the penalty for breach of contract wasn't something he decided. However, if Nightblade God Zhang Shuyu terminated the contract, it would still incur a hefty penalty. Sister Shuyu, leave! Zhang Shuyu shouted at him. After saying this, her tears instantly flowed out as if they were free. Wang Chen looked at her, realizing the situation was serious. The jealousy pot had completely overturned. Now he couldn't even imagine what would happen if Zhao Liying and Wu Ye knew about each other's existence. Wang Chen shifted closer to Zhang Shuyu and tightly embraced her. Zhang Shuyu struggled continuously. The two remained in a stalemate for a while. Wang Chen was at a loss. He cupped her face, gazing at that alluring beauty mark on her lips, and kissed her. Zhang Shuyu's eyes widened in shock. After realizing what happened, she slowly closed her eyes. Shuyu, your waist is so slim. Wang Chen's hands traced along Zhang Shuyu's waist. Upon seeing this, her face instantly flushed. At that moment, a tumult of emotions played out in her heart. Wang Chen really has feelings for me, he must like me, but he already has a woman. What does this mean? Does he want me to be his mistress? Should I agree? But I seem to really like him. What should I do? Zhang Shuyu felt deeply conflicted. In truth, sometimes, it's not the length of time you know someone that determines whether you like them. Perhaps the decision is made the very first time you meet. And that's how it was for Zhang Shuyu and Wang Chen. Wang Chen, what? What do we consider our relationship now? Faced with such a question, Wang Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. But he had to respond. If Zhang Shuyu really decided to break things off recklessly, her whole life could be ruined, and Wang Chen didn't want that. Shuyu, what do you want our relationship to be? He held Zhang Shuyu's hand, his eyes locking onto hers. Zhang Shuyu thought for a moment and softly said, We've already come this far, you ask what I think our relationship is, but you already have a woman, so, what am I? As she spoke, her voice choked. She had come from Shan province, thinking she could focus on her career, but unexpectedly fell in love with a man she shouldn't have. Wang Chen held her close. Shuyu, from the moment I first saw you, I was captivated, especially by your alluring red lips and that sexy beauty mark. Everything about you draws me in. If you're willing, I will treat you well for a lifetime. His tone was incredibly gentle. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuyu's body trembled involuntarily. But you already have a woman, so wouldn't that make me the third party? Wang Chen felt numb. This was more than just a third party. It was already the sixth. But he wouldn't say that. That's not true. I'm a greedy person. I don't want to let go of any of you. Of course, if you're unwilling, I won't force you. You can continue to stay at Haoya, and your treatment won't be any less. Zhang Shuyu fell silent. To be honest, many had pursued her, but she simply didn't like them. Yet with Wang Chen, she felt utterly helpless. After a long while, she finally spoke slowly. Wang Chen, give me some time. Wang Chen knew that at such a moment, he couldn't let her think too long, otherwise, something would definitely go wrong. So he kissed her again. After a long time. Their lips parted. Shuyu, will you agree? Zhang Shuyu gazed at Wang Chen, lost in admiration, and nodded. In fact, Wang Chen was also savoring what had just happened. That beauty mark on her lips was something he adored. It was amazing. Wang Chen lifted Zhang Shuyu, their eyes meeting. Although he wanted to win her over, he felt powerless, having just come from Baiwaner, so he could only talk about other things. Shuyu, you look so sexy in those super short denim shorts. Zhang Shuyu shot him a glare. She felt as if she had boarded a pirate ship, but there was no turning back now. It had already happened. Wang Chen, I hope you can keep your promise. He extended 4 fingers. Shuyu, I swear, as long as you don't leave me, I will always cherish you, love you, and make you the happiest woman in the world. After saying this, Wang Chen silently added a one of many at the end. After all, he had quite a few women. Zhang Shuyu didn't expect to believe Wang Chen's words so easily. But when she later found out that there was a one of many behind Wang Chen's promise to make her the happiest woman in the world, she didn't know what her expression would be. Then Wang Chen looked at her with a lewd expression. Shuyu, everyone in the live stream is asking to see you dance, and I want to see too. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuyu shot him a glare. However, she still moved away from him, pulling him to a wider space. She began to dance in front of him. Wang Chen was drooling at the sight. Goodness, he could only watch videos online before, and now a real person was dancing right in front of him. But he felt powerless. It seemed he needed to exercise more in the future. Otherwise, he would be the one feeling uncomfortable at times like this. Zhang Shuyu not only danced seductively but also teased Wang Chen from time to time. Wang Chen pulled her into his arms, his hands supporting her perky bottom. Kiss. For a long time. Shuyu, I have to go. You're not going to sleep here? Maybe next time, I'll come over often in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuyu's face clearly showed some disappointment. But when she heard that Wang Chen would come over often, a faint smile appeared on her face. You said it, if you don't come, just wait and see how I deal with you. Don't worry, I can't bear to let such a beautiful woman like you stay alone. Then you're still leaving. Wang Chen instantly felt awkward. He shouldn't have said that. Zhang Shuyu seemed to notice Wang Chen's embarrassment and quickly pushed him. Hurry up and go, or I'll change my mind and you won't be able to leave. When they reached the door, Wang Chen looked at Zhang Shuyu's sexy beauty mark on her lips. Zhang Shuyu smiled slightly. Alright, go back quickly. When I come to find you, if you miss me, just call me, I'll answer no matter when. Okay. After saying this, Wang Chen left. Zhang Shuyu watched Wang Chen's departing figure, feeling very reluctant. They had just confirmed their relationship, so naturally, she felt a bit sad. But she also knew that Wang Chen couldn't possibly stay with her. Just then, her phone received a message, and when she opened it, her eyes widened. It was a bank notification. Someone had transferred her a sum of money. She counted 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, billion. A whole 100 million. Immediately after, she received a message from Wang Chen. Shuyu, this is your pocket money. My woman can't be without money to spend. Remember to wait for me to find you. Next time I'll definitely make you a real woman. Looking at Wang Chen's message, Zhang Shuyu's smile grew even brighter. She replied with just one word. Okay. Then she returned to her room, changed into a new outfit. Lying in the spot where she had just sat with Wang Chen, she kept recalling the laughter and joy they shared, as well as Wang Chen's lewd gaze towards her. At this moment, her heart played out a grand drama once again. Indeed, women with inner dramas are the easiest to pursue. As time passed, the video by Warner posted online became known to more people. Wang Chen also had someone spend money to boost the audio, which made the video go viral. Additionally, Tianma continued to smear by Warner through its streamers, prompting many to start investigating the truth. Wang Chen seized this opportunity to let Bai Warner release news that she had a man. Initially, this news made Bai Warner's supporters feel a jolt in their hearts. However, later it was revealed that Bai Warner was not being kept but was actually in a serious relationship, which relieved her supporters. Not only that, but it was also uncovered that Bai Warner was starting her own company. This further confirmed the fact that she was not being kept. After all, if she was already starting her own company, how could she possibly choose to be kept? Following this incident, Tianma live streaming company became the target of online criticism. On October 12, Wang Chen and Bai Warner were sitting in Bai Warner's office and casually opened a live stream from one of the product promotion hosts under Tianma live streaming company. The comments section of the live stream was a mess. Various foul language was flying everywhere. The other side couldn't even manage to mute the comments. This Tianma person is really trash. The boss wants someone to be his lover, and when they refuse, he slanders them. Would you dare to buy anything in his livestream? Exactly, we wouldn't buy anything in the livestream of such a scumbag. That's right, a person like this will go bankrupt sooner or later. No way, the things I bought a few days ago, I want a refund. I want a refund too. I've bought things from him before, but quality was terrible, and they were more expensive than outside. Refund. Exactly, refund. Refund. The comments section was filled with requests for refunds. Wang Chen and Bai Waner exited the livestream and entered another host's livestream from Tianma Live Streaming Company, and the situation was the same there. The comments section was completely overwhelmed. Wang Chen and Bai Waner looked at Tianma, which was being criticized by Wang Chen, and smiled. Waner, Tianma Live Streaming Company should apologize now. It's also time for you to prepare for your hosts to promote products. As for Timo and Yedushin, they don't need to promote products. Let them live stream and record videos in their own style. As for the others, you can arrange it. Wang Chen made the arrangements. How good. I usually leave the company's matters to the president, and I also leave the product selection to her. Okay, by the way, regarding the company's income, here's the deal, all the company's income will be yours, transferred to your card monthly, and then I will distribute the money to them. Bai Waner was puzzled. She didn't understand what Wang Chen meant. If that were the case, wouldn't all the money the company earned belong to her, and Wang Chen would just be giving her a salary from his own money? How goo, wouldn't you be at a loss this way? Wang Chen looked at Bai Waner with a smile. He could never be at a loss. After all, only when the money reached Bai Waner could he earn back funds through salary rebates, and once he obtained the funds, he could take some out to pay the employees, making a profit of hundreds of times. If Bai Waner could earn tens of millions in profit in a month, he could earn tens or even hundreds of billions in salary rebates. Only this way could he maximize profits. But he couldn't explain it to Bai Waner like that. Waner, money is not important to me, what matters is you. How goo. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Bai Waner hugged him tightly. Ding, salary rebate goddess Bai Waner affection +3, ding, congratulations to the host, salary rebate goddess Bai Waner affection has surpassed 95. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining one binding opportunity. Hearing the system's voice, Wang Chen's smile was even harder to suppress than AK. Bai Waner's affection had finally surpassed 95, so next, he only needed to spend over 20 billion to obtain another binding opportunity. At that time, he could bind Zhu Jingyi, Zhang Runan, and Bai Lu together. Wang Chen held Bai Waner in his arms, and taking this opportunity, he asked the system to open Bai Waner's data. System, open Bai Waner's data. Ding, data generating. Name, Bai Waner age, 23 attractiveness, 90 favorability, 95, infatuated, height, 168 centimeters weight, 45 kilograms occupation, online streamer current cashback multiplier, 500X total funds accumulated this month, 320,000 yuan time remaining until salary cashback, 18 days. Bai Waner's data has changed a bit. However, the most significant change is, of course, the salary cashback multiplier, which has increased from 200x to 500x. At this rate, if Bai Waner can earn 10 million in a month, she will receive 5 billion through salary cashback. If Bai Waner can earn 100 million in a month, she will receive 500 billion through salary cashback. What a terrifying number that is. Wang Chen is also very excited. However, he has to set off for Kyoto tomorrow, as Zhao Liying's birthday is only a few days away, and if he doesn't go now, it will be too late. But before heading to Kyoto, he needs to inform Wu Ye and the others. Moreover, his sister-in-law's divorce cooling-off period is about to end, and she also needs to take care of the remaining matters. On the evening of the 11th, Wang Chen first went to Bai Waner's home and told her about going to Kyoto for a while. After that, he visited Zhang Shuyu and informed her of the same. Finally, he returned home. At this time, Wu Ye and his sister-in-law were sitting on the sofa, and Meng Meng was watching cartoons. Wang Chen unceremoniously sat down between the two. Wu Ye, sister-in-law, I'm going to Kyoto for a while tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Wu Ye quickly pulled him and asked, Xiaohao, why are you going to Kyoto? Wu Ye, didn't I invest in that movie before? There's something going on over there, and I need to check it out. Wu Ye knew about the movie investment. After all, Wang Chen had given her the profits from the investment, and she would receive a share once the movie was released. So she didn't doubt Wang Chen's words. His sister-in-law also looked at Wang Chen curiously. Xiaohao, you invested in a movie? Yeah, I invested in a movie that Liying participated in. Is it Zhao Liying? Seeing his sister-in-law's excited expression, both Wang Chen and Wu Ye laughed. But this was understandable. After all, Zhao Liying is an award-winning actress. Yeah, sister-in-law, do you know Zhao Liying? Of course. I'm a fan of hers. It would be amazing to take a photo with her. Li Yunru didn't know that Zhao Liying and Wang Chen were already very close, but she would be curious to see her reaction when she finds out. After explaining the matters of the two companies in Magic City, Wang Chen prepared to set off for Kyoto. This time he was going alone. After all, he was going to find his star wife, and bringing other women would definitely be inappropriate. Plus, once in Kyoto, he might encounter even more goddesses. If he brought someone along, he wouldn't be able to enjoy the freedom. Going alone is much less troublesome. On the morning of the 14th, Wang Chen planned to tidy up and then spend the morning at home with his sister-in-law before heading to the airport in the afternoon. However, before he could get up, Lan called him. Hello, Sister Lan, what's up? Xiaohao, did you book a flight to Kyoto for the afternoon? Yeah, didn't I tell you before? Well, Zhu Jingyi and Bai Lu are going to Kyoto for a press conference, and they will go with you. The airline has already booked the tickets for you, and I will arrive in Kyoto on the 15th. Wait for me at Liying's place. Given Lan's relationship with Zhao Liying, she couldn't possibly miss Liying's birthday, so Wang Chen didn't hide it from her. He told Lan about going to celebrate Zhao Liying's birthday. Originally, Lan was supposed to go with Wang Chen, but several female artists from South Korea needed to sign contracts on the 15th. Lan could only wait until the contracts for a few female artists from the Korean entertainment industry were signed before rushing over. Moreover, Wang Chen didn't expect that Zhu Jingyi and Bai Lu would also be going to Kyoto. But why wasn't Zhang Runin going? He felt a bit puzzled. Sister Lan, are Jingyi and Bai Lu both going? Yes, and their manager and assistant are going too. Our company has booked the entire first class on the plane, so don't worry. Okay, then I'll go to the company to pick them up in the afternoon. No need, just go directly to their home to pick them up. They aren't coming to the company today. Alright, Sister Lan, you should come early too. I'll send you my location when I arrive in Kyoto. Okay, I'll come as soon as I finish signing the contracts with the Korean artists. Right, by the way, Sister Lan, give Lee Ji-eun from Korea a set of Tang Sin-e Pin's apartments. I got it. After that, the two chatted sweetly for a while longer. However, just as he hung up the phone, his sister-in-law walked in wearing tight jeans and a white crop top that exposed her belly button. Wang Chen was stunned. How did she just come in? Wasn't she afraid Wu Ye would find out? Really? Sister-in-law, how did you come in? Don't worry, Wu Ye has already gone to work and won't be back until noon. Saying that, she walked over to the bed and dove into the covers. Wang Chen was left speechless. Sister-in-law, didn't I say before that I wouldn't do that to you until you got divorced? I know, and I plan to resolve this matter tomorrow. When I come back, Xiaohao, we. Hearing this, Wang Chen gently hugged her. Okay, a kiss, a long time. Sister-in-law. Xiaohao, can you stop calling me sister-in-law from now on? But I prefer calling you sister-in-law, hee, it's more exciting. Li Yunru rolled her eyes at him but let it go. Sister-in-law, I think you must be good at giving birth. Why? Because your hips are so curvy. Go away, you have no sense of propriety. Sister-in-law, when you come back, I'll give you living expenses. Otherwise, if you have so much money in your card, it will definitely be considered joint property. Xiaohao, I don't want that. I just want to live with you. Be good, don't worry, we will always be together. After having lunch with Wu Ye and his sister-in-law, Wang Chen drove his G-Class to Zhu Jingyi's house. He knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened. Zhu Jingyi, who was already tidied up, was a bit surprised to see Wang Chen. Boss, why are you here? Why can't it be me? Let's go. Ha? Are you going to take me? No way. Zhu Jingyi thought Wang Chen was specifically coming to take her, which made her even more certain that he had feelings for her. However, what Wang Chen said next made her feel utterly embarrassed. Alright, I'm also going to Kyoto. Let's go, we still need to pick up Bai Lu. We won't make it if we delay. So it wasn't just to pick her up, there was also Bai Lu. This made Zhu Jingyi feel like she had overthought things. But she wasn't wrong, Wang Chen really did have feelings for her. After that, Wang Chen and Zhu Jingyi arrived at Bai Lu's doorstep, picked her up, and headed straight to the airport. As for Zhu Jingyi and Bai Lu's manager and assistant, they had already gone ahead to the airport. However, Zhu Jingyi and Bai Lu didn't sit in the front passenger seat, they both sat in the back. Wang Chen felt helpless but didn't say anything. Once they boarded the plane, he decided to bind Zhu Jingyi and Bai Lu first, so he could get more cash back when their salaries were returned next month. As for Zhang Runin, it seemed unlikely to bind her this month because he didn't know how long they would be in Kyoto. Moreover, he wasn't sure if Zhang Runin would have time to return to the Magic City this month. If he didn't have the chance to meet Zhang Runin, even if he had binding opportunities, he wouldn't be able to bind her. Currently, Haoya Film and Television Media has the highest salaries for the three of them, so he would definitely prioritize binding them. Thinking about taking a plane, Wang Chen thought of Song Sherman, that beautiful flight attendant. However, after chatting for a while, they stopped talking because the people around Wang Chen didn't have time to find her to chat. Moreover, he wasn't lacking in beautiful goddesses around him, so whether to make Song Sherman a binding object for salary cashback would depend on fate. Sister Jingyi, Sister Mengyan, do you have any plans for your trip to Kyoto? Wang Chen felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward, so he took the initiative to open the conversation. Bai Mengyan and Zhu Jingyi were a bit taken aback when they heard Wang Chen call them sisters. Boss, is it really okay for you to call us sisters? Zhu Jingyi and Bai Mengyan said in unison. Bai Lu is just Bai Mengyan's stage name, her real name is Bai Mengyan. It's fine, we can call each other however we want in private. I'm a bit younger than you, so it's only natural for me to call you sisters, Wang Chen said with a smile. Seeing the boss so easygoing, the two of them relaxed and started chatting with Wang Chen. So, boss, can we really call you Wang Chen? Bai Mengyan asked softly. Of course. If you want to call me something else, that's fine too. Ha? What should we call you? Hee, that depends on you. After this little joke, the atmosphere among the three became much more relaxed. Wang Chen also learned about their recent schedule. After attending the brand launch event in Kyoto, they would be going to another city for other matters, and recently the company had also arranged for them to shoot a drama. They needed to go filming. Hearing this, Wang Chen smiled. The busier they were, the more money they earned, and once Wang Chen bound them, the salary cashback he could get would be even more. As they chatted, they arrived at the airport. After meeting with the manager and assistant, they went directly to board the plane. Just as they got on the plane, Wang Chen saw a familiar face. He had just thought of Song Sherman and unexpectedly ran into her here. But wasn't she supposed to be on the route to Zyangalila in Yun province? How could she be on the flight to Kyoto? At this moment, it seemed that Song Sherman also saw Wang Chen. She smiled and greeted him. Sir, I'll take you to first class. Saying this, Song Sherman led Wang Chen and the others to first class. When Wang Chen sat down, she excitedly said, Wang Chen, it's really you. I thought I recognized the wrong person just now. Sister Sherman, I didn't expect to see you here either. How did you get assigned to this flight? It's the arrangement from above. What are you going to Kyoto for? A friend's birthday. Oh, I'll go get busy first. We'll chat later. Okay. After saying that, Song Sherman left. There are a total of 8 seats in the first class of this plane, which means there are 7 of them, and 1 seat is also taken, which is what Elon said about booking the first class. After sitting down, Bai Lu and Zhu Jingyi also took off their masks. After all, they didn't have to worry about being recognized here. The first class seats on this plane are somewhat similar to the business seats on high-speed trains. There are 2 seats connected in the middle, then there's a partition that can rise and fall, and there's a small aisle next to another seat. Wang Chen sat in the middle, with Zhu Jingyi and Bai Mengyan sitting on either side. After a while, the plane took off, and Song Sherman came to the first class side after the plane had taken off for a while. Wang Chen, Sister Sherman, I never expected it, you are actually the boss of Haoya. Now it was Wang Chen's turn to be shocked. He could never have imagined how Song Sherman knew about this. Sister Sherman, what do you mean by that? You still won't be honest. Who doesn't know that Zhu Jingyi, Bai Lu, and Zhang Runin have signed with Haoya, and today the first-class cabin was booked by Haoya? You're in the first-class cabin, so how could I not guess? Wang Chen chuckled. But what if I'm actually the assistant of Mengyan Jie or Jingyi Jie? How is that possible? You're sitting in the middle, which means your identity must be extraordinary. Besides the boss, I can't think of anyone else. Sister Sherman, your analysis makes a lot of sense. Well, if I don't take the initiative to find you, you won't even chat with me. Hee, it's just that the company is too busy, and I don't have time. After chatting with Wang Chen for a while, Song Sherman went back to her duties. After all, she was a flight attendant, and since the plane was in the air, they naturally couldn't have too much interaction. After Song Sherman left, Bai Mengyan and Zhu Jingyi curiously asked him about it. Wang Chen then told them how he met Song Sherman. This flight was very smooth. After more than an hour of flying, Wang Chen and the others quickly arrived in Kyoto. This was also Wang Chen's first time in Kyoto. He was very curious. While Zhu Jingyi and Bai Mengyan were not, they had lived in Kyoto when they joined Haoya, but only moved to the Magic City after joining Haoya. Once Haoya established a foothold in Kyoto, they would still live there. When they got off the plane, Song Sherman looked at Wang Chen and softly said, Wang Chen, remember to find me, I'll treat you to a meal. Okay. Wang Chen replied, then got off the plane with Zhu Jingyi and Bai Mengyan. Before going out, Zhu Jingyi and Bai Mengyan put on their masks to avoid being recognized by fans, so they wouldn't be stuck later. However, they hadn't informed anyone about their itinerary, so it was unlikely anyone would know. After leaving the airport, Wang Chen saw the woman he had been thinking about endlessly. She was wearing a long red spotted dress and had her hair in a ponytail. She looked like a fairy, making it hard for people not to look at her. At the moment they met, they couldn't hold back any longer and embraced each other tightly. At that moment, the people behind them were stunned. Zhu Jingyi and Bai Lu naturally knew who she was. They also didn't expect Wang Chen to be so close to her. After a while, Wang Chen said to Zhu Jingyi and Bai Lu, "You guys go ahead and do your thing. Call me if you need anything." "Okay." After saying that, Zhu Jingyi and Bai Lu left with their manager and assistant. Wang Chen also got into the car with Zhao Liying. Her car was a Porsche Panamera. "Xiao Hao, do you want to give it a try?" After saying that, Zhao Liying handed the keys to Wang Chen. Wang Chen smiled slightly and took the keys from her hand. He sat in the driver's seat while Zhao Liying took the passenger seat. "Sister Liying, I missed you so much." As soon as he got in the car, Wang Chen held her face and kissed her. "You little rascal, alright, be careful not to get photographed. Let's go home first." "Okay, but Sister Liying, where are we going?" "Wait, I'll navigate for you." After that, Zhao Liying took out her phone and set the navigation to her home. Wang Chen naturally followed the navigation to drive. Originally, Wang Chen wanted to enjoy the bustling scenery of Kyoto while driving, but he underestimated the city's liveliness. The roads were filled with cars, and it was rush hour. The roads were congested. He could only focus entirely on driving. Meanwhile, Zhao Liying watched Wang Chen drive seriously like a little girl. Finally, after an hour of driving, Wang Chen arrived at the location Zhao Liying had set. Wang Chen looked at the place, Taihe Jingdu Courtyard. Although he had never heard of this place, in Kyoto, where could one find anything cheap? Moreover, this was a modern courtyard. Zhao Liying pressed a button on the key, and the door opened automatically. "Little rascal, drive the car in." "Okay." With that, Wang Chen drove the car into the courtyard. After parking, Zhao Liying pulled him into the house. They hadn't seen each other for over 10 days, and their longing burst forth like a fountain. Back at home, Zhao Liying took him to the room and closed the door. After a long time, the two lay on the bed, embracing each other. "Wife, is there no one at home?" "No, I usually come here alone. My parents are staying in another house with Bubble." "I see, so that means no one will disturb us." After saying that, Wang Chen looked at Zhao Liying mischievously. Zhao Liying rolled her eyes at him. "Little rascal, there's something I need to tell you." What is it?" "Well, the scene I'm shooting now has a kissing scene tomorrow." Hearing this, Wang Chen was stunned. A kissing scene? How could he let his woman kiss someone else in a scene? Wang Chen quickly asked, "Liying, can we change the actor for that scene?" "Ha?" Zhao Liying stared at Wang Chen without blinking. She certainly knew what he was thinking. "Little rascal, do you want to shoot a kissing scene with me?" "Of course. You're my wife, how could I let you kiss someone else? If there's a kiss, it should be with me." Wang Chen directly volunteered. After all, he had master-level acting skills, so what was there to be afraid of? "It can be done, since you're also an investor, but are you really okay with it?" "Hehe, my award-winning wife, just wait and see, I guarantee you'll be surprised." "Really?" Zhao Liying couldn't believe it. However, she also didn't want to shoot a kissing scene with someone else. Shooting with her own man was the best. If that didn't work, then they could just use a stand-in, because she wouldn't do it. She thought this way, since Wang Chen wanted to give it a try, they could try it, and if it didn't work, then let the stand-in take over. With this arrangement, she believed the director wouldn't say anything. If it were an actor doing this, the director would definitely scold them harshly, but who could blame Wang Chen for being the investor? The director wouldn't dare say anything, especially since there were two investors. One was even the main character. "Liying, you have to trust your man." "Then I'll trust you for a bit." "Little rascal, why are you being so mysterious coming to Kyoto? You won't tell me?" "Hehe, it's a secret, you'll know tomorrow." "Alright, are you asking for a beating?" With that, Zhao Liying and Wang Chen started to playfully wrestle. "Let's see if I can tickle you." "Haha, Liying, I was wrong, please spare me, haha, that tickles so much." Wang Chen laughed heartily as he was tickled. However, this also allowed her to see some absolutely beautiful scenery. "Liying, I'm going to fight back." With that, Wang Chen started to tickle Zhao Liying. If someone saw 36-year-old Zhao Liying playing around with Wang Chen like an 18-year-old girl, they would definitely be shocked. At this moment, Zhao Liying was like an innocent little girl, without any worries, happily playing with the person she liked. After a long time, the two seemed to get tired, so they held each other tightly and fell asleep. When they woke up, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Gurgle after waking up. Wang Chen's stomach growled. Zhao Liying saw this and laughed. She looked beautiful when she laughed. Wang Chen was stunned. Little rascal, what are you looking at? Get up, it's time to eat. In fact, Zhao Liying had a lot to do today, but after learning that Wang Chen was coming, she directly pushed aside all her tasks. Ever since her feelings for him reached 95, Wang Chen had become more important to her than anything else. Of course, this sentiment was also happening with Wang Chen. Sister Liying, what are we eating? What do you want to eat? Wang Chen thought for a moment. Suddenly, a great idea popped into his head. Sister Liying, how about we have some barbecue and drink a little beer, in the evening? Sure. Zhao Liying agreed without hesitation, then picked up her phone to order takeout. However, when Wang Chen saw what she ordered, he was completely dumbfounded. Goodness! Oysters, leeks, kidneys. This would surely fill him up. But he looked at Zhao Liying and a proud smile appeared on his face. Never mind that, at worst, he would just rest a little less today and chat with her. After placing the order, Zhao Liying put her phone down. The two embraced again. They didn't want to be apart for even a minute. It wasn't until the takeout arrived that Zhao Liying let Wang Chen go out to get it. When Wang Chen brought the takeout in, Zhao Liying had changed into a cute pink pajamas. Wang Chen took the barbecue out of the takeout bag. A huge pile of food. All of it was nourishing, with the most being oysters and kidneys. Wang Chen swallowed hard, already knowing how the night would end. Zhao Liying grabbed 2 cups and 2 bottles of beer. They began to eat. Sister Liying, cheers! Wang Chen raised his glass, and they both drank. He downed a glass of beer in one go. In this hot weather, with the air conditioning blowing, eating barbecue, and having his movie queen wife by his side, this life was absolutely top tier. Zhao Liying smiled lightly. Then she picked out a bunch of oysters and kidneys from the barbecue and handed them to Wang Chen. Little rascal, eat more, you'll need the energy later. Wang Chen took the kidneys and oysters Zhao Liying handed over, eating them one by one. Seeing Wang Chen's expression, Zhao Liying also showed a happy smile. Little rascal, after we finish filming, let's go to my house tomorrow. We're going tomorrow? Yeah, during this time I've been back, my mom has been asking me to bring you home to meet her. Now that you're here, it's time. Okay, I'll go with you tomorrow. After that, they chatted while eating until midnight, when Wang Chen finally cleaned up the table. Zhao Liying went to take a shower first, and after he finished tidying up, he sat on the sofa waiting for her to finish, then he would take a shower. After both of them finished showering, they lay down together. And the kidneys, oysters, and leeks Wang Chen had just eaten began to take effect. The next morning, Wang Chen and Zhao Liying got up early. They were going to the film set today. Zhao Liying had a kissing scene, and Wang Chen wanted to try out for it. If he could film it, then Zhao Liying would go on, if not, her stand-in would take over. Wang Chen looked at Zhao Liying, who was openly linking her arm with him. He understood that Zhao Liying had no intention of hiding it at all. But if that was the case, many people would definitely find out. However, there was nothing to hide, and they were just linking arms. Moreover, Wu Ye also knew Zhao Liying, and as for Ilan, Bai Wanner, and Zhang Shuyu, they all knew Wang Chen had more than one woman. As long as he and Zhao Liying didn't go public, they could only speculate. Little rascal, let's go. After getting ready, Wang Chen set off with Zhao Liying for the film set. Okay. After saying that, Zhao Liying linked her arm with his and walked to her car, but this time it was driven by Zhao Liying. After all, Wang Chen had just arrived and wasn't very familiar with Kyoto, so it was most suitable for Zhao Liying to drive. After more than half an hour on the road, Zhao Liying and Wang Chen finally arrived at their destination, the photography location. After parking the car, she linked her arm with Wang Chen and walked into the film crew. This scene was instantly noticed by the crew, and the entire set erupted in excitement. My God, what am I seeing? No way, I can't be mistaken. How could Zhao Liying be linking arms with that man? Exactly, they can't be together, right? No way, Zhao Liying is so aloof, and she's an award-winning actress, how could she be with a nobody? Right, it just doesn't make sense. If they're not together, then why is Zhao Liying being so intimate with him? Isn't she afraid of being misunderstood? What you said seems to make sense. Yeah, there's an 80 to 90% chance they're together. The crew was shocked by this revelation. It felt like they had discovered a big scoop. Thinking of this, everyone in the crew quickly took out their phones to capture the moment of Zhao Liying linking arms with Wang Chen. Zhao Liying naturally noticed the situation, but she didn't say anything. She was already prepared for this, otherwise, she wouldn't have acted this way. However, when Wang Tianyu saw the intimate gesture between Zhao Liying and Wang Chen, his face darkened. He had previously claimed they were just good friends, and now they were linking arms. Who would believe that they were just friends? But soon, a smug smile appeared on Wang Tianyu's face. Because today he was going to film a kissing scene with Zhao Liying. Yes, a kissing scene. He couldn't wait to see Wang Chen's expression when he kissed Zhao Liying in front of him. Just thinking about it made Wang Tianyu excited. He could already imagine Wang Chen's gritted teeth expression. What Wang Tianyu didn't know was that he and Wang Chen's roles would be swapped. On the other side, Wang Chen and Zhao Liying went directly to where the director was. The moment the director saw Zhao Liying linking arms with Wang Chen, she instantly understood. For someone like the director, they could sense something was off with just a little movement. Mr. Wang, M.S. Zhao. Both Wang Chen and Zhao Liying were investors, so the director had no issue addressing them this way. However, Wang Chen came from a rural background, so he wouldn't put on airs. After all, that would be exhausting. Director Wang, are we ready to start filming? Yes, Mr. Wang, what brings you here today? I heard there's a kissing scene today? Upon hearing this, Director Huang immediately understood. She quickly explained, Mr. Wang, there is indeed a kissing scene today, but don't worry, I will have a stand-in for this scene. No, I want to film this kissing scene myself. It wasn't that Director Huang was unwilling, but if Wang Chen didn't perform well, it would not only waste manpower and resources, but most importantly, it would waste financial resources as well. However, since Wang Chen was an investor, she couldn't refuse. At that moment, Director Huang couldn't think of a good solution. Seeing this, Zhao Liying leaned in and whispered in Wang Chen's ear, "Little rascal, the director is worried you'll mess it up, and that would waste a lot of time and money." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen finally understood why the director hadn't agreed right away. The crew's funds were already tight, and if the performance went poorly, the budget would increase. If it went well, everyone would be happy. But the director didn't believe that a wealthy person could perform well. This was also why the director wanted to refuse. The director looked at the intimate scene between Wang Chen and Zhao Liying and understood why Wang Chen insisted on personally filming the kissing scene. Zhao Liying was also a financier. These were two big shots, and if he refused, the crew might face serious consequences. Seeing this, Wang Chen spoke up. Director Huang, don't worry. If I don't perform well, I'll cover all the expenses for the crew today, including the actors' fees. Alright, since President Wang wants to experience it, then go prepare. Sure. After that, Wang Chen and Zhao Liying went to the makeup room to get made up, and then they changed clothes. Once ready, Wang Chen and Zhao Liying arrived at the filming location. At that moment, Wang Tianyu was also standing on set, his gaze unconsciously drifting around, seemingly trying to find Wang Chen and Zhao Liying. After a while, he adjusted his position to kiss Zhao Liying right in front of Wang Chen. However, his plans were bound to end in disappointment. I wonder what his expression will be when he finds out that his role has been taken by Wang Chen. Will it be worse than eating shit? Just as everyone was getting ready, the crew noticed Wang Chen and Zhao Liying. They didn't understand why Zhao Liying's man was following her in, but they didn't dare to say anything. After all, this was Zhao Liying who would dare to speak up. Zhao Liying was not only a financier but also the female lead of the show. Most importantly, she was not only beautiful and wealthy but also incredibly hardworking. Who could stand that? It was probably only Ji Xiaoya who could get along with Zhao Liying. At this moment, Wang Tianyu also spotted Wang Chen. Seeing that Wang Chen was wearing the same actor's outfit as him, he was completely stunned. What was going on? How could Wang Chen be wearing the same actor's outfit? However, Wang Tianyu didn't think too far. He confidently walked up to Zhao Liying and Wang Chen. His eyes were filled with strong provocation as he looked at Wang Chen. Wang Chen was also a bit confused looking at the man in front of him. He had some impression of him, but not much. He didn't understand why the other party had such hostility towards him. Just as Wang Chen was puzzled, he turned to Zhao Liying and said, "Liying, let's try out the scene. Let's aim to get that kissing scene done in one take." Hearing his words, Wang Chen finally understood. This guy was the one who was originally supposed to film the kissing scene with Zhao Liying. And seeing how hostile he was towards Wang Chen, it seemed he had feelings for Zhao Liying. "Wang Tianyu, didn't the director tell you?" Zhao Liying's voice was cold, completely devoid of the gentleness she had when speaking to Wang Chen. Upon hearing Zhao Liying's words, Wang Tianyu felt something was off, but he didn't know what was wrong. Suddenly, he looked at Wang Chen and then at his own outfit, instantly realizing something. "What do you mean?" Although Wang Tianyu had an answer in his heart, since the director hadn't spoken to him, there was still hope. "What do you mean? You can go find the director yourself." Zhao Liying didn't give him a good face. If it were any other actor coming to chat with her, she wouldn't have reacted this way. After all, her current status was quite significant, and if someone caught her acting like a diva, it would harm her reputation. So generally, she wouldn't behave like this. But Wang Tianyu actually came to mock Wang Chen. She couldn't tolerate that. After all, Wang Chen held a very high position in her heart. Moreover, just because he had said he wanted to film a kissing scene with her in front of Wang Chen, she couldn't possibly give Wang Tianyu a good face. After hearing this, Wang Tianyu immediately went to find the director. However, what the director said next left him feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cave. "Director, why is there someone wearing the same costume as me?" Wang Tianyu angrily approached Director Huang, questioning him. However, Director Huang didn't give him any good face at all. After all, although Wang Tianyu was the second male lead, he was not irreplaceable. And today's kissing scene is where this villain forcefully kisses the female lead. After that, he will be hunted down by the male lead. Wang Tianyu, so reckless, look at what you've become. No, director, why is Wang Chen dressed like me? I was just about to tell you, don't show up for that kissing scene later. If Wang Zong can't do it, then you can. What? Wang Tianyu was dumbfounded. He had been so excited for days when he found out he would be filming a kissing scene with Zhao Liying. He had even planned to stick out his tongue on purpose during the kiss. Now he was being told he didn't have to film the kissing scene? Is this a joke? Director, why? Why? Wang Zong is Zhao Liying's man, what do you think? Upon hearing this, Wang Tianyu could no longer hold back. He even said something he shouldn't have. No way, director, I don't agree. If that's the case, then I won't act. Wang Tianyu felt that after filming for so long, most of the scenes had already been shot. If they changed actors now, it would definitely be too late, and if they replaced the second male lead, many scenes would have to be res-hot. That would surely result in a huge loss. He believed the director would make a decisive choice. However, things did not go as he wished. Director Huang didn't even look at him. Coldly, he said, Wang Tianyu, don't take yourself too seriously. If you want to play the big shot, you need to have that kind of strength. Wang Zong and Zhao Liying are the investors of this drama. If you want to go head-to-head, I'll just replace you. Director Huang, don't threaten me. Don't think I don't know that we're already at the end of filming. If you change actors, we'll have to start all over again, and the funds and energy required are something you can't afford. Director Huang was furious to hear that Wang Tianyu dared to threaten him. Wang Chen, who was so wealthy, hadn't threatened him like that. How dare an ordinary second male lead like Wang Tianyu do that? Alright, Wang Tianyu, you dare to threaten me. Director, you handle it as you see fit. At this moment, Director Huang was also deep in thought. Although it was possible to change actors now, if they really did, the cost would indeed be very high. However, Wang Tianyu had picked the wrong person to mess with. Just as Director Huang was in a dilemma, Zhao Liying came over with Wang Chen to his side. Director Huang, since he has such thoughts, let's change actors. As for the extra costs of filming the movie, I'll cover it. Hearing Wang Chen's words, a happy smile appeared on Director Huang's face. Filming was already at the end, and if they had to reshoot the second male lead scenes, it would require at least tens of millions. The crew's funds were basically exhausted. That's why Director Huang hesitated when Wang Tianyu said those things. But since Wang Chen said he would bear the expenses, Director Huang had no burden anymore. But upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Wang Tianyu was stunned. That was tens of millions. How could he just say he would take it out? Wang Tianyu, since you don't want to film anymore, then don't. But you need to prepare for the breach of contract fees. With Wang Chen as his backing, Director Huang was no longer worried about insufficient funds. Since Wang Tianyu wanted to go against Wang Chen, Director Huang knew how to choose. However, when Director Huang decided to reshoot the second male lead scenes, Wang Tianyu panicked. He was really panicking, not to mention the high breach of contract fees. If he breached the contract, his reputation in the industry would be ruined, and in the future, no one would want to cast him. After all, he had offended the best actress. He originally thought that by threatening Director Huang, he would go to Wang Chen and that he would still be the one filming the kissing scene with Zhao Liying. But he never expected things to escalate to this point. Wang Tianyu suddenly slumped to the ground. And this scene was also witnessed by everyone in the crew, who immediately began to whisper among themselves. This Wang Tianyu, I had long seen through his improper intentions towards Zhao Liying, but I never expected it. Yeah, during the filming, his eyes kept sneaking glances at Zhao Liying. It was disgusting. Exactly, I thought he was really going to film a kissing scene with Zhao Liying this time. Right, I thought so too. Luckily Zhao Liying brought a man with her. But why are you all worried? I think even if Zhao Liying's man hadn't come, she wouldn't film a kissing scene with Wang Tianyu. Indeed. Now there's a good show to watch. Wang Tianyu has completely offended Zhao Liying and her man. The consequence of offending the capital, it seems he won't be seen in this industry anymore. It's better not to see him. Wang Tianyu isn't that great anyway. As for everyone's discussions, Wang Chen and the others naturally had no idea. At this moment, Wang Tianyu was slumped on the ground. If he breached the contract, the penalty he would have to pay was several million. How could he possibly come up with that? But it was useless to say anything now. With his proud personality, he wouldn't beg for mercy. Alright, Director Huang, since you are so unreasonable, don't blame me for being rude. You can forget about filming. After saying that, Wang Tianyu lunged towards the filming equipment. However, before he could reach the equipment, Wang Chen kicked him away. Director Huang also directly called in security, and Wang Tianyu was taken away just like that. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. It's fine, just tell my wife how much it costs to reshoot the male second scenes, she will take care of it. Okay, then you two go prepare, we are about to start filming. Alright. Director Huang looked at Zhao Liying, who was holding Wang Chen's arm, and said nothing. He knew Wang Chen's position in Zhao Liying's heart was definitely not low. Otherwise, she would have spoken up just now. Moreover, when Wang Chen mentioned that Zhao Liying would cover the costs for reshooting the male second scenes, she didn't say anything. This made Director Huang pay even more attention. After the preparations were done, the kissing scene officially began filming. Originally, everyone thought Wang Chen's acting wouldn't be that great, but the moment he spoke, they were all stunned. Xinli, you can't escape. Being my woman is your best destination. At that moment, Wang Chen was like a seasoned actor. Every word and action perfectly matched the character's behavior. Not just in movements, but even in expressions, tone, and so on. It was a complete natural performance. The crew looked at Wang Chen's superb acting, their faces showing shock. Even Zhao Liying was stunned at that moment. Wang Chen's outstanding performance left everyone present speechless. Cut. Director Huang quickly shouted as he came back to his senses. This take should have passed directly, but since the other actors didn't perform, it had to be deleted in Reshot. However, this also made them realize Wang Chen's acting skills. The crew gradually shifted from initial doubt to admiration. Zhao Liying's face also showed a proud expression. She initially thought Wang Chen wanted to film the kissing scene just to prevent her from filming with others, but now it seemed different. Wang Chen's acting was not inferior to hers at all. After this was over, she definitely had to ask Wang Chen. The crew prepared again. This time it went more smoothly than the last. As Wang Chen delivered his lines, he directly cupped Zhao Liying's face and kissed her forcefully. Cut. As the director's voice rang out, everyone in the crew stopped. At this moment, Director Huang was also very pleasantly surprised. He never expected Wang Chen's acting to be this good, not at all inferior to Zhao Liying. Indeed, the men chosen by the Queen of Acting are not ordinary people. Not only are they wealthy, but their acting skills are also astonishing. Cut. The director said, and this video can be considered a pass. After that, Director Huang came to Wang Chen and Zhao Liying. Mr. Wang, I didn't expect your acting to be so superb. Wang Chen smiled faintly. It's all thanks to my wife. Ha ha ha. Director Huang gave a thumbs up to the two of them, and then Wang Chen told Director Huang that they wouldn't be filming Zhao Liying's scenes today as they had other matters to attend to, and he would compensate them for the time lost today. Seeing Wang Chen say this, Director Huang naturally had no objections. Wang Chen found Ji Xiaoya, said a few words to her, and then left with Zhao Liying. Today is Zhao Liying's birthday, and Wang Chen had already arranged for it. Moreover, he also wanted to go to her house to meet her parents, so they couldn't wait until after filming to leave. It would be too late then. Once they got in the car, Zhao Liying said, "Little rascal, I didn't expect you to be so deep. Your acting is even better than mine. Hee hee, I learned it all from watching your videos." Upon hearing this, Zhao Liying rolled her eyes at him but didn't say anything more. However, she decided to ask him properly tonight. Thinking of this, Wang Chen remembered the matter with Guangxian Media and asked, "Sister Liying, has the compensation from Guangxian Media been settled?" Zhao Liying replied while driving, "It's already resolved. Your company now has 3 artists, so let's not touch anyone else for now, otherwise, I won't be able to help you." I know. Our company is mainly looking for artists from the stick country. Just handle it as you see fit. By the way, my contract expires in mid-next year, and I will sign with your company then. Hearing Zhao Liying's words, Wang Chen was directly excited. As long as Zhao Liying signed with his company, he could take the opportunity to release the contract levels, and at that time, domestic female stars would definitely be easy to recruit. Moreover, after about a year, his funds and connections would have significantly improved. By then, he wouldn't have to worry about anyone trying to take action against his company. Even if someone did, he wouldn't be afraid. Hee hee, you're so great, wife. Zhao Liang was quite speechless. Whenever something good or bad happened, Wang Chen would call her wife, but when nothing was happening, he called her sister Liang. She wanted to teach Wang Chen a lesson. Stop joking. First, I'll take you to buy some things, and then we'll go to my parents' place. Okay, tonight I'll take you somewhere. Where to? Zhao Liang asked curiously. You'll know when the time comes. This was the surprise he had prepared. How could he tell her in advance? What, are you going to give me a surprise? What surprise? Seeing Zhao Liang's reaction, she stopped asking. She knew that if she asked more, it wouldn't be good. After that, Zhao Liang took Wang Chen to a shopping mall, where Wang Chen bought some gifts, and then they headed to her home together. All the way, Wang Chen's hands were shaking. There was no way around it. This was his first time meeting the parents. How could he not be nervous? However, he knew that Zhao Liang's family used to be from the countryside, so her uncle and aunt should be easy to talk to. Before long, Zhao Liang brought Wang Chen to a small courtyard. The courtyard looked very retro but was surprisingly clean and tidy. The courtyard wasn't luxurious, but the location was undeniably good. This was a small courtyard within the second ring road of the capital. A preliminary estimate of the courtyard's value was no less than 1 or 2 small targets. After Zhao Liang parked the car, Wang Chen took out all the gifts he had just bought, which included wine, cigarettes, some jewelry, and some toys. The cigarettes and wine were naturally for Zhao Liang's father, the jewelry was for her mother, and the toys were for her son. Wang Chen walked into the small courtyard with a nervous heart, carrying gifts alongside Zhao Liang. To Wang Chen's surprise, Zhao Liang's parents were waiting at the door, knowing he was coming. Wang Chen felt quite tense as he looked at the two of them, but he still mustered the courage to greet them. Uncle, aunt. Zhao Liang's parents were both in their 50s, but they didn't look old, appearing to be in their 40s. After Wang Chen greeted them, Zhao Liang's mother smiled and said, Xiaohao, right? Liang often talks about you. You young man, you came here, and still brought something. Don't do that next time. Zhao Liang's mother said with a grin. Seeing her mother so happy, Zhao Liang also revealed a faint smile. Since her divorce, she had rarely seen her mother smile so joyfully. Zhao Liang's father, on the other hand, was a bit more serious and didn't share the same demeanor as Zhao Liang's mother. Once inside the house, Wang Chen also saw Bao Bao, a very cute little child. Bao Bao was over 4 years old and almost 5. When he saw Zhao Liang, he would want her to hold him. This showed that although Zhao Liang was busy with work, she had not neglected her care for the child. After arriving home, Zhao Liang's mother went to cook, while Zhao Liang went to play with Bao Bao. Only he and Zhao Liang's father were left sitting on the sofa. He wanted to help Zhao Liang's mother with the cooking, but Zhao Liang's father asked him to sit down and chat with him. Wang Chen, where is your home? Uncle, my home is in Guizhou province. How many people are in your family? Now it's just me and my parents at home. What do your parents do? Uncle, my parents are farmers, and they now run a small supermarket in Huixian. Zhao Liang's father asked very casually, and after learning that Wang Chen's family was also from the countryside, he became even friendlier. Zhao Liang's parents were farmers when they were young, so they naturally understood the situation of rural people. However, Zhao Liang's father's next question left Wang Chen at a loss for words. Zhao Liang's father suddenly asked, How old are you now, and when do you plan to marry Liang? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was stunned. He had no idea how to respond. Zhao Liang, who was playing with Bao Bao, naturally heard her father's words and didn't interrupt. Although she was accompanying Bao Bao, her ears were carefully listening. She also wanted to know Wang Chen's thoughts. At that moment, Wang Chen was contemplating how to answer Zhao Liang's father's question. If he said he would go get the marriage certificate tomorrow, it would definitely make him seem anxious, and he couldn't get the certificate anyway. If he did, how would he explain it to Wuya, and how would he explain it to his parents at home? But if he said he didn't plan to marry Zhao Liang, her parents would definitely not agree. At that moment, his mind was in a whirlwind. His brain was working at its limit. In just 1 second, he thought of at least 10 ways to respond, but he rejected them all. In the end, he chose a relatively safe response. Uncle, I came this time to ask you and Auntie, if possible, to pick a good day for my parents to meet you, so our two families can discuss this. I'm not very knowledgeable about these matters. Upon hearing Wang Chen's response, Zhao Liang's father laughed. Ha ha ha, alright, you can play chess, right? Play a couple of games with me. Okay, uncle. In fact, Zhao Liang's father asked this not to get an immediate answer but to see his true thoughts. If Wang Chen made excuses to evade, he would definitely not let Zhao Liang have any more contact with him after this visit. However, it was clear that Wang Chen's answer pleased him quite a bit. And after hearing it, Zhao Liang's smile grew even brighter. She held her son and pointed at Wang Chen. Pow pow, go call daddy. Pao Pao was still small, so when Zhao Liying said this, he happily ran over to Wang Chen, shouting, "Daddy, Daddy!" Wang Chen was taken aback, but seeing Zhao Liying's beaming smile, he understood what was happening. Although Wang Chen was playing chess with Zhao Liying's father, he still picked Pao Pao up and sat him on his lap, playing with him while continuing the game. Seeing the harmony between Wang Chen and Pao Pao, Zhao Liying approached Wang Chen and took Pao Pao away. After all, Wang Chen was playing chess with her father. She couldn't disturb them too much. However, when Zhao Liying tried to take Pao Pao away, he refused to go. No matter what, he wanted Wang Chen to hold him. Zhao Liying had no choice but to go to the kitchen to help her mother with the cooking. Fortunately, Pao Pao was very quiet, allowing Wang Chen to focus entirely on playing chess with Zhao Liying's father. However, Wang Chen's chess skills weren't very good, and he could never win against Zhao Liying's father. While playing, Zhao Liying's father asked, "Wang Chen, what work are you doing now?" "Uncle, I have a film company in Magic City and also do some investments." I won't ask how much you earn, as long as you treat my daughter and grandson well in the future. My grandson is almost old enough for kindergarten, and I don't want others to say he doesn't have a father. Money doesn't matter, you just need to be happy. Uncle, you can rest assured, I will never let Liying down. That's all I need to hear. By the way, I haven't asked how old you are. Uncle, I'm 23 this year. What? Zhao Liying's father was stunned. His daughter had actually found a man 13 years younger than herself. After a while, Zhao Liying's father sighed. Well, forget it, you two can figure out your own matters, but having such achievements at your age is quite impressive. Wang Chen awkwardly scratched his head. After that, Zhao Liying's father continued to play chess with him while asking him some questions. Wang Chen naturally answered one by one. In fact, Wang Chen could also glean some insights from Zhao Liying's father's questions, which indicated that they didn't want Zhao Liying to go through a divorce again, regardless of whether Wang Chen was rich or not. As long as he was sincere towards Zhao Liying, they wouldn't oppose it. Wang Chen was indeed sincere towards Zhao Liying. There was no doubt about that. After a while, Zhao Liying's mother and Zhao Liying brought out the dishes, and Zhao Liying's father and Wang Chen put away the chess pieces. Pao Pao also stayed close to Wang Chen. This made Zhao Liying and her parents smile. Previously, Pao Pao had always cried for his daddy, but now, after seeing Wang Chen, he clung to him. They just didn't know if Pao Pao would cry when Wang Chen and Zhao Liying left later. Then they all sat down to eat. Pao Pao sat between Wang Chen and Zhao Liying, telling them which dishes he wanted, and they helped him get them. Zhao Liying's parents exchanged smiles at this scene. Wasn't this exactly what they wanted to see? During the meal, Zhao Liying's mother asked again, "Wang Chen, when do your parents have time?" "Auntie, my parents are always available." "In that case, you and Liying should discuss when to settle things down. We should meet your parents and talk about your matters." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen knew that there was no avoiding the meeting between the two families. But how would he explain it to his parents? If he went back this time, Zhao Liying would definitely have to go home with him, but what about Wuya? Wang Chen's mind was in a mess. However, he couldn't show it now. Once he did, what awaited him might be a significant drop in Zhao Liying's affection. Zhao Liying's parents didn't like him. "Alright, Auntie, let me discuss it with Liying first, and then we'll let you know." We won't interfere too much in your matters, as long as you both live well." After dinner, Wang Chen added a green bubble to Zhao Liying's parents. He chatted with the elderly couple about some things. Until around 7 in the evening, Wang Chen felt it was about time. After all, he still had a surprise prepared for Zhao Liying. But just as he and Zhao Liying were about to leave, the bubble ran up and hugged his thigh. "Daddy, Daddy, Bubble wants a hug." Wang Chen knew they couldn't leave now, so they could only wait until the bubble fell asleep to leave. By the time the bubble was asleep, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. After bidding farewell to Zhao Liying's parents, Wang Chen drove Zhao Liying to the place he had prepared for her surprise. "Little rascal, where are we going?" You'll know soon." Seeing Wang Chen's mysterious expression, Zhao Liying showed a happy look. She was indeed very happy today. Not only had Wang Chen gained her parents' approval, but even the bubble liked him, which proved that Zhao Liying hadn't chosen the wrong man. After a while, Wang Chen finally arrived at the destination. And next, Zhao Liying would feel extremely happy. "Little rascal, when will you take me back to meet your parents?" Today, when Zhao Liying's parents asked Wang Chen at home, she had already thought about this. When she said this, Wang Chen was stunned. If he took Zhao Liying home, although his parents wouldn't say anything, once Zhao Liying left, his parents would probably tear him apart. But since Zhao Liying said so, he definitely had to take her home once. "Liying, let's wait until the new year, then we can go back together." Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Zhao Liying's face. Just as the two were chatting, Zhao Liying's phone rang. Zhao Liang answered the call. Hello, Liang, where are you? Lin Gangxin, I'm with my boyfriend. Zhao Liang didn't avoid mentioning Wang Chen and said it directly. Today is a special day, I prepared a surprise for you, come over. Zhao Liang glanced at Wang Chen and decisively refused. No need, I have things to do today, maybe next time. That's it, I have other things to attend to, bye. After saying that, Zhao Liang hung up the phone directly. After hanging up, Zhao Liang continued to look at Wang Chen. Little rascal, you won't be angry, right? Liang, what are you talking about? I actually think Lin Gangxin is quite good. He is a good person, but my heart only has you. Hearing Zhao Liang's words, Wang Chen's smile was harder to suppress than AK. Suddenly, Zhao Liang's phone rang again. Zhao Liang picked up her phone to take a look. This time she didn't answer directly but looked at Wang Chen and said, Little rascal, it's my ex-husband's call. Answer it. Wang Chen wasn't worried that Zhao Liang would be taken back by Feng Xiaofeng. After all, the affection level was there. Moreover, he didn't want to interfere with Zhao Liang's social life. As long as he knew that Zhao Liang's heart and person belonged to him, that was enough. Overmanaging could easily make her feel repulsed. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Zhao Liang answered the phone. The moment the call connected, Feng Xiaofeng said, Liang, happy birthday. Is there something you need? Zhao Liang's emotions didn't fluctuate. She was very calm. Today is your birthday, I thought I'd come see you and the child. No need, I don't have time. After saying that, Zhao Liang hung up the phone directly. After that, Zhao Liang's phone didn't stop ringing. She answered one call after another, but she rejected them all. She just wanted to be with Wang Chen today. In fact, she knew that Wang Chen must have prepared a surprise for her, but she just didn't know what it was. Little rascal, are we there yet? We're here. After more than half an hour of travel, Wang Chen finally arrived at the location Helan had sent him. It was a courtyard in the second ring of Kyoto. The environment was similar to where Zhao Liang's parents lived. After parking the car, he took Zhao Liang into the courtyard. At this moment, Zhao Liang was still quite confused. She had no idea what was going to happen next. She linked her arm with Wang Chen's and walked into the courtyard. The courtyard was pitch black, with no lights on. Wang Chen led her to a room. Sister Liang, you can push the door open. Hearing this, Zhao Liang was very puzzled, but she still pulled her hand from Wang Chen's arm and slowly pushed the door open. Just as the door opened, bang bang bang, with a few sounds of firecrackers, the room lit up at that moment. Suddenly, Zhao Liang saw a scene she would never forget in her life. Inside the room was a large six-tiered cake, and Helan and others were also there. Of course, if it were just that, it wouldn't make it unforgettable for her. Next to the cake was a pure white wedding dress, so dazzling that Zhao Liang didn't greet Helan and the others but walked step by step toward the wedding dress. She knew that all of this was arranged by Wang Chen. So, the appearance of the wedding dress here meant what? She naturally understood. She walked up to the wedding dress, extended her delicate hand, and gently touched the dazzling fabric. Her eyes instantly filled with tears. At that moment, she turned around and saw Wang Chen behind her, holding a box. Wang Chen didn't say anything, slowly opened the box, and took out the ring. Gently, he said, Sister Liang, would you let me protect you for a lifetime? He didn't say, would you marry me? It wasn't that he didn't want to say it, but he couldn't say it. If he did, he would be unfair to the woman who was willing to follow him. If one day he had to say that, he might not just say it to one woman. Zhao Liang extended her hand, nodding repeatedly. I do. Helan and the others were also very envious when they saw this scene. To be honest, how could Helan not want Wang Chen to treat her like this? Unfortunately, today was not her birthday. Wang Chen put the ring on Zhao Liang's finger. Zhao Liang raised the hand Wang Chen had put the ring on, looking at it constantly. She felt very sweet inside. Suddenly, she hugged him. Little rascal, thank you. Wang Chen also reached out and hugged her. They held each other for a while until Helan cleared her throat, and they finally separated. Although this birthday was not the most luxurious one Zhao Liang had ever had, it was definitely the most unforgettable one. Helan, Liang, I didn't expect you to be with Wang Chen, it really surprised me. Zhao Liang smiled slightly. I didn't expect it myself. Besides Helan, there was also Ji Xiaoya, Lu Yifei, Zhu Jingyi, and Bai Lu were on their way. Liang, do you want to call your friends over? No need, just us is enough. I don't like it when there are too many people. You're still the same as before. Helan and Zhao Liang hit it off. After a while, Lu Yifei and Bai Lu arrived. When Zhu Jingyi and Bai Lu learned that Wang Chen knew Zhao Liang and Lu Yifei, they were also incredibly shocked. Lu Yifei and Zhao Liang could be considered their seniors. Once everyone had arrived, they all enjoyed the cake together. It wasn't until after midnight that Ilan arranged for Zhu Jingyi, Bai Lu, and Lu Yifei to rest. Ji Xiaoya was no exception. After settling them, Ilan also went to rest. Only Wang Chen and Zhao Liying were left. Wang Chen looked at the wedding dress and then at Zhao Liying. Sister Liying, how about trying on the wedding dress? Zhao Liying was slightly taken aback, instantly realizing what Wang Chen was getting at. After thinking for a moment, she gently nodded. Okay, but I can't put it on by myself. You help me wear it. With that, Wang Chen took the wedding dress to their bedroom. He was ready to help Zhao Liying into the wedding dress. Before long, Wang Chen had helped Zhao Liying into the wedding dress. Looking at Zhao Liying, who appeared as sacred as a fairy, Wang Chen couldn't hold back. Sister Liying, I'm coming. Seeing this, a faint smile appeared on Zhao Liying's stunning face. Everything about tonight would definitely be the most unforgettable moment of her life. The next day, Wang Chen and Zhao Liying got up early to tidy up. They organized the messy wedding dress and then went out together, while Zhu Jingyi and Bai Lu had already left, leaving only Ilan and Ji Xiaoya still in the yard. Ilan looked at Wang Chen and Zhao Liying, and it was clear she understood what had happened last night. This also gave her new ideas. But she had to wait for Wang Chen to return to the Magic City. Liying, Wang Chen. When Zhao Liying saw Ilan, she walked over and intimately linked arms with her. Ilan, you worked hard yesterday. It wasn't too hard, just that someone's voice was a bit loud last night. Upon hearing this, a faint blush crept onto Zhao Liying's face. She secretly glanced at Wang Chen and rolled her eyes at him. Last night, Wang Chen seemed like a different person, too intense. Oh, Ilan, when do you plan to return to the Magic City? What, am I interrupting your date with your little man? Ilan teased. Not at all. If you return late, then after I finish my work in the next couple of days, let's go camping together. Forget it, I still have to go back to work. Your little man left all the tasks to me. If I don't go back, it will be a mess. I see, then after I finish my work here, I'll go to the Magic City to find you. Alright. After saying that, Zhao Liying went to the restroom, and during the time she was gone, Ilan's gem-like eyes were fixed on Wang Chen. He understood perfectly, Ilan was clearly jealous. Wang Chen walked over to her and playfully slapped Ilan's curvy backside, which was accentuated by her fitted skirt. Wait until we get back to the Magic City. Ilan nodded. She also knew that they couldn't say too much right now. Before long, Zhao Liying came out of the restroom. Seeing Wang Chen and Ilan close together, she thought nothing of it, assuming they were discussing company matters. Ilan, when are you going back to the Magic City? Zhao Liying asked. Tomorrow, I have to watch over Bai Lu and Zhu Jingyi's event today. By the way, boss, I can't handle it alone. If you have time, you can go to Bai Lu's side, and I'll go to Zhu Jingyi's. Ilan said to Wang Chen. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen could only nod. Alright, I'll head over in a bit. After that, the three of them had breakfast together. While having breakfast, Zhao Liying suddenly thought that Wang Chen probably didn't have a car in Kyoto. Ilan had been in Kyoto before, and she had a house here, so naturally, she had a car. But Wang Chen didn't have one, and it might be very inconvenient without a car. So she made a call to have her assistant bring out another car from her home. This car was a Mercedes-Benz S-Class. However, she let Wang Chen drive the Panamera while she drove the Mercedes-Benz S-Class. After that, the few of them went off to attend to their own matters. Zhao Liying went to shoot a scene, as the male second lead's parts needed to be res-hot, so she had quite a bit to do. As soon as Zhao Liying left, Ilan reached out and pinched Wang Chen's waist. Good. When are you going to win over my good sister? You really have it, Wang Chen, even a big star has been taken down by you. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Wang Chen certainly caught the strong hint of jealousy in her words. He quickly explained, Sister Lan, I was wrong. Upon hearing this, Ilan snorted coldly and released her hand from Wang Chen's waist. You'd better know it, but when we get back to Magic City, you come to my place, got it? Wang Chen chuckled. He thought to himself that he was doomed, he would probably be drained dry by then. But there was nothing he could do. For now, he could only change the subject. By the way, Sister Lan, there's something I want to ask you. Go ahead. If I wanted to buy the Magic City Central building, how much would it cost? Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Ilan was completely stunned. She looked at Wang Chen as if he were a fool. Normal people wouldn't have such thoughts, right? Wanting to buy the Magic City Central building, without a powerful background or substantial funds, how could that be possible? Suddenly, she remembered Wang Chen's extravagant demeanor. Instantly, a terrifying thought crossed her mind. She looked at Wang Chen in shock. Little man, you can't really be thinking of buying the Magic City Central building, can you? Wang Chen gently nodded. He definitely wanted to buy it. This was a small goal before he aimed to become the world's richest man. At this moment, Helan could no longer hide her excitement. She didn't know why Wang Chen was so wealthy, but she understood that Wang Chen was her man. Even if he wasn't just hers, he was still her man. Then she roughly calculated with Wang Chen. Little man, the Magic City Central building has a total of 127 floors, with an above-ground area of about 410,000 square meters and an underground area of about 168,000 square meters, totaling approximately 578,000 square meters, and the price per square meter there is about 50,000. So that comes to 289 billion. This doesn't even consider location and other issues. If you really want to buy the Magic City Central building, you'll need even more money. It might even cost over 300 million just for one floor. In short, to buy the Magic City Central building, you definitely need to spend over 300 billion. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was completely stunned. He had previously been feeling pleased with himself for having over 50 billion in his pocket, but he didn't expect that it wouldn't even cover the tip for buying the Magic City Central building. This made him even more eager to make money. Meanwhile, Helan was continuously observing Wang Chen. Seeing that his expression didn't change much, she was even more shocked. She thought that when Wang Chen returned to Magic City, she had to make him tell her all about his savings. She could do without it, but she had to know how much he had. What Helan didn't know was that Wang Chen not only wanted to buy the Magic City Central building, but he also wanted to buy the two buildings next to it. And Wang Chen understood from Helan's earlier explanation that he wanted to buy the Magic City Central building, the Magic City Jinmao Tower, and the Magic City Global Financial Center. To buy these three buildings, he would need to prepare at least trillions. Of course, with Wang Chen's current progress, he couldn't buy these three buildings, but he believed it wouldn't be long. Sister Lan, I got it. Let's set off, or we might be late. You go to Bai Lu, I'll go to Jujingi, and we'll meet here in the evening. Okay. After saying that, Wang Chen and Helan split up and set off. He drove towards the place where Bai Lu was attending the event. After quite a while on the road, Wang Chen finally arrived at the place where Bai Lu was attending the event. Hearing Helan say that Bai Lu was attending an event hosted by a brand, and that Bai Lu was the spokesperson for that brand, naturally, Wang Chen was very concerned about the artists from his company. Moreover, this person was a woman he liked. He drove Zhao Liuying's Panamera to the event venue. The scene was packed with people. Wang Chen understood that he couldn't get in like this, so he called Bai Lu. Hello, boss, what's up? I've arrived at the place where you're attending the event, but there are security guards at the entrance, and I can't get in. Can you send someone to pick me up? Boss, you're here? Yeah, wait for me a moment, I'll come to get you. After saying that, she hung up the phone directly, not giving Wang Chen a chance to speak. The corners of Wang Chen's mouth curled up. Last time on the plane, he had talked to Song Sherman about forgetting to bind her with Jujingi, so when she arrived, he would bind her first. While waiting for Bai Lu to come pick him up, he had the system open by Lu's data panel. System, opened by Meng Yan's data. Ding, generating data. Name, by Meng Yan. Age, 30. Appearance, 98. Favorability, 81, quite favorable. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Occupation, actress, model, singer. Seeing the favorability, Wang Chen was slightly surprised. After all, Bai Meng Yan's favorability was only 61 before. It had increased by 20 points in such a short time. It really surprised him. Just as he was carefully looking at the data, a crisp voice reached his ears. Boss, over here. Wang Chen looked in the direction of the voice and saw Bai Meng Yan wearing a white dress, waving at him continuously. Seeing this, he walked towards Bai Lu. This scene was also witnessed by many fans. My god, it's really Bai Lu. How can she be so enthusiastic towards a man? Exactly, she even came out to pick him up herself. What's going on? Can someone tell me? I also want to know. Please don't let her be Bai Lu's boyfriend. I don't want to experience heartbreak. Get lost, how could my Lulu like you? Look in the mirror every day. Wang Chen didn't care what they said, he walked directly in front of Bai Lu. The moment Bai Lu saw Wang Chen, it was as if she had seen a savior. Boss, why did you come over? Sister Meng Yan, you always call me boss, it feels very unfamiliar. Wang Chen didn't like this, even if he was later exposed for being involved with multiple people, it didn't matter. By then he would have already become the richest man in the world. A person with endless wealth. Bai Meng Yan smiled slightly. Wang Chen. Wang Chen feels a bit better. Wang Chen, I'll take you inside. Okay. After saying that, Bai Meng Yan walked in front of him, her slender waist was simply eye-catching. Wang Chen's eyes had never left her slender waist and curvy hips. Suddenly, he remembered he hadn't bound Bai Lu yet. So he started communicating with the system. System, bind Bai Meng Yan. Ding. Binding Salary Cashback Goddess by Mengyan. Ding, Salary Cashback Goddess by Mengyan binding successful. After the binding was successful, Wang Chen couldn't wait to open her data again. System, open by Mengyan's data. Ding, generating data. Name, by Mengyan. Age, 30. Appearance, 98. Favorability, 83, quite favorable. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Occupation, actress, model, singer. Current cashback multiplier, 83 times. Total funds accumulated this month, 11 million yuan. Days remaining until salary cashback, 13 days. Note, after each cashback, you need to meet with the person you are bound to in order to maintain the binding relationship, otherwise, the system will automatically unbind you. Now, I can receive an extra salary cashback every month. After binding with Bai Mengyan also brought Wang Chen to the backstage. This is where Bai Mengyan does her makeup and changes clothes. As soon as the two arrived, Bai Mengyan's best friend, who is also her assistant, came over with a piece of fabric that is very rare, presenting it to Bai Mengyan and Wang Chen. She had a look of grievance on her face. Boss, look at this. This is the outfit the brand wants Mengyan to wear. There's hardly any fabric, and it could easily expose her if she's not careful. They actually want Mengyan to wear something like this. I told Mengyan to let you know, but she didn't want to, saying she didn't want to trouble you. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's brows furrowed tightly. He took the dress from Bai Mengyan's assistant, unfolded it, and took a look. Goodness, this deep V-slit dress would probably fall off after just a few steps. How could they make his person wear something like this? It was simply outrageous. Wang Chen looked at Bai Lu. He was instantly upset. Such a dress could only be worn for him to see. Mengyan Jia, is what Dan Jia said true? Seeing Wang Chen's serious expression, Bai Mengyan could only nod silently. At this, Wang Chen was genuinely angry. His people could only be bullied by him. Everyone in Hayali was the same. Since the brand was like this, then he wouldn't be their spokesperson. However, before that, Wang Chen still needed to clarify. Mengyan Jia, if we don't become the spokesperson for this brand, how much penalty do we have to pay for breach of contract? Bai Mengyan did not hide this time and softly said, my endorsement fee is 10 million a year, and I signed for 3 years. If I breached the contract, I would have to pay 60 million in penalties. Wang Chen was stunned. 60 million in penalties wasn't that he thought it was too much, but for this little money to wear such a dress. However, after thinking it over, he understood that 60 million was indeed a huge sum. It was just that he had received too much funding through the system's salary cashback, which had altered his perception of money. That's why he felt 60 million wasn't much. You have to know, even if a family of 3 worked their whole lives, they might not earn that much. In other words, if Bai Mengyan didn't wear the deep V-slit haute couture the brand provided, she would need to come up with 90 million to pay the brand, which was also a significant amount for her. But for Wang Chen, as long as it was a problem that money could solve, it wasn't an issue. Mengyan Jia, next time you encounter something like this, just call me, okay? I won't let you suffer. Upon hearing this, not only was Bai Mengyan shocked, but even her best friend was astonished. In their eyes, Wang Chen's few words contained a lot. In their understanding, it was Wang Chen confessing to Bai Mengyan.